Hello and good morning, Elestrals casters. Welcome to the March 8th Elestrals Premier Tournament. My name is PK Sparks, and I am here with the one and only Swolax. Swole, how are you feeling this morning?
Oh, feeling a lot better than I was previously. I'll tell you that. It feels so good to be back. 1,000 years will really give you a crick in the neck. I got to knock the rust off. So I'll be keeping up with you today and commentary. I know that you guys have been spitting some fire on the mic for a good amount of time here, but I'm ready for some electrifying Elestrals action after all this time.
It's great. You and I have a decent tenure from our last time. You were here for the first one. I was here for the second one. And then we had to take our hiatus. I know we've been actively watching. You've been actively competing. So I'm glad we both get to bring our return here as well. You say 1,000 years gets you a quick in the neck. It gave me a Tyratlis in my neck. I'm not sure how it works, but it's quite soft. So, if you want your Tyratlis, you can get yours at shopelectrals.com. First plug of the day. Let's go.
Oh, God, already checking off the list. It's good.
Hey, no, it's good. It's what we do. Is what I do. But hey, I'll talk about this game till the cows come home, till the soul stocks comes home, if you were, because I'm enamored with this game and all this. It is what it has been and what it will be. Swole, these Firestorm reveals are so crazy.
Oh God, I know. Listen, as a bear enjoyer, and honestly, give us some little love to the Fire Divines here. That Hestia is pretty cool. Already, I got some workshopping decks already in the mix. It's been so super great. I love as well the community jumping on for the Brummalinks yesterday for those Frost reveals. Man, it's so funny to see everyone be posting their memes and really already getting on board with the Champion of Keon. It's so good.
It's not a phase.
Very excited.
Brummalinks is going to. I think that entire reveal yesterday was amazing. You know what's even more crazy though is that I took a trip to Elestrals HQ myself, and in a couple of hours, you may see something from me of something I found at Elestrals HQ. So stay tuned to socials. You might see a sneak peek of a certain friend of mine. Y'all know I love.
Wait a minute. You're getting stuff while being here. I mean, when's my turn? Dan, I'm messaging you expeditiously. Wake up. No.
Listen, I had to take a trip. In my contract, I can't say it. You'll have to understand. You have to wait.
Yeah. Of course.
You'll see. But I got something for you. We got a little behind closed door access there. But in any case, Firestorm has just been so. I can't quite put it. Every reveal has made me excited. I love everything. I think Frost right now is really dangerous with the new Frigicub and Chirivore. And now we got the rule of that, Frigicub, competing with deck space with itself. So do you want the support Frigicub or do you want the Nexus Frigicub that can build up as an actual big dude? Like there's two different ways you can play this one card. I think that's exciting.
Absolutely. Honestly, one of the things too, if we've seen so far the Werepup and the other champions of Artemis line, I'm really curious to see some of the innovation with, current decks that we're seeing in Moonrise at the moment, potentially with those cards. I've already seen some rumblings and some talkings about mixing those in to existing strategies, the Leica Void and then those Werepup lines I think are really explosive right now. Just watch out for some Firestorm stuff. Speaking of that too today, we've got 77 players. Potentially some of them are going to be on that Lunar Aggro list. And I'm excited for some of that action. But I'm also really curious to see some of the other innovations before we get into Firestorm and how people are preparing for not only this event or how they prepared for this event, but for Dallas coming up sometime soon. Right now, the Web Premier Tournament, this is a pretty big one.
Yes.
But our first major in-person tournament happening sometime soon.
Yeah,
I'm definitely curious.
We are maxed out on capacity as well. 192 players at Dallas Open. But I just love that naming convention, by the way, Dallas Open. I'm looking for the Philly Open. What's up, though? But you're right. This tournament is going to help essentially be the last proving ground, one of them, that's going to really prove what's going to see or what you're not going to see in Dallas coming up. So this is a really important tournament, not only to participate in, but to keep your eyes on as well. So, I mean, we already know Lunar Aggro. If we go back to what we saw in the previous events, like the top cut was just insane. We had was it 4 Lunar Aggro? We had Caleb.exe come through with heal control. That was really exciting. We had Fire Nexus, and my biggest pop off from the event, Tornigen making top 8 as well.
That was so cool to see. I love that strategy kind of form too. It kind of really speaks to, again, I know a lot of times people will sit there and they'll say like, oh, this is the best deck people are playing. They're only going to be playing this and showing up with it. Oh, woe is me. But, you get some really good players in the lab. And what you can really showcase is that this game has so many interesting strategies that can not only convert, but really, again, showcase off the diversity that I think some of the range that these players can play at. Fire Nexus will always be sneaking in here. I will, if I had to wager on today, it's early predictions for what we're going to be seeing here. That top 8 might have 1 Fire Nexus. There's always one. There's always one.
I would absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to seeing more Tornigen because I think the last we had two different showings of Tornigen. We had the top 8 cut, and then we had the top, I want to say 19th place. I know I covered it in the Premier Runback podcast, which let me just say this right now. We will be doing another installment of the Premier Runback podcast to follow up and culminate this event as well. So if you guys enjoyed that, make sure you guys stay subscribed to the Elestrals YouTube channel for that information. But we got to see Tornigen, and after we saw it showcased on stream several times in the last event, we've noticed that testing groups are starting to explore Tornigen more, trying to figure out what 3 cards you can make sure they're in your deck so you can get the guaranteed outcome you want. Do I want to add an Arcalyph, a Lava Lift, and a Resting on Your Laurels, something that punishes an established board? Do I want to add in the healing and make it a Calf Mail, an Ambrosia, maybe an Ambrosia Cornucopia as well? Love title cards, by the way. But just how you want to play the game. I think the community has realized the power and potential with Wenjin and Tornigen, and they're starting to realize or accept that the risk of Wenjin is worth the reward of Tornigen.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're talking about some of the decks these players can be playing today. Let's go ahead and talk about what they're playing for. I have a little bit of time for this tournament. Let's go ahead and run through this tournament pricing for March 8th, 2025 Premier Tournament today. So, we have a few different tiers. It's very similar structure to what we've had so far. The new pricing structure, which I think is absolutely insane. These players are playing for some absolute gems. So just for playing in today's tournament, you get an organized play gold stamp stained glass Hollow Lycanus, which these stained glass spirits are gorgeous. That's an excellent thing to add to your collection. And, for that one of Hurricane you're playing inside of your deck, that Lycanus spirit's going to look nice and pretty. We also have the Elestrals Shattered Stars booster packs, and also 2 of the Elestrals booster packs for the base set Frostfall, Daybreak of Moonrise. For the top 16, we can get a little bit higher up there in the echelon with the organized play gold stamp Full Art Island of Aeolia, which is gorgeous. All the stadiums look amazing, and I'm so glad that they finally put this one out here. I know we'll get that from the Shattered Stars set more recently, as well as their participation awards and also the starter decks in there as well. For the top 8, we have the gold stamp full art Aeolia again, as well as a constellation full art of the Peliquarius, which is a nice, interesting tech card I've been seeing a lot of people try to experiment with and play with, especially after Hurricane drops that Hurricane Nexus in you, as well as starter decks as well. For our top 4, we have the gold stamp full art Island of Aeolia, the gold stamp organized play of the constellation art Peliquarius, as well as a gold stamp full art Aviolith, which I know I've been seeing some experimentation with, and if you want to run some no stones in there, no stone unturned, able to grab that card out. And an Elestrals booster box for that top 4 finish. So, the one Fire Nexus player is popping off right there. For our runner-up for today's tournament, our second place, they get 2 of the organized play gold stamp Island of Aeolia, the 2 of the gold stamp constellation of Peliquarius, 2 of the full art Aviolith, and 2 booster boxes for Moonrise, which should be able to bolster up their strategies or find something pretty. And then finally, the winner, the grand champion of today's tournament, gets to walk away with 3, a full playset of the Island of Aeolia, 3 of the constellation art Peliquarius, the 3 of the full art Aviolith, 1 of the gold stamp Elestrals champion, Reverse Stellar Galax Air. And let me tell you, these things are gorgeous. You've done the Jolton so far, the Bandaloon, and then now moving on with that Galax Air card. And man, those Reverse Stellars are just gorgeous. The one of one, only exclusive to our Elestrals champion today, the winning jewel in their collection, as well as 2 booster boxes and a Moonrise uncut sheet. Running through all these today, there's a lot of great stuff to be playing for these players. Again, 77 casters today entering today's tournament, but only 1 can walk away the champion.
What an absolute loaded prize. I mean, I just love how Elestrals has upped the prizings for events just over time. We started in November when we started adding the participation awards. And I mean, again, just for participating, you get the stained glass art in a couple of packs. That's definitely worth entry alone. If you can make it to the top echelon, you come away big. And dude, let me just say, I think one of my biggest pulls from the current series of Shadow Stars are the full art stadiums. I love every single one of them. The current month, Temple of the Moon is also beautiful, and I need to get that in my collection ASA now. USPS, please hurry up. But Shadow Stars does a lot of good for everybody. So if you have not participated in Shadow Stars, you want to do so sooner than later. Those reprints that can come are insane. We've gotten amazing artwork. I mean, I got my stellar Archilith, so I'm happy.
Let's go.
I was not fortunate enough to be K with 6 reverse stellar mudlets.
Don't even talk to me about that woman. So first things first, and if everyone here in the chat would also like to welcome me on there, notice a lack of grace on this cast today. It's because Kay Cray, our valuable community member, is celebrating her 6 billionth birthday today. Mother of 2, 6 billion years old today. If you guys could wish Kay a happy birthday when you can. I don't know if she's gonna pop in today. She's real busy. But also the owner of 6 reverse stellar mudlets, doing the mudlet spread. And I don't know if you saw the Galaxair polls and the Pelacarius polls from her wind, but that was crazy.
Yeah. You know what the secret is? We just gotta buy the same amount of bundles and then just open them on stream like her. That's how we get Shayla.
Very true. That's how we do so it. True.
The tournament will be beginning momentarily, so we're going to be looking down into what we're going to be expecting. And so after the turnout from the last event, I'm interested in seeing more Win-Gen play as we already did. But I think we're going to see a little bit more experimentation. And there are many cards that have not yet really seen a spotlight on stage or on stream that we can really see utilized. One card that is heavily called for having potential and being decent, but just hasn't found its right build yet, in Fornax. I still think that card is incredible. I utilized it in a video versus the birthday girl, Kay Cray, on the Elestrals YouTube channel. But that card is really good at just control. You establish a simple board state and you just do the 1 ascension over your Nemisail or any other winning Elestral, and you can essentially just control the game of a non-target bounce of 1 card every single turn with a 2 attacker on field. It does a lot. What about you, Swole? What are you hoping to see?
Honestly, I'm looking for some of the new water decks. I was actually talking to everyone in the production a little bit before we started the tournament about how there's a lot of really cool water strategies. I know obviously Galaxy, the big bad whale, is has a target on its back, but we have things like the water reanimator list that we've been seeing pop up recently, which plays stuff like Caprigol as well as Orstillery. Where's my Coastalith, my goat? Where's my boy out there? There's a lot of really cool innovations I think you can play here, and one that I want to see, and I'm hoping some hero can take to the top, is Starbit. I'm a really big fan of Starbit since reveal, and I just want to see that card and a little shining boy turn to supernova and shine even brighter. So
Starbit is another card we had showcased in the showcases of Moonrise on the YouTube channel. I believe it was Caleb who did it in an amazing match. That you need to go watch that match after the Premier Tournament. You can go watch that tomorrow and then the Premier podcast later on this week. But but it was just such a good battle and showcase of Starbit. Like he got Starbit up to like 12, an absurd number, and out of a big Elestral. You got to go watch that one. Starbit is absolutely one that is underexplored alongside your boy Coastal.
Let's go. Yeah, it's super exciting to watch too. And if you at home are excited to see some Elestrals action today, some electrifying matches, then please leave a like on this stream. And thank you so much for being here with us bright and early in the morning. Make sure to share out the stream if you guys are excited and want other people to watch too. Really helps grow Elestrals and this beautiful community that we're all sitting in here today. I hope that as well, we get to see something along the lines of those Winjin, as we're talking about too previously before in the precast. And Earth has been kind of a weird one. As an Earth caster, PK, I'm curious to know your thoughts on this. I think we've had a pretty big decline in people playing and experimenting with Earth, which is crazy to me considering that the Centaur line is sick, and I think also the Panzer play that we've been seeing more recently is also insane. But where is Earth inside of this format? What do you think?
I think Earth is just in a realm of familiar. A lot of new things are being explored right now. Like I said, we saw Tornajin and Winjin. We're exploring all the lunar cards, which just got fully released in Moonrise. I still think there's room for Earth right now, especially with Demeter and Zeus, for that matter, off of probation and being back at free Equilinks, by the way. But I think that there is room for Earth right now. People are just exploring something new, but you never know. Bug Box is still there. That's Earth adjacent, Earth and Lunar. That's still there. Cedar Soar, you famously brought Cedar Soar and Centaur to a great performance at a previous event. So we know that they're strong. They're just familiar.
Yeah.
So the only thing that isn't being explored right now is Cactoball and Cactobomb, which I still think needs to be explored because I think those two cards are interesting. If Cactobomb had maybe higher stats, people be a bit more wide-eyed at it. But I think the effect reached crazy. I think the combo reached crazy. And it should be explored a little more. Not to mention, you could be running Boofin. Don't we all want to be running a Boofin? He be Boofin. Though you could be Boofin. Let me not say it like that. But... I'm just saying, you can be utilizing these underused cards and seeing what they can do. Habufin is what, 7-3? 7-3 stat line? That's not bad.
It's a big boy. I know there's one particular caster out there that hears the word Habufin and there's instantly neurons firing. It might be my sworn enemy Peeps, but it's still valuable nonetheless. I think that's a good point. Brought up Bug Box before, and I love that deck. If you guys do not know, Bug Box is a deck that we've been seeing some experimentation with because it turns out some of the best cards in the game right now, at least, are part of the bug line, the insectoid subtype in Elestrals. And shout outs to our bug caster creator Dan. Who knew that someone's favorite type would be a little bit strong. But we have things like Nabi, we have things like Viscerus, which has always been really strong since base set, and then also Spectaris, which has seen a lot of play. And with these cards being all searchable with a card like Ardbud and potentially combo potential things like Ardvarum and Antitan, I think we have a lot of experimentation here with a deck like that. A Warmite, I think, was a tech card that we've been seeing since, shout outs to Community Brewlock back in the Krakatuga decks, but now is searchable with that Ardbud. It's kind of crazy.
I want to look and see what crazy decks our round one competitors are going to be bringing, because we have Updog going up against the season 1 and season 3 Elestriac champion, Distant Coder. Someone who's been here from the very beginning, and Updog, a name I'm unfamiliar with right now, but that does not mean that they're inexperienced at the slightest. So I'm looking forward to see what these two casters are going to be bringing. Knowing Coder, it's either something that is solid, he may be bringing Lunar aggro, or we're going to see bears.
Okay, with the new bears reveals inside of Firestorm, I know for a fact that Coder's been cooking, but I also am really curious because we haven't really seen bears showcased in quite some time. I think maybe even since middle of Daybreak format. It's been an interesting ride for bears. There's still a lot of great utility. Don't Poke is one of the craziest cards in the game. And I would be curious to see if Coder will be dropping that down. You're right. That's a good call out. And I don't want to make the obvious joke, but what's Updog playing today?
Updog is playing Celestial. That's my guess.
Good. Fair.
Necruff. Trifernal.
Oh, a little Trifernal OTK action.
I would love it. We haven't seen Blazers in a minute. That card is still potent.
Oh, insanely powerful. It's so funny to think about this. And, actually, I was talking to Wirtz about this a little while back, is that my go-to from hey, I need this crazy deck. I'm not crazy enough to help build this. And it was saying something along the lines of Bow of Apollo comes out inside of Daybreak, an interesting tech card that you can now place inside of Blazerus to help if you do not, not going for the one shot, you can do a ton of damage with these Blazerus and the Trifernal. It's wild. The deck is also really cool and fun too. And we're talking about Fire Nexus strategies kind of sneaking in the top 8. And it's fire adjacent. So, we have possibility and a chance of this deck can pop off a little bit.
You're not wrong. I think the Draco Ray line, Kakaray, Draco Ray, and Dragalis are really opening up synergies between solar and fire, which, of course, those two elements, they blend well. But I think there is a build there that is yet to be explored as well. So I would like to see a solid Blazerous Draco Ray sort of a build. I'm not sure what that could look like. Of course, it's going to include 3 Necrofs, likely properly enchanted, by the way. But of course, it would include that and a Blazerous and Draco Ray. And who knows? Maybe there may be a boss. Maybe I think I would lean Dragalis, but Trifernal's control is also very impressive. So who knows?
Yeah, no, that's very fair. That's one we haven't quite talked about yet. The Winjin stuff was playing things like the Calf Meld helped retain some spirit advantage. But then the Draco Ray solar decks we've been seeing, pretty famously, dropping down Spoiled Fruit on Draco Ray just to kind of like destroy and get rid of this powerful Elestral with some advantage. We've seen that before in the past from these players. And that might be deterring people from playing something like Draco Ray. But man, that is such a powerful Elestral, a strategy like that can not only heal, but also turn on the jets when it needs to. Very, very strong, especially inside of today's metagame. And it's so cool to see a lot of these players experiment with these cards. And I'm curious to know today what we're rocking up with. Looks like we're just kind of setting up, getting some things ready for round 1 today. So hang on, folks, for some electrifying gameplay. I'm excited to get into round 1 today.
Another card that is yet to be fully explored. We did see a little bit, and I know it's on the community's radar, but Snark and Joblin. That's another card that we, first of all, they're just funness of Snark. Come on, y'all. But I think that those cards are really intriguing as well. So hopefully we see some experimentation along with them.
Yeah, my Snark, my beloved. I think that card is so cool. It's so cute. That Stellar is gorgeous, by the way, too. And speaking of water decks that I want to see today, we talked about Starbit earlier. Snark would definitely be one of that. Joblin Control or Joblin Aggro. It really just so many ways to play around with that deck. And maybe Coastslith can make an appearance. Who knows? High Tide is calling its name.
It is going to be fun, but it looks like our competitors are lined up and ready to go. So let's get into round 1 of the Elestrals Webcam Tournament. Distant Coder versus Updog.
Absolutely, man.
We will be having Coder going first on the left side of your screen here, and I'm just excited to see what deck he's going to be playing. But I'll be honest, aesthetically, I love his choice of colors, like the orange main deck and the blue for the side. Oh,
well, to be fair to Coder here, you have to make them different, and the contrasting colors here is big. Because last time when this man rocks up with 2 similar colored sleeves, you get disaster. So this has to be a strategic advantage that he's mentally placed upon himself. I know that that's sticking in. So good on Coder for having 2 different colored sleeves today.
Absolutely. It's something I always do as well. Whenever I choose sleeves, I make sure that the colors are polarizing as much as possible. But at the same time, you get the Elestral sleeve by Updog. So really good pickup that I wish I had grabbed from shopelectrals.com. It's perfect. I love the design. Hopefully they bring it back. Dan, creator, A-Drive, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, these casters, they're picking up the hand. They are ready to go. Let's get these casting going. What will be the first card play? I hope it's a Strabbit. That's the best turn 1 play.
Yep, got Coder going first here, reaching for that spirit deck. We'll have water spirit coming down with a Narpoon. Ooh. Oh, we're about to see some frost action from Distant Coder today. That is some cooking, and I can see the gears turning from a very specific bird inside of the Elestrals community. This influence is going crazy already. Go ahead and search up Lycanform.
I am really excited about that because that's a deck I recently picked up after getting my Scorpio forms from Moonrise, and I even got another stellar Lycanform from shopelectrals.com. I needed my Moralist. I bought a Frostfall box, but thanks to that, I ended up getting my playset. This deck is really interesting, really fast, gets a lot of control, and not to mention it just puts fear in your opponent. Knowing turn 1 that you for sure have Scorpion form and Bat form, meaning you have a way to get to out an Celestial immediately and get a second body on field in one turn with a back row is an amazing start for Morfrost.
Absolutely. We see a Distant Coder pick up that Bat form and Scorpio, setting 2 and passing over to their opponent, Updog, who is starting off with a potential set back row there themselves. That rune must be good. Going for the Zaptor Spirit and a bunny. There we go. Is the Astro Rabbit on the screen. Now we're playing Elestrals. And Narpoon's going to have a hard time picking it over. But luckily, Coder starts that Scorpio, which is going to allow an easy removal and potentially early aggression from this Astro Rabbit defensive play. I'm now speculating on this. Might be expensive play to actually do that, going for a Scorpio on the next turn.
So he has to know that's ready. So there may just be a tsunami or anything like that. But Scorpio form could also essentially just earthquake the bunny at the end of it. So this isn't. You might just need to put the bunny out there with the idea of, I need to get that spent. And you might as well get it spent sooner than later, especially no one's going to cause Coder a decent amount of spirits. It may be in Updog's favor to just get it out now, as we see the Scorpio cast by Coder.
Yep. There's no single counter rune that I think can quite handle this strategy here. I'm going to go for a Gorgon's Gaze to negate or suppress this Scorpio. I'm curious to know if that is going to be worth it now versus potentially some time for a more power play in the future. We do have the Bat form activating its ability to bring back this Lichen form. The green is throwing me off. Beautiful Stellar, but I'm like, whoa, that's not snow.
I want to call attention to the Spirit Updog spec for Gorgon's Gaze. That was 2 Luminate.
2 Luminate.
So we could have a Frost for Sale deck right here. We could have it could have been a Wind Gem play, something like that. But we already know that there is solar in Updog's play. As we see, is there another bunny? The second bunny.
Second rabbit has hit the field. We have 2 bunnies coming down, getting some advantage off for Updog and really, tightening down those defensives. One thing about the Morfrost engine specifically is that it is, very small bodies. So Coder's going to have to do some Ascension plays or potentially look for a larger drop here to help take care of these rabbits being at a 5. Unless Coder's stacking in like a Zeus or a Demeter, but who's to see so far?
You never know. It would definitely be Zeus because that's more of a general good for a typical field. But Updog is getting another search in. If he has another way to protect himself, he could be in a decent spot to at least hold the line. But that passing with no back row and 2 bunny on field means that Coder knows the threat. So
scary.
This is going to be really interesting how Coder, if he can get over this, he should right now. If not, then Updog may feel confident to just build up their own play style right now and go for whatever strategy they're aiming for, which we've yet to see fully utilized besides 2 Luminate in the Underworld.
That's right. We go for an Ascension line here.
More
drops down. Absolutely. You got it. The Morlith dropping in. Gonna send a Cedar Soar. What in the world?
2 Cedar Soars!
Not enough spaces on this field to get the 2 Cedar Soar out. Can you imagine the pressure? One of the Morliths is gonna be able to take care of the rabbits, but Cedar Soar is not quite big enough, but a big defensive body, and now we can get the confirmation that's an Asprowl inside of the Underworld there for Blizztrix.
Yeah, so it is a Morphox Blizztrix combo, which I think is the best strategy for Frost right now. Because we all know Blizztrix is amazing, but Morphox is also consistent. We saw how easily the field was swarmed by turn 3 for Coder. Morlith is going to go over the bunny, so now he has offensive pressure to clear Updog's field, and he has a very wide board. Updog is not in a great spot as we see Lunar casting out into a Calf Mel. Okay.
Ooh, let's go. The Calf Mel animation. Look at the cute little camel here. We have Calf Mels are really good, I think, in this position too. If Updog can consistently cannot put out a maybe potentially field pressure, can put on some spirit pressure. The one thing the Blizztrix deck does do very well is burn through those spirits. So that might be a determining factor here for this game 1. The Coder's thinking about their play very carefully.
Can we talk about a little TCG skill? That ability to fan out your underworld, I am so jealous. I cannot do that. Just like the people who can quick shuffle their hand, like I want to do that. I've tried, and all I did was bent hollow. So no.
It depends on who you talk to. You know, I've from one Elestrals champion. You know, I've heard from Jess that doing the quick hand shuffle might be actually a disadvantage. So there's a lot of skill coming down from Coder, but might peek a couple cards in the hand. I'm keeping a close eye. Yeah,
but definitely want to make sure you don't bleed card info or private info, especially in a webcam presentation. We have the liking form going to the underworld, going to be ascended over. If this is as Prowl, Updog's heart might need to go up a few ticks. And Catarant. Okay, I like it. He knows that he's under on spirits, even though he's very much high on board presence. But he's like Inform isn't doing anything for me. Catarant can and is a much bigger offensive presence. So I like it. Gets the heal too.
This is a very interesting board state to be in, because now what I think you can establish, and what again, very heads up play from Coder here, is that not only we're just talking about the spirit advantage that can occur inside this matchup, but now Updog is put on a little bit of a timer. You can just re-enchant that Catarant each turn and get some healing the spirits off. It looks like we have an ascension line coming down. And is it the Draco Ray?
The beautiful tournament pack Stellar as well. Okay, Updog having a great presence, but those two back row from Coder have not been utilized yet. The healing from Cathmel is guaranteed because it's in the underworld, but Draco Ray, is that going to get anything off?
We're just talking about the solar domination potentially happening today. It looks like they're confirming the spirits down just to check and see what we have going on. This Draco Ray immediately contests this Morlith as an offensive advantage. But if I had to guess, that back row has to be something real. Get a shield, a tsunami. We have maybe potentially a Gorgon's Gaze coming down, and that's going to stop and thwart this offensive strike. Is a Shield of Achilles.
That is very rough. Now Coder's in a position to just re-enchant Catarant, heal 2, and get in for massive damage on this next turn. Will it be 3, 4, 6, 8? Massive.
All that healing that just occurred from the Draco Ray into the Cathmel is now going to be met with 8 spirits, potentially more. I mean, yeah, you're right. If you're Coder here, you're well in the driver's seat. This Catarant heal is going to feel great, and you don't even need to drop down BlueStacks.
Yeah, no, you have way too much presence on field. And this is the power of Frost right now, is how wide this board can go so quickly. Yeah, so right now we're going to have the spirits expended, and it's just a full-on attack. I can't wait to see what is expended from Updog, but man, it's going to be crazy. A ton of lunar. Solar. Luminate is what I meant to say.
Look at that solar spread. That is just all, don't even need to count, might need to count. All into the underworld there. The spirit differential here is wild, because I love how, and you can see this massive tempo swing with the rise coming down.
I love rise.
This is expensive.
Please bring back Cathmel. It'll be great. Yes, we're doing an essential play again.
Gonna try to heal back these spirits. I was gonna make a comment on how just big tempo these spirits can really be. But Gorgon's Gate's coming down from Distant Coder here, gonna try to stop the Ascension line, knowing what's coming down with potentially a second Draco Ray.
That is very rude. Why do you hate the people, Coder?
Trying to stop the action here. And
yeah, but I mean, that was a really smart play, because now you keep a weaker Elestral on board. An Elestral that needs to be kept in hand, that needs to be ascended over, keep that in hand. And while they're going to get the healing anyway, you keep them off the presence on field. That was a very well-timed Gorgon's Gate. Very valuable.
Double Ambrosia coming down from Updog here. It's so funny to think about this, that, we didn't see any back row, no counter runes set in the back there, but instead opting for a triple Ambrosia. No, you stop with healing.
I mean, that explains the no back row. That explains a lot. Okay.
You're comfortable taking all that damage because you're just going to heal it on back. I think what's so funny here is that at least 2 of those Ambrosias could have been saved if that Gorgon's Gaze didn't come down still. So if you're Distant Coder, you don't feel too bad about already getting out those 3 Ambrosia, and that game knowledge that you have there from knowing that there's no more Ambrosia left, that all your healing is going to be done exclusively via Elestrals. I guess if there's a Pandison coming down, then maybe there's some tech here. But I'm still think this is a hard position for Updog to be in. I'm not quite I don't know if I see a light at the end of the tunnel. If it makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, you have no back row. You've used everything. You've healed up. But what exactly is the healing going to do when you're staring down 8, potentially 9 points of damage in the next turn, or at leleast 9 spirits on board? You're going to be able to heal 3 from the calf mail, but what kind of presence can you get? As Coder is going to re-enchant the Catarant, put 3 on it now, and is going to heal up. Narpoon at 4 stats. We have the Morla that can get over the calf mail, so that's going to be a threat of 4-6 damage this turn, as we see Morlith going into the calf mount now.
Gonna heal back those 3 spirits, and then Catarant's gonna swing just to take those spirits away. The little elephant going for this damage. I find it so funny that from this one Morlith, so much offensive advantage coming down with that Cedar Soar. And we were talking about the double rabbit play earlier being a nice defensive wall, which really could have helped, kind of move this game along in a more defensive manner. But Coder's saying, I want to turn on the Jets. Here's all my spirits. They're all on board. You can't clear them all. Not quite yet. And the back row, too, is really, really devious.
Yeah, you've only forced Coder to use 2 back row. We've seen a Shield, we've seen a Gorgons. So there's still an entire suite yet to utilize. And there's a second Vise yet to be cast. Updog's hand is full of invokes. Divine Blessing would be phenomenal for Coder right now.
Second Gorgons in the same place. I knew it. I was like, there's no way that this is about to happen. And again, you're wanting to stop here the Calf-Mel Ascension. One of the things that I think is so interesting, the flexibility of having a card like Gorgons pop out here onto the field, is that there's so many things you can do to prevent your opponent from making these big power plays to potentially get themselves back in. And it looks like Distant Coder is going to do exactly that and take the game 1 against Updog.
That one is definitely over. I mean, you cannot fault Updog. He put out a lot of effort. They were definitely absolutely trying. We saw double Vise. We saw so much healing. We saw all 3 Ambrosias healing off of the calf mail twice. We saw the Draco Ray healing as well. It was just a lack of back row. Too many invokes in that one. And I think that's just, the luck of the draw, as it were. Not so much an error on Updog. For what Updog had, I think they would play to the best of their ability.
Absolutely. And when you talk about the strategy behind something like this Draco Ray solar deck, we have the healing is kind of the main point here, right? Which they did. You talk about game plan wise, you get the Draco Ray out. That's 7 bodies, really hard to deal with offensively. And let's see what we did. A calf mail for potentially up to 3. We have 3 Ambrosias for 9. That's 12 spirits already healing, and then the Draco Ray for additional 3.
I think it was calf mail 3 times because it got destroyed twice and it was ascended over once.
Yeah,
so that's 18, and then we got Draco Ray, so 21 spirits healed.
You can heal back up to full there, and again, we talked about Coder's pressure putting on there from the Morlith to the Catarant, going offensive Catarant, that little 3 body, putting in so much work, both healing Frost Spirits and dealing damage. It's kind of the double threat here for something like BlueStacks. It's like, I think what I'm liking so far, and I'm not quite sure post side here what's going to be occurring for Distant Coder, but the idea that BlueStacks gets down in spirits so quickly, having that Catarant as an extra little bit of healing and an offensive body, very, very strong. Going into game 2 here, what do we think we can expect from Updog? What do you think's going on inside of Updog's head up to that?
Adding in more counter runes from the side. If that is an option for Updog, I think they're going to be trying to dig into whatever they can. Utilizing Tsunami, especially against a deck that can go so wide so fast, I think Tsunami is probably the most opportune, ideal counter rune to utilize right now. So hopefully we see that come about, but we're going to be seeing them enter round 2 just a bit. And if Tsunami exists for Updog, now's the time to execute.
Absolutely. And I would love to see some extra counter rune play just so we can get a little more going for Updog here as we're going into and heading in to an exciting game 2. On the line here is game and match point for Distant Coder. I'm expecting from Distant Coder's side here a little more of that aggression that we saw from the first game as well. I think I would be very curious to see if we're going to get BlueStacks popping down. We saw Asprowl, but maybe this is a wild build where you're not quite relying on the big body, but I would be hard pressed to think that's true.
So take notice to the Underworld from Updog. Already having 2 Luminate in Underworld, so there was an expend there that had to be done. So Updog already starting on the back foot, not getting an ideal firsthand. But Cockerate, I love that artwork from the tournament pack too. So gorgeous. That is my chosen Cockerate art. But that is going to be going out there with Temple of the Sun as well.
Ooh, making that 4 body a nice 5. Cockerate's pretty interesting here because I don't know if we're then going to be seeing First Light inside of this deck, which that'd be crazy to see. I love that combination. First Light's one of the coolest cards inside the Solar Arsenal. As we talk about that a little bit, we have the Morfrost play the El Clasico. We have potentially searching a Bat and a Scorpio. There it is. Both this beautiful engine inside of Coder's BlueStacks deck. What I again, strong start here, a lot of flex options. You could go for the Narpunas last time or drop Moralith. You could just do that.
Oh man, Moralith's cast just being at a deficit is really strong. But Updog is already doing solid with the Gorgon's Gaze to meet the Moralith, preventing the double Cetasaur mill that terrorized them in the previous game. So already doing better with 2 back rows set. And Coder only having 1. Let's see what Updog has.
Yeah, that 5 body is going to be not enough to get over this big 6 Moralith. And is that a pass that we see from Updog? Coder reaching for cards. I think just the set 2 pass is going to be a confirmation on the new set cards. Coder's going to draw. No pressure back.
Expend. No expend, leaving the Cockaway and attack. Really interesting. Is that another Moralith? That's a second Moralith!
Second Moralith. That
has to be a second case. Okay. So the mills are being prevented. That's very good for Updog right now. But the first Moralith is very capable of just running over this Catamaran. Unless there's Tsunami, there is not. Cockerate is going to go down. Updog in a really bad spot, dealing with 2 6/4 Elestrals and being down in spirits. The Temple of the Sun needs to shine pretty bright on Updog's next draw to get out of this.
Yeah, it's so funny because Moralith is the best 6 normal cast that you can put out here in this situation. You know, the second one is pretty devastating, even into a rabbit like this coming down from Updog. You're trying to put up some defensive wall, trying to find some momentum here. But you know, for a little while, talking about Frostfall inside of this game here, Moralith was seen as this like kind of niche little tech card you could potentially put inside of your Cryoling deck, but now a mainstay staple, and you can exactly see why. Offensive pressure, potentially setting up for more explosive plays with something like a Cetasaur. This is already such a powerful board.
And it's a card that you can sit up immediately turn 1 just because you're using your liking for them. If they don't send an Celestial to the Underworld themselves, you're already at a deficit, and now turn 1 Moralith into double Cetasaurs, Asprowl, whatever it may be. So it's potent. And I've never been so disappointed to see an Astrabit be the cast. Because in this scenario, 2 6/4 bodies on the field, knowing that Scorpio, a Morphoth Scorpio form is in hand as well, Astrabit, oddly enough, is not cutting it.
Yeah, it's a sitting duck, so to speak, or a sitting bunny, the other one. The other Thunder for Quackle. Gonna go ahead and go for a Scorpio form right now, activating that ability to send the Bat to the Underworld. And now we get to go for a building board wide for more Ascension plays. If a third Moralith hits the board, I don't know what to say at this point. Looks like the build board of this Morfrost Moralith coalition is going to be able to crack this rabbit, potentially, unless we see a Tsunami coming down. That's probably the only thing that can really save this rabbit for one more turn. Let's see what we got. No rabbit's going down.
And that's going to be 5 damage going in directly. Moralith, Scorpio. Oh, but we do have a shield. I'm assuming on one of the Moralith. If you're going to spend, well, actually, you're going to be spending 3 spirits right now to get rid of the Moralith. So maybe not even ideal, because that could just come back down next turn. The only Elestral in Updog's Underworld is a Strabbit. Am I correct? Oh, and the Cockeray.
The Cockeray and the Rabbit. And I think that might be enough. And I think Coda right now only has Bat form. So you do get that Ascension line coming back down potentially over the Scorpio or with the Lycan form, which down to 6 spirits already. This is looking pretty iced over, if that makes any sense.
That is definitely a rough play, and I think Updog is just being overwhelmed by the widespread swarming of
the Rabbit trying to make something happen.
As a Strab is trying to make something happen, you gotta find a Tsunami if it's in your list. It needs to be now. I've never seen a Strabbit look so frail and exposed as this match.
Bunny.
This is Bunny. This is Coder's mortal enemy here. You know, ban the bunny, as they say. I disagree, but I disagree. But right now, a Strabbit is not pulling its weight. And I'm not sure why regarding Updog's list, but hopefully they backrow found a Tsunami to give Updog one more turn. Maybe get out a misenchanted Draco Ray, or maybe pull in the Laurels. But you only get to choose a Scorpio form or a Bat form, so gotta see how this plays out. This is going to be the Bat form, the Scorpio form being taken out. Lycan still sitting on field, Moralith in the hand. Let's see what that one face down is. It has to be miracle worthy.
Yeah, that Laurels is a pretty good step in the right direction, but one thing that makes this Frost deck so powerful, there's a Hurricane coming down to ensure that this power play goes through. Only 4 spirits left. This is going to be devastating. That Pro Set Hurricane taking out another Gorgon's Gaze from Coder's side of the field. This is now in Coder's hands. If this somehow, if Updog's able to bring this back, I would have to call a judge at this point. I think we have coming down a Blizztrix Ascension. That's what I see, the Wind Spirit. There it is, the full art Blizztrix. Beautiful, beautiful art. Gonna pop the Rabbit, and that's exact right there.
Man, what just a swift 2-0 for Coder. Updog was absolutely playing, knew how to utilize the cards in the hand, just could not find the right combination of cards. If we would have seen Cockeray and First Light turn 1 or turn 3, that could have been a different game. If we would have saw Tsunami early on, that was a different game. But once again, we saw Astrabbits. Just like game 1, we saw 2 Astrabbits hit the board, 4 in this game, and they seemingly did nothing. I've never seen Astrabbit just look so exposed.
Yeah, I mean, it really calls into question all those ban Astrabbit calls we were talking about previously. Yeah, it's funny too, because her definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting the different result. And not to speak ill of Updog's plays here, but putting that Rabbit down, and you potentially have to ask yourself, do I Solar Enchant this? We have the Stadium Room out to potentially buff the Rabbit to stop the bleeding for 1 turn, but maybe you can't afford that. Distant Coder showcasing why he's one of the most decorated players in Elestral's history, by the way. Put on an absolute clinic with this deck. The offensive force is just crazy. And you when you're up against that, especially round 1 in a big tournament like this, that can be a little bit of pressure. So those type of micro decisions to Solar Enchant the Rabbit or to potentially go for just the standard Rabbit play, that could be game right there. But I think that's one thing looking out for the rest of the day is these players making those micro decisions that really matter. And big congratulations to Coder on taking that round 1 more step closer to that Galaxy Champion card. I know he's looking for it.
So remember that that Scorpio form was still waiting in hand. So even if Astrabbit was misenchanted, it would have just nuked that defense stat anyway. So it was, not playing the card, but Coder put him between a rock and a hard place. Which one do you play for? Because I have the Frostmite in my hand. I have the Earthquake in my hand. You're also dealing with 2 6/4 bodies. It was just you're standing in the crossroads, and every way there's traffic coming at you.
Absolutely.
Can you fly? Can you jump up? What are your options there? It was just really bad, and you needed an equalizer card in Updog's position, and an equalizer just did not come through.
Yeah,
I do want to say I'm really curious about the build of Coder. Like, is he leaning more so into the Morphos? Is he leaning more so into the BlueStacks? Is it Morphos just to thin it out enough to where Morlith can hit the BlueStacks and whatnot? Because we did not see once Snowlet. Not that it didn't exist, but we did not see Snowlet. So it's possible that he's utilizing Morphos to just thin out the deck to make the Cedar Swords and the BlueStacks more live.
That's a really good call out. El Diablo, a little Snowlet there, is a prime player inside of the BlueStacks deck. But yeah, when you think about, a little bit of like the theory here is that Snowlet's such a sitting duck for so many instances. It's a counter rune magnet, and oftentimes can be a choke point inside of this strategy. That enchant to mill and then potentially reveal that Aspral. What are the chances? So if you're just playing the Ascension line, and like you said, focusing more on this Morfrost build to build wide and ascend, that could be the play. I can see that in the back of Coder's head, maybe like the gears turning when building this strategy is Snowlit bad in big bright letters. That's the Coder classic is card bad. There's always a blank space there in those bright letters, but maybe today is Snowlit. That's true.
I mean, it could be just because, it is a one cast mill 3 versus, I'll just mill Lycan and cast more or less mill 5, which clearly is the most efficient way. We saw it shine brightly right there. So it could be how the deck was built. But I think, and I cannot wait until the tournament is over so we can see how Coder refined his list. I feel like it is absolutely no choke points, nothing up for a chance. We're going to maximize ourselves as much as possible. So if that's the play that Coder went for, it'd be great because we saw 2 different decks execute in 2 games. One was efficient. We got Lycan form turn 1. We got Elestrals in the Underworld. We built wide turn 3 and built wider turn 4. We had Updog, who was struggling to piece things together, and by the time they got pieced together, the field was too wide, and every play that Updog had was compromised. So maybe a Stratton is not necessary in Updog's build. It is a Stratton, but you could be resting on the laurels of base set. A Stratton can always get you to your card, but can a Stratton help you play that card? And I think that is where it may be tripped up at.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny too because some of these solar builds we've seen for like Dracoray specifically, the ally solar as far as community name go, because you're playing every single spirit under the sun, pun intended. And what I think is so interesting is that you have to ask yourself, with Laurel's already coming down to 1 up there, and maybe potentially an Earthquake into the deck as well, and that might be costly for spirits from Updog. One of the things that I think is really interesting deck building wise in today's metagame across the board is that with Earthquake being so powerful or moving such big players, even like BlueStacks, it's one thing that you have to consider: is those 2 Earth spirits worth it? Are cards like that at the 1 of even in there? I've seen some Thunder decks and even outside of Thunder decks experiment with Arcalith, but maybe even then that's a little bit expensive. BlueStacks as a strategy as well is so fascinating to me. Early on in reveals and Moonrise meta, there's this big thing. Turns out some of the birds are the best cards in the last right? With Voltempest inside of set 1 very much reminded me of this, where Voltempest was the big boogeyman. How do we out Voltempest? But turns out people freak out about BlueStacks, and maybe for good reason. That is a showcase right there of how powerful the deck really can be. And I'm curious to know if other casters are going to be experimenting like Coder on this board.
I'm looking forward to talking about Coder's list during the Premier Run Back podcast.
True.
Just because I want to pick apart, and mind you, this is only round 1. Who knows how far he's going to go with it? But just what we saw, even if, knock on wood, he doesn't make it that far, I want to talk about this build because that game impressed me a lot. I want to see how he may have optimized every single play that Coder has. So I'm looking forward to talking about his list during the podcast later on next week. Before the Dallas Open, mind you. But Updog, I don't think it was a bad list. I mean, we saw all the healing that it's capable of doing. I think it just had difficulty assembling the pieces that Updog was looking for. So maybe want to try to incorporate another strategy that can help supplement the Draco raid line, and Nebuleo is really good at just looking at the top three and getting something to your hand, getting a first light or whatever. There are a myriad of options. So just looking to maybe refine the list after the event, but right now just keep trucking forward. We've had many people lose round one and still make top cut.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to think about this in terms of the again, all the rounds that we're playing today. These casters do have to go the distance and able to become the champion. And it's no small feat. We talked about those micro decisions previously that really do matter and kind of make up this game, especially right now. I'm curious to know how not only these casters, but everyone else here playing in today's tournament are going to be innovating their decks for something like Firestorm. It may be a little bit early in the day, but Firestorm has showcased that we have a lot of really cool tools coming for these decks. And we haven't seen anything from the for Updog on the solar side yet, maybe sometime soon. But the Frost cards that we're talking about previously in the cast, I don't know how that really slots into a strategy like BlueStacks. And maybe those cards are their own separate strategy. And I'm curious to see if we see returning players like Morlith even so far and deep into set 5. Like right now we have a lot of really good staples from things like Frostfall, so the Catarant, we have the Morlith, and the Morfrost cards. And so as we get into stuff like Firestorm, Elestrals set 5, how do these decks evolve with that? I'm so curious.
That's going to be really interesting. And I think, going back to what you just said about Morlith, I think Frost is really interesting because it has so many different play styles you can use. You can build wide, you can utilize the underworld, you can continually search your deck, you can cast out big beaters, Cryovern and whatnot. There are so many ways to build Cryovern that even expands in Firestorm. We all saw the champion of Keyon Boomerlinks. So tonight, okay. I have to say that. But there's a lot of things you can really do with Frost right now. So Firestorm is going to bring, ironically enough, a lot of firepower to Frost in that set. So look out for it. I need y'all to know that Earth is also getting some kind of power in Moonrise. Again, my trip to Elestrals HQ did not go fruitless. That is not a hit, but maybe it is. But I got something for y'all to show y'all later on today. So make sure y'all stay tuned to socials because I may be able to tell y'all what the leader's up to. But it's going to be really exciting. I cannot wait. Firestorm is going to be incredible. So you can get your pre-orders in now on shopelestrals.com. And if the plushies that are coming in Firestorm, or if anything as good quality as these two friends, then I'm grabbing. I need that Sluggle. Oh, the Stellar plushies. It's not meta talk, but I want a Stellar plushie.
The Stellar plushies are insane. I remember frame 1, seeing that Sluggle come down.
We're like cool to go on K's spot with these plushies right now.
Listen, we have to have the spirit of her today, because as Birthday Girl is celebrating, we have to bring in some of that energy here on the cast. She's been holding it down for a long time in these tournaments, and we have some big shoes to fill. To fill in this casting. It's so funny to me too. And by the way, shout outs to Elestrad Season 2, my Imperawatt brethren here today.
Absolutely.
I always got the Snowlata with me. But these things are absolutely gorgeous. And with Firestorm coming out, those stellar plushies, Sluggle, we've seen the Earth Scout so far.
Yellowchick, champion of
Yellowchick. What else can we get? If this is just plushie season, is Firestorm just a real soft launch for new plushies? I think we have some people that are gonna be very happy.
Please, there are many Elestrals I want plushies of, so get your plushie. Look at
this. The little lunar baby.
Get my friends. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm going to stop this now. But Firestorm is going to be incredible. I am looking forward to more reveals later on today. I think it's cool that we have to be live while another reveal is going to be happening. So that's rude, but.
There's no way. I'm going to be right here. I see the notification when that pops up that says new drop reveal, and it's Dan A-Drive sitting there in his office. I'm sorry to production. I'm going to be right here. Yeah, that's great, Astra, but that's so cool. Hey, sorry.
We did see a small reveal by another community member, Trishula, who revealed champion of Apollo Exaltus, I believe.
That's right. Yeah, the Exaltus is Really exciting for the solar casters out there getting some love. One thing that I pointed out inside of that reveal for the Lustragon plays, I know we have one caster in the tournament today, the previous champion Bo, Solar, one of Solar's strongest soldiers, potentially looking for the plays with something like Lustragon. And I would love some Solar love. Solar is one of these decks that I think we are getting so close to seeing just so many different types of strategies from, with the Draco Ray, with the Winjin, and previously before we've had stuff like the Solar Nexus, maybe even like the Ethereal Searching. There's like a lot of really cool ways to play around with it, and I'm happy that Trish gets to have a return on that $2,000 investment.
See, here's the thing, Trish. You can make the investment early. Now you win with it. Stonks up. Then you go on TCGplayer.com and you buy Elestrals or whatever you wanted to do with Elestrals. There you go.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, TCG Player really has opened up this game for so many people. And if you guys do not have Elestrals in your local game stores, make sure you guys tell the team. You find the form to submit your local game store so that way the team can reach out and it can be beneficial. So maybe check it out.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great ways to engage with and play in Elestrals, and I'm kind of sad that I don't have a tournament spot near me either too. But one place that I am looking forward to continue to play and maybe test out some of the strategies for Moonrise, for Dallas coming up, and Firestorm eventually, with the casual tournaments that are hosted every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. EST. Yeah, the casual webcam tournament. So the 3 coming up here in March. One more right before the or a couple more, 2 more actually, if I'm mistaken. Right before the Dallas tournament to test out some decks, to try out some more casual styles, or if you're just looking to learn and pick up the game too, right before a big tournament. One on March 11th, the 18th, and 25th. It's Tuesdays. The casual tournament's coming down here, and I got to get back into it. It was a little while I was making the run on some casual tournaments, and I think that's a great place to kind of experiment with strategies you're unsure about, potentially just test out some cards for your really strong meta deck, or just have some fun and play the games of Elestrals with this community that we love.
This game is it has really just taken over my scope of interest in card games, just because it's so unique in all that it can do. I mean, there are other games, we all know the other games, but when it comes to Elestrals, just the way decks are built, the way games go out, the way the flow of a state of game can just ebb and flow or just build up, as we saw in round 1 with Coder's Field. It's really interesting. And yeah, there are equalizer cards. We have the newly released Hurricane Immunizer card that is seeing a lot of main deck play. We still have Resting on Your Laurels to punish a very wide board when you're behind the spirits. We have Lava Lift that exists still, that can really, punish again a big board and destroy a back row on a 6/4 body. So there's a lot of ways that you can equalize in this game, but it's great that you can still find a strategy that you can make work. And the more this game gets more sets, even further when Firestorm releases in May 23rd, I believe, it's just getting more expanded. This game, we're only 4 sets in. That's the thing. So if you're wondering, why isn't there a card out yet that does this specific thing? Because we're only 4 sets in. You guys are in on the groundwork. Y'all get to be we're all the early adopters of Elestrals, and we get to help formulate what this game is, what it's going to be, and figure out what this game needs. So I've been here since Elestriad Season 2, May 2024, and I am so glad to play it. So this is going to be really exciting, but I don't think anything is more exciting. Hey, Swole!
About to say, we have some confirmation from the helicopter up top. We have some breaking news coming down the pipeline. We gotta get the phones ready real quick. My mistake. I just talked about it a little bit. We have an early reveal for Firestorm. I'm speechless. I'm getting. Is that correct? Am I hearing that right? The voice of Dan in my ear.
Oh man, we need to see exactly what it is. So hey, if we can get this, show us what is new from Firestorm. I am ready.
Exclusive premiere here for you early tournament watchers. Make sure to like this stream and share this stream. Go, go, go. Someone watching this before they miss the reveal.
Solarcasters, I hope you're ready because we've got some brand new champions of Apollo and more to break down in this epic reveal. Let's dive in. Firestorm pre-orders are available worldwide right now, and we've used the last coming in Elestrals Divine Champions Firestorm, and today is no exception to that. If you have not gotten your pre-order in yet, what are you waiting for? We've got our amazing new double starter deck bundles for just 25 bucks that come with 4 packs and 2 decks to get yourself started in the best way possible, loaded with staple cards and much more. And of course, our booster boxes are always amazing as they have an opportunity to pull some of the rarest cards, including a new reverse stellar that I'll be talking about today, alongside some new solar cards. Lots of great stuff to talk about. Let's start breaking it down with Solbel, Champion of Apollo. I'll tell you what, I love this art for Solbel, Champion of Apollo. A brand new solar Elestral with 1 attack and 4 defense, an incredibly powerful effect. While this Solbel is foretold with your Apollo's effect, you may special cast it with solar. That means, very simply put, while you're using Apollo, if you find a Solbel, Champion of Apollo, you just get to special cast it out to the field, which can provide immediate pressure against your opponent and give you a lot of opportunities to ascend this Solbel into another powerful solar Elestral, like Lustragon or Novacore, or maybe even BlueStacks. Some really awesome stuff here. A simple effect, but one that I think can have a very big impact for solar decks moving forward. One of the things I wanted to focus on design-wise in this set for the Champions of Apollo are Elestrals that could work alongside Apollo in an efficient way to provide more value to the foretell mechanic, and I think we did just that with these new cards. And of course, you can always pair it with the Invoke Rune First Light to stack the top of your deck and set up your foretell plays to maximize your success. Up next, BlueStacks, Champion of Apollo, the ascension of that adorable little Solbel, and this one has 6 attack and 6 defense, 2 cost solar with a very cool effect. When you cast this BlueStacks, you can search your deck for a Solbel and put it on the top of your deck. That's going to do one of a couple things. Don't forget, you have the flexibility of course, adding the Champion of Apollo Solbel to the top of your deck, ensuring that you get that special cast out right away. Or you can grab the original Solbel from Daybreak, which can extend your opportunities to foretell and swarm the field with a bunch of amazing cow Elestrals. Super duper fun. What a great strategy this is to get more BlueStacks to the field. And again, don't forget, your original Solbel's effect can now work with BlueStacks too. A lot of really cool stuff you can do. So don't forget, Daybreak Solbel can evolve into BlueStacks, and now you can run an additional 3 BlueStacks in your deck, making the likelihood of finding it through your foretell much higher. Champion of Apollo BlueStacks has an additional effect that says you can expend a solar spirit in order to return a divine to its owner's hand. This has some very interesting implications. Not only do you have the ability to bounce your opponent's divine rune back to their hand, like their Zeus or Demeter or otherwise, which can be very disruptive to their strategies and function similarly to a burn card, but it can also return your own divine back to your hand, allowing you to use its effect again that turn. A lot of really cool things that you guys are going to be able to cook up with BlueStacks, Champion of Apollo. This next card may be one of my favorite cards that we've ever designed, and I think will pair incredibly well with Apollo's strategy and solar decks in general. So let's break it down. Exaltus, Champion of Apollo, one of the sickest arts, by the way, I think that we have in this set. 3 attack and 2 defense, 1 solar. When an Elestral on your field is destroyed in battle, you can special cast this Exaltus from your hand with solar. That means if Exaltus is chilling in your hand and any of your Elestrals on the field, whether they're solar or not, get destroyed in battle, you just get to special cast out this Exaltus, which is incredibly powerful because you're getting a free special cast, which can turbo out your Ascensions, but also establish your board state and give you an advantage on the field. Its next effect, though, is what I think is going to make this card a powerhouse, because this Exaltus gets +3 attack if you foretold this turn. So if you pair this with Apollo and use its foretell effect to find another Exaltus or a Solbel or otherwise, you're going to turn this into a 6 attacker for the duration of the turn. Very, very epic stuff. I think this Exaltus has a chance to make a really big splash in solar decks. Again, being able to cast itself onto the field. We know Solar has some really great Ascensions with Draco Ray, with Lustragon, as I mentioned earlier. So there's a lot of potential here for Exaltus, Champion of Apollo, and I can't wait to see how you guys use it. Big shout out to my man Trishla, who had the opportunity to reveal this card early on his channel. Make sure you check out his breakdown over there. Up next, we've got a very unique card that's going to work alongside Apollo and the other Champions of Apollo and add a little bit more sustainability to those decks, and that is none other than Plucky, Champion of Apollo. This new Plucky hits the field with 1 attack and 3 defense and has a very cool effect that states that when you normal cast this Plucky, you can search your deck for a Lyre of Apollo and add it to your hand. And I'll talk a little bit about Lyre of Apollo here shortly and tell you what that card does, but this is going to immediately provide you search value for a super cool card in the deck. When you cast a Solar Rune, you can return a Solar Spirit from your Underworld to your Spirit deck. That means that if you cast out your Apollo, or if you cast out your Lyre of Apollo, or if you cast out your Solar Charge, you have an opportunity to heal a spirit every single time, reducing some of the cost of those solar cards and ultimately giving you advantage in the clash. Some very cool stuff you can do with Plucky, Champion of Apollo. And don't forget, you can use that healing effect as many times in your turn as you're casting Solar Runes. So as we continue to introduce new Solar Runes to the game, Plucky's only gonna get better. I know you guys love Galaxy and the effect that it brings to the game. We've got a brand new artifact rune that is coming for Solar Elestrals in a big way, and that is the Lyre of Apollo. And of course, this is searchable through Plucky, so you have the opportunity to grab this very easily, but you also have other tools in the game to find your artifacts. But this is a 1-cost artifact rune that states that the empowered Elestrals attack and defense are swapped. Now, you could also use this defensively against your opponent to swap their stats. If they have a really high attack or an attack position, you could kind of swap them around by empowering them. And another thing to note is that all of your Champion of Apollo get +2 attack and +2 defense. So if you throw this Lyre on your Plucky or your Soul Belt or your Soul Stocks, you're immediately giving them +2/+2 on a 1-cast artifact, and you can take advantage of the defensive stats that many of the Solar Elestrals have by flipping their stats backwards and making them offensive powerhouses. So a lot of things you can do with this card, being searchable through Plucky, being essentially a free cast through Plucky, I think has an opportunity to make a big splash. I'm very excited about Lyre of Apollo. Up next, we've got a very interesting card that I just kind of name dropped a little bit earlier in the video, and that is none other than Solar Charged. Solar Charge is a brand new invoke rune for Solar that just has 1 cost, and it's a very simple effect. Enchant a Solar Spirit from your Underworld to an Elestral on your field. Very simple, very cut and dry. Nothing too crazy. The card essentially pays for itself by regenerating a spirit from your Underworld, but rather than bringing it back to your Spirit deck, you're going to put it onto your field. And that's going to enable a handful of strategies across the Solar element, including the receivers in Solar, like Corvishine, for example, but also pairing incredibly well with Larvacell from Daybreak, being able to activate its effect immediately and turbo it into an Anacell. This is another card that I think has a lot of future implications in the game in terms of speeding things along for the Solar element, providing those receive effects an opportunity to do even more, and also having the ability to help you turbo into your Ascensions by adding more spirits onto your field swiftly. Solar Charge is a super fun card, and I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. Last but not least for today's reveal is a brand new Reverse Stellar that I'm sure you guys are going to be all over, and that is none other than Stellar Soul Belt Champion of Apollo. Good golly gosh, this is the most adorable card I think I've ever seen. We've already gone through its effect, 1 attack, 4 defense, and of course it can special cast itself out with a Solar Spirit if it's foretold through Apollo's effect. A lot of fun opportunities for my cow enjoyers out there to build their decks even stronger in Firestorm, and this brand new Reverse Stellar is one for the ages. You do not want to miss out on it, and once you see the cracked egg on its head, you're never going to unsee it. Absolutely wonderful. I love it. Solar casters, get stoked. A lot of really cool tools in Firestorm for you to explore. The Exaltus is phenomenal. The brand new Soul Bell is awesome. I think Solar Charge is a super fun card, and this is just scratching the surface of what you can expect in Divine Champions Firestorm. So what are you waiting for? Get those pre-orders in right now and tell your friends about Elestrals as we are headed towards our most hyped set yet. I've been loving the discussions in not only the comments section on these videos, but also in Discord as well. So make sure you join Discord at discord.gg/Elestrals and have your thoughts and opinions heard. And stay tuned for tomorrow's reveal because we've got another epic one coming and you're not going to want to miss it. I'll see you then.
Oh my goodness. Welcome back, everyone, after our exciting break from this electrifying Elestrals action. I'm joined this morning by, well, fellow Tim and Parawat as well. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Words, good morning.
That's my line. So
sure. Let's run it back. Yeah.
Roll up, everybody. How's it going, everybody? I'm glad to be here. Solar. We can't ignore that. We got to jump right into that. Solar looks crazy.
I was locked in during that review. People couldn't see it at home, but I'm back here in the booth, just sitting here, leaned forward, gears turning. So many cool cards.
There's
Argo for Galaxy, anyone?
Argo question mark arrow.
Argo question mark arrow. Boat question mark harp. There you go. How about that? That's insane. The Soul Bell. The Soul Bell. The reverse stellar is so cute. Love that. I love the Fortell, the cast. It's good. Corvishine through the roof.
Yeah, and it's a really cool kind of like interesting, like at the basis, it's like cool. Just start playing a bunch of solar runes, regenerate off the liar, off the plucky. Bounce your own Apollo, as Dan mentioned. That's like Apollo effect. Get multiple cows into play. Just go crazy. Why with Soul Bell?
So good. And the Soul Stocks, the new Soul Stocks champion of Apollo is so interesting to me. The previous Soul Stocks are already really strong. This one also really strong. A 6/6 body is nothing to allow. That's crazy. That's super crazy. And the artwork too.
If you swap it, it's
true. And 6
or an 8/8, I guess, if you put a liar on.
Oh yeah, you gotta right. That's the thing. It's an 8/8. No stadium room required. Exciting stuff.
Plus beat 8/8, and it can bounce stuff. It could bounce your opponent's Zeus, burn him for 3.
Oh god, gears turning already.
Especially we've seen all the champion Zeus stuff, so you're gonna want to have Zeus in play. All of a sudden, you're playing Zeus with 4 because you're like, I need to keep Zeus in play. Cow, bye Zeus.
God, wow. These reveals for Firestorm just keep on getting better. I don't know how they do it. The first couple days, I'm like, oh, this is really cool. Yay, Fire Divine. That's like, cool. And then now it's like, whoa, we are getting into some real meat and potatoes, some real steak and eggs, if you will. For my Soul Bell casters out there. This is incredible. So revealing some solar and revealing my fellow Floormine Pinwearer Wirtz. Wirtz, hello, welcome in. I don't know if we want to come down from the solar reveal high just yet, but I think that this tournament's looking out to be really stacked here. I don't know if you kept into the first game at all and kind of tuned in, but what are you looking forward to today in today's tournament?
I did. I always watched the first game. It was interesting to see no Snowlet come down and just see a bunch of more Frost Blizzard stuff. But I'm really excited to see hopefully more water stuff. I feel like water's been very underrepresented. We actually talked about this before today. We're just like things like Starbit would be super cool to see. Water Reanimator stuff would be super cool to see. I don't think they're quite explored in the format because people kind of jumped on a lot of trains, it feels like. But also I'm curious to see how many people are playing their final deck for Dallas. Are people trying to keep things a little bit closer to their heart, their little secret techs, or are they just out for the win today? I'm really curious to see if we see any weird, interesting decks pop up just for people having fun today. Just gearing up for Dallas, don't want to spoil all their secret little testings, and just bring something fun. So I'm hoping we see something clever, interesting, fun today. That's my hope always, really, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's really quite something. We've seen so far the Blizz tricks. We've seen some solar. Already a pretty good diverse pool of decks that we know these players are testing with. We know that they're on. Last couple tournaments, we've seen a lot of prevalence of the lunar aggro strategy, kind of lunar tempo build. And people playing with the Werepups and the Lycovoids. So already the Moonrise hitting the ground running as far as shaking up the Elestrals metagame. I think that's really cool to see. I'm so, again, solar revealing right before we came back here, but Firestorm already also looking to be a major shakeup in these play styles and these decks.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything in Firestorm that you've seen outside of obviously today's reveal that you think just slots right into something going on now? Like, obviously, there's the Lycovoid stuff.
Oh yeah.
But what's your opinion on? Actually, I do want to know your opinion because Lycovoid's obviously a very meta threat right now. Do you see the new Lycovoid seeing play, or do you think people will just kind of rely on more so the counter-immune aggro style, or just what do you thought there? I think that the new one actually goes a little bit harder, but
it's
obviously
really
6 attack is relevant, especially it's looking less and less relevant going to Firestorm.
Well, it's more honestly, so the 5 defense is big. We see the
Right.
Cryoblast making kind of resurgence inside of play. And then so you're kind of tossed with a decision. You cast out that Like a Void off the Werepup, the normal Werepup, not the titled form. You're either, hey, can I play around Tsunami, potentially going for a Water Enchant, or go for a Frost Enchant? Maybe play around a Cryoblast. And so that 5 defense on the Champion of Artemis Like a Void really it kind of showcases that you don't really have to make that decision anymore. You can just go for a full Lunar. As well, suppression as a deck. You talk about suppression as a deck type. We have things like Toxiri and Night Venom, 2 of my favorite cards instead of the Moonrise set. And these cards, the Werepup and the Like a Void, really do play very well into a strategy like that. So I'm actually really curious to see if, not in maybe an existing strategy, potentially a whole new deck type coming in with Necroliths, Toxiris, maybe some Night Venom play. Really cool stuff. And that's where I think that Like a Void can really shine, like a deck like that.
Yeah, no, Necklace would be really cool to see, because I know a lot of people are just like, Necklace is really crazy, and then it's like, but maybe it's not crazy enough. I mean, and it's surprising, even though you think with decks that can go so wide, like the Frost stuff and more Frost and BlizzStrix, one Dense Fog turns on a Necrolith, and we still don't really see Necrolith popping up even in sides, because I think just that kind of Dense Fog package isn't quite up to what people need to kind of counter some of these strategies. So it would be cool to see a lot more Necrolith and suppression decks pop up to counter those kind of interesting mechanics. Where, like, obviously we see a bunch of other decks that can go wide coming into Firestorm, like Cows. Maybe Necrolith is the answer to that. Maybe Dense Fog's the answer to that. We'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun to think about that too. One of the things since titles were revealed in Frostfall is kind of this idea that, playing the multiple versions of a card, being able to search multiple versions of a card, being able to play around with different combinations that you can do these Elestrals. And so Toxiri, well, again, one of my favorite cards, searching out the Dense Fog directly and allowing these suppression strategies to kind of get the ground running. But the one thing that's always been on people's mind is whenever we get a titled Dense Fog, the experimentation and the random is there, that's when I think that we see just like this deck everywhere, right? And that's the really cool stuff. Last tournament we saw Necrolith drop down. I think it was Casper Brulock, who was rocking up with a Necrolith Toxiri list with the Postamoose as well, and that's very cool. And I would be curious to know how maybe potentially a card like Postamoose slots into the new cards from Firestorm, actually. I'm really thinking about it.
Yeah, I think there's even stuff to say, even if it's not a titled Dense Fog in the future, just more ways to suppress your opponent's Elestrals will allow Toxiri itself to just have more value with its effect. Just because people forget, it does also have that kind of stat reduction on it, which is
absolutely
very important for a lot. I mean, what is it, a 2/4 -2/2 and something suppressed, if I recall correctly?
Yep,
so
that's right.
It can effectively be a 6 defense body if you can find other ways to suppress your opponent's Elestrals. So anything that's like 6-7 attacks might struggle over it. So just more ways to get more suppression out, which we see coming out with other suppression tools in Firestorm, could just make it see more play even without a Dense Fog title. Now, Night Venom definitely wants more titled Dense Fogs, but Toxiri itself definitely could, I could see seeing a lot more play with just more suppression tools.
That's true. All right, so it looks like we're setting up for our round 2 coming up here inside of our electrifying Elestrals tournament today for the Premier. If you guys are watching at home, thank you so much for being here along the casters with us. Please leave a like on the stream, share it out to some friends. It's early in the morning here today, but really we're trying to make Elestrals grow in this community that we do love. So again, thank you so much for being here today. Round 2 coming up. A couple casters, Soren Plays and Jonathan N coming into round 2 today. I recognize the name for Soren Plays.
I was about to say the same thing. It's definitely somebody I recognize, but Jonathan, I don't. I mean,
yeah, I'm curious to know what these players are going to be bringing into today's match. What are you hoping to see from these players?
I mean, going back, I mean, I want to see Starbit. I just played the Starbit deck last week in casuals. Starbit goes crazy. I really want to see somebody else bring it. Not gonna lie, show it on stage. But realistically, what are we gonna probably see? Tornagin is always fun to watch. I would love to see a Tornagin deck. Even BlizzStrix can be very entertaining. I mean, it's always fun to see people just how willing people are to gamble with their tournament run.
Oh god, one of the craziest things to imagine is that the BlizzTricks deck doesn't hit, and now we're sitting here saying, well, this tier 1-0 extreme meta threat is just a 4-attack Snowlin.
Exactly. So it's cool to see that there's enough skill expression in the deck that even though the deck is random, it's still competing because good players can play the deck very well. So it's not just a full gamble as the joke likes to go, but it is a very interesting deck to watch someone pilot really well. So I do like seeing a very good BlizzTricks player play BlizzTricks. It is still a fun deck to watch.
Absolutely. When we saw Disencoder in round 1 take the lead there and kind of showcase what the deck can pop off with and do. And so, as we're hopping into round 2 here very shortly, casters are getting geared up and ready to go. Got their dice ready, calculating out their spirits, and we'll hope to see some magic happen. I'm interested to see now as well as we get deeper into this tournament run. We're only in round 2. It's pretty early on. Might see some little bit crazy decks. As we're getting into the later rounds, we'll start to see more of those decks that we've known from the format so far. The aggros, the BlizzTricks, maybe some Fire Nexus. Again, there's always one. So we'll have to wait and see what we can expect here. Maybe some solar, more solar. I want to ride that solar train. The Soul Bell and foretelling. I want to foretell all day. Let me do that.
Let's see. Let's hope for Centaur. There's the final question. Let's jump into the game, but I'm hoping for Centaur in the end.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good call out here. Looks like we have Soren play is going to be starting off the lead here for this round 2 of Elestrals. Going to set 2 and go for El Clasico. Rabbit coming down in defense position.
Nothing wrong with the Rabbit. I mean, what deck is he playing? Quick, right off the Rabbit, right?
True, Thunder.
Actually, probably not BlizzTricks.
Ah, true.
It's interesting to say there are decks now that aren't running Rabbit for very good reason. So we can probably count that out now.
Yeah, it's funny. You're right. You probably guess the decks he is not playing based off of the Rabbit play and down. Gonna go ahead and pass back to Jonathan. Going to play an Ardbud. Is this Bug Box we're seeing?
Bug
little Bug Snacks action, and Titan.
Ooh, we don't even know what he's finding because it's Gorgon.
Ooh, Gorgon's on the play for Soren, and then set 2 from Jonathan. Another set card from Soren plays here. Ardbud in defense position is really interesting because you might. I don't exactly know if that was purposeful. Any Elestrals gonna be able to run this little baby bug over, even the Rabbit, and a PTA coming down on what I can see is a Galax Air.
I think it's a Galax Air. That glare is pretty bright, but I think that is a Galax Air.
Wind coming in and going ahead and propose a trade. Going to hit in with the Galax Air and then take the poison tipped arrow to this whale's face. No whale arrow question mark on this one. This one we know exactly what it does, as Jonathan puts down a Rabbit of their own. Okay, so now we definitely know they're not playing BlizzTricks for Jonathan, right?
For sure. Because everyone knows that Titan BlizzTricks is the tier 0 threat here.
Of course, yeah. You got to mix the two. You have the new Moonrise meta for BlizzTricks, and then you give A Drive a little bit of love with the Bug Snacks.
But to backtrack to the Galax here, that's a really interesting tech that I don't think a lot of decks play. So I'm kind of curious to see what else is in the deck, because we see a lot of wind floating around on Soren Play's side. So is he full wind, do you think? Is he Tornagin? I'm very curious to see what else he ends up playing.
Yeah, I think this is also a really interesting deck combination for a wind box, if I've ever seen it. And we've got a Sorlet coming down, the pre-Eddie, before we have Eddie. Sorlet able to go ahead and swap that Rabbit to attack and go ahead and swing in for just a little bit of damage to Jonathan.
His Rabbit got taken out by a PTA last turn, so it's just 2 direct damage here. But following up with the Nobby, Jonathan has a potential here to just clear the board, depending on what Soren's played back row is. Oof, and it is a shield, so that is going to stop the Nobby in its tracks, which at least, Jonathan still has it in his hand. He can replay it next turn, depending on if Soren finds other back row. Gonna have to see what Soren does to try to answer the Nobby coming down the next turn.
And Nabi coming down with the shield is a little bit tricky, especially inside of a matchup like this. And you build a wide board from Soren Plays here, and Nabi's great at just taking apart those little boards. Especially against a rabbit and a Sorlet. The Sorlet's going to be taken down by 2. We see a P-Gus coming down. This is true win box. We've ever seen it sniping out from the back row of Gorgon's Gaze. The little P-Gus that could. Such a strong card deceptively, by the way, from the win box. It's a card that is such a good tool that can potentially trade with rabbit and get really annoying. If you're trying to be in a position like this where now if Jonathan sets anything, Soren can just re-enchant the P-Gust, take it out, and then continue.
Right. But we saw the Nobby last turn. So again, Soren's got no back row going. This Nobby is going to just start shredding the board apart.
Oh, now we're going to see the cards come down. Nobby in. Nobby effect can activate after destroying the P-Gus, taking care of that back row. And Doppelgator in, going to take out this Sorlet. Now all offensive board. That board is taken away. You're absolutely right. This thing was eaten apart by bugs.
Yeah, and but Jonathan also has no back row, so this is going to just kind of turn into probably a slugfest going back and forth with depending on what Soren has. We're talking no back row, so your cards are on your table. What is your opponent doing? It's right there. So it's going to come down to just kind of a action-reaction gameplay of what can I play to out your one dude? What can you play to out my one guy?
Yep, absolutely. And here comes down an Eddie to try and take care of a Doppelgator. Doppelgator's ability to decrease and sink down the attack stats of Elestrals, and then a Zeus coming in. That's going to be very handy against that 4 defense.
Yeah, that should just get him just barely over the Doppelgator through the defense or the attack down. Defense down puts him to 1. Eddie's at 2. Just barely gets over, which is a good response by Soren, but that does put his spirit count significantly low. Now we're looking at the last stretch of his spirits at 6. It's not a ton to come back with if his opponent has another Nobby to come. I called it. Okay.
Caster's Curse coming in. The little bug that could. Nobby drops on the board for Jonathan, taking out the Eddie, but no second Doppelgator. Makes sense in terms of deck building, but a little bit disappointing if you're Jonathan.
For sure. But no second Doppelgator is pretty important because that's going to just allow Soren to just take a lot of field presence back.
Absolutely. And that's huge in this matchup whenever you're talking about building up wind. One thing that wind box and type of strategy likes to do is take that advantage and fast early. Going to take out the Nobby there from Soren Plays. Jonathan gets to play back in. No back row, or 1 back row from Soren Plays. And Ardbud coming in. Maybe we can see the search. Goes through.
Yeah. Now, what do you think he's going to, obviously Spectaris, Viserys are on the board. Obviously, I doubt he's going to pull up another Nobby, but depending on if he wants to get over versus trade, there's actually some interesting decisions to make here, because the Viserys obviously could trade with the Sorlet. Okay, so Viserys probably aiming to try and trade next turn with the Sorlet, but it's super telegraphed here to Soren, so I'm not quite sure what the outcome's going to be, but
finally,
it's kind of interesting to think there.
Finally, at a back row from Jonathan here. I think you're right. It's telegraphed on this next power play coming in from Jonathan. This Sorlet on the board, beautiful Stellar, and this Aster Rabbit are quite a defensive threat. And a Tsunami come in to protect down this Ardbud. This is great for Jonathan if you're a position where before, a couple turns earlier, Soren didn't have any back row, but now this Viserys is potentially walking into a shield, a Gorgons, and you're going to have to do a lot here. 1 Tsunami as well would be killer. Ardbud can now swing over this Sorlet, making now Ardbud the offensive threat. You're Jonathan here. I think you have a lot of things to consider. This could be the game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of that background Soren is, because it's going to be really important as to what that background ends up being. Obviously, trying to go wide with the Viserys play here. Ardbud's live for some extra damage or trying to get through more board, but still sticking an Ash Rabbit is going to potentially stop a lot of damage going through. Oh, and it ends up being a Gorgons here to stop the Viserys attack, I assume.
That's right. And going down to 3 spirits is pretty costly. And now, like I said, this Ardbud being an offensive threat, taking out the Sorlet here. decreasing this board presence. The Aster Rabbit being on the board has been in defense position for a while. It's one of these classic game states for Elestrals right now that, you know, if you can't take care of this rabbit early and often, this thing's going to sit around forever. Jonathan, even with the one Viserys on the board, can't quite hit over this bunny. And bunny re-enchant, gonna try to get some value. Maybe an Ambrosia would be killer.
Yeah, that rabbit's very stable right now, unless Jonathan can find a way to either get another Viserys in play to get to 6. Just that 5 defense is super sticky into a bug box deck where they struggle to get over that 5 defense stack because their highest attack stat on their search targets is going to be a 5.
Yep, absolutely. It's actually really funny too. We were talking about earlier the Talk Series stuff. This is actually where I think the cool tech innovation for Bug Box really could shine is, and I'm not sure if we'll see it in game 1, but hopefully maybe in a post-side environment as Rabbit comes down from Jonathan in attack position. That does not feel good if you're Soren. That means that there's a response. But this would be a classic scenario where Ardbud could potentially get into like a Toxiri. Toxiri gets Dense Fog down the Rabbit, giving it that -2 to then allow Viserys or Spectaris to hit over. But I don't think that Jonathan's going to need it. If Rabbit's in attack, that's a bad sign.
Playing an Ambrosia, I expect to see like a Zeus come out or something here. Like the attack position Rabbit is very indicative that something's about to happen, or Jonathan's just extremely confident in what he has in his hand that he doesn't mind losing a Rabbit if Soren can counter it. I'm really curious to see what he has.
Absolutely. This is there it is, the Earthquake. Slotting in that beautiful one of with those beautiful spirits. That's going to be the game here for Jonathan taking down game 1 against Soren Plays. Cool to see Bug Box. You know what? We were talking about decks we want to see in Bug Box, little Bug Snacks action. Big fan of the bugs.
And it's a really fun deck, and there's just a lot of interesting kind of options you have against even something like Lunar Aggro, being able to potentially ascend into an Ardvarum and just pop your opponent's Nobby, your Doppelgators. There's a lot of interesting tech plays that the Bug Box can do in this meta. So I'm excited to see what we see more out of Jonathan with the deck, because it's such a kind of, I don't want to say versatile, but it's flexible in what it can do. Although you're stuck with bugs, the bugs do enough things where you have options to make really interesting plays against other decks, especially meta-relevant decks, something that plays like Nobby, which we see in a lot of places.
Absolutely. That's kind of like probably the best way of putting it is flexibility is the name of the game for a deck like Bug Box. Previously, before experimented with inside of like a solar deck would be like the Ethereal Box, right? Like a deck that can search out really strong ethereal Elestrals, things like the Galaxy, for example. But for Bug Box, Ardbud a little more direct searching versus the Nexus with Exaltus. And I'm curious post-side what we're going to see out from Jonathan. A couple cards that we can see coming in. Again, mentioned Toxiri previously, and maybe even going into Ardvarm and Antitan for a little more beefy damage, you know. Potentially, too, in that situation there, that an Ardbud sticking for 1 on the board can allow you to really accrue some advantage with those cards. If you're Soren, though, for Wind, I can imagine potentially a Hydrake coming in, you know, hitting over that Viserys, trading with the Viserys, and then now get into the big Pantera. That could be pretty interesting.
You do run some significant risk playing Hydrake, though, into Bug Box with the ability to get Spectaris out, where all of a sudden your Hydrake runs out. Maybe you play Hydrake turn 1 thinking you have this threat that, he doesn't have it. Just play the Spectaris and your Hydrake kind of takes the big L there. You can't get L. Now all of a sudden, your Twinger's a brick, your Pantera's potentially a brick, so it's definitely difficult on the Wind player to figure out exactly what strategy you want to go into the Bug Box, because there are lots of ways for Bug Box to just kind of deal with specifically some of these Wind threats. Again, like the Hydrake stuff, which is usually a good way to close out a game, especially against something that has really good stats like a Viserys. So it's going to be interesting to see what Soren kind of tries to bring into the side to go against Bugs. I don't think Wind necessarily has a great matchup into Bug Box.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because Wind has a lot of really good 5 bodies. You know, talking about like the Storlet is like one of the mainstay staples inside this deck since the very beginning. And even cards like Galaxair can represent like the swapping of the attack and defense into like an offensive threat. Hydrake, you're right, definitely can be like a occupational hazard going against something like Spectaris. But I think that going into this game too, I'm hoping to see some action from Soren here. The Wind is a really explosive, really exciting deck at times. Also can maybe take a change of pace and take it slow. We'll see how they go. Starting off with a Sorlet set 1 from Soren plays. Kind of strong to lead out with the 5-body too, unless you face a Viscerus.
Yep. I mean, still, I don't think you're necessarily unhappy if they trade this Viserys turn 1 to Sorlet, because Viserys that gets cast in defense position is still very vulnerable to, again, a lot of the good stats in Wind, as you just mentioned. We'll see Tsunami out, so that's not going to really make that super relevant anymore.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if you just kind of let that trade go through with the Sorlet. You know, the Viserys takes out itself. There's only one more Vis down. That's a 5-body versus potentially a 6 that we can see coming down later. But maybe this also signals more back row from Soren plays in the hand. And a second not properly enchanted Sorlet. You know, normally I would see here in this position a water enchanted Sorlet to potentially match a Tsunami, but man, double Sorlet.
The second Sorlet over Viserys is going to make, again, the future Viserys plays a lot more offline, but Soren, again, is kind of lacking back row this game, it looks like, where Jonathan's one back row, clearly it's either not live or not something worth saving at the moment.
Ooh, and got an Ardbud down. Go ahead and go for that search. And like you said, no back row, so this is going to be clear for takeoff, potentially taking out maybe a Nabi. Nabi would be a great pickup here because it allows you to take apart a very wide board. And there it is. There's that beautiful, beautiful Shattered Stars Nabi. I think it's so funny here. You know, the best defense is a good offense from Soren seems to be the game plan here. And even then, you know, we're talking about previously how last game the defensive options are pretty good. I think double Sorlet still feels really nice into a board like this. And now with one back row, you're chilling.
Yeah, and I definitely think Soren's much more in the driver's seat here, because although both of these decks are really good at reacting to your opponent, the Bug Box deck does it slightly lower, needing to use kind of their normal cast or receive effects to get their kind of searches out. Soren potentially just playing Aeolus at any time finds what he needs.
Sure, that's very true, and potentially can pick up one off this Rabbit here. And again, attack position Rabbit, you hate to see it. Attackster Rabbit is an actual tier 0 threat, and can contest this Ardbud, leaving these two Sorlets to attack directly for some just small chip damage. It's very funny to think about Windbox and the Wind deck as this kind of classic Elestrals style, where you're accruing advantage slowly, or like you said, right off the bat with something like the Aeolus, and then just snowballing this game. You know, we see that the Spirit total is now slowly catching up. Jonathan taking just small damage here and there.
Yeah, and even though Soren is down Soren, I guess, is up in spirits, he also has 3 spirits on board, which is extremely relevant. That is basically like he's at 19, effectively.
Absolutely. Eddie coming down, swapping in to the Sorlet, taking out the Sorlet, as pass back to Soren with that one back row. Again, kind of questions the relevancy of even Jonathan's back row, but the Soren back row letting that go through. What does that mean for this board? Opting not to go for the Nabi, by the way, previously. And is that a Spectaris?
I think that is a stained glass Spectaris.
Beautiful card. And it's going to take out the Eddie as another 5-body comes down. And kind of nice because it leaves you in a position where that Nabi is going to be less effective against at least one of the beaters. And potentially can even take out that Doppelganger.
Yeah, even Spectaris can match a Doppelganger in attack stats, since Doppelganger won't be able to reduce it. Follow an Elechick, so that's probably going to lead into a Zeus, which probably going to be more relevant than any kind of Nabi play in this moment, just to try to clear out space for that Nabi to come down a later turn.
Absolutely. Opting to go for this turn, maybe kind of wondering during the side if Jonathan's kind of shadowed into a more traditional tempo strategy with these Eddies and with the Elechick play. Again, the one back from Soren is still really scary, especially with how low Jonathan is getting in spirits and how good this board presence is from Soren. That Rabbit in attack mode is still very threatening. Gonna go ahead and disenchant from the Zeus and try to swing with Elechick.
Opts to take out the Sorlet. I am curious about that play, because obviously the Spectaris can still answer this Elechick. Spectaris isn't going to get hit by a Nabi. I'm curious why Jonathan chose to take the Sorlet instead.
Yeah, it's funny because I I would like to say it's because of worry about maybe an Ascension line. We talked about in Fornax, which is a possibility, or, there's also, God forbid Fallocane shows up in a win deck every now and again. Shoutouts to early metagames with things like the Chrysor. We have a Boombat. That's going to be just exactly what the doctor ordered here to take out this other Thunder Elestral. Jonathan's thinking about it.
Potentially, thinking about it. I'm wondering if that's a Gorgons potentially to stop the Boombat.
Yeah, honestly, I think that you would want to take that. You get rid of the Boombat. You still take the 2 spirit damage pretty much regardless, and you take 1 additional extra, but you potentially, I know it's kind of a hard decision there. That's a really good move from Soren to bring out the removal like that. Jonathan's left pretty defenseless. Unless you have a Navi.
Here comes that Navi that might, we're going to have to see, because he might just run into this Spectaris and not realize that, hey, Spectaris didn't get affected. I'm curious to see what Jonathan's line is here with the play he made against the Sorlet last turn.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and Zeus down the Spectaris, and a shield from all this time. This mattered. That 1 back row holding it for just this moment. Getting rid of the Zeus for that kind of push and that power play was huge. So Soren getting a lot of value off of that play from Jonathan. And to be fair, that would have worked out swimmingly for Jonathan's favor, getting rid of the Spectaris, getting rid of this rabbit. And is that a hurricane?
That is a hurricane. Which could potentially just kind of close out this game. Not necessarily fully close out, but it's going to allow Soren to put in a lot of damage. The Gorgons comes out in response, so that will prevent at least 1 more damage. But Jonathan is still taking a pretty big hit here.
Yeah, and that was a shield getting taken back there. You hate to see it. You really want that shield. And finally, a rabbit going to defense, maybe signaling no back row here from Soren. 4 spirits if you're Jonathan. That's real low. And it's another Spectaris coming down. It's just another Spectaris hitting the board, doing a little bit of chip damage. Ambrosia, please. And
those Spectaris are going to basically stop Jonathan from any kind of swing play with maybe potential extra Nobby that he might have in his hand. Even if he tries to match it with another Spectaris, you just crash. So I think that makes Jonathan have a really tough time, because what can he play in Bug Box on his normal cast that gets to his board? And the answer is everything he's going to play is just going to crash or just lose to Spectaris.
Absolutely.
It's going to be very threatening here.
Ooh, one thing that's a little bit difficult for Soren to deal with, a defense rabbit. We're talking about in the first game, the first round of this tournament, how Rabbit's this big defensive force and maybe can't stand up to a Moralith, but can definitely take a little bit of hits from these Spectaris.
Yeah, it's almost like Soren's playing Bug Box right now, though, with the amount of bugs we've seen out of him. Just this tempo kind of win strategy. With I'm curious if the Spectaris were sides, because they do very well against Jonathan's Bug Box deck. You're going to see a Cryoblast that's going to allow him to push this Rabbit, and that's potentially going to allow him to kind of push for game if he wants to enchant some extra spirits on board and swing through, depending on Jonathan's back row.
Yeah, I think honestly, if you're Soren here, that rabbit should be going to attack, right? But it's staying in defense for now. But the just the small chip damage, leaving only 2 spirits, you're putting your opponent on. Better have another Ambrosia or a way to heal, or another way to stall. I mean, you want to put them on as little spirits as possible in this position if you're Soren. But still, it's looking like there's not a lot of options for Jonathan that can do it with only 2 spirits. Has to be exactly a Zeus, 1 Thunder, and the Nabi. Even then, that doesn't quite do it. You need another 3rd one for that Doppelganger. This is looking pretty bleak from Bug Box, and it looks like that's going to be game 3. We were heading into our first game 3 of this tournament. Wow, a quick game 2 from Soren.
Yeah, he kind of just took the tempo over early, especially like we haven't even seen something like Airless yet. So I'm curious if he's even running it or if he's just doing a little bit more of just a win tempo strategy, not worrying about playing the super expensive Searcher. And we've seen a lot more cards that aren't just wind in the deck. We've seen Pegas, we've seen Galaxy, we've seen Sorlet. Is there other wind stuff that he even might want to be kind of wind boxing into? Or maybe just took out that entire wind box strategy, depending, because he's like, oh, well, I don't need Hydric anymore. And maybe he doesn't have enough search targets anymore. Pulls out whatever Aeolus that he might even not be playing, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about this now game 3 side. A lot on the line for these players in terms of their tournament run, getting kind of an out this early can be pretty rough going into some tiebreakers later. But these two decks are fascinating to me. Again, we talked about it a little bit for game 2, what we can be seeing from these players. We thought the Spectaris coming in from Sorin, Jonathan maybe shadowing something like a general good stuff pile. It's still very strange. We saw Sorin go first for game 2. Jonathan presumably wants to start for game 3, going for an Ardbud play. What other bugs could we potentially see? Are we going to get a Warmite down? A lot of offense. That Warmite's going to be able to help take care of those Spectaris we saw in game 2.
Yeah, Warmite would be super helpful. Even Frostmite, bugs, again, have difficult getting over 5 defenses, especially early on. So something like a Frostmite, just knock out rabbits, would be super useful. There's not a ton, like Bugbox, again, it does have some really good aggressive targets, but those aggressive targets struggle against a lot of high defense stats. So, I mean, even Cryoblast maybe from the side instead of just a Frostmite, even though Frostmite's searchable, because Bugbox is definitely kind of playing like, I'm reacting to you, but I'm reacting a turn later because of the delay there.
Yeah, absolutely. Got Sorin going first for game 3. Interesting play from Jonathan. I think I'm curious to know what's going to go down, but potentially looking to pick out the back row and get some early aggression in and to kind of take out some of these Elestrals we saw last time from Sorin, like the Sorlets. Now we go for a Rabbit turn 1. The El Clasico going to go for Rabbit set 1 and pass over to Jonathan. See what Jonathan opens up with in the Bug Box game 3.
Yeah, I'm curious why Jonathan playing something like Bug Box would want to be going second here. I mean, obviously he wants to get very aggressive, but we've seen some of those aggressive threats just don't match up into Sorin's kind of first turn plays, again, like Rabbit here.
And we have a Spectaris coming down past. Spectaris is a pretty big body. We talked about last time with the Sorlet being a pretty decent start unless you're facing down someone that can contest it. I guess the idea from Jonathan here is that potentially the combination of cards that do it that can out the board are things like the Zeus, maybe an Eddie, maybe things like a Viscers. So there are a lot of cards that potentially are looking to help trade and potentially get up in value. We have a Galaxair coming down from Sorin. That Galaxair didn't quite work out in the first game, but can definitely put in some work against the Spectaris now.
Though that would still, I think, make a trade, because Spectaris has, 2 defense or 1 defense? Yeah, it has 2 defense, so after a potential swap and attack, it would still crash with the Galaxair, which looks like players are questioning that right now, because we just saw things that moved around a little bit.
Going for some deliberation, potentially looking to confirm these attack and defense stats, and that's how it would work. The attack gain and loss would indeed work this way, but Spectaris going down and not the Galaxair trade. Nabi coming down though from Jonathan. This is exactly what you want to see, but that 2 back row is going to eat up this little bug if I had to guess right.
Yep, there's the shield, but not necessarily the answer you want from Sorin, because again, Nabi can just come down again and potentially clear out even more things with the Doppel play as well.
We got a Sorlet coming in, and it's going to eat a poison-tipped arrow. Parent-Teacher Association taking this little Sky Piggy to class. We have a lot of damage on board. Again, PTA in this position. Classic Elestrals, even back from all the way in base set. Sorlet is a powerhouse, allowing you to still do damage, hit over potentially some Elestrals, and now the PTA is going to be taking out that little Sky Piggy. That is a lot of damage already this early.
Yeah, that was significant. And Sorin still has decent board presence. The only one face down has to be live again to kind of stop this Nabi push. Now, he put Rabbit in attack position to go for this big kind of swing turn. Leads me to believe that back row is probably extremely live, or he's got an answer in hand and he doesn't mind losing his board to a Doppel here. I'm kind of curious to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. This Nabi's going to try to swing in and take over any of these Elestrals. And another shield. You were absolutely correct. That is live as I've ever seen live. But now, if you're Sorin, scary position. If you don't have anything else to set back there, that Nabi will just come down again and try to rip out the board one more time.
Yeah, it's curious to see if Soren's going to maybe push both these guys into defense position and maybe not play an Elestral, expecting another Nobby, but that then also will leave him open to Viserys. He really is going to need to just find a back row to kind of cement what he's doing right now, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is some question to be made about, double shield there. Is that particularly worth it in that scenario? Maybe to let one of the Elestrals go and shield something like the Doppelganger, which we know from the previous games, unless there's potentially another one sided in, there's only one in the deck. So they're going to have to hard ascend into that next one. This is going for Ambrosia here, heal back some of the spirits. We can see some Aeolus action coming down. That's an expensive play, but would it help really get back into this game? And go ahead and send.
We're going to see an Ascension. We're going to see that
the
Falcon.
wind.
It's a Falcon!
Oh! There is no way. This is one of my favorite cards instead of the entirety of the Wind Arsenal, and this is a powerful card. Move over, Hurricane. There's a new chicken in town, and it's a tsunami. Hitting the tsunami.
He could have chained the tsunami. I'm curious why.
Maybe lack of water spirits.
That's also fair. And because you play Falcon here first and then blow back row, Soren does have the option to set back row after the destruction, but it looks like he still doesn't have any.
That is huge. That is still going to be something very tough unless Jonathan has a Zeus and that Navi to take over. Falcon hitting down. Oh, then an earthquake taking out the Falcon. Well, if you got it, you got it. And if you're Jonathan, you just have it here. And an Ardbud coming in to get a search now. So exciting to see that Falcon drop. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that Falcon actually, at worst, it still cleared back row, hit for a bunch of damage, and 8 removal. That was a very impactful Falcon, even though it didn't stick around for very long. If it did stick around, it'd probably be looking at close to the end of the game here, because that Falcon doesn't get hit by Nobby very easily, doesn't get hit, unless specifically Zeus. Even if they ran on Elechik Zeus, the Elechik would trade, take extra damage, and it's still a very costly removal play. So Falcon's extremely impactful there, and it came down kind of the right moment for Soren.
Absolutely. I here for a good time, not for a long time. I'm going to set one from Jonathan, pass back to Soren, and we saw a search of a Viserys there. I think that this is, again, another scary position if you're Soren. Rabbit's going to be able to tank a little bit of these bugs that we are going to see come down, but Soren, you got to make something happen here, or else Bug Box can definitely walk away with this so much advantage here. You don't want to put that rabbit into attack to contest the Ardbud, which is a little bit tricky of a position. Go and rechant the rabbit though to get a little bit of value, maybe an earthquake of their own.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Soren's looking at to kind of break into Jonathan's board again, because he knows anything he puts in attack position is going to get met by a Nobby unless he can find back row. So he's either going to have to try to telegraph a really strong back row, maybe bluff something, or just find another Ascension target, just something that just doesn't get handled easily by another Nobby play, because that Nobby swing back would be really devastating depending on what he can find.
Yeah, this is Viserys coming down from Jonathan, no back row from Soren. Again, that Falcon was the big power play there. Elestrals is this big game of tempo and kind of give and take, the ebb and flow of the game. And you can see it previously from Jonathan trying to make some big pushes. And now with Falcon, probably equally what Soren's looking for. And is that an Ardvarum?
Yeah, he just used the lesser used Ardbud effect to go basically sacrifices Viserys to go get an Ardvarum out into play.
What is going on? I'm seeing some Elestrals being played today. Ain't no mistake about it. These are some 2-drop action, big bodies coming in, searching an Nobby. It'd be very helpful for a potential crackback here. Please tell me we see End Titan within the next turn. Just style a little bit. This might actually help Jonathan pick back up the pace of the game. Considering that Ardvarum can hit over this rabbit, Soren has to have an out. Maybe Laurel's actually would be kind of devastating. And then from there we go. This is exciting. I'm hyped. I'm
very interesting. Again, the Ardvarum does have 6 stack, and Jonathan can just get another bug out, go into End Titan. So if Soren can't really play another back row plus dude, that's basically Soren needs Gorkon's Gaze, I think, is probably the safest thing.
Ooh,
or Royal to answer the Ardvarum.
Well, yeah, I guess you don't rest on your laurels quite yet. Literally, the card's namesake, taking out Ardvarum. Man, that's still crazy. Very much mirror matching here. We have the Earthquake taking out the Falcon, Ardvarum taking out, or the Resting taking out the Ardvarum. This is killer.
So we're going to have a P-Gust dropped an attack position, pushing on for some damage, knocking out some back row. But that still leaves some kind of tempo play for Jonathan here with the Nobby that we still know he has in hand.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and that is very scary. Again, we have not seen the Doppelganger come down. So if you're Jonathan on an open board P-Gust, this has to be a desperation play. You can feel fine. Oh, and there's a Viscerus coming in. We don't have a second Viscerus in, but wow, interesting play, despite the fact that we know we have the Nobby. Maybe it's just the low spirit count that's preventing Jonathan from making these power moves.
Yeah, that is very relevant. Again, if someone has more live removal or back row for a Doppel, that would end the game. It's just a matter of what kind of Soren can play around here.
For an Eddie here. Eddie Classic taking out the Viscerus, or attempting to. You are so low on spirits, Jonathan. Every single moment counts, and you are trying to whittle away Soren and from this position. And the Vis goes down. All this is looking bleak.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see what Jonathan's play here this turn, because it's so low on spirits. Oh, Rabbit, maybe he can find an Ambrosia to kind of get him back up to be more comfortable to play those kind of tempo plays at such a low spirit count.
Yeah, if you're doing spirit math here, trying to decide, okay, if there's an Ambrosia in play here, the situation you are in is that you want to make Nobby as effective as possible. So this Eddie is good here. It's great from Soren. A second Eddie would probably mean game if there's not some healing action going on here. A set card from Jonathan can only really activate one of those. Most of the cards in Elestrals, the back row, the counter runes, have that 2 hidden spirit cost. Let's see what you got, Soren, on this potentially match-ending play. Hurricane coming in.
I don't even want to deal with a potential back row.
We had a shield back there as well. You know, you have Phallocane coming in, a Hurricane coming in with the namesake, that's inside the artwork. If you pay attention carefully. That is, if I had to guess the name of this deck, Blow Away Back Row Turbo. Blowing out that back row.
Yeah, especially
that is crazy.
Well, he's got P-Gust in the deck, Phallocane in the deck, Hurricane in the deck.
So stop setting cards, and a Cryoblast allowing this Eddie to hit over the Rabbit. Again, you are still in a position now, if you're Soren, where that back row potentially could be live. Jonathan coming in has maybe one spirit to play with, and it's the Nobby. Nobby with a water spirit, trying to crash the Eddie. You gotta have an Elestral here, Soren.
Yeah.
This is wild. I've been loving the absolute slugfest from the first couple games, and then now the explosive turns from both these players. These decks are this is what Elestrals is about. This is killer.
It looks like Soren just passed turn. Jonathan drew a card. He's thinking.
Checking spirit count for 5. Jonathan on 1 spirit left. It's got to be a Nobby. Okay, Thunder Nobby. Thunder Nobby. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life.
And a bunch of sets that basically aren't going to do anything. So Soren just needs to find anything that can get over a Nobby, and it's going to be game.
Oh, there it is.
That's quick.
Yep, that'll get over it. And Celestial, the Sorlet, that'll do it. Wow.
I think we incorrectly clocked Soren's deck here as just like a win toolbox deck. In reality, it was just back row, be gone.
It's Hurricane season. Tighten down the hatches. That was wow. What an exciting game 3. It's not often, and this is the crazy part. In some of those situations, especially going into game 3, that you see some of the major boss Elestrals come down. Things like Phallocane, things like Ardvarum. Typically, players will want to side into some of the more safer options, some things that maybe will allow them to play out the game for longer instead of trying to make these really big pushes. I'm so happy we got to see from both casters power plays. That was awesome.
Yeah, the game 3 was a lot more exciting because it's like game 1 and 2 felt like they're both playing kind of these toolbox tempo decks, and then all of a sudden just seeing Hurricane, Phallocane, there's Pika just blown up back row, just kind of letting him take his tempo that way was really fun to see. Like, we don't see Phallocane that much, and
cool.
It's such a cool card.
Yeah, and Ardvarum, shouting out to Jonathan there, playing Ardvarum and getting out you're right, the somewhat lesser known effect of the Ardbud there to eat up an Insectoid Elestral, going into the big body, allowing to get over for the Astro Rabbit. So cool. And once again, speaking to the power of some of these limited cards, things like Earthquake and Laurels, taking out some of these bigger power plays. Like you said, if Falcon was able to stick on the board for a little bit longer, that is, Soren walks away from that much less closely than what we saw. But even then, wow. Exciting showcase.
Yeah, if that Falcon stuck on board for one more turn, I think that would have just been the end of the game there. But instead, we saw kind of Jonathan claw back into not necessarily a lead because he's still down significantly on spirits, but into a position where it's like, okay, now maybe he's a little bit more control because Soren's playing defensively now. He needs to find more dudes. Obviously, he was struggling to find a guy in the last couple turns, but the Earthquake closed it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny as well, in that's a very scary position if you're Soren, because having your opponent on that one spirit and you trying to top deck an Elestral is sometimes very scary. If you draw in a Elestral that's too small, yeah, you get in for a little bit of chip damage, but it's a sitting duck. We saw that with the P-Gust come down. That Nobby play could have been very scary if there's a little bit of footing that Jonathan can take there. And yeah, wow, I'm just thinking back to, like I said, the first couple of games, we didn't see anything as explosive and very safe for the most part. And I'm glad these players took some risks, because not only did it put on a good show, but kind of showcased that in Elestrals there's a lot of really underexplored options here that are still very viable. That was crazy. Falcon, my goat.
Falcon is just one of those cards where it's like that effect reads, it's a cheaper Hurricane on a decently statted body. Getting to it, yeah, it might be a little difficult, but obviously it worked out where it's just all of a sudden just traded 3 for 1 because it blew the back row, took out a dude, ate an Earthquake.
Yep.
You can't really ask for much more out of any one card you might play.
Yeah, and that's wild there. Back in my day, you had to pray for a Tower of Winds to go into that kind of Falcon play really efficiently, but just hard going for it. That's some real cowboy behavior, trying to really shoot their shot. The cool thing too, kind of like you were saying previously about Falcon there, is you can activate the effect, destroy back row with yours relatively clear, and then set counter runes and invoke runes, go for your plays, and without much worry. So that's crazy. When's Falaferis getting some love? Where's the Nexus form? So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Now, it is worth mentioning, Falcon can destroy just your opponent's back row if you pay the extra spirit. But again, being able to pay 1 to blow up an entire back row and then set is very impactful for Falcon. If you can get Falcon out, is for sure always kind of the response. But clearly it's doable, as we just saw. Yeah,
absolutely. It is. It was as wild. We have a lot of games still going on here, and that is, I'm so exciting. I'm so excited. It's such exciting time to see something like this stuff so early. I cannot wait for the rest of this tournament. We have so much more Elestrals to be played here. This is, again, so early, and I'm glad that the caffeine hasn't kicked in, but the gameplay has. So very cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more kind of interesting stuff. Again, I'm hoping people kind of take this opportunity of hiding their secret text or just playing something super fun and interesting, like we see with the Falcon Wind stuff. From what I've seen of the deck list, again, it's back row be gone, probably doesn't even run Aeolus. It's curious to see if other people kind of start saying like, hey, maybe I can do that too. So it's nice to just highlight those fun kind of decks and matches on stream.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because talking about for the previous tournaments, we've had things like Pantera kind of be the premier wind deck that's sneaking into top cuts. Our Aardvarm and the Insectoid deck, this kind of bug box, is also a pretty known quantity. So like you said, are these going to be techs, and are these going to be the builds that people are taking to Dallas, the first in-person event? Or if not, are players just kind of being more comfortable in expressing themselves with these cards like the Falaferis, with a little more straightforward bug box? Very, very cool. I think that you were talking about Pantera earlier being so expensive, and Falaferis can kind of get that job done too. A big body being a 7 is hard to get over.
For sure. Now, obviously, there's a massive difference between just Hydrate Crash bringing out a Pantera. So it kind of comes down to how do you play your big dudes? Because playing a big dude in this format is relevant, especially if you can get to that 7 stat to stop something like Lyca Void come down. 7 kind of stops something like a Nobby from hitting over. 7 trades with like the the Elachik and like Zeus Demeter plays. So the 7's just barely on the cusp of that, I think makes it relevant. And then if you can get higher than 7, you're cooking. So something like Pantera can be pretty relevant unless your opponent has, you know, the Royals, the Earthquakes to match up after. But still, you can make some pretty big plays with just good statted Elestrals, I think, right now.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that was such an exciting game to watch. You know, we have so much more Elestrals to be played here too, wrapping up for this round 2. If you're watching here inside the stream, make sure to give it some love, leave it a like, subscribe to the Elestrals channel, share it out, and you know, hey, if you were electrified and popped back up to life after that game, then share that excitement with a friend here. You know, before we get into more rounds, you know, huge thank you to our commentators here today, and also to our crew in the back controlling everything in the booth. The Celestial staff is hard at work to bring you some of these amazing graphics and the stream and the music. It's all beautiful. So, and also huge shout outs to your judges putting in the hard work today, dealing with some of these ridiculous calls, trying to solve really the hard problems for Elestrals. So a huge shout outs to everyone that's working today to bring us this excellent tournament. Not only the players, but everyone involved.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun one. It's going to be a long day, as it always is, but everyone's here to bring you the best of what we can do and the best of what the players can do. So it's going to be interesting. I think we're about ready to take a break here, though.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More electrifying Elestrals action here to come. We'll see you here soon.
Yeah,
go watch the reveal if you haven't done it.
All right. Well, I think we're back. PK, welcome back. Hello.
We love it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I don't know if y'all saw that, but my trip to Elestrals HQ, the fruits of that has been shared on socials. So if you guys want to see what I may have snuck out of the company of Elestrals, y'all know where to go.
Your secret trip to Elestrals is no longer secret from the sounds of it?
Oh, no, not a secret. It wasn't secret at all. It was more so like it had to get a PK approval.
Open secret. Open secret.
Open secret now. Open secret now. But while you guys go, I'm going to wait for it to see the community tell me what they saw. But while they did, that last match was so cool.
Right? Like, I love seeing cards that don't normally see play, especially do so much work. Even if it's like, oh, got removed right away. It did a lot of work.
Fowler King. So that Fowler King is always a card that I saw. I thought of like, this card is crazy. Why isn't it being used? It is because Ascensions weren't used now. Used then. But in Moonrise, we're definitely more so in a format where Ascensions are more considered. People are understanding the game on a more, not to be punny, but an ascendant level, going beyond the base stats and going to, fives, as it were, good stuff, and trying to figure out what else can we make work in this game. Fowler Kane being Hurricane, crazy.
I mean, it's on the Art of Hurricane, if I remember correctly, right? Right in there, yeah. It's a Fowler Kane. It blows away back row. It's just super cool to see, like, everyone thought, like, back row would be dead this meta, Hurricane's out, and yet something that just says, I'm Hurricane in a body is still extremely relevant. Piga's really relevant that game, just popping lots of back row. It's a super cool deck to bring. Just back row be gone, like, every card that you can think of that destroys back row. I'm curious if maybe even though we didn't see a Thunderstorm, maybe there's a Thunderstorm in the deck somewhere. That was a really cool just deck to be played.
It makes me reconsider other cards that we saw initially like this is crazy, but haven't seen play as well. Crisebore. Crisebore is a card that is Earthquake on lakes. So if we're already playing Hurricane, maybe Earth decks will start utilizing Crisebore as well. I believe on another 7/3 body. Am I correct? I'm gonna go check that on correct.
Crisebore definitely has 7 attack. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you its defense because I don't think I've ever seen Crisebore in defense.
7/5. What is this stat line?
Eddie immune. Well, not Eddie immune, but doesn't get hit by Eddie.
It doesn't get beaten by Eddie. Total. You can water enchant it and still stand up to a galaxy. Expend 2 earth in order to target an opponent's celestial. Suppress, then destroy. It's better than Earthquake. It laughs at Foamy. Why are we not exploring Crisebore?
Yeah, it's New Moon on legs, then I guess we could say.
Oh man. Yeah, you're right. It is New Moon on legs.
Are there any other unexplored cards that you'd like to see kind of pop up? Do you think is relevant? Maybe not for Moonrise, but maybe come in Firestorm. So I have one really important one that I would like to say about Firestorm.
Yes, I talked about it loosely earlier. Yes, but by way of Moonrise, I want to see Sandstorm, Hibufin, and Cactoball. There is still some synergy there that I think has not been fully explored. Earth and Wind can have a blend that's really exciting. And not to mention Hibufin is a really powerful card. I'm just going to pull up the effect just so I read it verbatim.
Yeah, so it suppresses all your defense position Elestrals of your opponent, and it's on a pretty decent body. And it can Tsunami on legs. It does a lot.
It's so good. Expend an Earth or Wind in order to change each opponent's Celestial defense. Yes, that's so good. You shut off Galaxy like that. So that's another card that I think just has not been fully explored yet. I would like to see pop up and appear back in the meta. What about you?
Yeah. And that's actually, I'm going to pause on Hibufin because literally a few days ago I was talking Hibufin and Sandstorm decks with a bunch of people on the Celestial server. So it's on my whiteboard. Play a Sandstorm deck right now.
Okay.
The theory behind the deck's really cool because you get Invoke Protection, you get Counter Protection through the cactuses, you get to suppress your opponent's Celestials. It does a lot of just really cool things. My only concern right now is I'm not sure how to win with the deck.
Survival. You just it might. This is just theory, but it might be a situation where you are just control, like an actual control deck, to make sure that your opponent cannot get over you. Because again, the stats are pretty decent. 6 defense on Cactoball is pretty solid. 7 attack on Hibufin is really good as well. Although Hibufin is also Eddie vulnerable, so it's a little rough that way. But I think that there is room for Hibufin, just like there is room for the new card from Firestorm that chat has clearly realized right now. There is a new Panzer out there for y'all to learn about. I got some sway. My contract reads really well. I'm also getting 6 figures, but it is what it is. What it is. But yeah, no, that card I think is going to be really interesting. That I want people to really go explore and give their thoughts on as well. So, I mean, I think. Going back to that, I love how much Moonrise and soon-to-be Firestorm are bringing so many new playstyles, deck options, and support to the game. Moonrise is not Daybreak. You can make an argument that Daybreak was base set. Moonrise is not Daybreak. Firestorm will not be Moonrise. It's exciting.
Yeah, no, a lot of cards come back into the fray as these new sets get released. Like, we see Morlith being like an actual meta threat now from Frostfall. Like, really cool cards. Like, going into Firestorm, one of my favorite things that are going to be in Firestorm is the fact that Glauby is like potentially relevant.
Yeah.
Because the new Sluggle Champion Poseidon can find either the new Glauby or the old Glauby.
And old Glauby goes straight to Majesty.
Yeah, and just like, which Majesty do you want? You want to protect your dudes, or do you want to kind of shut off your opponent's celestial effects or potentially heal? Like, that kind of like interesting kind of, I can go Sluggle and then go into this Globby or this Globby. And then from those Globbies, it's like, oh, I can either go for like the Rise From or Atlantis' Globby, or I can go for either base set Majesty or the new Firestorm Majesty, which is really cool to see old cards come back with just like a couple little pieces of support saying, hey, this is actually really cool and potentially relevant now.
100%. I think that's like the most exciting thing, is that old cards are getting brand new support. Or, I mean, we even had something like Oistillery, a card that was very overlooked from the original starter decks, getting an Ascension in Moonrise, and that card is a very prominent part of the Water Reanimator deck, which I've seen it called Reanimator with WR. Like, I like that spelling. It makes me very happy. but yeah, I think that is a great part of just Dan Creator A Drive's vision for Elestrals right now. It's just how the game is going to be advancing going forward, and making sure that every part can shine one way or another, eventually. So, who knows what else there is to see from Firestorm and beyond.
Yeah, just bring back all these little hidden gem Elestrals that maybe the Oistress was someone's favorite Elestral from base set. I say base set because it was starter deck only, but now it's got new life. We see those cards kind of coming back with each set. Firestorm's bringing back more cards, making more cards relevant. Titles make a lot of old cards relevant because now we're searching for titled forms of our cards. It's really cool dynamic in deck building that I really like to see as we go forward with like Firestorm and other future sets.
I think titling is my favorite mechanic in this game. Well, that's a lie. It's my second favorite. Nexus Sync is my favorite mechanic in this game. But I do love titled cards so much because it really just allow you to express yourself in different ways and really just align yourself. Like, I saw one build of Wenjin utilizing Lunar Phase, all the Lunar Phases, to try to get a hit off of Wenjin.
Oh my God, I love that.
Phase. Oh man, here's my Waxing Gibbous, get bodied. Here's my Full Moon. Choose your version or whatnot.
Yeah, Wenjin with Lunar Phase, Wenjin with Morfrost, like Wenjin any title. Oh, it's so fun.
I want Wenjin in an Ambrosia deck. Also, Friedrichia.
All right, it looks like we're about to get ready for our.
No, don't gloss over it. Don't gloss over it. Friedrichia. I miss my boy.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
No, he
He'll
won't.
escape from Tartarus, I promise.
He won't be back. At least not that version, not base set one. But yeah, as you were saying, we do have the next matchup ready to go. Vrax versus Brewlock. Very going to be exciting.
Yeah, Brewlock is last event, I believe, is the the one that brought the posthumous suppression deck. So I'm curious if we're going to see some interesting posthumous suppression stuff coming up again, because Brewlock cooks. He makes some interesting decks, so I'm curious to see if he can bring that back into this event and top cut with something so wildly interesting again.
Oh yeah, Brewlock made top 8 going down to Caleb and their heal control list. So, really fantastic list, really fantastic builder, well known in these top cut performers as well. So I'm not surprised we're seeing them right now. Looking forward to seeing what deck was brought this time.
Yeah, like I know Brewlock loves this fire stuff, so we might just be seeing like Fire Nexus, which is in itself really cool, but I really hope he brought something else that's just another super interesting, just off the wall, like posthumous suppression control. No one really plays that, so if he can do that again with another deck, that would excite me.
Oh yeah.
I
I think Posthumous is a card that is still underexplored right now, so I'm hoping to see that as well. Vrax also having some good accolades to them. We've seen them in a top 8 performance before within the Moonrise format. So gonna be we really do have a matchup of top contenders right now. These are names that you need to be watching out for, and I'm interested to see what they're going to bring. I believe that Posthumous maybe is, I don't want to say underexplored, but maybe just not refined. So last time Posthumous was brought to a top 8 performance before, let's see what Brewlock's list is going to be utilizing now. Maybe we'll see some. Actually, did Brewlock have Necrolith last time? Do you know? I want to say yes. Necrolith is a card that is really strong though. With just having 2 cards being suppressed and come out and destroy and suppress the Celestial on a, I believe, 7/3 body. So
yeah,
really strong card.
Is like we've seen it maybe once or twice in a premiere. It doesn't come up a ton, but it's like just one of those really cool cards that just is just so close to being good, just right on the cusp where it's just want it to be good. And I mean, I don't want to say it's bad, but it's just like
Not bad.
I was just talking about this as well. It's like you just dense fog into a BlueStacks board, and your necklace is online. So it's like it's just right there.
Yeah,
right
and if you want dense fog,
waiting.
what do you utilize? You can utilize Toxiri. Toxiri's right there. Oh man, you got 2 dense fogs right there. Well, here's my Night Venom. Touch it now. Like you can't. It's definitely there's value in it. I think it just may take some exploration, and of course, people will tend to gravitate towards the easiest stuff first. But I mean, look at the difference between February 8th to February 23rd premiere events. February 8th was just Lunar Aggro and like Lunar 5s essentially. Then we had the last one, which was still Lunar Aggro, but we had Windgen and Tornagen and Fire Nexus, and Posthumous coming out as well. So the exploration is happening, and cards are being dug into more. What's going to happen in the future remains to be seen.
Yeah, right. In every given meta, it's just easy to play aggro while your opponent's trying to figure out their deck. They'll get run over, and then as people adapt and kind of figure out and to solve what their deck's trying to do to combat those aggressive decks, we see more exploration. So we'll see what we get going forward.
Well, it looks like our casters are ready to go, so let's get round 3 underway. Brewlock versus Vrax. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's see something interesting.
I sounded like A-Drive saying that.
I'm open for some posthumous gaming or just something else off the walls. Let's go. Brewlock is going to be going first, it looks like. Wiping up their smiley faces.
All right, so here we go. We got these casters ready to go. And is that a Specterus?
That is a Stained Glass Specterus off of Brewlock to start on 1 face down.
I think the Stained Glass Specterus is one of my favorite artworks. Not just of Specterus, but in this game. It looks so good.
Vrax, well, we're watching a rematch of last game, Wind versus Bugs. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, actually,
it's too soon to call, but
doing a pure Specterus in attack turn 1 is kind of interesting. Typically, if your opening hand is more offensive, an expended draw has been the option, but instead, we do have an expend to switch into an attack by Vrax. Brewlock loses their first Celestial here. Borleth? No, I'm kidding.
I think the Specterus, like, again, going first in an aggressive Celestial, putting on board, might be leaning into, again, Ascension plays. So Brewlock might be bringing back the Posthumous from last event. Sorlet, though, obviously not super commonly played, but I guess we're going to see a lot more of it this tournament. Elichick coming off of Rack, so Brewlock just expended to draw. Nothing else going on. That doesn't feel very good for Brewlock. Just taking the tempo loss right off the bat here. But the Elichick searched Aeolus.
Yes.
It's actually a Winbox deck this time.
I love this. Elichick Elichick, first of all, give it up for the one-up Elichick being in hand. Win absolutely wants to see his Elestrals sooner than later. Getting Aeolus in hand and start you searching cards like Nemisail, cards like Exaltair, maybe another Storyline. Like, there are so many good cards in the Win attribute that you really want to search out quickly. So Hermes has some competition when Firestorm comes out.
Yeah, and I'm actually... If I'm Brewlock right now, in my head, I'm immediately thinking, does he already have Zeus in hand?
That is a rock in a hard place. And choosing to remove the Sorlane.
Interesting. So Brewlock may be running Kerberos or Draking here. I'm going to lean toward this might be a Draking deck with rock in a hard place and a Spectaris off turn 1.
That
maybe
is possible.
Maybe sitting with a Draking in hand, he's trying to get to it early.
We're gonna have to see. There's nothing being cast out, so Aeolus is going to be cast out here. Hey yo,
I was just about to say it.
With only 3, so I'm imagining there's going to be a search for a Pegas here. Destroying the backbone and hanging in for 2 does seem valuable, unless Pegas is already in hand. Exaltair though,
I was gonna say it could be an Exaltair for just a really heavy burn push here. You Exaltair, maybe Nexus to this. Yep, Nexus to the Elichick. Get the burn, punch for a ton of damage. You don't really want to bounce either Elichick or Exaltair in this circumstance because then they just get it again. It's a lot of aggressive play here by Vrax. So it looks like Vrax is playing kind of maybe a Win Nexus toolbox strategy with the Exaltair. We'll see if we see maybe a Toxic Worm come down later. A lot of really cool things that Vrax should be pulling up. I'm still curious what Brewlock has.
I hope Vrax is playing Chrysor. I think Chrysor is an amazing Elestral. 8/4 body that can heal too. Oh, it's a Hurricane! Taking out a Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, that is an expensive Hurricane. It's 3 costs for 1 back row. Followed by a Royal. It's going to knock out the Exaltair.
The equalizers are here. So now I just got to get over the 4 body, and you're pretty decent. Aeolus does still have 2 spirits on it, so it can get out a search no matter what. And that's an Ambrosia, I believe, helping Brewlock bring back a Lunar and 2 Wind. Wow, we have a lot of Wind being cast right now. Oh, 2 Lunars.
2 Lunar and no Wind? Yeah. I don't know. Like, we know he's got at least some 5 attackers. The board's open, but the Aeolus just says, hey, I'm going to go find whatever I need to answer you right after your turn. So he's got to find a way to either deal with Aeolus 2 or just have something that's just so threatening, something like a Sorlet doesn't answer it. That Aeolus is just it's every 1-drop Wind drop right now.
I've witnessed a lot of Ambrosia healing already. That's my 5th one today. And that's also, we've already seen 2 being played immediately. Into a Spectaris, getting Vrax, helping Brewlock get over Vrax and Elichick. So a near field clear right now, but no back row with Vrax having access to Aeolus. I can't help but feel like another soul is going to come down.
Yeah, and Vrax being up in spirits is exactly what you want to be in Wind, since Wind is already so expensive. Even if this turns into a 4-spirit turn with a Sorlet, it gets him, there's full pressure back on board. Maybe he has some sets he can put too, just puts Vrax still right back in the command position of this game.
We're going to see what they choose to do, how they choose to come back, because losing the Gorgon's Gaze does hurt. That is one of the most powerful counter moves in the game. So, but Sorlet is, this is just a repeat of turn 1. You Sorlet, you expend Wind, and Ambrosia as well. It's a lot of healing today. What is going on?
Yeah, again, Wind just very expensive with Aeolus.
Yes.
Sorlet effects, having the heal, being up in spirits. It, again, gives Vrax just a commanding position here to hopefully just set up some back row, take out the Spectaris, and just kind of keep the tempo going, which is what Wind wants to do, especially if he's running Exaltair. Like, he wants to hit for heavy damage at some point again, probably.
Yeah, this board state is perfect for Fornax. But I was saying it earlier that in Fornax is once a simple game state that it can come down on and just launch it. Like, if you had either in Fornax or Chrysor right now, man, it'd be phenomenal. But Astrabit on Brewlock's side hopefully is going to help them figure out what they need for the next turn, because they're definitely in Rock in a Hard Place. Pun kind of intended this time.
Very much intended.
The Sorlet is there just threatening a position switch on the Estrabit. And it looks like it was just to pass on that. So Estrabit, aggro Estrabit on Vrax's side while they have board control, while they have Spirit winning on that 13-9. Vrax definitely just wants to establish their condition.
Yeah, if you're Brulok here, not hitting anything with that rabbit that is live is probably scary, especially since that Swirlet just answers everything you're going to play here. So it answers a rabbit, it answers the Spectaris twice this game. That Swirlet's really punishing to just a lot of early play Elestrals.
That is 4 Ambrosia in game 1 and 7 that I've witnessed. What is happening?
There's a reason casters play 3 of in every single deck. It's just a good card.
I don't know. BlueStacks is there not playing it. I'm just saying.
You could probably squeeze Ambrosia into a BlueStacks.
I would. I'll say this. I would, but it's not optimal. But in any case,
right,
you
so
do have
the
the
Swirlet switch position, crash over, or at least run over, punch for an extra damage with the rabbit. Brulok, open board, 1 face down. See what
is that an Eddie?
That is an Ed, and Eddie.
Oh, we love that artwork.
Shatterstar's
going hard. I cannot wait until we get our stellar full art Eddie from the Clash backings.
It just gets shielded. Brulok's still struggling on that back row department. Having an Eddie is great and all, but getting it bounced just means the same thing's going to happen next turn, or at least he's going to play another Eddie. Is that a scoop? Do we see the end of game 1 already?
I think that's the end of game 1. I think Brulok is realizing he cannot come back from this one. So just a win toolbox deck, really just allowing Vrax to just keep control. Not a single turn that Brulok have control. And I have to argue, if Brulok would have expended to draw turn 1 and didn't cast out his first Elestral, would it have been more possible for him to have kept control instead of Vrax?
It definitely probably would have given a little bit more tempo into able to knock out a Sorlet as opposed to getting run over by a Sorlet. But it looked like, he drew, 3 Elestrals that game from the looks of it? Just Eddie Estrabit. Oh, and the 2 Viserys. Or, sorry, not Viserys, Spectaris. He definitely was struggling somewhere. So I'm curious if, again, that turn 1 play, going first, playing the aggressive buy that can't attack, just giving your opponent all the leeway to answer it, leads me to believe he's playing some kind of Ascension. We saw Rock in a Hard Place. We saw Eddie. So somewhere in the Kerbis, Draking, we saw lots of Lunar Spirits come out of him. So I'm really expecting to see a Draking come down at some point. Or, again, maybe the Posthumous. But this so far looks a little bit different than his Posthumous deck from last tournament.
Drag King is a card that has fallen off the wayside. Again, I think it may just be new toy syndrome, where people just want to explore the new stuff. But Drag King is still a very potent Elestral. 7/4 body, can snatch an Elestral on destruction, reanimate that, and attack it for yourself or for themselves, giving you a wide field as well. If Brulok is on Drag King, Vrax should be concerned.
Yeah, and again, Drag King's just a very powerful card when it dodges a lot of the lunar stuff, like Dense Fog, like the Nobby, dodges Opplegator's stat reduction, dodges Tsunami. It does get hit pretty hard by a Galaxy, which is probably one of the reasons it doesn't see more meta play, because a lot of people just run Galaxy, and we see a lot of Galaxy being ran when the format is new and people are exploring. But something like Drag King's huge, Kerbis would be huge. You do want to play Kerbis with a lot more spirits on board, so you don't have to destroy your Kerbis to use its extra effect, but it's still pretty powerful card. I really want to see Rock and Hard Place special something out, because I see Rock and Hard Place, I see Lunar, I want it to be Draking. I feel like it just might be Kerbis with some tech cards.
We'll have to see how it goes. That's the good thing about both Water and Lunar, is that there are a lot of different ways to play it, and we only saw the typical cards you would see from a Lunar deck or a Water deck. So I think it's just more so the unknown, which could be in Brulok's favor. Not only do we not really know the main deck, we don't really know the side deck either. So we could see a real good transition between the decks and how this is going to execute. Our casters are ready to go. Let's see what Brulok is bringing to game 2.
Yeah, I'm excited. Now, obviously, Vrax definitely wants to go for that early pressure probably again with the Exaltair stuff. Like, that was super relevant last game. I'm curious to see what they may have cited, because Vrax doesn't have a ton of information other than Rock and a Hard Place.
Oh, we got to expend the draw on going first. Let's go, Brulok!
But
and that is a Toxic Swarm, a great turn 1 cast.
That's exactly what Vrax is trying to play. And he's trying to play just win Nexus Burn. Gets PTA'd off the bat here.
Pros and cons.
That means Brulak's eating a lot of damage this turn. He expended a draw, took a Toxic Swarm, is going to take a punch to the face, and has to expend for that PTA. That's what, 4 off of 1 Toxic Swarm?
Yeah, that's a lot of damage to take on turn 1, but if the field presence is that necessary for Brulak, it could be worth it. But whatever he casts out next needs to make sure you get value off of it, whether you're healing or whether you're just doing a lot of damage. This one cost, unless you cast out, needs to be it. Or do we have another expend to draw? Another expend to draw. All right.
That's tough. I mean, he knows his opponent's on burn and not having bodies to play to just kind of start.
And having to face down an aggro rabbit as well. So in an advantageous position, Vrax gets to gain more advantage. So the top 3 cards are being looked at. I have to imagine you would want to pull back row here. If you have a PTA, then you cast out the PTA. But tough spot for Brulak.
I'm curious what Vrax is going on in his mind right now, because obviously he's got the commanding position this game, but he doesn't quite know what his opponent's bringing, because he only saw a few cards that could be in any deck. Eddie could be in a lot of decks. Rabbit could be in a lot of decks. Spectaris could be in a lot of decks. So he might not be able to clock exactly what Brulak's trying to do. So knowing what you want to grab off Rabbit, other than just, hey, I'm trying to burn my opponent, it's a tough call there. Brulak's going to play Comalis here. So Posthumous?
Tsunami. Really good spot from Vrax. And I love how he's only setting 1 as well. Pretty much just keeping a simple 1/1 cast. Good on Brulak though for calling out that the Astrabet needs to go to attack, goes to defense as well. Helping keeping the game state as accurate as possible is important from both players in the Elestrals. So great on Brulak. But we do have an Aeolus.
Aeolus. I'm curious what he's probably going to. Now, the fact that he only played Aeolus on 2 means he either has another Aeolus hand or he's just going to grab like a Sorlet here and just pressure, keep going from there.
Nemesis would also be great, but no, it's a Pegas. What to destroy the face down as well. Not going to be able to get over the Comalis, I think. Isn't Comalis 2 defense?
Comalis, I believe, is a 4/2. So, no, he wouldn't be able to get over the Comalis. And when you see a Comalis come out, you have to be afraid of like every Ascension play in the Phantasmal type? The Ghost
Phantasmal, yeah.
Phantasmal, yes. So that could be Farrageist. That could be Posthumous. That could be a lot of scary things. And if you're just playing a Pegas, he added Pegas, but then played a Sorlet.
Okay, I thought he was going to go for the destruction of the back row, assuming Comalis would be protected, but instead he's going for this, and that is a shield? I think that's a full-on shield.
Yeah, that Comalis now means any Nexus Bank right here is going to turn into a very scary 3-drop. A very scary 3-drop, whether it be Posthumous, Farrageist. There's a lot of things that could turn into.
Comalis now threatening to search a Spectral Elestral if it gets Nexus off, but instead we have an Eddie cast, Ed, and Edward, and the face down is being considered if it's a Gorgon's Gaze. I don't know, what would you be using? It would have to be like
there's no single back row here that protects that rabbit effectively, but
Tsunami would.
Tsunami wouldn't hit the Eddie though.
No, but it would protect the Astrabet.
Oh right, Astrabet would get put into defense. We just saw that.
Right, but instead it is going to be a shield bouncing.
Rabbit still gets run over.
Bouncing the Comalis, which I think there's definitely value there. But now Vrax is losing board control. Going back to the second turn here with that very expensive PTA, it may be working out in Brulak's favor as the standard Eddie, just Eddie, is being cast out against Ed and Edward.
Right, now it's curious to see what Vrax is going to do here, because again, Vrax close on spirits this time. He's definitely played a deck that wants to just drop a big swing burn turn. He's not quite getting his win stuff, but he added a P-Gust. Like, it would have been maybe nicer to have that Aeolus Future for other cards. Brulak's going to drop his Comalis back into play and just trade with the Eddie, giving Vrax full kind of okay to potentially play an Aeolus Exaltair here, or something other, just power play to just burn out Brulak, do a big spirit differential, because again, Wind wants to be up in spirits by a lot because of how expensive it could be.
Piga's being cast out in defense is interesting. I figured you want to take the easy shot there, but you have Piga's sniping a dense fog. Very nice hit.
That is a good hit. So now we have to think, okay, we see Dense Fog, we see Comalis, we're probably leaning towards maybe Necrolith, Posthumous. I'm still curious as to what Brulak's ultimate goal here is.
Yeah, we haven't seen, I believe Brulak was playing Fawnlet last time, and we haven't seen that. We haven't seen any Artemis. But at the same time, Vrax hasn't given Brulak anything that's really, quote-unquote, worth suppressing.
Yeah, it looks like Brulak's just going to pass here again after setting another rune. This allows Vrax to maybe just re-enchant Pigas and just play this game all day. You know, the Vrax has all the cards kind of in his court of just, I can re-enchant Pigas, maybe start swinging for damage, play something like Aeolus Exaltair, pop cards, burn cards. There's a lot of things that Vrax here can just do to punish Brulak here. Brulak can't get more board presence.
Ascension?
Are we going to see a Falacane 2 games in a row?
Let's go!
Oh, and Fornax. I was hoping for Falacane again, but I'll take it in Fornax.
And Fornax has hit the field! I'm so happy! Look at him! That's my boy! He is snouting all over the place! Blow them cards back to your hand! I'm sorry.
No, but that's what Fornax is really important because we've seen Brulak is definitely playing some kind of deck that needs setup because he's playing things like Comalis. He's playing things like a Spectaris right off the bat, like turn one. Brulak's trying to set up something, and with something like a Fornax, you're never going to be able to set stuff up because it's just going to bounce every turn.
Yeah, you need an immediate play right now. It's something that could be massive. We do have Spectres come out here that will... Oh, Earthquake! There's the immediate answer you needed.
Yeah, this gives Brulak a little bit more kind of board presence. That Fornax looks like it didn't swing for any damage. Vrax is probably just trying to take a board control there, just bounce everything. But the Fornax being destroyed means Vrax is on a back foot again.
Notice the speed of Brulak here too. Brulak here. He may be just understanding the game, saying maybe feels like he's in control because he did take out an Ascension, did take out 2 Elestrals and a lot of Spirits by Vrax, and after being down from the very beginning, Shooter with Killers as well. So yeah, he is still in control in terms of Spirit, or at least tied in Spirits right now. Another full art Spirits from Moonrise being cast out here. Now we're tied 6-6 as Vrax cast out a Sorlet, the bane of Brulak's game this round.
Yeah, Sorlet's putting a lot of work in today. Just gonna get Tsunami. That potentially means Brulak's gonna answer it with some other Elestral. I mean, basically any Elestral gets over defense position Sorlet. That Sorlet 1 defense is extremely relevant into Tsunamis. He's gonna play Spectaris. Spectaris will easily match the Sorlet, beat over it, giving Brulak another commanding position here to just kind of hopefully set up whatever he's trying to set up all game. I really want to see what he's doing with his deck.
Looks like we just had an Earthquake being cast out here, so that's going to completely obliterate the Spectaris. But using an Earthquake on a Spectaris kind of screams to me that he doesn't have anything else. Well, he had a Galaxy. You absolutely don't want to deal with the Spectaris with Galaxy.
For sure. And that also might be Vrax trying to, like, again, clocking maybe Brulak's trying to set something up. I need to keep the board clear as much as possible. But Brulak's just going to follow up with another Stained Glass Spectaris.
Is that the third one? Is that the third one? Just like Viceroy, it's the third Spectaris that gets you. Brulak is sitting here taking out a Galaxy, but now we have an Eddie. It's a slugfest right now, Works. They are just swinging back at each other.
Yeah, for sure. Is that just
I think it was a Gaze.
A Gaze? Yeah, I couldn't quite clock what Brulak played there, but Eddie, I mean, we still see Spectaris in action, so definitely something to stop the Eddie for sure. I really want to see what Brulak is doing with his deck. I'm like,
is this a concession? Hold up.
Hold up?
I think there might have been a concession there, everyone. I saw Brulak pick up their deck. I'm not sure. Maybe he just conceded after the Eddie cast. We're going to get confirmation there. But that game, they was just slugging it out in that situation. We saw the third Spectaris meet the Galaxy after the second Spectaris was hit with the Earthquake, after the Infornax was outed by an Earthquake.
It does look like Brulak did concede the match there, so I guess he saw the Eddie, saw the writing on the wall. Maybe that was his last Celestial in hand. and ended up conceding the match there. So that was,
Wow.
2-0 to Vrax on a win burn, probably win Nexus deck. So we'll
Wind
see a lot
burn,
of
wind
representation.
control. Like there's a lot of different pieces there. You did have the Toxic Swarm for burn damage. You had the P-Gus for destruction. Exaltair as well.
Correlate.
So really interesting. And of course, in Fornax being the big Ascension play, still consider Chrysor. But in Fornax is still just that was my moment. I saw in Fornax hit the field and bounce something. I'm great.
The real question, PK, and everybody probably wants to know this, is in Fornax a fire or a wind Elestral? Because there's a lot of contention. I digress. But anyway, Brax's deck.
I'm not going to that one.
Brax playing a really interesting, looks like Wind Toolbox Burn, and Fornax maybe is the sideboard or tech piece. I'd love to, after the tournament, take a look at his deck, because that deck seems very fun and interesting, because we see a lot of people early Daybreak format looking at Wind being like, Wind Burn is going to go crazy, and it hasn't really put up those numbers. So I'm curious to see what other Wind decks we're going to see today, because we've already seen 2 really cool Wind decks pop up.
Yeah, Wind has some new tools, but again, I feel like it's just new toy syndrome. It's that people aren't exploring it much because they don't want to use an entire attribute that is essentially known for one new card. Mind you, that new card is really good. And if you plan it well enough, thanks to Skyhawk facts, if you plan it well enough, you can get in Fortnite to get 16 attack. So it's really efficient at what it would want to do, but you have to want to play around it. So I think people just aren't exploring that element just because it's not new and unexplored. But Wind, still very strong, as much as other elements. Thunder is still really strong. Earth is still really strong. Fire, we saw Fire aggro in top 8 last 2 weeks ago. So I think if Fortnite is a really good fire card that finds a good home in Wind.
Yeah, I really like seeing Fornax. In Fornax, really cool card. It's I don't think as you just said, get in 16 tags ever relevant in Fornax, because your opponent doesn't have a board anymore if you play in Fornax, especially going P-Gus, pop a back row, and Fornax bounce a back row.
Yeah. It's a lot of progress that can happen. A lot of progress that can be halted when Fortnite hits the field. That card can kind of just say, I win the game if you're up in spirits enough. Otherwise, you can try to figure out, maybe I can burn my opponent out, maybe I can get around them expending per turn, etc., which is why you want your deck to be balanced around delayed options and instant effects, the invoke rules, as it were, or cast effects, something that can pose a threat while it's there immediately. Werepup would be another great option for that as well. Not even that, because if Fortnite doesn't target on bounce, so Werepup would not help.
But yeah, it
makes it tougher.
It's really notable to say decks that have to set up versus decks that kind of have Wind. We saw last game. We saw with this game. Wind is really good at kind of answering immediately through something like Aeolus. It seems like Brulak just needed to constantly set up, and he couldn't, because every time he tried to set up something, Vrax just went cool, Storlit, P-Gus, Exaltair for a ton of damage out of nowhere. Keeping Brulak on the back foot while Brulak clearly was trying to set something up. When you're playing Comalis, you're going for something big. And Brulak just never was able to get to that big play. Whatever it was, probably would have been game ending. He just never was able to get to it, whatever that was.
Yeah, you see a Comalis and your opponent knows, I have to answer this, because if they get a Nexus off, I might be dealing with Postamoose. I might be dealing with
Farrageist.
Farrageist is the word I'm looking at.
Just
Farrageist
big
as well.
Things, scary things, dangerous things. And Comalis is the threat. And Comalis stuck board, and I was expecting to see just Brulak.
Farrageist beats in Fortnite. It can't be returned to hand.
Farrageist beats a lot of things.
Farrageist, I haven't seen Farrageist cast yet either. Maybe it's just because of that one, or whatever the case may be. But I can say for sure, I was able to set up a Strabit to be a Farrageist, and I won immediately. I won that turn. So, and for Farrageist, should still be considered if you're playing for Malice. Maybe just put one in your deck, one solar in your spirit deck. Keep it as an option. That could be the silver bullet.
Yeah, actually, probably should have looked at the spirit deck a little closer, because if we saw a solar at any point out of Brewlock, we would have known it was a Farrageist. Otherwise, it's just posthumous again. But in my heart of hearts, I believe it was a Farrageist, because
well, we never really saw all the spirit deck expended. There was 2
Right.
concessions each time, so could have been. But I think that's the important thing that should be noted, is that information that did not need to be shared, especially when you're on the stream match, was not shared by Brewlock. Many times when the game is over, people will flip up their face down cards and just throw things, whatever, and just kind of reveal what it is. No, that information is still important to hold close to your chest. Because now here we are on commentary wondering, could there have been a Farrageist in there? Because we never saw the full spirit deck.
yeah, tactical conceding is honestly very good at like keeping the spirits in your spirit deck hidden. If you're running Cryoblast and your opponent didn't see a single Frost Spirit game 1, if you have those Frost Spirits still in your spirit deck, if you're about to lose, taking a concede there might be the optimal play. So just keep things a little bit closer to heart, so you can potentially surprise your opponent on the following, game 2, game 3. It's actually a very, very high level play that Brewlock might have been thinking about, at least for game 1. Game 2, not as relevant if you're going to lose, but
Right, yeah.
it is something to just think about. Just like, hey, at the end of a game, my opponent's at lost 19 spirits, they have 1 spirit left. What spirits do you have in your underworld? That's a really good informative decision to make, so that when you go into siding, you might have more information as to what they might be siding in against you.
Yep. That information, like, there's a lot of information that you can take note of, either mental or whatever. So, hey, I noticed the one-off Fleur Mine. Maybe there's a Cryoblast in the list that I just did not see, stuff like that. So keep notes of all of that. Just be aware. There's a lot of, as Word said earlier, a lot of micro information that can make really large decisions and assumptions about a deck list later on.
Yeah, and also Dallas coming up, going to be a huge tournament. Take notes, learn. Like, I want to see people play the best Elestrals that they can play today, tomorrow, Dallas, go in the future. Like, it's so interesting to just watch high level play, and it's really cool to think of the decisions that maybe you don't think of all the time, just to kind of level up as a player.
I'm going to talk about this in the Premier Run Back podcast next week, but that is just, player, not just game knowledge, but player knowledge. How much information you retain, how much you try to gather for what is being utilized, all of that. That is going to be a topic of discussion 100%. So if you guys want to get some more thoughts from other known Elestrals players, commentators, personalities, make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel here as well. Before we go on break, I want to let you guys know that if you guys haven't done so yet, these casual events that happen on Tuesdays are definitely the way to play. Like Worst just said, we do have the casuals. We do have Dallas coming up soon, but those are where you can get your practice in at. Tuesdays, 7:30, March 11th, 18th, and 25th, y'all can get y'all grind on. So make sure you guys plan some time into your schedule, come through to the Elestrals Discord, and be there. It is going to be a great time. Words, it's a great time talking with you.
It was a great time talking to you as well. And those casuals, again, just want to mention, bring something fun. I bring stupid decks of casuals all the time, and it's a blast. So we will be taking a break shortly. But PK, yes.
I just want to mention my casual I want to bring Paleoth, Titanostalk, Neandersloth. I'm going to figure it out.
And then throw Sandstorm in there as well.
And Sandstorm, just because. Why not, right?
Why not?
Why not?
Bring something fun. But yeah, we're going to go take a break here. Again, stick around. We'll have more games for you later. Like, subscribe, all that jazz if you want to see more Elestrals action. And I guess I'll see you guys in a couple of rounds when checking out for Swolak. So see you guys later. Enjoy the rest of the matches.
3 rounds down, 4 more to go. Welcome back to the Elestrals Premier Webcam Tournament for March 8th, 2025. We are moving forward through this round. Round 4 will be happening very soon, and there is so much happening, not just in this tournament, but around the world of Elestrals. We have Dallas coming up. Firestorm reveals are going out. We just had Panzer get revealed by your boy Truly on social, which you guys check that out. And in this tournament, we're seeing a slight shakeup in the top 8 cards that are being played in this tournament's role.
Yeah, we've got some data coming down that the top cards that are being played at the moment. There's some things that are kind of important to note. A lot of the stuff we've been seeing are things we can expect. You know, the Elestrals, the Eddies, Zeus is kind of filling out these bottom rows here. But Spectaris is kind of the big one missing from what players are actually playing, right? There's still a lot of Spectaris being played here today compared to like the previous tournaments. But Spectaris being down in numbers, it makes me kind of question, you know, are players just off of more lunar good stuff strategies, or is it just that we have, Blizz tricks and kind of these like bug box? Some of these more wind. You see a lot of wind in Fornax recently too. So maybe it's more of a shift of strategy there versus maybe not playing these lunar cards at all.
Yeah, I've noticed that there are a few tech cards that cannot get solidified in this meta based on meta calls that are being played. The biggest example is last tournament when nobody was playing Spoil Fruit, and then suddenly Caleb.exe came up with heal control out of nowhere. So now everyone's like, okay, I need to keep my Spoil Fruit on deck. In this scenario, I'm feeling like people just don't feel like suppression is as necessary in the upcoming format. Because as you said, Spectaris going down. Previously, Spectaris, if you give me a second to pull it up, Spectaris was in 130 cards or copies in all decks, and now it's only at 108. A pretty significant drop. Whether or not it's just a meta call or deck refining remains to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so funny too, because maybe the idea is too, we're seeing less Galaxy inside of these decks as well. You know, we're starting to see the Eddy, which can really kind of take care of some of larger Elestrals that are kind of hard to deal with. We saw that in the first couple rounds with stuff like the Doppelganger getting able to be taken out by a Zeus Eddy combination. And that's a really powerful little set of cards there, because it's going to be able to take over pretty much every single Elestral you can deal with. Cryoblast also being up there in the count is telling me too that players are getting a lot more comfortable with when to play this card. You know, Cryoblast in a very early game of Moonrise against things like Morfrost, against things like BlizzStrix, it's kind of hard to gauge the usefulness of it. But it's also a great card to clean up some things like Eddies and those Elechiks, which we're seeing a lot of play of, and also, again, those Spectarises, which are still seeing play, but much less than previously.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see where the meta is at, and as we said, there are many cards that aren't being utilized. Maybe people were expecting stuff like Windgen more, where if that's the case, Spectaris isn't going to really do anything besides just out it. And if we're going to just out it, maybe there's something else that can out it while furthering our game plan more. So Spectaris, never a bad card, just in an interesting sort of ebb and flow right now regarding the meta, along with Astrabin. Astrabin is up in usage right now in both the amount of decks it's in and how many copies it is. But on stream, Astrabin hasn't really been shining as we once knew Astrabin to, really control the tempo of an entire game a la Galaxy. Do you think that the time of Astrabin is just over, or maybe it's not shining as much because Thunder isn't one of the primary elements?
Well, it's very interesting to kind of look at, right? Because Astrabin, like you were saying, is this big staple. Like, everyone is still really feeling this card, but as we've seen, it's not been as impactful in that game state, right? Exactly like you said. And like, why is that? Well, there's a couple of reasons for it. One could be more a solidified meta in the form that people are way more comfortable playing around Astrabin. It's a known factor. It's given that we know exactly what's going to happen when Astrabin gets the board. You know exactly how your deck's going to play against that rabbit. And in very early games of Elestrals, Astrabin can be very, very strong, but everyone's got an answer nowadays. And that's the big thing. How can you get over the bunny? So while, yeah, it's still very powerful, very strong Elestral, I don't know if it's necessarily a question of Thunder not being there, more or less, I think that the other decks are showing up, and that's I think is the big key there.
That's a fair point. Estrabad has typically just been the glue to a lot of decks, help you, stall until you can get the pieces that you need, et cetera, et cetera. We even saw it where it didn't quite pan out in that way in round 1 because Coder and, the Lunar or the Frost deck was able to just shine so much. So maybe Estrabad is more so, if your deck isn't actually advanced by the presence of Estrabad, maybe look for another option of strategy, another key piece to your strategy. Because, unless you're going to try to circle the sky thunder onto a Strabid, don't laugh. I'll do that strategy right now. I love that strategy. Shout-outs, baby!
Shout-outs to Season 2 Imperawatts for the Elestriad, rocking up with Circle the Sky into an Imperial play. Trish my goat. Yeah, I think that as we're moving forward into this next round here coming up soon, we've seen so far the Infornax, we've seen so far Postumus potentially, we've seen powerful cards like Nabi really take over the game states and break apart the big wind boards. Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of really cool, like more niche strategies pop up. So, on the Imperial mention, we could see it today. I don't know if that's true into these later rounds, but maybe round 4 is where we start to see things converge. What do you think? What are we expecting here from these next couple rounds from these players?
We're going to be seeing some more refined strategies, the ones that are most streamlined to achieve their goal. We're going to be seeing them in rounds 4 to 7. We may see an outlier there. We're going to definitely see some sort of interesting strategy. Again, never count out Winjin or Tornagent. But I think this time around is going to be a really straightforward list. Now, what that will be remains to be seen. English can be hard sometimes, but right now, there are just so many options. If I had my way, and I'd love to hear the opinions of everybody watching at home as well, if I had my way, I want to see Celestial. Celestial was a card that had a lot of hype in the very beginning and just kind of fell off. But that card is still imposing. That is a terrifying card that says destroy up to 4.
Yeah, and as we've seen the solar reveals coming in too from Firestorm, I'm curious to know if the Firestorm stuff will help really enforce strategies like the Celestial and some of the First Light shenanigans we've been seeing, which has been crazy. Speaking of some of the Firestorm stuff, have we talked about the new hotness coming down? We didn't have just solar reveal today. We had someone very handsome here on the cast break down.
Boy, Panzer is crazy! That new Panzer goes hard. Let me tell you about my boy Panzer. Still need to spell him, by the way. But Panzer, Firestorm Panzer, lets you enchant spirits or on cast, enchant spirits equal to the number of Elestrals your opponent controls. You can get the 2, 3, 4, or 5. It is so crazy. And then if it gets destroyed in battle, you can draw cards due to whatever was going to be enchanting it. So let's just say you're in a world where your Panzer's on the field, you already Nexus offer, it has 1 spirit on the field, your opponent goes to attack into it. Oh, surprise bloom! Draw 3! Now look at me, I got my Centaur ready to go. Or surprise bloom, and now you get a big body under Flowing Forest. I'm just saying, I think, first of all, I think stadiums are really underutilized right now and should still be considered in a lot of deck lists. Like we have Broomalinks and Firestorm searching out, I believe it's Broomalinks searching out Metal Zaborius. Consider your stadiums, folks. They're getting full arts for a reason. But the new Panzer, man. But what's also interesting is the fact that it's going to be competing for deck space with the original Panzer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's not titled form, which is a pretty big shift. So far, we've seen a lot of the Elestrals showcased off inside of Moonrise have the champion of. And so while this Panzer might not be a champion of Demeter yet, it's very interesting because both the Panzers serve different functions, which I think is just kind of really cool. A Nexus forward strategy in the OG Panzer, or also an advantage engine strategy with the new Panzer. It's so crazy, giving a lot of players options to build and refine their decks like this. Always exciting to see. I'm looking forward to Firestorm. Those pre-orders, I'm sure, are selling out as hot as the set's name. And man, I'm looking to get my hands on them already. I need to break into Elestrals HQ. I need to.
My hands are full right now.
True.
This is my buddy right now. This is. I love his thing.
Our emotional support to Rattlers.
That's the term I'm looking for. Emotional support to Rattlers. Right. Look at him. Say hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi.
Hello.
I'm gonna name him. Your name is now Terrence.
Terrence the Tyrantless.
This is Terrence the Tyrantless right now.
So cute.
Really exciting play. Really exciting things going on, and really exciting round 4 we have lined up for us going. We have Ren, someone we've seen on stream before, going up against a new name to me, Froggy. I wonder if he's going to leap at this next match.
Well, hey, listen, I'm hoping for Zefrog at the very least. It's been a hot second since I've seen this card get played. I would love it, right? So here's the thing about
who said that? What's going on?
We have coming up here someone who has been kind of rising in the ranks of these known players to watch out for, right? Like Ren, who was someone who has been playing this game a lot, from my understanding, at like the local level for a bit. Then busting out a really crazy performance at a card shop tournament in either January or December previously, and really showcased out the power of heal and kind of this like really nice like engine for like the water stuff. Ren's a kind of a player to watch out for here in this tournament too, not only as someone who has performed well in previous events, but someone who definitely knows their way around a few different decks. So I'm curious to know what Ren's gonna be bringing to the table today. Froggy, I would love for it to be a frog, but Ren's always gonna be a question mark here. What's going on?
Ren. I mean, we've seen so many. We have a bit of back end experience with Ren as well. Like, it's just the decks that they bring is always really exciting. So I cannot wait to see what Ren's going to be utilizing today. But I mean, if I have my choice, just throw it out there. Just throw it out there right now. Big play you want to see in this next clash.
Ooh, what's the hero call here? Well,
hero call.
We had Zefrog, if that's not already a hero call enough. But if I'm still waiting for something to do with like water reanimator, some water strategy that we can see, like a Coastalith to be my goat. Coastalith dropping this next round. How about that? We'll call out a Coastalith coin flip.
I want a huge Ascension play. It doesn't need to be a 3-cost Ascension, but I want a huge Ascension player. Like, I am going in for a game, not an enchantment. I don't want Full Moon or in a Nexus. I want a huge enchantment play to happen. So that's my hope. And if it's in Tarbor, even better.
I'm about to say that kind of makes sense with the Panzer reveal. Setting up for the Centaur plays could be really strong.
I'm so Earth pilled, it's crazy.
It's wild. Well, when with Earth on the mind, we haven't been talking about really the Earth deck in today's tournament. We talked about it a little bit in the pregame, but if we're able to see some Paleoth into Cedar Soar, kind of that classic Moonrise setup for these decks, I'd be so happy to watch Centaur drop under 44. It's so powerful. Really,
hey man,
really
let me go get my deck right now. I got you, dog. Paleoth, Cedar Soar, get it out. Hey, little side note, something I was thinking of that I realized. Centaur is really, at least the Centaur built with Panzer makes Divine Blessing even better in that deck.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because you already have the disenchant on the board.
Exactly. So now you want to protect from the actual targeting. Yeah. Divine Blessing is solid. Oh man, I'm going to use my Earthquake to out your Panzer. Nope. I'll just take one away and destroy your card. Goodbye.
I think we're getting ready to set up round here.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting ready to go. The casters are ready, and it looks like Froggy will be feeling like they want to jump because they will be going first. Round 4, March 8th Premier Tournament. Let's go. The first cast will be had by Froggy, and we're going to see exactly how. I hope that you get to see a water card cast. I want you to get your Zefrog.
I would love a Zefrog here. Tad Puff into Zefrog.
That'd be incredible.
Be absolutely
It'd actually be incredible. Yeah. Looks like we have expend from Ren. Oh, and expend a draw. Yeah. Yes, we're going to see exactly what's going on here, but Ren already having to do an expend a draw is definitely not what you want to see going in round one. But an expended draw on the first game doesn't normally spell disaster. As a matter of fact, we saw an expended draw earlier and they ended up winning that game. So, okay, is that two?
A double expended draw. Uh-oh.
Ren. Yeah, this is not ideal. I just went from hyping you up to now fearing for the quality of this game. But let's see how it goes. This could, I mean, hey, if it's water heals, this is fine. And I'm saying that it looks like that is a. It looks like that's a.
They're Zaptors.
Leviathan? Is it
Leviathan, Zaptor. You know, at this point, I'm actually more excited. I would be very excited for a heal matchup here just to get Ren back into the game a little bit. But it looks like after only 2 mulligans, a Necrof coming down for
That
Froggy.
is not Zephyrog friendly, huh?
Wait a minute! Don't count it out just yet. This could be a different type of water strategy. I've seen Necrof in a few different builds, but I like the Necrof you were talking about previously having something like a Trifernal killer.
That is an Eddie. Standard Eddie. We love Eddie. Shout out to Eddie! Going to cast here, but Gorgon's Gaze is going to stop that. And this is a pretty free Gorgon's Gaze considering Ren had to expend 4 in order to mulligan twice. Definitely a well done trade. And now, if the attack goes through, you also get a burnout as well, while also casting out Rummikle. This is a fire deck!
Fire on the mind, the Froggy Fire force field here, coming in with a Rummikle to search out either a Stadium Rune, going to go with that Forge, so they're going to take the Stadium, or could have opted to go in for the Stoke the Forge, which is very powerful here. Again, this is a really good position to be in if you're Froggy. 1 back row is not super scary, and now you have very strong Elestrals with the Forge coming down. This is Fire Nexus. We were talking about it previously. Let's call it now. This is a Fire Nexus deck. You always get one. Always get one sneaking in there.
Yeah, looks like the Stadium is being cast out as well. So, and we have a shield. Something's being shielded. Necrof is being shielded. I mean, are they going to crash? They are going to crash. So the field is clear of Elestrals. I guess there's value there for Ren, but bouncing back a Necrof that you're going to have to deal with eventually is never very fun.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting here too because we were talking about the Spirit differential. Oh, and a Toxion coming down. Wait a minute, is this a Thunder Burn?
We were just talking about Thunder and how we haven't seen it much lately.
Wow, we were talking about the Spirit differential from the mulligans. We're kind of caught up now. Froggy has used a lot of spirits so far to kind of take this board. Toxion's gonna do a lot of damage here with the burn and potentially a swing in.
Yeah, definitely. Toxic War is definitely what you. I'm sorry, Toxion is what you want to see in a situation like this. As you just said, brings them back into the game. But it looks like there's no back row here, which means that a burn 1 from Necrof is all but guaranteed.
Yep, that's right. Bouncing back from the shield from the last turn. This Toxion is a sitting duck or sitting little scorpion, if you will. And I do like the inclusion of Toxion here as a way to pressure, but instead opting for a defensive play with Smoltuga.
Wait a minute, maybe there's still hope for Zephyr.
That's true. Wait a minute, that's right.
Looks like, that's the Stellar Kenleo. Quality Froggy. Okay, you hopped on that Kickstarter. Huh, okay. or the secondary marketplace, however.
It's, passing back to the Toxion, I'm curious to know if the correct play there was not just wait one more turn. Maybe the idea showcasing that they can take out everything.
Is that Hurricane?
Hurricane coming in and take out a PTA. Wow.
Yeah, I feel like the offensive play was the better play for Froggy right there. Because if things go wrong, you can at least defensive play next turn. And it looks like we have a Jolton as well. All the fancy arts of Jolton coming out there. See what stadium is it? That is Mount Olympus. We have a Thunder deck being played by Ren. Right. Okay.
There we
Base
are.
set is back, baby.
All right. Arcolith is just one random draw away. And we have this Thunder pressure is still very strong. An Earthquake coming down. It's not the Racer top.
Is back, baby.
Whoa. We are playing classic Smoltuga, Search Necrof, and Kinley in this case. And set 1, swing 2. Man, if you only could imagine the Necrof there clearing the Toxion, this Jolton would have to trade with that Necrof, and this is devastating there.
Yeah, this is really good. And I feel like that back row has to be gold by Vren. The neck ruff is known. The Kinleo is known. And wait, what happened to the stadium? Was stadium destroyed?
No,
Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus, right.
Yep. Mount Olympus back there on. We have the neck ruff coming down. We have a set 1 from Froggy. Gonna pass. Ooh, whoa.
Too afraid to go in, and I understand why. Was the face down Ambrosia?
Ambrosia, the bluff set Ambrosia. Yeah, I love the idea of the bluff set Ambrosia here. Normally, bluff set Ambrosia, bluff set inside of this current metagame, difficult to do. But you see the Kinleo, you don't have to worry about Equilinks, and you're probably imagining Hurricane's a pretty far off conclusion.
We have Toxion being re-enchanted, getting another burn. And now it's going to be a 6 attacker under the Mount Olympus. Froggy's face down needs to be live. It doesn't look like it is. Takes another point of damage and 1 more from Jolton. 3 points of damage from Ren. And now Ren is now in control 8-6.
Looks like those expend 4 for the 2 mulligans. It's quite worth it now. This hand is looking quite custom. It's the classic case, we're talking about it previously with Wind and this classic Elestral strategy of just small incremental burning and taking down damage as a Rummikul comes down from Froggy.
Putting it in defense is interesting. I guess not wanting to risk the crash from the Toxion, because then the attacker would be matching it in stats, but still will take 1 because of the spirit differential. But Volcanic Forge is going to add. I'm interested to see if Stoke the Forge is live. Also bluff set Ambrosia. Very interesting there. So getting the heals up as well. And now with the Volcanic Forge in hand, we know that there's a Nexus bank that Kinleo can utilize on an upcoming turn. So hopefully Ren has retained all this information, and if so, how are they going to navigate around it?
Yeah, it's interesting here because the question is, do you go ahead and fire off the Forge, pun intended, now to get rid of the Olympus, potentially to work around like a Nexus with Alter the Stars play? There's a little bit of like heads up play you could do here. Otherwise, you're perfectly safe and content with just passing, kind of like we see now. And then next turn, when you have a more offensive pressure, to go with to take out the Olympus.
It depends on. I feel like it's worth just keeping it on the field. That way your Forge is live for when you need it for the Nexus Bank properties, while also getting rid of the stadium when your opponent's turn.
Yep,
but
absolutely.
Looks like we have a Cryo Blast. Wait, if Volcanic Forge was enchanted, Cryo Blast wouldn't work here.
Yep, that's the catch-22, the 50-50. You weren't quite sure if your opponent has a way to kind of really deal with it, but I think ultimately in this game, if you're Froggy, you're disappointed. You're like, I could have rocked in with this, but you've got to make some plays here with this Kinleo. We've seen the Kinleo search, we've seen the Forge search. Kinleo is going to be the way to pop this Toxion and try to get rid of the Jolton as much as possible.
Well, that's going to be another burn damage from the Toxion and 4 damage direct. Froggy once again behind the driver's seat in this turn, but really just hurting in just sit board control here. We know that Kinleo and Volcanic Forge are in hand. It looks like there's 3 cards in hand, so 1 unknown. Hopefully that unknown is what they need. If it's a Lavalith right now, you drop it post haste.
Lavalith is probably also the way to come back here in the fire and can play that natively, no problem. 1 card in Ren's hand, it looks like. Ren is showcasing in the middle of the board there. The 1 card in hand. Froggy, I think, has the Forge, has the Kinleo. I can't remember if we've seen anything else pop up, but looking at their spirits, looks like they're kind of peeking out of Frost there. Looking as if they're going to cast the Volcanic Forge, take out the Zeus, or take out the Olympus, excuse me, and gonna go in for a. Is that an Ash Rabbit? Oh, it's a tournament pack Ash Rabbit.
Okay, love that. Yeah, great artwork. Getting them a choice of 3, and they're going to be healing a spirit. Absolutely understand. The spoiler fruit. Oh, Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay, interesting play here for the Gorgon's Gaze. Again, this Ash Rabbit we were talking about previously with Astro Rabbit not being as threatening of a defensive body. This Astro Rabbit could very much be threatened by another Olympus in hand, or potentially an extra card that can maybe try to contest it. 5 defense is still pretty good, and you can consistently re-enchant to try to get some more value back, but we know the Kinleo's next. Ideally, next play from Froggy is Kinleo, Nexus, use Ash Rabbit, do the combo. but there's Jolton to grab the other Olympus.
That's wow. Those two mulligans created a custom hand for everything Ren needed in every single turn. And also, can we give it up for Stadium Wars happening? Can we give it up for base set here? Well,
That's
actually
right.
more than base set because that's Rabbit, but still, like just the two OG elements coming out here, running over the Ashrabbit and the Jotun, putting Froggy down to 0 spirits. That's going to be the last expend. And notice the Fleur Mine there being expended.
Yeah, that's a pretty good game one from Ren here. Thunder, very interesting to take into pretty much any metagame, because the idea here too is that Thunder is a good stuff pile when you really think about it. Like, it's got a lot of really solid Elestrals. They all really do something. They add value. Back that up with some counter runes and some really good technical play. You could see Thunder, really rise into the ranks. Stadium Wars, talking about that previously inside, before we even hopping into this match, you were saying that Stadium, there's something pretty underutilized. Really cool to see in this last match.
Oh yeah, they were absolutely on showcase. We saw 2 Volcanic Forges and Mount Olympus. Even saw the searchers for both of them. Typically, we see them in Fire right now. Rumacole just searching it out. I just realized something. Rumacole's like the progenitor for these things. Like, Rumacole is just Boomerlinks. Well, I guess Boomerlinks is Rumacole. That's really pretty cool. Damn Creator A-Drive, I see you.
I'm about to say that they're all kind of just Jolton when you think about it. And Jolton's the OG.
Jolton ain't gonna say Jolton. Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah,
Rumacole, baby. We got options now. But yeah, still the Stadium Wars here were really interesting and really just showcase what exactly the stadiums are for, because it was helping you get your Elestrals up and over. And if either of those players did not also carry their stadium, they would have been in a problem. Now, mind you, the game was still went against Froggy, but Froggy was able to keep in the game because the Stadium Wars kept going back and forth, at least giving themselves a semblance. You don't know that there's a second Jolton about to hit the field to search the second Olympus to just take over the world. But
yep,
it's still a prominent play that I think people should consider for their sides, and this is a great showcase as to why.
Yeah, you got to think that, in a lot of cases with these decks that are playing stadiums, you oftentimes are playing maybe 2 in the main and maybe the 1 extra on the side, just in case you're going up against a deck that wants to go stadium for stadium each turn. And I'm also curious to know from Froggy's perspective, in a Fire Nexus strategy, what are you siding into Thunder? Back in the day, you didn't really have a lot of options for Fire Nexus, but now you have Argo package, which is still pretty strong. Potentially could even go into like something like, I don't know if a Spoiled Fruit really is necessary here, potentially because an Ambrosia could be really hard. What can kind of tackle this Thunder strategy, do you think?
So I do think Spoiled Fruit is good just because getting them healing back. You're playing Thunder, Crackle is pretty likely to happen. Ambrosia is likely to happen. Spoiled Fruit can only destroy healing, right? It can't destroy Darkolith?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
It's Ash Rabbit and the healers are predominant targets for that one. Yeah.
Okay, so not Arcolith, but still just a really good option. So I would consider that. But for stopping Thunder, it's tough to say because base Thunder, I think you need to keep your Necklace on deck. I think that's probably your best bet, and maybe keep a Forger in hand just in case. Kenio can be there to help break a board that maybe got out of control, but I think if you're looking to establish control, you get out Spell 2 turn 1, you search out your Necklace, and you just gotta burn through the back row as quickly as possible under a Forge. Otherwise, Thunder has the power and has the versatility to really burn you out before you least expect. I mean, look at how that game went. 2 Joltons and a Toxia defined that game.
Yeah, absolutely. An Eruption also is something that we haven't seen a lot of in a long time, but Fire can play natively. It's kind of a, this conversation of cards that are powerful but very situational. Eruption is the perfect balance for that, especially in a game like Elestrals where your spirit are your mana, your life, all rolled into one. Every time you're making a play, you are decreasing your life total. So as we're going into this game 2 now, maybe we'll see some fireworks with Eruption. Not sure.
We'll see how it goes. Eruption is still a really potent card. There are many cards that can utilize Eruption as well. One of my personal favorites is Vesuva, which can be played pretty natively in a Fire deck. But we do have a Necroth being cast out here turn 1. That's just pretty much the best defense that a Fire deck can typically play turn 1. So I think that makes sense. Not quite like the Spectres, but let's see what Ren has here to Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Let it live a bit.
Whoa, here for a good time, not a long time. This Necrof is food for this Earthquake. I think Earthquake early is ballsy from Ren. It's crazy to think about this, but that is a big card to drop when you really might want that for something much more threatening. Necrof, like you said, best start the Fire can have, but your hand must be insane to just drop that this early.
I agree. Having Jolton as well, knowing that pretty much letting the deck that requires the stadium more, pretty much saying, you play this, I'm out to get the exact next turn. You play your Lavalith, don't be shocked if you see me casting these out next turn and just completely weakening your field. So let's see how this goes. Ren does get in for one. The Earthquake. I mean, what else would you want to save Earthquake for against the fight? Well, I guess Bunny.
There we go, right there. Yeah, we have the prime target for old school, the best El Clasico, Astraba into an Earthquake.
Yeah, especially now, like you can't just play your Olympus to get over it because that is a Thunder enchanted Elestral as well. So, I mean, that's not going to be the out. And what do you do here? Do you have Zeus? Oh, no, they have Zeus. Wait a minute. We didn't see Zeus that last game.
No,
Wait a minute.
Zeus last game. We saw Electric and
terrified.
Zeus, both very much realistic possibilities. So the funny thing about the Stadium Wars now, especially with an Astrab on the board, is that this Astrab going to a 6 can definitely matter. Again, backed up by some back row, and we also know that Froggy has the out now to really adjust tempo. Again, that Earthquake is feeling pretty rough in the underworld. I can only imagine. Ren's got to keep up tempo here. Toxin's a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, just getting around to say, if I can't go through you, I'll just sidestep you. Here's a burn for you. Toxion strike, go. But the attack and the burn damage is going to happen. We got another set as well. So looks like we're in a bit of a stalemate. This is probably the board state that Froggy wants to be in while resources are accumulated. But what is Froggy looking for? Like, not many cards have been played. You could re-enchant the bunny and go for that. Maybe at best case scenario, snatch out a Gorgon's Gaze that your opponent may want to cast. Instead, we have Cryoblast completely shredding the Toxion.
Cryoblast is a great card from Froggy here. Yeah, like you said, there's like Kinleo is a great best case scenario for Froggy in this moment.
Thunderstorm?
Going in for a Thunderstorm. Was that the set card? Thunderstorm? Love the snipe here. Wait, who's playing whose element here? We have Thunderstorm and Astrabot from Froggy and Ren rocking up with Toxion. This is I'm losing it. I'm losing it now.
Yeah, it's just thunder and fire between everybody. hey, Dan Creator A Drive. Thunder Fire deck, go. We have, I'm sorry, Shield is now being activated, saving the Jotun here. Mount Olympus is still in Ren's hand. They're going for the draw, that's the stadium being played. Yeah, that's their stadium being played. But why? I guess so the Necrof can't come out and crash. Hurricane
taking out a Shield of Achilles. These shields are only resolving once, and there's the Zeus. We see the Zeus coming down, and potentially is that a back row too. Ren is putting it all on the line here. Potentially no cards in hand, just trying to out this rabbit. This is their big push, and looking at this board, it's pretty threatening. The one back row's got to do a lot of work though.
I'm sure it will. I feel like Ren played that entire turn very confidently, so where that back row has to be live in one way or another. There's the lava lift. If that's not a Gorgon's Gaze, Ren is in trouble. It has to be
It's the Gorgon's Gaze! The Gaze is here! Speak into existence. Listen, it's so funny. We talk about the Astrabot into the Earthquake, the base set coming back. Frostfall right here. You go for Thunder, put Zeus, put Olympus.
Eruption!
Oh, whoa! What's going on?
I love this game so much!
As a yap, holy.
Oh, so we have Lavalith being dropped. We have the Eruption coming down. Do we have a second Eruption being spent? Unfortunately, the Lavalith will not be able to attack. The Zeus is completely threatening it. That turns to the back row. There has to be a live back row for Froggy, but being the Spirit Count definitely being in their favor. Froggy's not in a terrible position, but has to be very careful how this next few turns go.
Yeah, we know the Necrof is still in hand, which can potentially help contest or trade against the Jolton to burn down. I think if you're Froggy, what you're looking for here is potentially, well, not anymore, an alternative win condition in the burning for Ren Spirits. And one Eruption here would be killer if there's an ability to trade with this Necrof. And Capacity, there's the Forge. Forge, gonna do it! Oh wow, this is crazy. Forge coming down. This is gonna be the big push with Necrof, making it a 6. Jolton is now threatened. That back row from Ren has to be something, putting them on like nothing for spirits.
I mean, what would you need? You would need it to be Tsunami specifically. Looks like it is going to go down. That is,
and it's gonna
rough.
Burn for 1.
Well, right now, Red on they need Ambrosia, but it looks like there's going to be a concession. Froggy with the lava. All the one-outs we saw in this game. We saw Earthquake turn 1. We saw Lavalith being cast and Hurricane coming out there. This is the best of all sets in this one clash.
Wow, yeah, what an absolute treat there from these two casters. You know, again, it speaks really to the give and take and that push and pull that we kind of all are familiar with the Elestrals. But one card like Eruption we were talking about in the sighting really, I think, turned the tide there. Fire had been able to just play this, what is seemingly an expensive card, to put your opponent at an uncomfortable spirit level. And that's, I think, where Eruption has served best. I think back to as a tournament inside of Frostfall, I was playing against, it was a fire before the Lavalith limit and a bunch of other things happening. It was like Comagma, it was like Chains of Prometheus, and it was Lavalith. And I got Eruptioned when I still had like 10 spirits left, putting me at 7, which is so funny because I'm like, that's like kind of you want to game end with Eruption. Oh, Terrence going down. And the thing with this play of this kind of mid-game Eruption is putting your opponent on, okay, really think carefully on what you're expending here. Because if you make a wrong decision, we have plenty of Elestrals left, and you might be out of the spirit. That was wild. That was so good.
No, that's the thing that I really just had this epiphany while you were speaking about Eruption and why it's so powerful. Because spirit management has gotten so refined right now, people are choosing their spirit very careful about what's going through the underworld. If you suddenly, doesn't even really matter the count, if you tell them suddenly you're -3 of something, that can throw off their entire game. And I have to believe that that's what happened to Ren. Is that Eruption out of nowhere after spending 3 on Gorgon's Gaze. I mean, you just lost 5 in one turn, and you had to expend from your Zeus in order to get over me, while also re-enchanting to your Jotun. That was the best defense, and that was essentially game. Earthquake won by proxy.
Yep, no, absolutely. There, it's like, you know, your bank account is ready, you got everything accounted for, and then oops, there's a subscription you didn't think you paid for. Go ahead and collecting those overdraft fees. Go ahead and go into game 3 here. Against Froggy versus Ren. Fire v Thunder coming down with the Storm. It looks like we have from our casters Ren setting 1, Froggy both setting 1, kind of in a war of attrition, expending to draw, it seems.
I mean, that's a pretty good place to be with your opponent if you're both there. So, not the worst case scenario for them. We do have a cast of an Astrabid, tournament pack Astrabid in defense. Notably not aggro buddy in an open state. So makes me believe that back row isn't exactly something to protect it, but it worked with anyway. Poison tip arrow snipes out the buddy.
There we go. That's also El Clasico. We got Rabbit into the poison tipped arrow. I like this play a lot. We didn't see Rabbit in the first couple games from Ren. We typically saw just the Jolton and the Toxin, which was enough to do it. Rabbit being able to stick around and potentially get the crew more value, very, very difficult. And I think it's really hard to suggest not destroying this thing with that BTA. It's funny to think about too, because that kind of early getting rid of the Rabbit and maybe potentially put on some aggro here is good.
Wait, was that a spin the draw?
I think that was the damage from the PCA.
That was the damage from, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Vomicol getting Gorgon's Gaze immediately, and honestly, I see the value. If the hand isn't that great from Ren right now, stopping the search of either a Stoke or the Forge makes sense.
There we go. Got the it's kind of like when you're hitting either the Elichick or the Jolton for against something like Ren. And coming down here, we see it's an Earth Enchanted Viscerus. We're going classic.
Is that tournament pack?
That's tournament pack Viscerus. That is the little baby Vis that could trying to hit into Thermocoal, stopping the attack with the Gorgon's Gaze. These casters are throwing back and forth their
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was Cintarber started deck Giraflora. That's my I'm like, there's no
Giraflora would be crazy.
Yeah, I think it's a decent card. If you're playing Ivory, check that one out. But
That's
Gorgon's
true.
Gaze is going to stop the attack, so now Froggy is still in the driver's seat. The only thing question is the face down from Ren actually live? Well, doesn't matter. Can it stop? Is it Divine Blessing? Even if it is, you don't have anything to say, so it's over. And now another defense Astrabbit in an open board state. Once again, leading me to believe that there is no back row that can protect the bunny.
Yeah, careful there on the handling the cards. Got Astrabbit coming in, trying to find some value for Froggy. I think that Cryoblast being able to clean up some board states like that make things so much less messy to deal with. You know, can clean up Eddies, Elechix, Viscerus. And Viscerus inside of Thunder is a really cool little card because what you end up having is a card that can potentially hit over an Elestral, be Thunder enchanted on the Vis that comes out of the deck or hand, and then you could ascend into Arcolith, you could do a Boom Bat, a lot of really cool stuff you can do with Viscerus. It's going to take 1 spirit damage from Froggy here. Let's go back to Ren. Let's see what Ren can do on this open board.
Toxion. That is their spirit Elestral right now by their side in every single game. This one is no exception and can run over the rubber coat if the attack is successful. The attack is declared. Let's see if it goes through. I imagine it would be. After a rubber coat is cast, you typically don't need it. I'm sorry, rubber coat, but you've done your duty. Otherwise, you're just there as a body now. But that is going to be how it work out. Ren does have a bit of board control, including 2 face downs. Now, that second back row Ren set, I want to believe is actually live.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think that if that back row from Froggy was anything, as Necrof comes down onto the board, the tempo play you want to put Thunder on might be dangerous. But Necrof's a perfect card in a set back row. You are feeling comfortable. Tsunami coming in.
I knew it. I just knew it had to be live. Tsunami is a great choice. Having to use it on a single Elestral though doesn't feel great. But if you can protect your one Elestral, you know, there's the value that you need. But that second back row Froggy set has to be real. We do get a burn from Toxion from the re-enchantment, but it goes into a gaze, preventing the attack as well. The Necrof is safe and is around to threaten the Toxion on its next turn.
Perfect Gorgon's Gaze there to stop that attack. But the aggression is also then met with an Olympus and a set 1 from Ren. This is a really good position if you're Ren. If you any back rows, any live, that Toxion's a 6. Forge!
Stadium Wars, baby! Love this! It's like, all right, do you have it? Like, do you have the out? Yep, I have my Stadium as well. So now Stadium control is back in Froggy's favor. Necrof is sitting at a 6 and completely threatening the now 4 attack Toxion. The face down, the second back row that Ren set after or before they declared their next turn. Is it live? It has to be, or else Ren is not in a great position right now.
Yeah, what I really like from Froggy in this is position 2 is that you typically, if you're Ren, activating something like, oh, there's a Kinleo coming down. You don't have to really... Wow, that is 2 different back row you got to be contesting with. Nexus onto the Kinleo. Target and Toxon are destroyed. Do you eat a Gorgon's Gaze here? You take that directly. And now, what are you going to be doing if you're Ren? You're taking 4 damage here, potentially.
See, now is when you want to play that Tsunami.
Yeah, the Tsunami would be absolutely killer here.
Astrabbit is going to go to attack as well, threatening 4 piece of damage. And Eruption as well! Post-set Eruption! I love this game so much.
Wow. Double, you go for the set here, burning 3 spirits, putting down to 7. Now, uncomfortable position here. Swinging for 4, that puts them extremely low, or you eat up a back row or 2, still depleting spirits. But nothing from Froggy in the back row as well. That could be a little bit dangerous. That's everything. They're going to go for a scoop.
Wow!
Whoa!
Froggy with the fantastic play there. Taking round 4 2-1. Double Eruption. Oh, Eruption twice in this clash. Pretty much cinching it for Froggy.
Yeah, wow, really putting us back in the time machine here, going back to base set Eruption, and so this action was crazy. You know, it's so funny to think about this too. We were talking about how Thunder is not like underrepresented is the right word to play it. Of course, Rabbit, Chick, you have some really cool cards here, but seeing the Toxion's been a lot of work. That's some cool stuff.
Yeah, Toxion did a lot. Well, both decks shined here, so give kudos to both of them. Toxion absolutely stood out for Ren, but the Eruptions were the fantastic plays. Literally just an extra 3 points of damage. Like here you are, you're accepting 4. Are you accepting 7? You had no idea that was even an option, and now it ran you everything. And using a deck like Zeus or using Thunder, which utilizes Zeus so heavily, your spirit count can dwindle faster. Having to deal with eruption, I need that deck list. I need that deck list expeditiously.
I'm so curious if those remained or if they were sided. I can only say that we saw them and they were effective. You know, the 3 spirit difference is no slouch. And once again, you're counting for your spirits. You're doing the math. Like, okay, I can do this. I can afford this. I'm taking 4 damage here. It's not that bad. But you're right. You weren't expecting the 7. You weren't expecting to take the Kinleo there. You weren't expecting so many things if you're Ren. And that's something that I think is so crazy from Fire. You can see these really explosive plays, pun intended, from out of nowhere.
I'm on record saying that I haven't been a Fire believer. I think that my opinion is being swayed. I think I need to go back at it. I think I need to look back at it with fresh eyes, because Fire has been showing up and showing out. I am a fan of Fire right now. And mind you, it could just be a player thing. Maybe I, as a player, cannot handle the heat, ironically enough, of Fire in Elestrals. But just...
Well, as an Earthcaster, you got to be afraid to get burned a little bit. But no, I think that it's very interesting. The constant thing with the Fire deck and the Fire Nexus strategy, there's always one that can sneak into top cut. This deck is definitely out there. You do have to account for it. It's still very powerful. Now, what it lacks inside of potentially some low spirit efficiency, talking about some of the lunar aggro or more low to the ground strategies, it really makes up for it in these big swing plays. Even with a deck like Infornax, for example, you can drop the Infornax, bounce cards, and then do massive damage.
Yeah.
Difference is with this kind of flavor of Fire Nexus, you have cards like Kinleo to pop, swinging for a bunch of damage. Argo with the flexibility there too. Stadium Wars was crazy there last time too. Thunder and Fire have to be some of the decks that can take advantage of that the best. Are there any other decks that we want to see Stadium Wars from? Maybe Earth could potentially do it with that Fully Forest.
Well, I imagine we're going to see more experimentation once the maybe not retrains, but the new versions come out in Firestorm. But let's go back to Frostfall and bring out Frigid Cup and Shivervore. Let's see what we can do with Shivervore under Mountains of Boreas. I believe Shivervore is also a 7/5 or 7/4. It's a big stat as well. So let's get some Frost Stadium Wars in here as well. Let's see what Shivervore can do.
Yeah, I think Shivervore is so funny to me. It's a card that cannot be targeted by Invoked Runes, or it's unaffected by Invoked Runes.
I'll check the confirmation now for sure.
It's been so long since I've delved into the Shivervore lexicon, but the power and the synergy of something like a
cannot be targeted by rune effects.
By rune effect. Oh wow,
that's Zeus.
Huge.
That's Demeter. That's Earthquake on a 7/5 body, 9/5 under Boreas. Or I'm sorry, 9/7 under Boreas.
Absolutely powerful. Again,
go back to Frostfall. What are y'all doing?
The Stadium Wars, stadiums are still pretty good. There's been a swing in removing Jolton, removing Rumikol from some of these deck lists to really get into these big power cards. Yeah, it's a little more spirit investment, but sometimes that can pay off.
Well, I think that there is absolutely a lot of room. My favorite Stadium War right now is Fuloi Forest, but again, I'm Earthbrain. I love Centaurus, so I always play Fuloi Forest. But with the new Panzer coming out from Firestorm, Fuloi Forest is getting even better right then. What is it? We have Mount Olympus with Race to the Top, which we did not see, but I want to assume it is in the list. Why would you play Olympus at assuming 3 and not have Race to the Top? So that's a potent one. I'm trying to think of the other one. We have Atlantis.
Rise from the Depth is still powerful. Again,
you're right. Rise from the Depth is especially on Water
really
we know that does utilize Atlantis for the Rise from the Depth. So maybe we can see that one utilize. And then we have Island of Aeolia. I think that one has benefit because Wind does tend to put a lot of spirits on board as well. Not to mention who's not terrified of a 6/1 or 6/2 Piggy.
Oh, that's true. Well, and going back to like Toxiswarm, right? The Toxion put in work for Thunder. Toxic Swarm is a card that you can really see some work done inside of like a Wind Nexus deck. We have things like the Exaltair, which can burn, and then you attach onto your Toxic Swarm. You do more damage. You swing with a pretty decently sized body. Those little chip damage tend to matter. We saw that in I think Ren's game 1, where in this past match, which is that Toxion is a threatening force. If you don't get rid of it early, even if you're sitting on like a rabbit, you can just Toxion, burn, have Nexus fodder, use those things for Ambrosia. It gets scary really quickly. The 1 damage per turn gets incrementally more strong.
Yeah, I mean, 3 damage per turn with Eruption is a bit more scary, but you're right.
True.
Toxion and Toxic Swarm, when they're allowed to stay on the field and consistently be re-enchanted, Nexus to however it may go, those two can really stack up as well, and making it to where they're either a threat by burn damage or a threat by attacking with, especially under a stadium, does make it really powerful. Speaking of stadiums, let's just think about the future for a little bit. The only stadium we have that does not just give a +1 to attack and defense is Ursaden. And Ursaden is getting crazy buffed with hibernation.
Love that so much.
The future of stadiums, how do you see that working out?
Well, it's a really kind of weird balance, right? Like you said, we only currently have one of the stadiums that adds attack and defense to the Ursas, but has the additional disenchant to bring out the bigger bears potentially, or smaller bears. That kind of design space, I think, is very much open for experimentation. We have a lot of things inside of Elestrals, like as far as the subtypes go, potentially, like let's say an insectoid stadium rune. We have a lot of things like the ethereal stadium rune, maybe something like a solar stadium rune that's an ethereal card, like buffs ethereals or so on and so forth. There's a lot of room to play with what you can interact with and how the stadiums interact with them. And Ursaden is definitely one I think to watch out for. Hibernation, allowing you to enchant even from Underworld, and then get into your bigger, badder Majursa or your tiny bears for advantage. It's
Champion of Hestia bear as well, Majursa.
It's crazy. So that definitely is, I think, where the stadiums could be going to. Now, just like other cards, could we see title forms of stadiums as well? Potentially, they could be Mountains of Olympus, Titan's Wrath or something, right? It's like a card that's like thematically different. Like it does something like maybe it minuses water Elestrals by 1/1. Like there's a lot of room here.
Deserted Atlantis.
Yeah, there you go. It's that could be an Earth one.
Enraged Island of Aeolia, like the winds are just crazy.
Yeah, there you go. You like thematically in the lore section, it could be really interesting, and then also like in the effects space. The design of Elestrals is
Temple of the
wide
Moon.
Open.
I'm just thinking the title of it right now. What is it? Is it High Noon Temple of the Sun?
High Noon Temple of the Sun.
High Noon Temple of the Sun?
It's High Noon. Go and search it out. It's High Noon.
It's High Noon. What is it? What other could we title it? The first thing I thought was like a burnt down Feloy Forest, but now I don't want to burn down Feloy Forest.
Well, that'll be lore accurate.
Bloomed. No. Ooh. Harvest season? Cool. Can we make a farm in Feloy Forest?
You could do like just go for the Sakura petals, the cherry blossom side, really kind of play into the Verdolith and not giving the design art team more work to do, but shout outs to our artists as well here for the
I keep trying to get an artwork of a Strabbit dodging poison tip arrow.
That's never happening. That's always connecting. That's always hitting. We saw that in the last match too.
That's why we need it. Like we just need Artemis and Apollo just launching PTAs against the Strabbit, and it's just panic. Come on, art team. That should have been in the contest. Someone should have made that for the contest.
Someone I'm sure is sitting there saying Galaxy Arrow ? Somewhere out there in the world. I can hear it every time that it happens. I get a little bit of buzzing.
Well, I'm going to go find out whoever is saying that. We're going to go take a break real quick. Round 5 will be hitting your screens very soon. Swole will be here. I will not. But I'll be back on round 6 to be commentating with words later on. If you guys are enjoying yourself, y'all already know that like button is your friend. Go on and click that, support the Elestrals team and what they're doing. And speaking of supporting the team, shout out to the production team for doing their thing behind the scenes as well. You also see the information they're feeding us. They are working very hard. So give them a round of applause as well and show them the love in the comments, in the chat right now. If you guys are interested, y'all should come through to the next casual tournament every single Tuesday, 7:30. Come practice your tournaments, or you come practice your decks. There's a lot of things to try to figure out there. So show your love and be there as well. I will see y'all in an hour. I'll be in the chat though. Roll. Good luck with round 5, and I will see you pretty people in just a little bit.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We are back once again.
Hello,
Once
hello.
again.
I have returned to the second half of not Top Cut yet, sorry. Swiss round. We're not there yet.
Getting a
It's
little
gonna be a
ahead of
long day. We're not
ourselves.
there yet.
I gotta say, exciting stuff to get into. We still have a lot more Elestrals to be played. Welcome back on the mic. Everyone say hi words. Hello.
Hi, words.
Over our little bit of time off, we were talking about a lot of these players and what they're kind of bringing into not only today's matchup, but then potentially into Dallas. My current running theory that I mentioned is, I'm peering into the mind of one Trishula TTV. It's that people might be citing some wacky stuff to play some mind games for Dallas. Looking back upon the list people are playing, like what's going on, what I have to prepare for. Maybe it's a bait and switch, maybe it's not. But I think that's something that we'll have to kind of wait and see as the day resolves. But what kind of mindset do you think the players are going into this fifth round for? I think we've seen a lot of things start to dwindle out. We've seen a lot of more known decks kind of seen. What are you hoping to see here? What you got?
Yeah, interesting decks all day so far. We've seen a bunch of wind decks so far. We've seen fire. We've seen the thunder. Where's the lunar aggro? Are we just unlucky with our, like you'd expect with how much we've seen in the past couple tournaments, that we see at least one full proper lunar aggro deck today. But it seems like everyone's got their interesting techs. We saw a bug box deck. We've seen just really fun, interesting builds. Wind is everywhere, apparently. Or maybe we're just getting lucky and finding it. And it's doing well right now. Some of the wind players we've seen today are doing well currently. So it would be interesting to see if they can take that all the way to the end. Still a lot more of Swiss to go, obviously, but I'm excited to see what comes out on top with what all these interesting things that keep popping up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You and I cast the Soren Plays game where dropping Phallicane on board, so literally anything could happen. You always got to keep your eyes peeled. In the last game, we saw Eruption coming in, and I haven't seen some crazy tech like that in a good amount of time. Normally, in a tournament like this, these longer premier events, we see in the very early rounds a lot of these kind of crazy cards pop in. Is there anything that you can think of that players might be rocking into as we get into the later rounds, though? Is it more safe things, or are you hoping to see, this is, for my example, Porky Wraith is a card we saw some experimentation with inside of some lunar aggro builds. It's an anti-lunar / anti-combat card. And I haven't seen really anyone play with it, but I think it'd be crazy to see someone try to experiment tech with Porky Wraith.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cards that people can really kind of squeeze into the format, or at least, we kind of know what the top two most played decks are usually, which being lunar aggro decks, Blitztrix decks. So I think we can see a lot more people just kind of saying, what are those decks silver bullets? Maybe I can build a deck built around the card and worry about using my side against the weirder stuff that comes up. We talked a little bit about the Necrolith Dense Fog stuff against Blitztrix. Dense Fog, even against the Blitztrix deck, can still stop an Ashbrow from using its effect, stuff like that, this kind of reaction window stuff. So there's still a ton of things that, off the top of my head, can I think of something super niche and interesting outside of Necrolith right now that would do well? That's on the spot. That's hard. But there's definitely, the card pool is diverse and interesting enough that I think people can probably find really cool techs somewhere to just be squeeze that in there, and all of a sudden it's wait, this card from base set or from Frostfall that no one plays, I don't know, Permafrog, let's say. What if you play Permafrog into Lunar Aggro or something?
I haven't heard that name in years. Man, Permafrog is so funny. There's a lot of really powerful 2-drops inside the game. I don't know if Permafrog's one of them. That good.
You know what? Was it last tournament that Stellar Kristoff played a Ryceros main?
Oh, true.
And just dropped Ryceros into, I think it was a Blitztrix matchup, and it's what does Blitztrix do against that except for trying to misenchant? What does Lunar Aggro have to do against that? They have to misenchant. Now most decks will be running those tech spirits for Zeus, at least in the Lunar Aggro stuff, but Ryceros was a very interesting tech against these decks that can go so wide. All of a sudden you're not attacking the rest of this turn, and even if you do something like Morfrost, you play Scorpio on a Ryceros, well, you still can't attack until you clear the Ryceros out. So there are really cool, interesting things like that might see play.
Yeah, no, it's true. And, God forbid a second Ryceros hits, and you just, at this point, you are you're having to deal with a lot inside of Thunder. I'm glad we got to see Thunder showcased inside the last match as well. We're talking about Toxion and some of these more, again, cards we have not seen in a little while see play. And I'm hoping between either now, some experimentation inside of Moonrise, or potentially Firestorm with the new Thunder cards. I am living for them. We get to see some Thunder action. My old beloved needs some work. And where's Arcolith? Give me Unk. I want to see the Unk drop. The Unk jump scare. 5,000 CC volts of
the Voltempest
Arcolith.
Jump scare.
Oh, that's very real. Champion of Zeus. That is Zeus's
champions are just playing a game of tag all day. Elechick. No, actually, it's a Griffuse. No, actually, it's Voltempest now.
Yeah. So here's the deck idea, right? And trademarking this one for anyone that wants to go ahead and experiment. We have the Exaltus that got revealed, right? The Exaltus that's going to be able to bring itself out when Elestrals are destroyed. And then we also have the Champion of Zeus. So imagine the deck that you're constantly worried about the landmines, right? You're like, oh God, we have cards that are recruiting themselves with things like Foamy. You have cards like Exaltus that are bringing themselves out. And then, of course, we have the big body of something like the Voltempest. I think there's a lot of interesting deck space there for the Firestorm stuff. They're really cool so far. Well, did we got a chance to talk about the Solar? And have you seen PK's Panzer reveal today? Did you go ahead and did you watch that?
I did take a look at it.
What's your thoughts there? I mean, I think this card is really something.
It's really cool, but it kind of has so its best case scenario is when you're behind, but if you're behind, is a 4 defense body that maybe draws you 4 gonna do it?
Yeah, true. You're trying to draw into some big power players or equalizers, and that's maybe like the big hope there. But you're right, it's kind of the big gamble. Do you go with the OG Panzer for Nexus plays, or do you go for this one for draw advantage?
Or you could say the new one is just like Clovey that's backloaded. So instead of on receive, it's on destruction.
Ooh.
Clovey already doesn't see a ton of play. It saw some fringe play with like Earth Nexus and Tarbur shenanigans, but that in like Frostfall and Daybreak was not great. So it's definitely an interesting card for sure. If there's more ways to like make use of it, like if you could special cast it, like if it was a fire card with Hestia, card goes crazy.
It's a true God.
But being Hestia, that it's difficult to special cast Earth cards, maybe we see like Gigaflora come back. Let's bring Panzer back every turn. Like there's stuff to experiment there for sure, but on its own, I think it just doesn't quite do it. But it's a really cool defensive tech card. You can at least like put turn 1 and not feel too bad if it gets destroyed because hey, at least it cycled itself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, what's the Gigaflora play of ascending over, going and then bringing back the Panzer, getting more Nexus strategy there.
But also, there's probably better targets to bring back anyway. Like,
listen, if I'm bringing back a Vis versus a Panzer, I think I know what I'm bringing back. Absolutely.
Panzer.
Yeah, Panzer. Yeah, PK's not here. It's okay. We can.
Specifically, Frostfall Panzer. Then you take the 2 off the Gigaflora and say, "Ha I countered myself."
That's right. There we go. Void Forest. That's an invincible Panzer right there. And I think this is. I'm very curious to see what our players can kind of cook up with within the next this next set coming out soon. And of course, there's plenty to cook with in today's tournament. We have a lot of rounds here to go. We're currently gearing up for round 5 inside of our tournament now. We have 2 players, Prime and A-Team, gonna be going ahead and rocking up on today's stream. I think A-Team is a name that I vaguely am familiar with, vaguely am recognizing. Prime, I don't know.
I was just about to ask if you knew anything about Prime. A-Team, I know. He's been a part of the community for quite some time. I couldn't tell you who Prime is. Nothing wrong against Prime. Maybe they're a great caster and they've topped a bunch of events and we just don't recognize the name, but...
Well, okay. I don't know, and I don't know if I'm speaking this not into existence. If it's Prime that I'm thinking it is. A couple tournaments ago, I remember facing off against a Prime, and they were on something along the lines of like this really cool like no stone unturned deck where they were doing stuff with the golems. Again, no clue. Could be a completely different Prime. I've seen it done before, and my memory isn't as good as it used to be. I'm getting kind of old. You see the gray hairs. But if it is this Prime that I'm thinking of, we might be in for a treat. That's a chef right there, if I remember right. Again.
That's exciting. That's very exciting. I have tried to make No Stone work in Earth, and it's a card that has such cool targets and like abilities, but I feel like the decks that it kind of enables still need a little bit of help. Like I've tried to do like No Stone Vertilith shenanigans with I like to call it fruitless fruit because there's no Chachaya in the fruit deck. But you do like No Stone Unturned, Cornucopia, play a Vertilith, get it all back, like shenanigans like that. But
rock fruit, you know,
I can't quite make it work. So yeah, I would love to see some No Stone shenanigans.
I was cooking with that a little while back too. You know, Earth has a lot of really great cards at its disposal. No Stone slots in very nicely because you can get into the Moss Station, you can get into Scavacol, Scavagem. Wow, it's been years. You can also get into, of course, like Vertilith.
Chaos.
And you can get into all these really strong cards for the Earth deck. The Vertilith one is interesting too. Because imagine the scenario where, let's say you pay off a counter rune, a couple Earth Spirits, you go into a No Stone, now you're 4 spirits down.
Wait, I got it. We play No Stoned, and we play the Liar on the Vertilith.
Ooh, wait a minute.
And now we have a 7-attack Galaxy.
7-attack Galaxy? No, sorry, 7-attack Vertilith was a Galaxy. Every card is Galaxy with the Liar. Now, that'd be insane. Bring back...
I think I'm cooking too close to the sun there, literally, with the solar cards. But there's some really cool stuff that No Stone really could enable. I mean, it searches every card of like the turtle, like the eruption turtles. So Smoltuga, Voltuga, Vesuvatuga, Krakatuga. Yeah. Like I know people explored that a little bit, but we haven't seen Krakatuga pop up much. And Krakatuga, I think, would be a relatively decent card with the 9 defense body right now.
You say the word Krakatuga, and now suddenly Brewlock enters in from wherever in the universe Brewlock exists in, and it's so funny. I remember it's early on inside of this meta, kind of talking with Brewlock a little bit upon like Krakatuga with that, because one of the biggest weaknesses for Krakatuga for a long time was how can I get into my big turtle, and now with it being searchable, really big step in that direction. But I also love the innovation that all these casters are bringing with stuff like No Stone. I'm a really big fan of our players getting set up here for our round 5 here to begin sometime soon. Yeah, and this is going to be looking good.
Not to go too far off before we start the game, Water Reanimator Krakatuga? Maybe that's what the Water Reanimator players are missing right now.
You know, there might be a little bit of burn. We did see Eruption and some kind of Eruption effects put in some work last round.
It's on the menu. It's on the menu. It's there. Someone just needs to order it, cook it up, and we're good.
Yeah, put some turtle on the menu. You know, I need turtle soup. We could call it turtle soup. Oh god, that sounds terrifying. That sounds absolutely terrifying. I need to stop naming decks. They get worse and worse every day. Now this is something crazy. I don't know exactly what we're about to see from these two players. Again, kind of some unknown factors, but looks like we're ready to jump in and take a look.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they're cooking up. You have me prepared to see chefery, and I don't want to be disappointed.
You know, hopefully not overselling. Looks like a big old smiley face from Prime, and A-Team with I'll call it the Galaga on that one. Looks like a little spaceship for us, but go ahead and start off here. I think Prime is going to be taking the lead. See if we can get a little hint at what's going on here. Might be potentially expend to draw coming out from Prime. Take a little advantage early.
The classic, I have the best hand ever. Turn 1, expend, nothing, pass.
Yep. Don't need to commit anything. Don't need to lose anything. Oh, is it a Lumaru? Properly Enchanted Lumaru. Also never seen before in my life.
I mean, we have seen Lumaru take Commentators off the top before. Like, it's definitely a surprisingly, like, kind of gimmicky strategy, but Mill's there. See a Galaxy coming down from Prime.
Oh, and there's that beautiful TP Cryoblast taking out that, you know, once again, goes into the risk of properly enchanting this cute little kangaroo. We have a Cryoblast taking out that Lumaru, and a Galaxy going to swing in for 1. There's the whale that we've been missing so much.
Yeah, that loosely evens out that expend to draw turn 1, gives Prime the extra card in hand. kind of like solid heads-up play so far. It's working out for them.
Kefmel getting brought down on the board. This is a true solar experience.
Followed up with a Zeus. Should help him take on that Galaxy. So now we're looking at Kefmel. We saw Lumaru. We're looking at maybe a Draco deck?
Ooh, Draco deck would make a lot of sense. We've seen some success with that so far, and into these later rounds, I think we can definitely see something really explosive like that. We have a Shield of Achilles to take out that little camel, and maybe a little bit worried. Maybe the hand wasn't as good as we thought it was, and like, do you really want to shield a Kefmel just to keep on this Galaxy? Oh, and maybe you do. Ooh.
Maybe this does open up Prime for a lot of tempo here, and if he's playing more Frost, he could potentially start getting very wide, which would make sense to just bounce with the Kefmel with a shield, but it still potentially leaves his back row empty. But we'll have to see. Or maybe the Galaxy is just that important to him.
We have to say we get to search off here a Bat form and a Scorpio form off of this Lycan and go ahead and fetch out of the deck a couple of new cards to play with, and this is looking pretty good for Prime. Maybe tempting to go for an expended draw here, not to put too many spirits on board and awaken potentially a Lavalith, which does slot nicely into something like that Draco Ray deck. Or maybe some more aggression here, and just going for a quick cast of one of those Morfrost and then swinging in for 3 damage potentially.
Yeah, just the Scorpio is definitely awkward right now because he doesn't have a target for it, so it's a matter of what do you do to keep up. And yeah, he's going for the expended draw like you mentioned. Just, I can sit here, punch damage. He clearly doesn't have a ton of back row, or at least he doesn't want to set it right now. Yep. So, makes sense. Sets one.
One here, playing very carefully around something like Hurricane, not to get blown out. And we have the Kefmel coming back down. That's right, gonna go with the cycle here again. This Kefmel is starting to get really expensive to deal with if you're Prime. Gonna go ahead and shoot down the Whale with the Zeus and try to swing in with a Kefmel.
Another shield. That is stopping a lot of the potential healing off that Kefmel too, knocking it off board, stopping the healing. It's potentially something that AT might have been relying on with some of his early plays. I mean, he's gone through 2 Zeus activations. He's starting to burn himself out, but Prime is burning himself just as fast. And if he's playing Morfrost also tends to self-burn really quickly. So I'm curious as to what Prime is trying to do, keeping this Galaxy so heavily in play through the Zeuses.
Yep. Oh, and here's an Eddie. Eddie is going to be swapped from the Galaxy, but still a pretty decent body to help poke in for some damage. Going ahead and expending a couple spirits there for taking that damage and moving back onto it. Pretty good position if you're Prime. Again, your spirits are getting a little low. Once you start getting below the 10 count, things start getting a little risky, and Kefmel can now contest the Eddie with no Zeus. And
did you catch to see if that Eddie was properly enchanted or not? Because I feel like an empty board Prime may have misenchanted, but I can't quite tell the spirit under there at the moment. Because if that's Frost, that Eddie is still live at a 4-1.
That's right. We have a second Zeus coming down with only 1 spirit to try to take out, and it looks like they're going for the Galaxy here. And if that Eddie is properly enchanted... Oh, you're right. It was a Frost enchanted.
Yep. Makes sense.
Right.
I mean, what else? What do you need a properly enchanted Eddie for? If you're playing more Frost, maybe he's playing BlueStacks or some other Frost strategy, maybe just more Frost. You really don't need the Eddie to be water enchanted on an empty board. So it makes sense for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess that also mitigates the risk a little bit. I am very confused on potentially why not going for the Galaxy if that was such a threat previously. But maybe A-Team has something up their sleeve we don't quite know about yet.
For sure, though, this Kefmel when it gets destroyed, it's only healing back exactly the spirits that he's already used to cast it, plus he already burned through 3 Zeus spirits. So it's interesting if A-Team has more heal cards ready to go, or if this is just Draco heal, like aggressive shenanigans. I mean, I really don't know what we're looking at yet. Oh, we see a Lunar Spirit coming down. That's another
Lunar Eddie.
Enchanted Eddie, this time with Lunar.
Very fascinating here. I mean, I guess it's a good idea and potentially a good call if you're rocking up against something like Navi, because then Eddie's going to be free. But a Tsunami, the rare case where Eddie gets affected by the Tsunami coming down, turning it to defense because it is not water enchanted. And maybe we see a swing on Galaxy, or are we not allowing this heal to go through? Prime, I think, is deliberating on this, wondering if we want this whale to swing.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting idea here. I mean, the heal versus clearing the board, because you know if there's a Draco in hand, you definitely want to get rid of that Kathmel. So I think it's always good to attack. He didn't swing into it. So that is...
Oh, it's Tornation! Wow,
Okay.
what a beautiful little card. Getting the heal off in the Ascension line, too. This is a big body, gorgeous artwork on the full art there.
The art is so nice.
It's killer. And we see an expend here.
Yep, see what A-Team calls. I'm
Excited to
curious.
see. What are you wishing for, A-Team?
Now, A-Team has seen one Cryoblast come out, so I'm wondering if he's cautious about potential second Cryoblast. That back row, if it's a third shield, also would be devastating after this turn goes, but what A-Team calls here is going to be really important. You might be just looking for like Ambrosian removals, maybe?
Yeah, Ambrosia here would be a nice pickup, especially because you are starting to get to the point where you are less comfortable, and that Kathmel already did its heal, and you're only back at 10. That spirit differential is not that great. But a Gorgon's Gaze from Prime, that's pretty worth it.
Yeah, you get the burn off of the Tornation effect, stop them from potentially searching something that they really want to search, although they don't know what they're getting. It's going to follow up with an Apollo.
Whoa, an Apollo here. Well, someone watched the reveals maybe a little bit too early. The Apollo here is going to go ahead and foretell for 3. You have an Apollo, a Sorlet, I think I saw, and then a Rabbit. That's correct. Yeah, it looks like that beautiful Stellar, the TP pack, and that full art Apollo. Very beautiful arts, but kind of whiffing off of this Apollo foretell.
I'm kind of curious what his goal is foretelling this turn. Because he's already used his normal, so it's not like he's playing Winja this turn. I feel like he just potentially gave his opponent more information than his opponent needed in that moment. I'm curious as to what he was looking for.
Absolutely. I think that's kind of the weird part about the foretell mechanic is that not only do you get to, predict the future and get into some potentially powerful cards, but you are giving, and this is the dangerous aspect, your opponent knowledge about potential knowledge about what you could be drawing. I'm going to go ahead and slap down a Rabbit here, though, maybe get some value off of their top 3 cards of the deck.
Yeah, and if you're Prime, you're probably looking at Cryoblast, Earthquake, just something to get rid of that 8 body. Even a Tsunami would probably be okay here, but 18 does have the potential to then add a Misenchanted Spirit on his turn.
Ooh, and it looks like we see a
Gorgons.
Jeez. And a Whale going to defense.
Yeah, so Prime definitely doesn't have the answer for Tornation if he's just saying, okay, I don't want to take damage here, let me put my guy in defense.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play, though. Again, and doing the play to defense before the Ambrosia. Sequencing side of things, you probably want to do the Galaxy towards the end of the turn. That way you aren't signaling the thought process, right? So the idea here is that you're turning the Galaxy to defense, then Ambrosian, because you're might be signaling you're in desperation play. Which again, potentially could be the case, but A-Team's going to go ahead and expend from the Tornation, and that's going to go off this time. What are you wishing for?
Not shield. I'm curious about the shield. The Gorgons I can see. Shields feels like your opponent already doesn't want to attack with their current board state, so I feel like the shield's a little bit of a missed opportunity, but the Gorgons and Cryoblast are definitely options that seem very relevant right here. Maybe the Cryoblast slightly less. It does get you over the Eddy, but your Tornation already can attack over the Eddy, you can attack over the Galaxy.
Yep, looks like we're going to go ahead and pick up that Cryoblast.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see. Maybe A-Team just has a really bricky hand and he just needs to make sure he gets extra back row for if Prime gets a board state advantage over him in a turn or two.
Yeah, well, and I love the not shotgunning the Cryoblast to try to take out the Eddy here, where you have the Kathmel in hand, which we're talking about the heal previously before. A-Team is now sitting in a very comfortable position against an Eddy and nothing else. Prime has got to work some magic here to try and out this Tornation with potentially a Cryoblast, and then also unfortunately has to deal with this Kathmel heal 3. This is a tough position to be in if you're Prime.
Yeah, also slight correction, it was the Gorgons he got off of Tornation, not the Cryoblast.
Oh, that's right. Correct. That's right.
So that's
I think I saw the Gorgons take, and my mind was on Cryoblast.
It looks like it's a scoop, though. Prime definitely got pushed a little bit too far back, couldn't get another removal, and A-Team's take is for game 1 with Tornation. Tornation could be really menacing, and it's something that just hits board, get you card advantage, potentially get you over opponent's Elestrals. 8 stat is super relevant, and there's also potential to just misenchant it and just start swinging through Tsunamis and other cards that might be relevant depending on your matchup.
Yeah, the really kind of interesting back and forth there too, because for a little bit of time it seemed like it was dire straits for A-Team getting so low in spirits, but just the Tornadian and not being able to clear that Tornadian was enough to accrue some advantage here. What do you think Prime is taking into this next game 2 here against a deck like this Wind Tornadian Solar deck?
Yeah, well, I mean, they definitely are going to probably want to make sure they pick up extra Cryoblast if they don't main enough. Like, if they're not on 3 Cryoblast against Tornadian, they're probably siding in that last Cryoblast. Maybe even an extra Earthquake or Royal if that's in their side deck. Just get rid of Tornadian in a Tornadian deck. If they're not running kind of a secondary win condition, it could help them, especially since Prime's looking to be playing some kind of More Frost tempo strategy with Eddie, More Frost, Galaxy. It's imperative for him to kind of keep that board clear and just punch for as much damage as early. Removal cards really help with that. So I'm curious to see if that's kind of the rest of their strategy that they're going for.
Absolutely. Maybe some spoiled fruits in there too. I think that's kind of the side decking 101 for the Moonrise format is spoiled fruit probably has to be in there, just in case you're running into a deck like this one with the Kaufmels. Kaufmel is such a funny card because for a long time, I remember it was a good enough card to play that was kind of hard to deal with, decently statted body. But now with worthwhile ascensions like Tornadian, like Draco Ray, I know some people call me out and say, Heliolith, it was still worth it. I'm looking at you, Bo and Dialis, Solar Strongest Soldiers. But I think that in this case scenario, that spoiled fruit is maybe looking to come in and just kind of prevent the bleeding here. The difference is between the Draco Ray and the Tornadian Ascension here with that spoiled fruit interaction is that the Tornadian is going to stay, but you at least don't have to deal with like the 3 heal. So it's maybe a little bit tricky.
Yeah, without seeing the Draco Ray, I would be surprised if you side in Spoiled Fruit, because while Spoiled Fruit's okay against a Kaufmel, ultimately the Draco Ray is the threat there, so if they get a heal 3 off a Kaufmel, they rise, Kaufmel heal again, like, it's not the end of the world, it's a 3-4 body that healed them some, it's a slightly better sluggle at that point, but hitting the Draco Ray after they've just spent a bunch on Rise from, played a Draco Ray, hit the Draco Ray, they've just lost 5 spirits that they thought they were going to have. So although it's only a 2 spirit differential, it feels really frustrating as the Draco player to get hit by a Spoiled Fruit because it just feels like a much bigger swing than it actually is on the board state.
Absolutely. As we get ready to hop into this game 2, A-Team and Prime. A-Team up 1-0 in this match. Another Smile, another Galaga here on the line. Hopefully Prime can make something happen here. It looks like Prime was in the driver's seat for just a little while and then make one wish upon the star, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that Tempo struggles with, is if they get a body your guys can't get over, you're going to have to struggle because, I mean, he used an early Cryoblast. He uses Eddies for misenchants the entire game, and all of a sudden, A-Team just solidified that body that he couldn't get over. And that's just a little bit of struggle. At least I talked a decent amount so far today, but just good numbers are decent against some of these tempo style decks where it's just they struggle to get over them without their Zeus's, without their removal, without the Eddie. And that's something that Prime just kind of used up a lot early on in that match that came back to bit him at the end.
Yeah, there is a lot here that I'm sure was something like a tempo strategy too. The nice part about going into this game 2 is that you have a lot of room to side, a lot of really good cards you could potentially tech in for this sort of matchup. And so the kind of trade-off that you're getting from like an explosive or more like value-centric deck like Tornadian, for example, you can make up for in just consistent low-to-the-ground plays that can hopefully out-spirit advantage your opponent. I think that from what I can see, though, that Tornadian was really scary when it drops. Maybe we'll see some extra wind magic here in just a little bit. Do we think they're playing the Windjin? We didn't see the Windjin last time, but maybe just Kaufmel Tornadian's enough. Don't know.
I mean, Kaufmel Tornadian, it's probably okay, but I think you have to play the Windjin, at least at a 2 of. We're just going to start with Prime going first with the Rabbit in defense. Pretty straightforward. What deck are they playing? Who knows?
Well, we know for a fact it's not BlueStacks, right? That's based off our previous match. No.
We saw some Frost Spirits. Could be the world's greatest BlueStacks line.
That's right. That's right. Our previous rule doesn't quite work here. The this, I think it's a set 1 rabbit and a pass onto an Eddie, another El Clasico, turning that rabbit to attack and threatening immediately some aggression.
Yeah, and the Eddie play just should in theory get. Oh, and he's already playing the Zeus down here. Maybe he's thinking his opponent might have a Tsunami. So this is like, I am super playing over if that one face down is Tsunami here.
Yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic to try to like ensure this rabbit's going to go down, right? You could obviously try to tank the Tsunami and say, okay, you expended the Spirit, you got rid of the card. But, well, here's another rabbit coming down too in defense position from Prime, kind of bolstering those defenses. But the idea is that maybe A team's hand isn't as strong enough to handle 2 Elestrals on the board and really wants to keep up that tempo. So this Zeus on the Crackback is going to be very challenging.
Yeah, I mean, the extra Zeus activation, it just... I'm curious if maybe A-Team just doesn't have another Elestral and needs to make sure that the Eddie's connecting here. Like you mentioned, like he doesn't want to give up any board position at all and just wants to play around everything to go for these big plays. That's a Blizzard coming down?
Ooh, very heads up on the Blizzard play. Going to take out a set
Cryoblast.
Cryoblast.
Yeah. Blizzard is a fun card. People, I mean, we kind of riff on people don't play Thunderstorm. People don't really play Blizzard, and it's getting some interesting support soon. But like, not being able to respond to a Blizzard is very interesting. There's the Windjin we were just talking about, a nice reverse hollow.
Here we go from the Shattered Stars are doing a lot of work here. And the Blizzard is pretty cool, and sniping out that one Cryoblast. That Cryoblast could make the difference in there. I think this is a very interesting position to be in if you're Windjin, going ahead and foretell off the top an Apollo, a Windjin, and a shield. Nope, looks like potentially
may have been a whiff. But we see an Apollo and a Windjin coming up again, which means next turn that's threatening a Tornagin, because you could just put Windjin back on top, call say Apollo. Maybe this Windjin doesn't get destroyed. Does Apollo first? Like there's a really massive threat of Tornagin just slapping onto the board next turn.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cool part about this this Windjin, because even if Windjin turns into a Whiff Gen, if you will, we do get to see it potentially again. Its full little cycle on the next turn. Gonna go ahead and pass back to Prime here. Prime's thinking about how to handle this wide board. This is where a card like Nabi really slots in well to help break apart wider boards before they start to get more of a problem. I'm not sure if Prime can tech in with the Frost that we've seen so far, Frost and Thunder and Water. But Galaxy could be potentially a threat here, and over the little wind body that could.
It's definitely a start. Now, if you're Prime, do you want to take out the Eddie or the Windjin? Obviously, you can assume it's probably the Windjin, but I'm wondering if because you know a second Windjin's coming, maybe just letting them stick on a bunch of wind bodies that they're maybe going to burn themselves out with to try to do some like anti-Tornagin play after the fact. But A-Team's just going to say whatever, play my second Windjin, and we know he's going to call here. So he gets, looks like he grabbed shield off the top, off the Windjin. He's going to get his Ascension going, shuffle away the Apollo there, and that Lumaru, I think, was the other card that he just showed.
Yep, that's the little rabbit that could. And wow, we are back here once again in this position where that Tornagin being able to put on some pressure, and now you get the card advantage from the shield and from that Windjin, and then now potentially more card advantage from this Tornagin. Do we see a Gorgon's Gaze from Prime? It's like they're still shuffling it back out. Gonna go ahead for a Tornagin here to call to make a wish. Blow out those candles.
Maybe like Gorgons, yep. Get a little bit of burn action, basically. Let him spend for the Tornagin, drop the Gorgons. But now Prime's got to answer the Tornagin. And that's going to be the real question here, because obviously Eddie can't get over the Galaxy. A-Team's going to heal up a little bit with Ambrosia here. But again, Eddie can't go over Galaxy. Its stats are swapped. Tornagin can attack this turn because of Gorgon's Gaze. So now Prime just needs to say, okay, I got to get rid of this Tornagin somehow. Because if you can clear Tornagin, you can then probably also clear the Eddie and just take a good bit of tempo back here. Because we saw that Tornagin just rip apart him last game. So
yeah, this back row from A-Team has to be live. It's kind of the unfortunate position that A-Team's actually in, despite the fact that A-Team has this really big play just now. Prime has a lot of outs to this Tornagin. They have an Eddie. They have they potentially could go into a Cryoblast. There's an Earthquake. There's a lot that we can see from Prime to try to take out this big genie. And I don't know, it might be a hard decision to try to make here. Maybe you're trying to just mitigate some of the damage before trying to make a big push, because now that you are lower in spirits, you also have to now worry about some Kaufmel control and some other Ascension lines. Potentially another Windjin could be good, but there's a Cryoblast.
There's the Cryoblast. So that's Tornadin 1 down. We've already gone through 2 Windjins. It's going to make it much more difficult for A-Team to get another Tornadin back out. So it's going to probably come down to what else is A-Team cooking in that deck besides maybe Lumaru to kind of take board control back if this back row is not live and the Galaxy runs over Eddie. A lot could happen here.
Yeah, I'm liking this sort of back and forth here, because now this Galaxy can freely swing over this Eddie, which is properly enchanted this time. I'm just going for a Frostbeard here onto the board, and now we have a misenchanted Eddie. You know, double Eddies coming up here.
Playing around his own Galaxy here.
That's right.
Well. Playing around
Very
Cryoblast.
smart.
Very, very good enchantment there.
That's right. We've seen one Cryoblast already taken away from A-Team, but doesn't mean there wouldn't be a second one. There's Apollo coming in. Are we about to see this Foretell shine some light on what these top 3 cards are?
And if you're 18, like, what are you hoping for? I mean, Lumaru maybe, but that doesn't get over Galaxy. It only crashes, assuming Prime's back row doesn't back row. That is Lumaru. We see a Tsunami.
We're Tsunami there. And I think that we've pretty good position to be in, honestly. Grabbing some of that background. I think there's the Lumaru Stellar. Go ahead and pick that up from the Apollo. It's pretty decent to have a big body like that on board. I think the third card was a Cryoblast.
It's a properly enchanted Lumaru. We saw that kind of bite him last game. We'll see. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous to water enchant this one, probably with the Galaxy. So Frost would be the only one you could do, but even then.
Yeah, they did just play Cryoblast, so it's less likely they have it. But it is a risk of another kind of blowout turn, especially if this Lumaru for some reason doesn't connect. If they have a Tsunami, like.
Absolutely. I think also, too, from A-Team's perspective, the thing that I'm kind of noticing is that, and from the Foretell there, you know, you had the Lumaru, a Tsunami, and a Cryoblast. So maybe the decision to go into a non-Frost enchanted Lumaru is you want to save it because you stacked that Cryoblast to try to take out something.
Yeah, it looks like it's attacking to get Gorgon's Gaze here to stop. I'm curious what he was trying to attack. I'm assuming the Eddie, because you don't want to lose your only body on board right away. But I'm not really sure. And then the other thing with Lumaru, though, since it's still enchanted, maybe he has Tornadin in hand. And there's the Cryoblast. So an unfortunate second Cryoblast in Prime's hand for A-Team for sure. Sometimes you kind of have to take that gamble if they didn't draw the second one. They didn't draw the third one. They just might have it.
Yeah, you know, and you know, who's to say the third one's also not chilling there. We have a Spectaris coming in to try to hit in for a little bit of damage. It's going to now be a very difficult board to deal with. We're talking about this a little bit going into this game, that where you can make up for in these big explosive swing plays a really consistent ramp into a board like this. Kaufmel coming down from A-Team.
Narpoon for Prime here, and also notice of A-Team when he expended for damage that turn, he expended 2 Earth Spirits. Means he's probably playing Earthquake. He just couldn't find it yet.
Yep.
So he potentially has a dead draw in his deck, but I think that Spectre is going over Kaufmel might be a little bit more threatening.
And is that a Cryoling?
That is a Cryoling. Yes, it is. Off the Narpoon.
Oh, welcome back, Frostfall meta. That's you know, honestly, in this stage of the game, we were talking about how Windjin or Tornadin's hard to deal with for Prime. I think a Cryovern is really hard to deal with for A-Team.
Yeah, and it looks like A-Team's also still maining that Tsunami, even against a bunch of Water Lushless that I saw, but it's going to protect his Kaufmel here at least, or at least going to be able to get the heal off the Kaufmel. Following also with the shield, he's just blowing through his back row. I really feel like he has an Ascension in hand now after seeing the Lumaru with the Solar, and now the Kaufmel being fully protected from everything that's getting thrown at it.
Absolutely.
And then getting rid of the Spectaris, definitely useful. I really just want to see another Tornadin from hand here. Second
Kaufmel. Okay, so, you know, maybe potentially not an Ascension line in here, but trying to recoup the cost on spirits, because now Prime has to give back 6 spirits to A-Team if they want to clear both these Elestrals. You know, we're talking about earlier some of these tempo plays that these decks can make in these big pushes, and what's going to be their grand push. And A-Team almost made like a defensive push there by tsunamiing and then shielding to try to clear up and clean up the board here before this Cryoling comes down, counting the Frost Spirits in the underworld to ensure this is properly okay. I imagine it is. Normally that's the case for these players, but we have a Cryoling ascending into
Cryover. Yeah, it's interesting. So A-Team did make a huge push. They spent 2 of their back row. They spent some extra spirits, but they will heal all that back as relevant. So their 3 is like a pseudo 8, but they're also going to lose their board presence here as well. So now they have to deal with this Cryovern. In theory, deal with the Narpoon as well, but that Cryovern's definitely a much more threatening card. Looks like Cryovern's Thunder Frost Enchanted.
Yep, that's correct. We have a lot of the bigger bodies here swinging at each other. You know, it's really funny because, right, the spirit differential here will be pretty large. 8 spirits to, or 6 spirits, 9 spirits to 3 is not anything to scoff at, but I'm really curious to know what A-Team has in their back pocket to try to clear out these bigger bodies. Maybe it's just another Lumaru to hit the Narpoon, and then you're just trying to outvalue your opponent slowly. But I think no cards in hand either.
Oh, looks like A-Team started his turn. We didn't see heal off that.
That was a spoiled fruit. What we missed there was the
Calfmel. I missed that. I'm so busy looking at these Calfmel. Like, what's he gonna do?
The Calfmel was hit into by the Cryovern, and the spoiled fruit was able to take out the Calfmel's healing with just what we were talking about there. Kind of this idea that
with my if you don't see the trick array, don't silence spoil, but it worked out.
There it goes. That's prime material right there. Well, pun intended. This is now going to come down for a Gorgon's Gaze here. Seems pretty worth it to try to not let
the
the
other heal, crash over, and punch. Put him at what? Yeah, that puts him at 0 then. And the Prime's going to take that game. We're going to game 3.
Cool. That's going to be a killer.
So yeah, Prime's playing looks like some kind of tempo water Cryovern deck. Now, it's pretty like common knowledge that you misenchant Cryovern with water. Prime doesn't seem to be able to have that luxury because he is also playing Galaxy right now.
That's right. Yeah, there's a
Curious
lot
to see what that turns into, and because now it's like you've shown your cards here. It's like, oh, I also have Cryovern. I wonder what A-Team's kind of plan is to deal with that.
Yeah, I'm curious too because right then and there we did see a very fortunate series of events for Prime kind of work out. You had the Spoiled Fruit as an answer to the heal from the Calfmel, and then you had the Gorgon's Gaze, which could have been very risky to hit over the other Calfmel to prevent the healing like we were talking about before. Now you're up in a board presence and advantage for Prime really late there, and that's just scary to deal with at such low spirit counts. But A-Team, I think as we saw in the first game, it can kind of take a field that isn't as wide as Prime's and do a lot with it. Whereas Prime has to establish that wide board just like that with some back row to kind of see some victory.
But even when Prime looked like he was fully set up, ready to go, A-Team had just all the answers he needed. He cleared a board of 4 Elestrals with 2 Calfmel. Like, that's nothing to scoff at. Now, granted, this Calfmel the following turn got suppressed and negated, but like he definitely played it. He played to his outs very well that game. So even though he did take the game 2 loss, he played that like he was about to win and just kind of got silver bulleted at the end.
Absolutely, that's like a really good call out too. And like both these players playing at such a high level here. You're right. A-Team making those defensive plays to buy some time and shield back the Galaxy, and then the Calfmels can maybe clean something up. I think in that world where we do see an Ascension come down potentially instead of another Calfmel onto the first Calfmel, maybe you bait out that spoiled fruit really early. But you would have that Tornadian, maybe a Draco Ray that you can sit on. Now it's also hard for Prime to deal with. This is a really interesting little dynamic here between these two decks. Again, one deck that can potentially put out some big bodies and wants to keep up the tempo, and the other deck that can also potentially put out some big bodies but has a lot of healing. Very, very interesting little dynamic here between these two, same side of the same coin.
And I'm curious if A-Team now seeing the spoiled fruit maybe sides some of the Calfmels out for some other bodies that might be a little bit more defensive, because Calfmel at 3-4 is fine on defense, but the heal is really important for what it's really like in the deck for. So maybe he takes 1 or 2 out and just kind of focus on maybe another Lumaru or something else with good stats. Just a lot of like give and take there as to like, okay, my opponent sided in. Now do I side out? Do I stay sided in, or do I stay sided out based on what my other opponent's thing? Just mind kind of a side deck thing. It's very important, at least with Spoiled Fruit, because you can potentially brick Spoiled Fruit for your opponent if you kind of play it right.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is kind of the also thing with side decking cards like Hurricane in this format. There's a lot of really intricate ways to play to your opponent rather, and that's mind game them into oblivion. I think one thing that's really funny to note here too is we did not see, did we see the Zeus come down in that second game? I'm trying to remember if we saw one really early.
The Zeus was the turn 1 Zeus.
Yeah, there we go.
2 Thunder on it to get over the, was it Galax? No.
I think it was, I'm trying to blending a little bit. But
the first Celestial that Prime played got run over by
it was the Astrabbit Eddie.
Yes, that's what it was. So the cementing the Astrabbit kill over Tsunami, but not playing around Shield well. So that was an interesting play by A-Team that it's impossible to say if that was the right play or not. Even throughout the whole game, I still don't know if that was the correct play, but it probably at least put A-Team at like, okay, at least I got rid of the rabbit kind of thing, only to see second rabbit.
Absolutely. Well, that's partially why I think it's a little bit risky going for that turn 1 Zeus like that. Like, yeah, you're guaranteeing this interaction, but at the same time, that Zeus maybe could have been saved to help clear up some of that board state later, or even contest the Cryovern on some level, making it somewhat near range for Lumaru to deal with. It looks like both players are getting ready to clash here in this exciting game 3. I really don't know what to expect here inside of this one. For previous matches we've seen so far, I'm like, I can maybe predict how this is going to go, but this has been a very back and forth game and back and forth series between these two decks that seemingly have infinite resources.
They are 2 decks that are playing very, very efficiently for sure, and they can get some pretty efficient big bodies out. I mean, now that we've seen Cryovern, we know that Prime's hiding at least something interesting in the deck. The Cryovern play that game I was not expecting it. I was expecting to see more tempo stuff, but dropping a Narpoon into Cryoling. I'm curious if that was a sided thing or if that's part of the main deck with like a Morphrost package in there as well. It's a very, very curious deck that I hope we could see a little bit more of out of Prime. And A-Team, I'm curious. Realistically, I'm curious with A-Team just to see what he sided into going into Game 3. Because I think that's what's going to kind of make or break his strategy so far. Especially because in theory, with Eddies and Cryoblast, Tornigen is a good but dangerous card to use.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just really shocked we've seen probably the full extent of the Winjin Tornadian line in the last game. We had the whiff, so to speak, and then we had the follow-up, grabbing that shield, getting the 3 cards that you're wishing for, and I'm like, wow, that's such like a crazy advantage engine that A-Team was able to pull off there. And kind of the beauty of Tornadian, it's hard to deal with, and you just play a little bit to your outs like that. Maybe we could have seen that second game go a little bit different. And as we're going into this game 3 here from Prime, I'm noticing a distinct lack of Moralith. So maybe with that Morphrost engine, with a little bit of bigger bodies, maybe we can see some of the traditional Frost action come down over the water stuff. Again, really toss up here. Very interesting play from both these casters.
Yeah, the Moralith call it's interesting because, I mean, we've seen Prime obviously is going for the Cryolink shenanigans. They have the tempo stuff. Given the rest of the deck so far, I don't know if Moralith would really be the right call here, just because what else are you milling with Moralith? I mean, you get a 6/5 or 6/4 body. I don't know if that's ever going to be relevant against like Tornigen, right? Just it has 8. So if there was Moralith in the deck, I don't think we're going to be seeing it after game 2, and we haven't seen it yet. So
start off with Apollo here from A-Team with 2, hoping to get maybe a couple more foretells than last time. Earthquake. Calf-Mel Gorgons. That has to be the best foretell I've seen in years.
That's got to be really scary for Prime looking for, because Prime knows whatever he does, if he goes tall, it's gone. Like, knowing there's an Earthquake coming off the top draw here, that's scary. It's 5.
an incredible pickup to get early from A-Team too. Kind of like you were saying, if Prime decides to go tall, then A-Team will have an answer. If you're Prime, you're constantly having to worry about that. And this deck can go wide, of course, but I think we've seen before, A-Team's more than capable of dealing with a wide board. And go with an Attackster Rabbit here, and I would drop down a really aggressive bunny into this board.
Yeah, I mean, that signals to me that Prime either doesn't care about his rabbit, maybe a second rabbit in hand, or he's just about to set good back row, so he's not afraid of a crackback and wants to start punching in for that extra damage, because A-Team's first turn, a little expensive, nothing too out of the ordinary, but pushing on some pressure here could be useful, especially Prime's playing tempo. He needs to put pressure early and often to kind of just roll that game into a basically game-ending state where he can win.
Yeah, absolutely. The funny part I think about this as well is that if you're Prime, you almost want to force out that Earthquake or potentially Zeus Eddy or some sort of play from A-Team. You know, these small things you can do when you're in these like game states that you want to maybe force your opponent to make an option here instead of having free reign to maybe go for a Calf Mel, which can immediately threaten this Aster Rabbit now.
Yeah, and Prime knew that Calf Mel was coming, so it just leads to me that it's probably going to be... I wasn't expecting PTA, I was expecting Shield, but PTA is definitely a good option here.
Ooh, gonna go for an Earthquake here, allowing this Calf Mel to swing in for a little bit of damage. I like this play from A-Team, I think. Again, and we were just talking about Prime kind of forcing out some of these plays. That PTA will definitely do it.
Looks like Apollo's going to find him a Tornigen that could potentially ascend, if not for the fact that Capmel's probably getting PTA'd at the end of turn. So never mind that. But this does allow A-Team to get a little bit of damage in. Throwing out the Earthquake early, though, is definitely going to signal to Prime that he could probably play a little bit more aggressively because there's going to be less live removal options.
Yeah, you're not really worried about the Cryoblast because a lot of your deck is immune to those options, except for maybe like potentially an Eddy. It's going to pass back to Prime, and it's going to drop down the Whale. Here comes Galaxy. Going to just go and punch in for one after setting a card. And A-Team's going to take it here. Kaufmal did heal back some spirits, so potentially kind of worth it there just to get in for a little bit of damage. Kind of heal back those Apollo foretells, if you will. And yeah, I think from both these players right now, we are just kind of back to the starting point. But I like Prime's position here. Back row Whale is very scary.
For sure, and it's going to be coming down to, I mean, A-Team has a ton of information at the top of his deck, so if he basically has, I mean, he probably doesn't have a Win Gen, he would have used it already, I would think. So we know the next couple of cards in his deck are going to be a little bit slow to kind of get his strategy going. It's going to be a
Solar
Enchanted Eddy. I mean, he does definitely want to play into a potential Ascension for Tornigen. Probably looking to just kind of play defensively here to just ascend, and he's going to have to blank probably 2 Celestial attacks here. Yep, there's a Spectaris coming down. So he's got to stop both Spectaris and Galaxy from swinging over this Eddy to get to Tornigen, which will likely cost both of his back row if they're both live.
Yep, no singular Tsunami is going to save him here. He's got to go for that defensive option early. And I think that's what we might see is this forcing of the hand of these 2 back row. We have a Gorgon's Gaze coming down to stop the attack of... or as a Shield of Achilles coming down. Now that was a Gorgon's Gaze.
That was a Gorgons and Battle Step to stop Spectaris pump?
Yep, and to trade.
Or maybe
them,
not. Maybe
like.
we're taking a step back here.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to rewind and confirm what's happening here for the Spectaris. It looks like that is going to be the case where they are crashing here. That's going to be a damage Gorgons or Battle Step Gorgons to...
Yep, to force a trade. I'm curious. It probably means that either that second rune is a Tsunami. Well, no, it would have helped there because then you could go around to Galaxy, send a Tornigen. So the second face down might just be a bluff.
Go for an Apollo here to foretell. Foretells off this were maybe not as good as the last time. Kind of think about what to stack here. I believe we had a rabbit come off the top, a Zeus, a rabbit, and also an Ambrosia from that foretell. If you're A-Team, it's a hard decision between the maybe the Zeus or the rabbit. For the Ambrosia, you'll need a little bit later, but you'll see that Ambrosia off the rabbit for sure if you do end up picking that.
And that rabbit's also going to be really useful. If you have this slow, awkward, foretold stack on top that's not going to help you out, rabbit will help you shuffle that all away and hopefully find something else new off the top of your deck that will be more relevant. So having the extra foretell for Apollo on his follow-up turn, maybe playing rabbit to shuffle some stuff around, could help him find something a little bit more online, something more that he will be useful in this Galaxy situation.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind too is as we're getting into these rounds, playing the slower defensive play might work, but also kind of playing against the clock here. We do have plenty of time left in the round, but
blowing up that back row.
Ooh, that's Hurricanes. Might be really nice. That Gorgons, it could be killer. We've seen that stop Ascension plays before, and potentially having like a calf mill here would be killer. Gonna go ahead and start off with a Apollo Foretell. Ooh, another whiff off the Foretell, but very powerful cards potentially coming in from an Astro Rabbit.
Yep, Ambrosia, Poison Tibiaro, Tsunami, all decent. I mean, Tsunami is definitely less online in this matchup, but Poison Tibiaro, Ambrosia definitely could be useful, either to just knock out something like an Eddy, maybe they go Cryovern, put the Cryoverns at least at a 5, maybe stops an attack there and pops it after. So the PTA is definitely a relevant card, but I have a feeling with A-Team at 8, he's probably going to try and grab the Ambrosia off the top.
Yep. Looks like you get the Ambrosia heal back in here and potentially out of Thunder Spirits, it looks like. I think I saw a rabbit come down and then back to the hand and then this Ambrosia. So potentially a missequencing there without actually casting the rabbit down to commit to that spirit. And it looks like we have the rabbit coming down here, going to try to take off the top, again, the Ambrosia, PTA, or that Tsunami, and then shuffle back to that, because those are pretty rough as far as your next few draws goes. You really need to see some Elestrals.
Yeah, definitely something a little bit more proactive, hopefully.
For sure.
Because, I mean, the Galaxy's sitting there for, 6-7 turns now, it feels.
The immortal whale. It will not die. And, if you're Prime here, you're going to really, again, spirit-wise, you're chilling. Cryoblast can take care of this rabbit. A Narpoon in defense is very interesting, though.
It definitely signals that Prime's not getting over this rabbit this turn. I'm curious why the defense. I mean, maybe. I mean, we could just see a misenchanted Tornigen come down for all we know, but I'm curious.
Yeah. I think maybe, too, this is also signaling that you don't want to have this card crash with a Kaufmel, right? And potentially heal back 18 spirits and also remove a board. Because if Prime can't get over this rabbit, then who's to say that Kaufmel coming down couldn't also then equalize, 18 gets a free heal back, and then now Prime's got to figure out what to do. But this Lichen form, which starts off the Narpoon, can get out this Scorpio and a Bat, so now 18 is on the clock for this next turn.
Yeah, that will allow Prime to take a pretty big tempo swing next turn, depending on how this board state ends at the battle step of A-Teams, because that one back row, it's got to be pretty useful here.
It looks like we see a Lumaru coming down and trying to swing on this board. Lumaru could be pretty valuable here. Again, we've seen mills off the top for cards like the Cryoburn, but a Tsunami is going to stop this properly enchanted Lumaru.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like you can't now misenchant Lumaru to play around Tsunami because Galaxy's still sitting there. And I could see why you want to proper enchant Lumaru to proper enchant Tornigen. Definitely a difficult play to make there. We see the Scorpio that he searched out with the Lycan last turn, ditching a Bat, getting the Lycan back out. Nice big wide damage presenting board. A-Team's still sitting on one back row though. That could be maybe a Tsunami, would save him a little bit of damage.
Yeah, this would be probably the most worth it Tsunami, at least just to save the rabbit from direct damage here at least. You still get the pop from the Scorpio effect later, and looks like you're just going to take it. You have to just take all this damage here and hope that you can draw into something that can help clear out a 4 Elestral board. Prime went wide in this last turn.
I mean, A-Team did it last game with 8 spirits, so we can see we can do it again with 7. Or I guess now probably down to, 5?
Yeah, I think 5. And about 5 minutes left in the round here, so we are encroaching upon low spirit count from A-Team, and I think that's going to be the concession.
That 2 Tornigens and a Zeus in hand. That's rough to see.
Wow, that is. There was a couple situations there for Prime that put them in the prime position to pick that one up. Their wide board, the A team's hand was clearly nothing super.
That's a Cryo Scorch! Prime had a Cryo Scorch on the board there last minute. He was playing Cryo Scorch.
Go Cryo Scorch. That's crazy. Hey, listen, Cryo Scorch, good tech. Maybe that what was the secret sauce in the side was Cryoburn into Cryo Scorch to potentially get down A team's board or to go over that Tornadian. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
congratulations,
we've seen more Frost like used as enablers for other Frost extensions. Cough, cough, and Parawatt. Cough, cough.
True.
So maybe he's taking a little bit of note out of that book and just trying to go like, hey, if I play more Frost and I can surprise my opponent with a Cryo Scorch for 8 damage, like out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, again, these cards that we see kind of like waiting in the wings to be broken, and you're definitely right. The 3 Ascension line is not too hard to get to. And the cherry on top is, well, you could also just normally go into it like a Cryoburn line, like you would Cryoling to Burn to Scorch. What a game there from Prime and A Team. The back and forth there was so interesting because, again, the small micro decisions from both these players really added up to these both decks kind of snowballing onto each other, right? You have Prime, very straightforward tempo strategy that wanted to get in a little bit early, a little bit often, and was able to stick that Elestral on the board to keep up pressure. And then A Team, you've seen the games previously, their game plan going off, going a little higher in build and allowing them to accrue advantage and just keep that big board presence. Again, both very technical, very intricate matchups there.
Yeah, they're definitely they both were playing decks that like the base level is like cool, play tempo, play Tornadian, but then the kind of next thought level is like, okay, well, do I play my Eddie Misenchanted here? Do I need to save Eddie? What 3 cards do I call for Tornadian? What 3 cards are going to get me out of the situation? Saving all that back row to stop the 4 Celestial push in game 2 for A Team, almost let him take that just out of basically nowhere. Like he still ended up taking the loss there, but like. It's just those kind of like little micro decisions across the whole game where it's like, yeah, you can do the deck, but then you can also play the deck well. And I think that's something that we saw there that was very, very interesting. Just all the little small nuances and just interesting play points that they had.
Absolutely. And like the crazy part to me in seeing this match. So seeing is believing. And for a long time, I thought that Tornadian was a card that was potentially, it was good. It's a big body. It's got a pretty decent effect. I was like, but how good? And I think this is also a perfect showcase of that engine there. The Win-Gen, even missing on the Win-Gen, allowing you to go into the next turn, really popping off with those effects. And kind of showcasing why that type of strategy is so strong. On the occasion, even if you're whiffing, next turn you can just do it again, and now you have your guaranteed Tornadian. So kind of delayed gratification there, outside of just calling a hero call on what's on top.
Yeah, but then also you kind of get into the mental game of like, oh, I just saw the top 3 cards on my deck. I'm in trouble for 3 turns. And that unfortunately not knowing sometimes helps you play better because there's a little bit of that doom and gloom you get looking at top 3 cards of your deck. It's like, oh, I just saw 2 Ambrosias and a PTA against my opponent's 3 cards on board. Like I can't do anything now for the next 3 turns except pray for something else. So there's a little bit of that kind of, you got to make sure you're keeping that mental state. Sometimes you just need to forget what's on top of your deck and just play to your outs as you would normally, just like, okay, what can I play to win? And I'd be like, well, I'm drawing 3 cards on the next turn that are all not going to work. You got to just hope and pray sometimes, but just that mental state importance also really of a big note.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the classic case of, do you hold on to those 2 Earth Spirits? Do you hold on to those 2 Fire Spirits, or something like Lavalith? And inside of the case for A Team, are you just holding off for a Tornadian hard ascend there? Which, did showcase that it had. I think you called it out there pretty early that some of these misenchanted Elestrals, like the Eddie, and like earlier, we saw that off of the Foretell, when the Apollos, we knew one of them was there. The second one's unfortunate. That's one of those ones where you really needed to stick an Elestral to get that ascension on. And I would be curious to know if that game could have gone differently if you just, ascended over the rabbit to misenchant. Maybe that's the play.
Yeah, I mean, we know after the fact that that's not really that wouldn't probably have won them the game because then they just play Scorpio and out it the next turn. Mm-hmm. But it definitely is an option to just misenchant your big dudes. The water misenchant wasn't available due to Galaxy in play, but even a Frost misenchant on the Tornadian is something that I feel like I should be seeing more often because of how prevalent Cryoblast is in main decks right now.
Yep.
And sometimes just a big 8-2 beater against a pretty light board or after you hurricane is enough to just stall a turn. It's misenchanted. Turn following, drop the missing spirit on it, and then go for the search. There's there's that level of maybe there's other options there to hard to stand. Now, granted, he ended up pulling 2 Tornagens in his hand, which is not what you want to see. So even if you hard to send over, if it gets answered, you end up not being able to then play the next one, so you have even more troubles in your hand. It's a tough call to make for sure.
Definitely speaks to the mental game side of it, like kind of you were talking about. Like sometimes players do get tunnel visioned into like this is their out, this is their win, without like kind of maybe considering some of those very straightforward plays. Yeah, misenchanted big dude. Maybe that's the W, but
yeah, sometimes it is. Like sometimes that's all you need is just engineer a board state your opponent will have trouble outing, and just go for something off the wall, different or crazy, or throw your opponent off and hope they misplay. There's plenty of options to just say, I'm in a losing scenario. I have no way to win if everyone plays perfectly. Sometimes
true.
you can throw your opponent off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and speaking of perfect play, we're going to head to a quick break. And when we come back, more perfect play from the rest of our casters, surely, inside of our premier event today. Don't go anywhere. A lot of electrifying action still left to be had here from these casters. We are getting into the deep rounds of this tournament. So going to see some top player stuff here today. I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, moving into round 6. Let's go.
Absolutely.
All right, so we are back with my co-commentator Taratlas joining in. How's it going, Taratlas? Are you ready for round 6?
It's actually Terrence the Taratlas now. He named me.
He named you Terrence.
Yes.
I think you might want to get a different name. Just saying.
That's just rude. That's just rude.
I know.
What's wrong with Terrence the Taratlas?
I'm talking down to Taratlas, my boy.
Terrence the
Hydro
Tyrannos.
Taya Enchanting Boy. But hey, PK, are you ready for round 6?
up,
What do you think about
everybody?
round 5? We were literally just about to talk about that. Before we came
Yeah,
back to
that
play.
was. I'm sitting there watching, and I mean, suddenly there was a cryo scorch, and every Imperial White in me just cringed with every part of my being. That was not something I needed to see. But no, we were talking about this earlier just before we took a break for round 5, and Frostus is such an interesting element because it has a little bit of everything. It has aggro, it has tech plays, it has strategies, it has combo pieces, it has underworld plays, and it has super aggro. So seeing Cryovern pop up, I mean, it might be dated, but that's only because you're just looking at the new things. Cryovern is still very potent. Again, was it 7/4? Typically water enchanters, so tsunami immune, something you have to answer and something that's very easy to get out with the effect of Cryolink, especially mid-game. Come on, man, respect Cryovern.
Yeah, it's got a decent stat line, so it has 4 defense, doesn't get outed by Eddy, it doesn't get hit by Cryoblast, you can misenchant it to get around Tsunami. Cryovern's a very good card still, and it's one of the things we were just talking about. Like, sometimes a good number in stats are what you need to win a game, especially against some of these tempo decks that just want to kind of respond to you with efficient removal, efficient dudes, efficient bodies. Now, obviously, in that game, the Cryovern with Water Enchant was a little offline because of Galaxy kind of mucking that up, but still, it's surprising big body can sometimes just take over a game like we saw in game 1. That Tornagin, surprising big body, all of a sudden, wow, 18's back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Tornagin being an Elestrals, and mind you, that game 1 was also really exciting, a really good back and forth that one was. But yeah, the big bodies out of nowhere have to be respected. Tornagin is a lot easier to deal with being an 8/2 instead of, anything with a defense of 4 on a 2 ascension, and you're typically in a safe range. That one being 2 means that it's much more susceptible to Eddy and other 1-cost outs, which hurt. But Tornagin is still something that needs to be respected, as is Cryovern, as is many other cards that we saw in that clash. I mean, we just saw so much, and I'm glad that Cryoscorch was not one of them. Jesus.
I would have loved to see a Cryoscorch just come down and clear that game up, but I mean, it wasn't in the cards. But I mean, seeing Morphrost kind of pivot from, you could play a full Morphrost deck to, hey, here's a micro engine that gives you PTA in a body, a wide board for damage, and possible ascension plays. It's really cool to see Morphrost kind of, although it's not being played in its full Morphrost deck, kind of allowing these little packages of like, here's a tempo burst play that you might have to go big, because that was a tempo deck. We saw Galaxy, we saw Eddy, but also if there was Morphrost stick, that could have just been a hard to send Cryovern. Hard to send Cryoscorch and just blow up for tons of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing about Frost right now is the explosivity of it, ironically so. But the deck can just go from 0 to 100. You get a random good mill, suddenly you have a Blistric on the field, or you got the Lycan in your hand, and now here's a Morlith milling 6, and now you got to deal with Morlith and 2 Cedar Swords next to it. So there's a lot of things to really explore in the Frost element, something that should always be on your radar. Not to mention, if Frostix is still a thing, Keyon the Divine is still a thing. So those cards that you think are already gone, suddenly they're reanimated. It's powerful. It's potent. Pay attention.
And as you say, Frost can go 0 to 100. It can also go 20 to 0 real fast. But hey,
I mean, in some strategies, going 20 to 14 is the strategy.
Well, while they're on the topic of Frost, Firestorm has what looks to be a nice little happy home with Blizzard. Like, what do you think about that? Because you say there's adaptability to Frost. What do you think about kind of the next step of Frost with the Firestorm stuff?
I hope that is something that is utilized for all the elements to bring more life into these older cards. Mind you, we already have an Eruption Searcher with Botuga, but that's also in Earth, and it's a little bit cumbersome in that strategy. But if we were to go back and say, hey, these cards that were created to specialize for these elements, we're going to make them more of a mainstay. Let's utilize, we already kind of have Magneto Search being able to search Thunderstorm or add it from a Foretell, but it's still let's focus on Thunderstorm and make that more a thing. Let's bring out Bronchaglow a little bit more and Funglow. Let's make Follow the Wisp more of a potent strategy for fire elements. So if we're going to Blizzard right now and showing that, hey, we're going to get Blizzard support, it gives me hopes that other cards that were introduced that didn't see much play right now is going to get more focus in the future. So I'm holding on to my Stellar not Fun Glow. What's the fire version of Fun Glow? Fun Guide. Stellar Fun Guide. I'm holding on to my Stellar Fun Guide.
Yeah, like it's something that's like, I mean, we saw a little like almost teasers of this back in Frostfall when we got Ambrosia titled, and all of a sudden Jotaya and Latagon, you could make a deck out of it, and then Daybreak happened and we had to ban Jotaya. But like, it's cool to see these little kind of things ebbing and flowing and increasing and building upon.
The world will be better. The world will be better with Jotaya at 1.
I don't know if that's the case, but
the world will be better. The viewers at home can contest that they will be better with Jotaya at 1. We all know this. I don't care about any crimes. Acquit them. Acquit them. Acquit them.
It's okay. EFT will come and save my day, I hope.
Hey, there we go. That's good. From Twitter. He should have never been sitting in front. Anyway, yeah. I mean, that's ban list. Like, we haven't really talked about the ban list recently, but there are some really interesting cards on there that are still feeling the effect. If they were to come off, the game would shake up. The major ones being, Race to the Top, Wrestling and Lowest Earthquake, the Spot Removal. Those were more prominent than instead of figuring out other strategies to out these other cards, you just say they would just jam the Earthquakes in there. Now with those cards being limited, we get to explore the other avenues and ways of removal in Elestrals. You have Lavalith and Arcalith, those two cards being very played. You remember a while back we even had the Lavalith Arcalith deck that was really utilizing both of those cards to the best of their abilities. Echoing, snuffing people out of their back row because you can't do PTA on a cast if it's already on the field. Gorgon's Gazing It isn't ideal. It kind of serves the same purpose. And Shield, well, if Equilix is on the field, it's never resolving. Snapping, Divine Moves, and all that. Like, Equilix was just really good. If that were to come back, it'd be really potent as well. And, Viserys, even at 2, I mean, we're still seeing it right now. But as the saying goes, it's the third Vice that seemingly gets you. It's been felt. This ban list so far, the Residents of Tartarus, do you feel like it's doing its job? Do you think anything can be lessened? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely shaking things up. I mean, we still see, you kind of mentioned like, oh, there's these cards that aren't seeing play, these decks that see a little less play. Like, we don't see Earth Nexus popping up as much at all anymore. But that not necessarily is caused by the ban list. It might just be caused by, well, something like Bug Box being a little bit more efficient at using some of those Earth cards. We still see Heal popping around in different variations, where Heal was very good. It ran lots of removal cards. It ran Race to the Top with the Quackle, because now you have a 4 defense body that could basically race and knock out stuff. So it does a significant job at like kind of mitigating some of those really frustrating decks, but it doesn't completely hose everything out. And some of it just is adapted into new forms anyway, where maybe it's not the ban list reason that people are playing less of something. It just might be a meta shift overall. There's a lot of like kind of ebb and flow there that I think is relevant for that conversation that we'll never know really, unless people start playing like no ban lists like for funsy matches and start recording that at length. It's a who knows, but it definitely.
Still really trying to stay focused in on what's the best version of 5s. But I think at this point in the meta right now, it is an outdated perspective. Like trying to find the best version of 5s, I think is not only stifling you creatively, that's the word, creatively with the meta right now and what Elestrals is, but it's also holding you back from what it could be. So, I think the limited list is fantastic, and
those decks are always kind of there, ready to go. Like again, early meta, when it's 5s or aggro, like that's what people are going to play because they're safe. But now we're getting kind of later stage Moonrise where people are kind of exploring. We see Tornagent popping up now. We just saw Cryoscorch pop up. We see these more Frost packages flowing around. More things are popping up that are just kind of interesting and creative because people have had time to refine them against the aggressive stuff and the tempo stuff that has dominated the early meta because they've had the time to explore that.
Yeah, and that's how I was going to mention about the time. I think it comes down to having more comfort utilizing these strategies. Because if you hand someone who's brand new at the game and say, hey, here's Wenjin, they're going to look at you like this doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like, you just kind of throwing it up there to chance, like just guessing one of 40 cards in your deck. But as you come to understand the game and you start practicing, you start realizing there are ways to manipulate it, that there is more efficient for you to try it out and just, hey, you can make this work versus not giving it a go. So I love that Wenjin and Tornagent is seeing stage presence right now.
Yeah, and also along the lines of like the solar stuff, like we see Draco Ray popping up. Just lots of really kind of interesting like tech decks and things that do well against the current meta. Because, the Draco Ray Solar Enchanted does pretty well against the Nobby stuff. And just like all those little kind of little tech pieces, tech spirits, counterplay is interesting to see people build their decks around what they expect to see and what is likely to just pop up in their games during their entire tournament run. Like, have
we seen Nobby on stream at all?
We saw Nobby round 1 quite a bit. Got bounced a lot and kept dropping. But yeah,
I caught that mess, and now I'm trying to think.
We haven't. Oh no, maybe. My first game, I think. I don't know, yeah. We haven't seen what looks to be a proper lunar aggro deck today. They've been kind of these funky, different builds of it because we've seen Doppelganger drop a couple of times. No Like a Void yet, no Werepups yet. Just super diverse, interesting matchups all day, which is really cool to see.
Well, let's see what kind of unique matchup we have coming up for round 6. We have CJ versus Dooms. CJ will be casting first. Round 6, let's begin.
Oh boy, I'm excited. I don't recognize either of these casters, kind of like last thing, but I was pleasantly surprised with the casters last game. So if these are, that's anything to go on, we're going to see some more surprises with some more people that we are relatively unknown. I'm excited.
Oh yeah, we have no idea who either of these players are. They are definitely new to me. But we're already seeing some unique decks, so I'm expecting to see more unique decks here as well. What kind of strategy? And a turn 1 Elegic is fantastic. And that is a search of... Oh, no, that's an enchantment. So we're going to be able to figure out what the deck is.
Stained Glass Zaptor.
Yes.
Searching Zeus. It could be anything.
Yeah,
could be anything.
We don't know what it is. Can't really call that one out from Elegic Search. Is it Votempest?
You know what we can say? It's not BlueStacks going back to this one.
I mean, at this point, who knows?
It's going to set 1. Looks like a pass. Pretty straightforward turn.
All right, simple turn. You got a good search off. You have a 4 attacker on the field. Solid play. A Cryoblast would hurt, but otherwise, I think this was a solid turn. Dooms is considering their plays right now, and that is a...
Specterus.
Specterus as well. Yeah, that's going to be a 5 attack after the effect is declared. I repeat, after the effect is declared, it will be. Players, please remember that. It looks like it goes right over. Yeah, you have to remember your triggers at all times. Because listen, in a competition, I'm calling you out on it. You got to know the game. That is a Flurmine.
Looks like a Cryoblast. Probably.
Early game Cryoblast, but I feel like on a Spectrum, this is probably the best way to drop that. The one Flurmine. It
depends on what CJ's playing, because that leads me that CJ's probably going to play something. Okay, Specterus. I was going to say play something in water, but. Specterus, matching a Specterus for sure. Definitely not something you want to run through.
We are in a good stuff game right now. Just Specterus, Elegic.
Yeah, so far from CJ, we've seen Thunder, we've seen Frost, we've seen Lunar, probably some kind of aggro deck. Maybe we finally found a Lunar aggro player today.
I mean, maybe you're right. I would love to see Werepup cast into Like a Void. That is...
Doom's just special to Tadpuff.
Is that a Tadpuff? There's nowhere to see a Zephyr right now. Someone call Swole. Get Swole back here.
Kerbis. There's so many things he can go into.
Don't show me a way. Oh! Zephyr is on the field! Now, this is interesting because if I recall correctly, Zephrog is a 4/3, so it's going to be
4/3
weaker
can
than
attack
Spectres.
directly. When it attacks directly, you can look at your opponent's hand and discard a card. I believe you get to look and discard. It might be random. Okay, it's gonna get Gorgons on the.
When it deals damage, you can look at the hand and discard a card.
Yeah,
wait,
gonna get
Gorgon's
Gorgons
Gaze?
here.
Oh. Okay, you know what? And actually, respectable, if you're going to take the damage, you might as well do it like that.
Might as well protect your hand. Yeah,
exactly.
For sure.
But now that that's on the field, like he has to be really on edge. Like, oh well, it actually split the earth as well. So no earthquake being spent. No,
This is exciting. And we were just talking about people bringing interesting decks. Zephrog, let's go.
I love it. Zephrog is cool. Crysaur is better, but Zephrog is cool. And that is
Zephrog is water, wind, not frost. Got him. But we know that Zeus is enhanced, so he definitely has a lot of ways to kind of answer this Zephrog. So I'm kind of curious to see how CJ tries to play his turn out. It looks like he's subtracting the Zephrog -2/-3, maybe another Cryoblast, just so he doesn't deal with the potential battle step.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a tsunami. You need it to be a tsunami now.
It's got to be a tsunami for sure. But this could also be a water. Yep, Water Enchanted Viserys gets around that.
Are we playing Bug Box?
It looks like a bug box so far. Yep. I mean, we got Viserys, we got Spectaris. That Water Enchanted Viserys definitely lets him get over the Zephrog here, though.
All right. Do we have a face out activation? It's Water Enchanted, so it's going to be able to get over it after the Zeus take out. And yeah, that's going to be it. Such a shame.
Yeah.
We keep saying the big 2 cost Elestrals come down and they get out of it immediately because people are fearful.
That is the danger of like a low stated 2-drop. It just, there's tons of ways to get through it. Now, if that connected and he could protect it, would have been a very devastating play. But unfortunately, he did get the Gorgons early, so.
Oh, that is a Galaxy. That Misenchanted Viserys looking very susceptible right now. The question is, will the face out help protect the Galaxy versus the Spectaris?
Right, that's always the kind of crux of the matter there. Spectaris is really good against Galaxy. And also having Zeus out in play gives you even more options to out it. Like, Dooms is definitely going to be a little bit on the back foot here. He used 2 cards to get that Zephrog out, so he's a little bit low on card advantage in comparison to what CJ probably has after a search and just some draws.
Looks like that's an expended draw as well from CJ. So, the point is right now, will Spectres be enough to get over the Galaxy? We do have a set. I'm assuming we'll have a... Nope, just goes right into it. So Dooms, the crux is on you. Is that back row live or not?
It's got to be Shield or Tsunami to stop this. Or Gorgons. I don't know if you want to burn the Gorgons so early, but... especially just on an attack that you still have to get through the Spectaris with, but
yeah,
it's going to be the Gorgons, so that Spectaris is still going to be sticking on the board, but at least you don't lose your Galaxy right away.
Yeah, but you can't get over the Spectaris because it'll just activate the effect regardless. So how do you get over the Spectaris?
With a mustache. With a very, very fancy mustache.
That'll do it.
But CJ does have 2 back rows, so it's more than likely something there is live.
Mustachian is a really good card. This combination on field, Galaxy and Mustachian, it's so classic, but just so potent. Like, these two just provide so much offense and protect each other in unique ways.
If this is a Battle Step Gorgons, it's going to knock out that mustache. Yeah, he Gorgons the Galaxy here, making it flip back in stats so that it crashed into Spectres and went to the Underworld. It's a very heads-up play by CJ, and now he still has the option to just attack back at Galaxy, assuming that back row is nothing live. But we'll see what Doom's got going.
Yeah, Doom's just trying to play as best as they can, but CJ just has the answers to everything when they need them.
Yeah, I mean, something that's good just about Bug Box is you have good aggressive threats, and they're all really good threats against Galaxy, surprisingly. Like, even crashing a Viserys in a Galaxy still leaves you with a body on board. It's a good matchup that CJ kind of has right now into just a Galaxy.
It's interesting how much players are prepared for Galaxy, and Galaxy is still being played as much as it is. And even though people are playing, I mean, think about this game. He's been prepared for this entire time, and this Galaxy is still staying. It's just a Towers game at this point. Protect the Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, Dooms is playing Zephrog, so I'm curious if he's playing other Ascensions. Looks like that is his own Spectaris. Yep.
It is.
So, but yeah, Dooms is playing some kind of...
the effect.
Dooms is playing some kind of water deck. I'm curious to see if he's got more than Zephyrog going, because if you have Tadpuff, you have options of a lot of 2-drops to play with. So Dooms definitely need to hold that board pressure and probably just find some big Ascension to help clear up the game, as I'm assuming his goal.
No back row being spent or set by Doom, so really this is CJ's game to try to take control here if he has the cards.
Yeah, well, CJ did expend a draw a turn ago, so likely he doesn't have more Elestrals to pressure the board with. So definitely not a terrible space for Dooms to be at, but any Elestral will clear any Elestral that Dooms has with the Zeus in play. Looks like it's a expended draw, getting rid of an Earth Spirit, drawing cards. Still no Elestrals in play for CJ. This is going to be a Doom's game to kind of take and put a lot of pressure here, but he's going to need back row to just start preventing crackbacks at some point.
Oh, that is a Sluggle. Healing 2 and another body on board.
Yeah, okay, so we see Sluggle. We see Tadpuff. This might be a Water Reanimator deck.
Possibly with just a Zephyrog tech, right?
With the Zephyrog tech, yeah, because, I mean, it definitely wants... I mean, if he's playing Sluggle, it's playing ways to get the Ascensions out. Reanimator's really good at getting Ascensions out at 2 costs, so...
But we also saw Tadpuff, so maybe there's a Draking in this list as well.
Draking, Caprigal, Oistillery. There's a lot of really impactful 2-drops in water that Tadpuff and Reanimator can just get to out of nowhere, so... I don't know, maybe Doom shouldn't have shown off the Zephyrog so early, or the Tadpuff so early, because it's going to give CJ a chance to kind of tech around potential, but... We'll see.
Hear me out. This is why he should have shown it off. It's fun.
All right, well, CJ's going to drop a Royal. It's probably going to knock out the Galaxy, I would take it. That Galaxy finally goes down after, what, 2 Spectaris?
Yeah, it took a direct destruction to remove it. That's
a lot. Yeah.
Like, that was the most valuable Galaxy ever. And now we have an Astrabic coming down. Not the worst thing to have in this game state, but 3 Spirits to 10? CJ needs to be really careful, and if there is an Astrabic on top of that deck, needs to be pulled immediately.
Yeah, that rabbit needs to find like Ambrosia, something useful, like maybe another Elestral, because he's had 2 face down for quite some time. So his face down are either not impactful or just waiting to take advantage back on the board state.
Possibly. There is an argument that if you can't get that much value besides an extra turn from a back row, you probably won't want to do it. So maybe this is the game state that CJ needs. But, you know, at this point, with only 2 Spirits left, I mean, I guess Gorgon's Gaze and Shield are still on the table with Zeus on the field. But we have an Ambrosia casting out now, putting CJ back up to 4. And I want to see what spirits are going to be brought back. And what's the focus here to see what the goal is for CJ right now.
Yeah, that is very important. So it looks like a Zaptor, an Owloon, Terratlas.
Okay, so no Fleur Mine, meaning that there's no Cryoblast in hand. That's important to know, because that means that Spectrus is essentially safe right now.
For sure. And then Earth and Lunar, so perhaps we're looking at Ardbud play, which isn't going to do much because it takes too long to set that up. Spectaris number 3, Viserys number 2. There's not a ton of options that CJ really has to play, especially into his opponent's Spectaris. Just means he's going to crash and potentially just lose those spirits, and he's already so behind. I don't think Dooms would mind crashing his Spectaris into any other 5 attacker.
Not at all. At this point, you want to pressure your opponent to activate anything and everything they can, because that's just going to bring them lower in yield. So you'll win by war of attrition at this point.
Yeah, and then also Dooms might just be able to just drop a Zephyrog and just hit directly at some point.
Oh, that'd be great. Please.
It looks like Dooms didn't expend a draw, just elected to pass turn here because I saw CJ pick up a card. So
maybe evaluate. Oh no, we do have a calculator.
Did expend a draw.
Yeah, okay.
Too busy yapping about all the things they could do. We miss what they do. But
I'll be honest. I was expecting a bigger play as well, but at least it's safe for CJ to know that Astrabic at this moment is enough.
Yeah.
So maybe play
around. So we have Zeus. Strategy. So it looks like Zeus hit probably the Spectaris, and we have a Nobby play. Talk about Nobby earlier.
Ooh. Now Nobby cannot. So what you can do here. I mean, do you want to crash into the Spectrals? I feel like this Nobby isn't great because Dooms has 2 back row and can use them to snuff out your Nobby however they see fit. You cannot attack into the Spectrals either because it is Lunar Enchanted.
Right. So he uses Zeus probably on the Spectaris. I'm gonna assume he's gonna try to go over Sluggle and then go Doppel and then Doppel over Specteris with the reduced stats.
I can see
But
that.
the back row, as you said, looks like it's about to be live and matter.
That is
Doom's
a
is gonna
shield.
shield the Nobby.
I
Yep.
think that's all she wrote for this game.
It depends on CJ has any more Lunar, because another Nobby will at least clear board if it hits. Looks like Doom's going to be playing something
This
here.
would be a great time for a pro set Hurricane. I'm just saying, for back row, what it's showing right now, instead we get Mustachian
Mustache.
too.
Going to have to be a Mustachian Expend to get through. See if that looks like that's what's coming out. Yep, Expended Water. I mean, anything that Mustachian does here is going to cost CJ too. So if he shields, PTAs, anything that's Mustachian, like, it's just going to end up causing CJ to go to 0.
Yeah,
That's
there's
problematic.
nothing you could do. There's too much aggression on the field. I mean, no, you can't even do an ultra play. There's not enough spirits on board. That
So
is a
shield. That will put CJ to 0. He's got a top an Ambrosia and an Elestral in hand. I mean, we know he has Nobby. Nobby clears board, but then Doom just plays anything.
Oh, there's the Ambrosia off of the Astrabit, still in this game.
Yeah, so CJ here can replay that Nobby, crash over the Sluggle, ascend into Doppel, which would mean he would just simply crash into Specteris. And Dooms does have a Mustachian in play, so or rather in hand, so that Mustachian could just come back and ping for 1.
Run
So
over
I'm
the
curious
gator.
to see what CJ has else going for him, because
Cryoblast. Okay, so we didn't count on this time, but this time the Fleur Mine was returned. So now the Spectress is just gone. Nobby can come out and hit over the Sluggle, and that gets Doppelgater out. But what do you do to protect against the Mustachian?
Right, so let's think. So Nobby hits over Sluggle. Then he gets Doppel out. Doppel hits for 2, puts Dooms at 3. Dooms replays Mustachian, swaps stats, so the attack.
Well,
Ooh,
doesn't matter. Tsunami.
Doesn't matter.
yeah, that's the end of the game there. You can scoop it. Well, maybe not. Let's see. Like, Sluggle can get over Nobby.
Yeah,
we already have
Mustachian,
Mustachian in
Sluggle.
hand.
There's there's no
Oh,
outs
wow.
here.
And then you go for a bunny.
So anything CJ wants to do is going to cost him 2 spirits, which means he can't do a shield here. He can't do a PTA here. He can't do a tsunami. Well, he could do a tsunami, but it would just stop just the rabbit. But he would still go to 0 as Nobby has 1 defense. So see if CJ has anything.
CJ definitely played this down to the wire, but I think the options are all expended.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to squeeze some more information out of Dooms.
Which is always valuable going into the game too. Let's see, the face down is being mowed over and is going to be activated. Is that full moon?
That is a full. I think he's full mooning to re-enchant the Nobby to reduce the attacks out of both the Elestrals. That is a very heads up play. Buys him a turn, doesn't get much more than a turn though.
That is hilarious. I love that. That is wise. That is a very wise play, as you just said. So kudos to them for understanding the win count. Now, can they top the 3rd Ambrosia and try to keep themselves in this game?
Yeah, it's legitimately like CJ's only response here is potentially another Ambrosia, another Nobby. Because he can't ascend to Doppel anymore. Like, Dooms looks like his live back row too. Yep. And that'll. Oh, actually, but Dooms won't be able to use Mustache now. So he's got to have something else with 5 attack to get over Nobby. Is he out of water and the Mustache play just wasn't live at all? He's got
Ambrosia. All right. You're right. That was almost it. Like, what do you get over the Nobby? But yeah, Ambrosia's going to give him exactly what he needs. Bring back all the water, cast out the Mustachian, and that's
or an
essentially all she
Earthquake.
wrote. What? That's more rude than just casting Mustachian.
Yep, plenty of ways to get through it, I guess.
He said, by the way, I drew the 1-of, just so you know.
So, all right, so it looks like we have water, either like water ascension, water reanimator, or maybe just cheeky Zephyrog versus
water
Bug
tempo,
Box.
water control. Yeah, definitely Bug Box, but we didn't see Ardbutt that game, I don't believe.
Yeah, and with Dooms, we didn't see Atlantis, we didn't see Rise From, so it's we didn't see other 2-drops, so I'm curious if he's just playing Zephrog or if he's going for other water ascensions, or maybe it's a side package of some kind that he's got going for him. I'm really curious to see what the water deck's bringing.
I'd be willing to bet that it is a solid water control deck, but it is technically in Zephrog for what it can do. I mean, 4/3 isn't a terrible stat line. Or at least in general.
It's pretty bad for a 2-drop.
Yeah, it's bad for a 2. In general, it's okay. Yeah. But the amount of information and knowledge you can get can be really efficient, especially if you have the protection on it as well. So I don't think the Zephrog is bad. I wonder if Dooms is going to find value in it going into game 2.
For sure. And it's like, I don't know if you really can always, I don't know if you can make the space and the argument for Tadpuff and Zephrog without something else going on. So I'm really hoping to see some other cool 2-drops coming out, whether it be Oistillery, I should say, sorry. Yeah. Caprigals, Drakings, Kerbises. Let's see something just all of a sudden hit board and just take it over.
Yeah.
Or all the above. Just one of each.
That could be it. You did not see any Galaxy from your opponent. So Draking could come out here. I would love to have a Draking, especially if you can snatch I guess you wouldn't be able to snatch a Specteros.
Correct. You'd have to go after the Viserises or something like that.
But still, though, that is potent. It could be an option. So maybe.
Yeah, for sure. So
fire package, Krakatuga?
I was talking about Krakatuga. Krakatuga might be what some of these Water Ascension Reanimator decks need. 8 defense is nothing to scoff at. Doesn't get hit by the knobby stuff. Doesn't get hit by Doppel. Doesn't get hit by Zeus plus a 5 attacker. Krakatuga would, I think, be a very heads-up play in the current meta. A lot of things just don't get over it without a lot of cards.
Yeah, it's if I recall correctly, what is the Elestral that does something when a Water Spirit is healed?
Lockagon.
That's Lockagon. Okay, yeah. Lockagon is another one that could be played as well on the side with Doom. So
yeah, Lockagon's something that you can play in Water Reanimator because you have all these ways to heal in water. If you can reanimate a Lockagon out and then just start healing, we'll see. But we're going to game 2, so we're gonna find out hopefully what Dooms is on. But that Zephrog deck taking game 1 is super exciting. I'm really excited to see it.
I'm sad Zephrog didn't get to stick around a little longer, but I mean, it was nice to see. We popped off all the same.
We'll see what happens again. Looks like CJ's going first.
Yeah, CJ will be going first, and hopefully, I'm sure it would have been ideal to see an Ardbud in the opening hand, but we'll see if there's any mulligans here. CJ seems to be okay, and Dooms as well. Here we go. The game is starting, and the first cast is... Oh, I love how much he just put that Estrappa down. This is my bunny. My bunny.
Notably not an Ardbud. Unfortunate.
No.
But, hey, Rabbit's always a good play. What deck is he playing? Not Blizzstrix. I need to end that. But
not Blizzstrix.
But hey, Dooms could completely ignore Rabbit and just say, well, here's a Zephrog again, for all we know. A little bit of a hesitation here. It looks like CJ might be thinking a little bit.
Depends on... Yeah, I think in the scenarios, what do you do? Especially if you're casting out Estrabit, you're thinking ahead. What do I want to plan for? You already know what Dooms is... Well, what it may try to do, which we pretty much just lost to Galaxy Control, as we're very familiar with. So, do you plan for Galaxy Control? Do you try to get a Gorgon's Gaze or a PTA?
Maybe sided Dense Fog in as well.
Speak of the devil, there is a Galaxy. Is there a PTA to meet it?
See how many turns this Galaxy likes to stick around.
Actually, let's take a bet on that. I'm calling 7.
A preemptive Cryoblast by Dooms is going to say, I think your back row does not have any relevance. It's going to Cryoblast and try to go over Rabbit early. Looks like CJ
considering how much do you value this Rabbit right now? Gorgon's Gaze values it a lot.
That will stop the attack for sure. Question is, will that be relevant for CJ? Because that Galaxy, again, the thing with Gorgons, it's great at stopping things. It doesn't remove things. So the Galaxy is still going to be live and still a threat going into following turns. So you traded Gorgon's Gaze for Cryoblast, which ultimately isn't a terrible trade, but could be relevant later on down the line, especially when you've seen big, dangerous Celestials like Zephrog jump out. Ooh, this is a Hurricane?
Yeah, it has to be a Hurricane. And that is 2 face-down sets by Doom. Let's see if we can see what is being sent to the Underworld there. Looks like they're considering an activation. One's a shield and maybe a gaze.
I couldn't see what the second card was, but definitely a shield, which means attacks, in theory, should go through.
I want to say that was a TP Rise from the Ashes, but I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, it looks like a Viserys board. I was going to say, if he has Zeus, he's going to take a lot of tempo here, and that is the Zeus. So that Hurricane just opened up the board for CJ a ton to just take a lot of position here.
Zeus is very commanding of a divine, arguably the best divine in the game right now.
For sure, the -3/-3 is super relevant because in a world where this Viserys didn't connect, if he had another body, that could potentially also connect, but he's about to have 2 Viserys on play, and it might be the second Viserys against Dooms here because staring down a 6 attack Viserys is still pretty scary.
So now the situation here is Viserys, like you are down 8 spirits, but you have so much board control. You have defensive presence with a Strabbit and offensive presence with the 2 Viserys. If that back row is real, Dooms is going to have a hard time getting back into this match.
Yeah, Dooms is way up in spirits. He's significantly down in card advantages though, which is very relevant.
He comes out and is likely going to target the Strabbit or maybe one of the Viserys, but it is going to be a PTA, which means that no matter what, the best Eddie can do right now is crash into the Strabbit.
Well, he went for the other Viserys into defense, so this Eddie is going to be pretty difficult to hit over anything at this point, which again puts Dooms down in card advantage, but he's still up in spirits. Now, we know Dooms has the capability of making a big play with like a Tad Puff, but one set, 3 Elestrals on his opponent's board, it's a pretty dangerous position for Dooms, even if he's so up in spirits.
You absolutely just re-enchant a Strabbit and just attack for 4. And it looks like that's going to be the case. We're going to try to dig for the back row. There's a lot of field presence you already have. You want to maintain this control. Let's see if CJ can pull out a back row. A PTA would be phenomenal. Gaze would also be great. But right now, this is CJ's game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, CJ, again, crazy card advantage. He's triggered Airstrapped a couple times. He's got, the special on Viserys out. Just Dooms is maybe I think has 2 cards. I think he's got 1 in hand at this point. Like, that's a really big hill to climb. Dooms is going to have to get lucky because, again, he might have a Tad Puff play, but Tad Puff plays require a 2-drop to play with it. That's 2 cards. So
if that face down is Tsunami, this is incredible. Doesn't look like it is. We're going to see an expendable water.
Oh, shielding a rabbit. So eats 2 off the shield to get rid of the 2 spirits off the rabbit, but he's going to need something. Spectaris would be good here if Dooms has a Spectaris to match into these Viserys with. But I feel like if he had a Spectaris, it would have already hit the board already. He's going for a rabbit.
That's not going to get you what you want. You definitely want to be...
I mean, again, it might. He is playing some Ascension, so if he has Tad Buff in hand or an Ascension hand, maybe he finds...
You're not wrong.
The other half of that combo. A Tad Puff into like a Capricorn here would go crazy if it could connect through CJ's back row, which he's going to probably play a rabbit and find more back row or something on his turn. So
the spirit differential was closing quickly. Just a couple of turns ago, we were 10-18. Now we're 7-12. So
yeah,
Dooms is operating on their win condition.
Looks like CJ may have just expended a draw. He's probably out of Thunder, which means
I would say that too, yeah.
Dooms a really heads-up play. Just stop the rabbit bleeding card advantage.
Looks like they're going to be taking 1 from this scenario, which, if you're Dooms, that's probably the best case scenario for you right now. But Spectrus needs to hit the field for Dooms to start being able to take some control. Oh, that's an Owloon, and Spectrus is on board.
And even if CJ has, say, shield here that doesn't quite do it, because Doom can just replay the Spectaris the following turn, that Zeus is going to be impactful, though. We'll be allowing the second Viserys to connect off of it. Ooh.
I have a feeling that's being activated on the attack declaration.
I don't know. If he does Battle Step, it just crashes, because that makes a 4-attack Spectaris.
It wouldn't crash, though. It'd be 6. Remember, Gorgon Gaze with activation.
Yeah. So Spectaris would, in theory, go to 4, and Viserys would keep at 6.
And it looks like
And
that's
it
what
would
happens.
negate
Specterus is going down.
Specterus' activated effect on the same chain, so it wouldn't actually suppress and cause the crash.
Yeah. Interesting scenario. Like CJ is so far behind on spirits, but has amazing board presence right now. The Zeus is lying in wait, 2 Viceroys and attack on the field. It's interesting. It's not over for Doom, but he is going to need the right cards with as cheap as possible to really pull this out.
Yeah, we also know Doom's playing slugs and stuff, so he might be able to buy himself some time, but buying your time can only do so much against a board that's 2 Viserys and a Zeus to basically anything that has, less than 9 stat? That clears a lot. That could even clear a Curubus if Dooms were to, ascend out of Curubus.
And that is a whale?
Galaxy, yep.
Oh, I like that because that alone turns off Doom's whale.
PTA, the Galaxy?
So the stats are 2-3 now, correct?
It would no, properly enchanted Galaxy would be a 5-0 under PTA.
I was memeing. I was memeing.
No, you're wrong. I got it right.
All the same, the attack does go through and it is destroyed in the end. And now we have an Eddie coming out there. That's going to be able to take out one of the Viceroys if it can connect.
It connects. That is always that is the definition of this game. If Dooms can connect, which has been pretty difficult for him so far.
The back row is not real! Eddie
Dooms
takes out the defense position Viceroy. The other Viceroy is down to 5. Dooms is in a much better position right now, but he still has to be careful because Zeus is still in the back, just waiting to take him out.
Nobby might just cinch out this game. That will put Dooms down to 1 after these attacks.
No back row. Doppelganger is going to win the field, lowering anything that's not solar or lunar by 2.
Yep,
Solar Lunar enchanted by
Nobby
2.
to walk over the and go to Doppelganger. If that's a full moon, CJ takes it right here.
Oh yeah, that could be a full moon. That'd be exciting.
So
if CJ won this after being behind so much, that would be incredible. See how this attack shakes out.
I'm not sure what Dooms could even do here. If his turn is play Suggle, set Tsunami, he might be able to stay in the game, but there's almost no option for Dooms here after this 3 damage comes through.
Yeah, looks like he's just going to be attacking for 3. So now we're 1-1. If Dooms has access to an Ambrosia, it is not over yet. But having, what exactly do you do to combat both of these with so few spirits?
Looks like Dooms is scooping up. He couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, those 2 opening turns really just secured this for CJ. He was so far behind in the spirit count, but his plays gave him the board presence he needed to just deal with anything and everything that Dooms wanted to throw at him.
Yeah, no, the spirit count really isn't everything. You can be so far up, but Dooms was very low in card advantage compared to CJ. So the CJ had all these resources, maybe not spirit resources, but a lot more options than Doom had to just play his turns out and just kept that board presence going and had back row when he needed to just stop Doom from even potentially coming back. It definitely probably a struggling game for Dooms the entire time. That's got to take a toll on the mental state there, because you feel I have all these spirits. It's nothing. I just need to get one good swing, and he just couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, we had the Gorgon Gaze stopping, we had the Poison Tip Arrow stopping it. There was no reprieve. If CJ did not consistently have back row, Deems definitely had the Elestrals necessary to make the play. He even found the Cryoblast or whatnot, but it just wasn't enough because, the back row, he kept it at a... Once CJ's board was established, he used his back row to maintain that board. Viceroy was on the field until, for 7-8 turns? It did so much.
Yeah, the Vices were there just being intimidating, saying, whatever you play, unless it's Specterus, doesn't matter. Oh, by the way, that Specterus just played, I've got Gorgons ready for it.
Yeah, and no matter if you take one of them out, Zeus and Viceroy will take out the other.
Yeah, and then Rabbit's sitting there, card advantage off the Rabbit, a little bit of damage, even though Rabbit got shielded. Interesting to note that Dooms probably knows how much Thunder CJ's playing now, and he can play around that a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
After seeing the Zeus plays and the Rabbit not being able to play, or rather, CJ choosing not to play Rabbit again means he's only probably running 4 or 5 Thunder, something that Dooms can keep in the back of his mind going into Game 3. So that's something very relevant as far as the card advantage side of things go.
All right,
So
looks
we'll
like our
see.
casters are ready to go. Game 3, round 6, and I'm assuming that Dunes will be going first this time. So let's see how this game plays out for these casters.
Yeah, I still want to see what Doom's is like. What fun stuff Doom's cooked up with this Tadpuff in the deck? Because there's got to be more than Zephrog. There's got to be. Maybe not.
We have an expend to draw. Expending water with having Sluggle in your deck is definitely pretty safe to do. We have one face down, and that's a simple turn by Dooms.
And again, the majority of the flavors of water are just very good at kind of healing spirits back up. So it's okay to take a little bit of that the damage early because you know you can get it back. Whale gets PTA'd. So CJ played properly enchanted Whale. Doom's going to answer the PTA. Pretty straightforward there. Whale gets moved off the board. This could open up Dooms for a Zephrog. A really fun Zephrog turn.
I can't help but feel like the Galaxy is a side deck option from CJ. I'm pretty sure we did not see that in game 1.
Yeah, that sounds more than reasonable. Well, there's the Sluggle. Right?
You're not Tadpuff!
It's not Tadpuff, but we can pretend.
I mean, it's a heal 3 damage of 1, so it's not bad for Dooms right now. But hopefully we'll see Zephrog, because like you said, this is probably the most ideal time to cast out a Zephrog. That's after being spent.
Yeah, CJ's grip is full. I mean, could find a lot of cheap things there. Now, it's also worth noting Zephrog in the current meta will allow your opponent to get, if you get in your opponent's mindset and you show Zephrog, they might set their hand for a Hurricane. So that might be what's going on in Doom's mind. But CJ's going to follow this turn with a Nobby. Potentially a lot of damage going through this Sluggle. We'll see what happens during the attack. Nobby goes to attack Sluggle, and Dooms will play a Gorgon, stopping the attack completely.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with a Doppelganger either. That's another one of those cards where if you can't answer it, you likely should.
Right, and it's something where it's a little bit of a split opinion on this. Some people say you shield the Nobby, some people say you shield the Doppel, but in that case, Gorgons is just going to stop an attack, so that's the important part.
Oh, Eddie being Gorgon's Gaze by CJ. Doom's cast play is not panning out for him, opening the gates for Nobby to get a return attack in. We do have another face down set by Doom, so let's see if that is live. And if that is fake, then Nobby and Doppelganger are very real. I think Doom is going to have a really uphill battle for the rest of this Clash.
For sure. Like, I mean, that's the thing about Nobby. It clears boards when it's not answered. That's a Galaxy, which is going to actually make that Eddie even easier to get over. Doom's is going to need more than just a Tsunami here to help. Like, Tsunami may stop the Nobby, but he's going to lose at least one Elestral this turn, if not all of his board.
Yeah, that face down. Now, I'd be willing to bet that face down is not real right now. I'm not sure why, but that would be my caster intuition there. Galaxy looks like it's going to be preparing for attack, and Eddie is going to go down. Will Nobby get through its attack or no?
Looks like it is a shield on. As I just mentioned, like, do you shield the Nobby? Do you shield the Doppel? That is a question a lot of people have to ask sometimes. He shield the Nobby here, which means he's probably going to try to send this Sluggle into something.
Yeah, there has to be value in the Elestral being on board. Otherwise, I probably would have showed the Doppel.
He's going to play Spectaris here to get over the Galaxy, most likely. Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could also potentially, if you had an open board here, you go Zephrog, hit hand, get rid of the Nobby, right? So there's options that Doom may have been thinking about. He did set another rune, so maybe he's got another line of rune to protect, and the Spectaris is going to get bounced by a Shield Achilles by CJ.
Man, the respect plays by both these players, Hurricane, is really making their offensive plays feel really safe, but they're not. They're just not setting everything. They're having so many counter runes that are actively being used against each other, but they're only setting them one at a time. Like right now, we have Dooms, who just set another counter rune. With the way this game is going, I believe that face down is live.
Yeah, it's a very at parity game. They haven't played a bunch of card advantage cards. They're not playing a bunch of ways to get spirits back. They're at equal spirits. Like, they're just kind of going back and forth and seeing who's going to run out of stuff first.
Nobby is going to be cast out. So now, for third time, is it the charm? Will Sluggle go down and Doppelganger be ascended to?
There's another one back row set by CJ. Again, just respecting the Hurricanes immensely by both players.
Eventually, you have to question, do I just want the value there? Looks like the face down was set, but I missed it. Gorgon's Gaze.
Gorgon's Gaze on the Nobby, allowing Galaxy to potentially walk over this Sluggle.
Yeah, that's a tough position to be in as well. Like, again, what do you choose there? You don't want either of those to really attack. Honestly, if Galaxy attacked first, I probably would have Gorgon's gazed that.
Looks like Doom set 1 played a Specteris with Lunar. Kind of leaves me to believe how many more Lunar Spirits you think Doom might have, because kind of what we were talking about CJ with how many Thunder Spirits CJ has. Dooms is playing a water deck, which means he might not have more than 2-3 Lunars. So this Specteris is going to be really important to connect here, because he's probably running low or out of his Lunar Spirits at this point.
Well, from the spirits that were expended from the loss of the last game, 2 Owl Loons are in the list. So
Specteris is going to get shielded here. So yeah, again, that spirit count's going to be really important in a moment.
Yeah, let's see if CJ has kept track of that. But this list has just been, I'm sorry, this list, but this game has just been a huge ping pong effect, just back and forth between these two. One set, one attack. One set, one attack. It is starting to lean in CJ's favor on board presence, but spirit count, it is dead even at 9.
Yeah, CJ's going to set 2 here. That is opening for Hurricane, but when your opponent's at 9 spirits and you're going to swing for 2, I don't think you much mind about Hurricane anymore.
Yeah, that Hurricane might actually be bait. Like, hey, here's 2 set cards. How much do you care about your spirit count? And it looks like there's going to be an expend to draw here. So CJ not happy with what's in his hand, or maybe not feel like he needed to do more. But that is going to be 2 direct attack. Dooms is going to be going down to 7. And now this is starting to swing into CJ's favor. These 2 Elestrals on board, the spirit count, everything is in CJ's favor.
Right, now Dooms does have that Specteris. Let's see if it comes down again. Started with an Ambrosia, so I'm expecting to see an Owloon recovered here. Maybe Owloon, Water. Owloon, Water. Okay, he's going to... Pretty straightforward. Okay. He's definitely going to be able to play the Specteris again, but will the Specteris be able to connect again? Who knows? I mean, again, they're just playing super light on their back rows all game, but how much back row can you actually have live all game for 1 card? I guess we're going to find out in a moment.
A little bit of a...
go over the Nobby.
And you know, I see that. Really wants to get rid of the Doppelganger right now, like not giving them a chance to crash, even though the Specteris is properly enchanted. Just wants to take that away from him. Galaxy isn't doing anything, because if he wants to attack, Galaxy has to attack into it, which Specteris can then negate, or suppress, I'll say. So you don't have to worry too much about that. So CJ has to find another card in his hand or with his face down that can really snuff out the Specteris, and Eddie would be the one to do it.
Yeah, and Eddie does... Well, that's a water enchanted Eddie, which means a Gorgon's Gaze in the Galaxy would protect this Specteris. It looks like it's just going to be a poison-tipped arrow on the Eddie, though.
That's enough, though, because the Galaxy cannot attack because it'll get its stats swapped. And Eddie is at a 2 right now.
Oh, right, because Galaxy will only have 2 to Specteris' 2. I'm thinking Specteris is 1 defense. You're right. So that does protect that Specteris for a turn.
So that was a perfect play by Dooms. And now this pendulum, I mean, it's swinging more in one side than the other each turn, but it's still swinging. It's not camping on anybody's side.
Again, we're still at a pretty parity kind of lineup where similar spirits, similar cards. CJ does have 2 set to Doom's what was 1, but Dooms has a card that's significantly good into CJ's board right now.
Right now, I mean, the card's in defense, but what exactly do you do? Will PTA be expended on the end as well? Looks like they're really just mulling it over. I mean, you can attack into it, but at this point, you're planning...
He's playing around the Specteris crackback, so that leads me to believe CJ doesn't have live back row.
Yeah, that's a really bold play. That's pretty much a statement of this back row aren't real.
Either that or his back row is... maybe just strictly Tsunami. I don't know. It's a hard. I mean, it could also just be bait. Like, hey, go crazy on some play.
We've definitely seen
oh no, I'm scared, and then potentially just double shield or something wild out of a. Well, it would only be 1 shield left, but I'm curious. Looks like we got a Sluggle being played. They're going to get Dooms back up in the spirit total.
That is not a battle-worn Sluggle. We do not need to be rescued by Poseidon there.
Notably, that Sluggle is a position swap, so it's still under this PTA that CJ is casting. It's going to be a 2-0.
Quick, what is
So-
Sluggle stats right now? Well, I mean, I couldn't get it out before you gave the answers.
As I just said, yeah. So he's still going to be able to. So if this Spectaris connects, that Sluggle will still be able to deal damage, as well as CJ will potentially expend for damage. So it does allow Dooms to get some damage over CJ back and try to take a little bit of a spirit advantage lead here.
We have a Spectres attacking into the Galaxy.
Oh, but Spectaris can't get over Galaxy. What are we talking about?
I mean, yeah. Well, it can, just kind of impose itself. Say, I'm here. I'm
Galaxy
knocking at your door.
Yeah, Galaxy in defense is interesting for sure. It's a really heads up play by CJ again. Like your Spectaris can't get through.
Spectres said, I am here, reaching far across these new frontiers. But let's see exactly what Spectres finds as it tries to combat against CJ's onslaught. Revealing, that's the spirit deck. Okay, so we got a glimpse of the spirit deck for a second.
CJ is mulling something over like very intensely here.
Oh, that's a Cryoblast. That's going to
so he opted not to destroy the Sluggle with the PTA, and he's going to Cryoblast the Spectaris, which will allow him to take some good board presence here with this Galaxy, depending on Doom's back row now.
Oh, Viserys is very potent. It's something that Doom should be terrified of. If that is a tsunami, that's not going to do it against these two. And an Ambrosia in hand as well, healing up to 7. Spinning a Luna to get back. This is going to be really interesting. It's probably going to dictate how the rest of this game goes. We're going to heal back an Earth, a Lunar, and will we see another the Frost return? No, 2 Lunars and Earth.
So maybe CJ is getting ready for his own Spectaris plays.
Possibly. We have not seen it yet. Also, I just noticed, I don't think we've seen a single cast of Ardbud this time, have we?
Ardbud, I was about to say, if this this Viserys Nexus forms, difficult. If it connects, then he gets another Viserys out. If he has Ardvarm in hand, that goes straight to Antitan then. A somewhat relevant tsunami, at least to stop the swarming effect of Viserys coming out. He's still going to lose the Sluggle, though.
The tsunami, yeah, you just say the tsunami is taking out the Viserys. So if you can't get over the Viserys, now's the time. That's not a bad thing to do. But, was that 2 cards in hand? What exactly is Doom going to do? If this is an expend to draw, it might be an expend of the end here. Oh, no, that's a cast out of Mustachian, using the Galaxy to deal with the big board here. And
it's going to get met with the PTA. It still means that this Mustachian's attack is live at 6. Does it go over the Galaxy or the Viserys?
I am getting over the... Oh, he chose the Galaxy. That's tough
for the Galaxy.
That's a tough one to call. I can't decide. Because I guess they could decide, hey, I'm not... Yeah, if he didn't take out the Galaxy, he could have decided, I'm not going to expend the draw here. Actually, no, he could have done that. Yeah, he could have just decided, I'm not going to expend the draw, attack into the crab, and get a second Viserys out.
Right, yeah. CJ could, in theory, just re-enchant or not.
That's why he didn't do it.
Viserys, man, fair enough. The misenchanted. So maybe he's out of Earth. No, but he just picked
either
up
out of Earth or wants to preserve his Earth. Either way, there's no back row being set here, and now 2 points of damage is going into Doom. So we're 3-4. Doom's is favored, but board presence, we have 1 Viserys at 6 and 1 at 4. Let's see.
That allows Dooms to play like a Galaxy here potentially. Maybe he took out the Galaxy because he has his own Galaxy to play. If he goes over the Viserys with Lunar, he can go over the Viserys, and then the other Viserys would only crash into Galaxy.
We have an Ambrosia healing up 3 waters right now. So let's see.
Extend a draw?
If there's a Galaxy here, that's not bad.
That is
a second Ambrosia.
Yeah, it looks like Doom just expended a draw there and then casted another Ambrosia. So he needs a dude. Maybe he just doesn't have dudes in his hand at the moment.
Doom's is at 8 at the moment. So it's not a terrible situation. You can only take 2 in this turn.
Yeah, and Doom's just healed up quite a bit. Now, if he could bait out another Spirit or 2 from CJ, a Zephyrog play would close out the game. Looks like CJ is expending to draw.
We're hoping on Zephyrog. Actually, Zephyrog Tap Puff will be insane at this point.
Yeah, CJ just expended a draw there, I believe, which puts him down to 2, which very scary position to be. Even with 2 Viserys in play, that's one back row might not be live. Again, a 5 attacker gets over the Lunar Spectre, or Viserys. Keep mixing those up, but it's something interesting to see what Dooms has to play.
My favorite pastime is how we pronounce cards.
There's the Cryoblast, taking out the properly enchanted Viserys.
Very smart, very smart.
They just need anything to get rid of the Lunar enchanted one, and I think Dooms can potentially cinch this. There's his own Spectaris. Looks like he drew out another Spectaris. What does CJ have?
Poison tip arrow. So you can't get a crash here. I think there's value in the crash.
You wouldn't get the crash because Spectre would end up at a 3 after the +1 -2.
You're right.
But it does mean CJ just burned even more spirits. Looks like CJ's down to 0. This is got to be a very impactful Viserys here with 1 Lunar on it.
All right, well, there you go. Just getting in, pot shot.
Yep.
So CJ is hoping that Dooms does not have a viable dude.
Anything with 5 attack, anything with 4. Oh,
yeah, there you
another
go.
Spectaris. That should clean up the game for Dooms.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. There's no more spirits in the spirit deck. This game is effectively over. Drawing for the go. Stop drawing them!
Wow.
My heart. Oh, that one hurt.
Yeah,
that
almost like Dooms
one
also had a
hurt.
Galaxy in hand, so Dooms had options for clearing that last Viserys. But yeah, Dooms will take game 3. That is a very tight game. That whole game 3 probably took the majority of the match, and it was just slugfest back and forth. One guy, one back row, until finally, CJ took a little bit of advantage there, but Dooms was able to heal up a bit and just bring it right back.
Yeah, that was a slugfest. They did not allow each other to get any sort of advantage. That was a pure 1-for-1 battle from start to end. It just so happened, as you just said, to lean into CJ's favor. But Dooms did not go down without a fight.
Very, very long and stressful fight for sure. But yeah, Dooms ended up taking that. That was a very, very close game.
Yeah, I enjoyed the play by them. It was essentially a mirror match. The only difference being the Viserys in CJ's favor, which could lean yourself to say that CJ had the advantage because of that. But we also had the Eddie's Galaxy as well. It was a really good back and forth, even game. So maybe if you're gonna be playing this list, Dooms, include 2 Viserys just in case.
Yeah, and look, a lot of really cool heads-up plays. Like CJ put in that Galaxy in defense saying, yeah, figure out how to out this with your Spectaris. Like, really cool, interesting gameplay. It did work out for CJ. That defense Galaxy couldn't get hit over by a Sluggle. So it's just like really interesting kind of niche plays that really kind of made that matchup of very Galaxy versus Spectaris really interesting overall. Even if it was a slugfest, there's a lot of really interesting minor small things that made it really high level and clever. Really,
yeah, it was a lot of 1-to-1 plays. I mean, how many times did we see Spectaris versus Galaxy or Galaxy versus Spectaris? And we had the Viserys cycling there. Then how are we considering ourselves with the spirit management? We have a Lunar enchanted Viserys just in case. And then here is game 1. We saw the turn 3 Zephrog, which we both popped off, but then we didn't see a sense. Tadpuff probably was taken out as well. There's a lot of that's a game. To fully understand what happened, you need to go back and understand the little details. Because if you just look at it on the surface, it's just like they're trading Elestrals, they're trading cards. But look at the little details. That's where that match shines at.
Yeah, and speaking of trading, it sounds like it's time to take a little bit of break and meet a trade with Swolax. So come back after a little bit of break with Swolax taking over and just see you guys for round 7. Well, I won't see it, but PK will. So we're going to take a break. Have a great one, guys, and see you in the next round.
See you later. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to round 7 of the Webcam Premier Tournament, March 8th, 2025. Yay!
Yay!
I am excited to be here. We are still just going in. We are going to be seeing the best competitors that we've had in this tournament. Today, coming on for your screen, round 7. Swole, that last game, we just had an insane back and forth. It's specifically game 3. As a spectator, what are your thoughts on that one?
Honestly, I think what's so crazy about even just this deep into the tournament, seeing dooms on something like Zefrog alone is absolutely wild. For earlier in the match, but also too kind of just speaks to this the water deck's advantage and able to not only play super low to the ground, but contest some of these much larger bodies like the Galaxy with stuff like the Spectaris. So there's like those suppression wars happening for a little bit too there. Really great stuff from both these casters. I think that was killer to see. I was popping off when Zefrog happened off camera. I was freaking out.
I can confirm there was a freak out by Swole. The blackout style. It was like, oh, I'm back. Zefrog took his shirt off and everything was insane, a little obscene, but we're here.
It was wild. Yeah, burned down a few things there. It's all cleaned up. Don't worry about it.
I mean, casting Eruption is fine every now and then, right? We saw that.
True, very true. We saw that before.
Yeah, burn things out. Cast Eruption, it's fine. But round 7, I mean, do you think we're going to see I don't want to say a friend, but an old school play like Eruption being played in round 7, or are we going to see typical top Moonrise strategies right now?
It's so funny because I would initially say that as we're getting into these deeper rounds, we're probably getting closer to what we would see inside of this top cut, and that's very true. We're on the cusp of some of these strategies like the bug boxes and like the water engines really seeing prevalence in play. So we're kind of already seeing what we are to expect coming up. But I think that it would be still really cool to get some surprises now and again. I think that players that are going to be on some stuff like the Frost deck or the Thunder deck would be really cool to see. And again, one Fire Nexus, there's always got to be one, right? Gotta hold out hope. So I think as far as techs go and secret stuff, maybe we're closing in on a little more normal, a little more low to the ground options, but I'm ready to be surprised. I'll say that.
These players, I mean, they got to round 7 for a reason. They are competing for a lot. That championship prize of the reverse stellar Galaxy from Shatterstars, February 2025. We're gonna go with that one. But I mean, that with the Elestrals champion stamp just looked so good. And if you want your chance, if you're watching at home, you want your chance to try to win the top prize or even anything else, you can get a participation prize for entering an event. So make sure you guys join the next webcam event that happens. You'll find out more information on that soon. But these casters are putting out a lot of effort. I'm sure everyone wants a play set of stamped full art Island of Aeolia. I know I would, and if I had talent, I'd go for it.
Yeah, what's really crazy too is that we're coming up on the Dallas Open here sometime soon in March. We have this premier event and then Dallas. And the Dallas stuff that's been revealed so far is incredible. Everything that we've been seeing from each of the premier tournaments is spectacular. So not only today, all these players that are here for the participation prize, also trying to get that insanely gorgeous one-of-one Galaxy. I'm sure many of this deep into the tournament are already looking forward to Dallas, the crazy prize on the line for there too. So I'm really curious to see exactly how this top cut's going to shade out here as we're going into this last round. Our match that we have popping up here for you guys is against two players who one of them might be more familiar with, had a recent very large explosive come up inside of Elestrals in the competitive scene for Dimax against Lavender Senyata. And Dimax is someone we've been following for a little while now. Against Justin T losing out and becoming the runner-up inside the tournament there, and previously was really known for innovating on certain decks, kind of bubbling with those decks, to be fair, but I think recently has found a footing as this really big force and competitive player inside of Elestrals.
Yeah, Dimax has. I mean, Dimax has been known to create decks and has a really unique mind for this game. Really can see the shine in a particular card. So you never count Dynamax out. You might see something new, or even just cards being utilized in a different way. So keep your eye out on them. But we also have Lavender, a name that I'm not too familiar with, but you know, we're going to see them come up here. They got to round 7 for a reason. So I'm excited to see these casters perform. They are both ready to go. This is round 7. This is going to start with a full out top 8 cut. Let's figure out who is going to be there as we get into game 1.
Absolutely. We're hopping right into the action there. That last match went down to the wire in terms of time. So we're already going super smoothly, which I know that our players and staff judges all really appreciate. We have going off here today, Lavender going first inside of this matchup, going to go ahead and expend to draw. Again, a really nice power play to start off the match, accrue some advantage early. A set 1, pass back to Dynamax.
Yeah, I expend the draw turn 1, game 1 is pretty typical, but not as typical as having an Astrabit, but not going for the aggro Astrabit this time. That's typical. That's a little odd. Typically in this scenario, you'll have a, just go aggro rabbit. I'm interested to see if Bunny ends up being a benefit or a boon for Dynamax, because we've seen Astrabit not do as much as we're used to seeing it do in this in the clashes today.
Yeah, it's interesting because I like the idea of early aggro rabbit, as you're mentioning here on an open board. Oh, you have the one back row there, but rabbit is such an interesting thing really early, because do you want to try to go for some aggression, or maybe you're trying to fit some combo pieces together and see what you can make of it? I think that here in this position for Dynamax, that rabbit being in defense means that Lavender now has to show their hand a little more. Lavender's kind of concealing a little bit of information right now, so Dynamax kind of wants to see, okay, well, what do you got for me? You got a Hurricane, you got a Zeus, what you got?
That's a Solar being expended by Lavender, so I wonder what's there. And is that a Stolet? That's a Stolet. We might be seeing Windgen here.
Ooh, a Windgen would be kind of crazy as Solar coming down.
I think it's an Owloon, but regardless, the Stolet is going to meet a PTA, still able to get over the Astrabit if they choose to do so, and it looks like they are.
This is a base set staple little interaction here. You're forcing your opponent to activate its Sorlet effect, still get the value, but now you get to remove the body. And if you're Dynamax, you don't feel too bad about this. That spirit interaction was still pretty similar. Sorlet having the 2 spirits, and then you have the PTA for the 2 spirit removal. You lose the rabbit, but oh well.
Comalis.
Ooh.
So Dynamax on Lunar aggro?
I mean, Lunar aggro with a little bit of Nexus Spice, I think that'd be really killer to see. Comalis is very scary, and we saw Comalis come down from Bluelock earlier in this tournament and did put in a little bit of work. Hopefully Dynamax can make some magic happen, and does that mean we're going to see Pharaohgeist pop down? That would be really scary.
That'd be great, but we got to see just how much he wants that Pharaohgeist. Rocking a hard place from Lavender is coming down here, so let's see which one is being targeted. I want to assume the one closest to the spirit, or the... to the right side, far away from the mid-spirit deck, but looks like the Elestral is going to be the one destroyed. So the back row, very valuable to Dynamax right now.
That's right. Yeah, he said, see you later to this Comalis. With the rabbit coming down, now we see the attack rabbit come in. It's maybe a little bit of time to make up that spirit differential. Rocking a hard place is a pretty costly card when you think about it, but it's interesting because, maybe that one back row was worth it, but Comalis, you really want that card to stick around often just so you can potentially close the game out with that Pharaohgeist. Maybe Dynamax's hand is comfortable enough dealing with whatever board here it is, though.
That's what I was thinking. We do have a Luna being spent off the Astrabit attack, and a second Comalis is the comfort that he's like, yeah, you can get rid of it. I have another one in the back end. That's completely fine. The Astrabit is being threatened. I can't imagine you want it. Unless we have Tsunami, I can't imagine you want this. But yeah, you don't protect the Astrabit, so that one is going to go down. An easy 1-1. Dynamax has Spirit lead by 2. And a lot of back would be considered, and that is...
It's got a Hurricane coming down. Lavender going ahead and bringing out the powerful Windstorm, knocking out those 2, a Resting on Your Laurels and the Gorgons going down from Dynamax. The Resting on Your Laurels was an interesting one to save. The Gorgons, much more hurtful. And now this Comalis is a sitting duck for a Hydrake, gonna get in for a little bit of damage here.
There's no way a Hydrake is going to be launching a Twindra out of nowhere. In the pro set, Ambrosia, a little bit of bait there. Oh, that's not even pro set. But Ambrosia, all the same, is going to heal Lavender up, probably giving them everything they need to get out Hydrake. So, yeah, Hydrake, Pantera. So this is going to be exciting here.
Wow. What
Yeah,
a
healing of
play
that is a
from Lavender.
Zaptor, base set Zaptor, and base set Lycurises.
Yeah, but to this, we are back to set 1. Just put in the Hurricanes, you're good to go. It's crazy. Set 1 from Lavender, going to crash with the Comalis, and then going for Hydrake, trying to make up a little bit of that spirit damage. It's expensive. The Ambrosia helps. But Dimax, if you're in Dimax's spot here, you already got rid of the Laurels. That Laurels was pretty killer here. You have to have something that can get rid of this. Luckily, a Nabi here would be insane.
There's like a Thunder and a Luna were expended there. Let's see what Dimax has here. Nabi, as you said, would go very hard right now. But at the same time, all that's going to do is really get out the Pantera. So you got to be wary. Looks like Dimax right now, knowing him, he's in a tight spot.
Third Comalis.
Do you have a Nexus spot? If so, this could help. Do you have Temple of the Moon after the Nexus?
A Lunar Enchanted Zeus. You were going for a desperation play here. That is a Dark
hilarious.
Zeus. Wow.
Okay, hear me out. Nexus form Divines. Dan, creator A Drive. Get on it. Get on it. Show me Lunar Zeus.
Lunar Zeus, that's just opposite of Zeus. You get that's just Demeter, right? +3/+3.
That would just be Demeter, yeah.
You give your opponent attacks. That's a very loving card. It is searching the Spectaris here. It's probably nice to get that low to the ground option. Potentially can trade and hit this Twindra. Gonna go for an Ambrosia here. Heal back 3 and a Frost Spirit. Frost Spirit coming in. Pretty telling of a Cryoblast.
What is Twindra's defense status 4 though, right?
Defense status 4 and that 5. You're looking to crash with that Spectaris and suppress that.
Did we
that
see
dragon.
what was added with Cobalis?
Yes, so Spectaris.
Okay. Oh, that's gonna be the out. So I'm not going for the attack. I am accepting my fate. Well, that's the case. You probably should have casted the defense. But I'm accepting my fate. I'll take care of that Twindra next turn.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before with Bug Box with in regards to Comalis. Comalis is a really interesting card because it can search some of the strongest cards inside of the game, but it really just needs the things to get there. Shield of Achilles coming down on this Twindra. That's even more worth it. Don't even have to deal with the dragon.
Yeah, you just evade that entirely. You keep your Celestial on board. That is the pro play that Dimax needed. And now with the Spectros in hand, he could just take control. Going to have to see how the face down from Lavender is, how live it is. If it's Tsunami on a 2 attack, it's going to be great. But I think he just expended. I'm not sure what happened in this scenario.
Expended to draw there.
It was expended to draw, okay.
Yeah, you have a Lavender also kind of telling to an expended draw the last turn. It's fascinating here because I wonder if your Dimax, are you regretting that search for your Spectaris when you have the Pharaoh guys that could have easily been dropped this turn, given you had another Nexus Bank. But maybe the idea is you had that Zeus as your only Nexus Bank, and then you're just going to chance it here. Going for Comalis beatdown and a Rock in a hard place, Water and a Lunar.
Letting go of the Comalis. So all 3 Comalises have been destroyed. I think 2 of them by Rock in a hard place. Kind of funny if you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dimax is really just in the control seat here. He's got a good beater in hand. We know that for sure. Plenty of spirits to play with. You can lose that Comalis and say, no big deal. You can spend 2 spirits to try to out my 1 guy. It is very much the case where Lavender is bleeding here, and Dimax is allowing Lavender to do it.
We do have an attack in for 1, putting them down to 4. This is it's starting to run away from it. Even if those back row are live, what's it going to do in the grand scheme? Because then you're going to be able to play less Elestrals.
I'm going to just poke in for 1, pass back to Lavender. Lavender's going to go for Cryoblast here. This is pretty worth a Cryoblast. Comalis is another card that is also pretty Cryoblastable, but Spectaris might be the bigger threat there just because of its stats. You're going to go with your own Spectaris here if you're Lavender, thinking about what to enchant. It's a Water Spectaris, going for a quick swim.
We talked about it earlier about how Spectaris is lower in counter. I feel like that's not quite accurate because we've seen it 14 times a game, all tournament long. Everyone seems to be casting Spectaris. Even if your deck can't natively play it, you're playing Spectaris.
That's true.
And Eddie! How many times has Spectaris been outed by an Eddie?
Wow, and that's killer. Oh, not even going to worry about the attack. Going to go ahead and go for Cryoblast here. We know we put that back to Frost Spirit. This Spectaris is gone, and that's a scoop from Lavender. Quick game 1 from Dynamax. Wow.
Less than 10 minutes on that game. Fantastic play. We were worried in an earlier game of that about how Dynamax was going to recover. It was really even, but just the swing of momentum. Like, I feel like it was the confidence that came out, and the Twin Driller sitting on the field going for that second attack, just saying, well, they're going to destroy it with Spectres anyway. I might as well do it right now. And that was just completely bait, because at that point, Dynamax established board control and just went up from there.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, we see this time and time again in each of these games. There is like usually one turn that is your big explosive push in this game. You don't really have a lot of time or spirits really to have multiple explosive turns. Sometimes you do, but in games like this, especially at a high level, you know, Lavender made that big push for Twindra and Hydrake, and then from there is just trying to, you know, regain back control, where Dynamax says, okay, go ahead and expend spirits. I'm in a position where I can just pressure you slowly and you have to respond. That shield was absolutely killer, and I will say that's probably the turning point for that match. Otherwise, that Twindra could have gotten very, very scary.
Yeah, I was hoping, I mean, you know that Pantera is waiting, however it would choose to be enchanted, but I mean, not only is Spectre, I mean, Spectre is crazy right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it shuts off so many good cards. At the same time, you know what? Not even at the same time. Spectrus is just a good all-around card. If you can fit it into your deck, you probably should. Yeah,
it's funny because I remember back when Spectaris was revealed, you know, we had two separate camps of people, the Dense Fog, and we also had the Spectaris. And I'm trying to remember the Trishula Truvalu TV prediction, the I've awoken from my slumber, here are some notes. Eddie, good card. Spectaris, bad card. Dense Fog, good card. And I think it was something along those lines. Now, 50-50 on if he said it was good or bad. He'll have to shoot me a DM later.
I'm going to have to find that. I will control up that in the Discord. I promise you.
So I think that, you know, it kind of speaks to the fact that Spectaris has been on people's radar for a long time now. And it's cool to see these two decks kind of utilize them to their fullest potential.
Yeah.
Like we're going into as quick as game one ended, we're going into a quick game two just now. Lavender's got to pull off a little bit of a miracle here.
Yeah, but I don't think either of us are shocked to see that these players are here playing as well. They're in round 7, they're on stream, they should know the game and how the interactions happen. So we can cut out all the fat of this game. Let's go in. Like, we don't have to question too much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think we're going to be getting a random interaction about how does Hydrake resolve.
Yeah, it's funny too because, you know, the sighting for these two casters here as Dynamax goes in for a rabbit, kind of a deja vu from the last play, and Lavender opting to expend a draw for they're going first here. We have these two casters probably known quantities of sighting here, maybe not even sighting at all. You know, maybe Dynamax is saying to themselves, I don't really have much for your deck, I'm just going to play it straightforward. And Lavender, very similar thing. Typically when you have those quick sides, you're just saying, run it. What's the worst that can happen?
I think that's just the safest way to approach any game, though. That's why 5 is always so popular, because what is just safe? People, you know, if you play dangerous in this game, which is just any game, you know, you play a little risky trying to figure out what's going on, you can end up losing more than you gain.
So Eddie here on this Astro Rabbit with no back row from Dynamax, no back row from Lavender either. What is going on?
Slugfest, we swinging. That's all it is. We're about to flip decks over here.
Spectaris coming down.
What is your favorite Spectres, Art?
Oh, you know, I'm really partial to the stained glass. I think it looks incredible, but I find myself often using the OG art or this Shattered Stars art. But so maybe the stained glass is where I'm at. Oh, okay, no, scratch that all. The Stellar. The Stellar is killer.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Absolutely it is. But I always like the stained glass as well, even though I love the art design of the comic book one from Shattered Stars. Sorlet coming down, switches Spectres to defense, and is meeting a Gorgon's Gaze on the attack. Lavender has one card set, though, so it's not completely open. Let's see what happens here as the Nobby. I love that art from Nobby hitting the field.
The little bug that could, you know, I was about to say from Dynamax that the Spectaris being saved by Gorgon's Gaze never feels good in a situation where you have to stop it from attack as the Zeus comes down here. But maybe the hand isn't that strong and you need the pressure from Spectaris. Looks like it's going to go for Nobby. Nobby effect here. Going to go out for the Doppelganger.
Was Zeus necessary there?
I think so, because the idea is that if they stop the Nabi with the back row, then you can go Spectaris to not trade. And from the play that they made previously where they saved with the Gorgons, it's kind of telegraphing that the Spectaris is definitely needed to keep this pressure. Because if it was lost,
the Nabi lowered the Soylent, right?
Yes, it did. Oh yeah, why is Zeus there?
Okay,
great question. Wait a minute.
okay, I thought it was just me. But all right, but hey, Doppelganger is on the field. There's a very potent Elestral that Lavender has to answer, giving -2 attack to everything. And unfortunately, the Doppelganger was from hand. So, full plays there.
I don't know, PTA? I'm really perplexed now. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm not paying attention enough. But you're totally right. What's with the Zeus?
I saw it happen. And I'm like, did I miss something? I'll have to go back and watch it, unless the people at home wants to try to give us an answer. But regardless, the Zeus is on the field. Then there's no card set.
It'd be really funny if this is just a way to mind game Lavender as the Hydrake comes down.
The artist collection, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. Beautiful the Kickstarter promo there. Got a Ambrosia, gonna heal up a little bit from Lavender, kind of about to make a very expensive play, but doesn't quite beat over this Doppelganger, because the idea here is that you're trying to get into the Pen Terror, which can potentially take out the Doppelganger, but this is so expensive if you're Lavender. We might see a really quick game 2 as well. Kind of a weird rock in a hard place, if you will, from a Lavender.
Absolutely. Hydrake, you're going to win. I'm assuming just getting the attack, but it's still going to be weakened. Twindra will be weakened by the Doppelganger, so I'm interested what the end game here is. Maybe just misenchanting the Twindra?
Yeah, going ahead and hitting over the Doppelganger, taking the 1 damage because you cannot hit over the Spectaris because of the suppression effect.
Oh, so they might just be going for the Pantera.
Yep, this is the explosive play we were talking about. They have to be making some money moves here, and this is going to be really risky. I like the play from Lavender, a little bit of guts, but one card from Dymax can definitely do it.
I mean, hey, at least Pantera is Zeus-proof.
Pantera is a little Zeus-proof, which is nice, and you can probably Water Enchant or something. Crashing that into the Doppelganger.
How would you feel if you attack it into a Doppelganger and Doppelganger's like, effect?
If Doppelganger had the second effect Nabi, see, which that would be wild. The Nexus effect to when it receives to go into full Gorix is really cool and definitely keeps that card balanced.
The stained glass Pantera is here as well.
Lunar
Enchanted, Water Enchanted, and a Thunder as well. Incredible. Love it. I wish it was a fire Enchanted to protect against eruption. You never know.
That's true. Well, see, this is so interesting here because now what you get to do from your Dymax is go Zeus down, the Pen Terror, and then hit the Laurels here. Maybe going to expend a draw, though, looking for an out. That's not a good sign for Dymax. Ambrosia's a little bit of stalling here to kind of heal off the Zeus. You see the Laurels after using that off the Zeus, then you're in a great spot. Otherwise, this could get really scary from Pokegame's favorite Elestrals.
You want to be. Oh my!
There it is. Wow.
Dymax is just too good.
The one-up that got blown away last time and a Kathmel coming down, also great position to be in. This is going to do a lot of damage. Joey Pokegame, only you can hear this right now. Don't watch this specific match. Don't do it.
It's over. Man, they went for the explosive play and it just got wrecked immediately. Off of the Zeus pretty much should have been a sign that was going to happen, but man, does it hurt to see all the same. Thunder and Water being expended here. Down to 6 spirits versus 2 Elestrals on board and 13 spirits in the spirit deck. Lavender has a huge rock to climb here.
Yeah, you talk about just absolute control. Even with no back row here, Dymax is in a great position. Eddie's a start. Eddie's definitely a start. And we've seen it before, CJ and Dooms, right? We had the insane spirit advantage from that play, and they were able to just chip away until the game was over. But I don't know if that's going to be the same case for Dymax, considering what we know about Dymax's deck. This is a deck that you do not want to give any sort of room. But Kathmel in defense is really weird.
After an expend to draw as well, it's kind of telling that the hand isn't ideal enough to deal with Ed and Eddie. So
Potentially
we're gonna see how this
Ascensions in
goes.
hand.
Potentially, yes. Which wouldn't be the worst thing if you wanted to heal 3 at least, and that is a
Galaxair!
Is that Galaxy? That is Galaxair. That's gonna be enough to get over the Campbell.
That's right. We got a little bit of a non-prize card action here, but the effect of Galaxy is going to go through. Eddie's going to swing, hit with a Shield of Achilles. This is such an interesting shield from Dimax as that Eddie is going to come back down and just deal with whatever is left. But Lavender has to hope that their back row is live, and Dimax has to not be able to play further. Nabi coming down.
Nabi. Will we see a second Doppelganger in deck? Who knows? But Cathmel's going to be here. I guess this is going to be the play where he's trying to just take control. Eddie is going to be able to answer either of these two in the Elestrals, barring that Eddie actually comes out. I'm sorry, barring that Doppelganger doesn't come out after the Nabi attack. But we got this hit in going here, and there's a lot of deliberation by Lavender here.
Go for the Shield of Achilles here. That is probably the best scenario you can have, but it's so expensive for Lavender at this point. Dimax is in a very similar position to last game, where now Dimax can just walk down this walk down this caster into submission. 2 spirits left, a ton of cards in hand, but Dimax is looking very nice with 9 spirits left.
Yeah, it's at this point you kind of just win by the amount of spirits being spent. And then we've seen a lot of big plays from Lavender. I mean, we saw the Pantera with 3 different elements being enchanted on the field, but just wasn't enough to get there.
This is a start.
You have to wonder if Pantera was actually properly enchanted. Where would this game be right now?
Well, really interesting too, right? Because the Pantera to enchant itself properly, bringing back Hydrake, is very cool. I've seen it only once done before, but again, that's also still very expensive. And in a lot of decks that can build themselves wide like that, it can get really scary. Rabbit might just be the one to do it here, though. You gotta hope that Dimax doesn't have an Earthquake or maybe another Zeus. It's
if you see an Earthquake
scary.
and a Laurels in the same game, we're getting you a deck check.
Earthquake, Laurels, Arcolith, Lavalith, Equilinx. Just put them all into one. Elachick.
Not even playing Demeter, but there's an Equilinx here. I just wanted to show you that I can draw it.
That's true. Got a Nabi coming down from Dimax, and there's a Cryoblast. That is gonna be the game here. Not to call it too soon.
Tsunami is all right. So there is a chance.
Wow.
If there's an Ambrosia available to Lavender right now, then they can possibly fight back into this game.
0 spirit count.
So I want to assume they do have an Ambrosia if they're not just conceding immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that grip has to be something. There's a billion cards in there. And no, that's it. They're going to showcase it off.
That is everything. Look at the hand. Look at the hand. Look at the hand.
Got
is that a Rise Run? That's an Astrabit?
There's a Sorlet in there. There's the Elachick. I can see that for sure.
I see the Galaxy. Another Edward. The Edward.
Another Eddie. A couple Eddies. There we go. Thank you for the... No, that is absolutely insane. You know, once again, a brilliant showcase that inside the game of Elestrals, you have those really big power plays you can make with decks like Hydrake that can make it this far and play against someone at the top tables like Dimax. But also consider that deck is expensive. If that gets stopped, you are in a very precarious position. And I think to Lavender's credit there, you play that the best you can. Dimax has had a strategy that was able to combat everything there. And that was a swift 2-0 from Dimax climbing up inside this tournament in that last round. That's incredible.
Yeah. It's wind is one of those elements that is just very expensive to use. I mean, even your chosen divine right now, Aeolus, requires you to 2 just to get the cert. It's the only divine right now that can enchant up to 5 or up to 4, giving you 5 total when you cast it. It's insane. So it's an expensive element. It's something where when I play wind, I'm always including Nemesis because those spirit loss hurts, and we've seen in a previous tournament where Nemesis can be the most value a wind deck can have when you protect it, similar to Galaxy, and just keep enchanting the heal, big body Nemesis coming through there. So it's potentially beneficial to go that way because yes, wind is very expensive, very strong, but if you get outed by a single resting on your laurels, what do you do?
Yeah, it gets a little bit tricky. And the Nemesis is a good point too, because a lot of these wind toolbox decks definitely need to be playing the extra healer. We kind of saw in the round 1 with this encoder. Cards like Nemesail, like Catarant, Jotagua, even. They're cards that are in some ways necessary evil because they, while maybe not auto includes in a lot of these decks, what you end up having is these games where just seeing a little bit of extra spirits might make the difference. And Nemesail control is a serious threat. You heal it up, you protect the Nemesail, you do it again, you protect the Nemesail, and now you're in a really sticky situation. But potentially from Lavender there, it's kind of hard to fit in a 3-1 when the field of Elestrals we've seen so far are Spectaruses, when they're Galaxies, when they're Eddies. And that's kind of hard to assess. But you're definitely right. Like, A-Drive gave us the tool for Wind to heal back its spirits. Maybe you got to use it.
Can we get Fire next as Nemesail?
Yeah, that, man. When Fire gets their healer, that's not Torchin. It'll be just the brightest day under the sun. Every single Firecaster just losing it. Astrap, it's kind of a healer. Astrap, kind of a healer when you think about it.
A little bit. You got to work for it, but it can't help out a lot. And that 2/5 is powerful all the same. But still, it's just, what was more expensive? And Lunar doesn't even have a healer, but it's not as expensive as Wind.
Yeah,
it's also
absolutely.
not as explosive as Wind, but it gets you there. Slow and steady wins the race, as they say.
Yeah, and it's so funny to think about that too, because again, Wind is such in terms of the history of this game, you start off with base set where Hydrake and the Wind engine has a pretty decent matchup against like Earth and these Thunder beatdown strategies, because you can go into big, hard to out bodies like Penterror really fast. And as we kind of been moving slowly away from base set, now we start to see these strategies just become expensive for the payoff. And there are times where that Penterror is very, very strong, very, very scary, but a lot of decks can now just out at Eddie Zeus is the combination that I think can effectively magic away anything on the board. And Dimax is kind of playing that strategy to the low to the ground Lunar strategies. I'm sad we didn't see Pharaohgeist though.
We did not see Pharaohgeist. We didn't see a lot. We just saw a basic, solid play. It was more so a showcase of technical play by Dimax versus any Elestrals that they chose to play. We didn't see. We saw Comalis 3 times, and the only thing that was searched was a Spectrus.
Yep. No, absolutely. And then it's funny too. We have a big bad boss in terms of Pharaohgeist, but at the end of the day, the spectral Elestral that might just do it is Spectaris. I like the idea that you can flex option into that big camel, especially with the Kathmel there. You might be able to just ascend over 2 Elestrals into your big 3-drop. But once again, in the low to the ground play, maybe Kathmel is just enough. I know that Dimax is more than used to using Kathmel in Ascension strategies like this, so very much a tool in the right direction for this up and coming champion. I wouldn't be surprised if Dimax takes a tournament one of these days. It's just just waiting for time on that one.
Yeah, Kathmel was an Elestral that I always have my eye on. Just that the idea of healing for 3, whether destroyed by battle or ascending over, like you're going to get your way no matter what. And if somebody spends a removal invoke rune or a rune in general to get rid of a Kathmel, I'm fine with that. Oh no, you took out my Kathmel with resting on your laurels. How horrible. Your Earthquake was spent. Oh, my camel. Oh, darn. That's a major win for me. So
yep.
It makes me feel like, Kathmel's an Elestral that is getting its time to shine. Let me just say this. What is the ascension of Kathmel? Pharamel?
Pharamel is the second.
Pharamel. I think Pharamel has potential itself as well.
Oh yeah, my girl Mel is pretty good. It's funny because the general idea when that card is revealed was that it was like, well, it's not as good as the Chronodile line or there's the rest of the 2-drops. But when you think about it, it's preventing the attack is again really strong, and then you can just to hard ascend or to special ascend into a Pharaohgeist is still just very strong. Maybe it's the stats that's we're kind of looking at for Pharamel in terms of what's holding it back, but it's a very strong defensive body, and if you let it stick around for long enough, it becomes a big enough threat. Some people will say, well, it's not going to attack. You might not have the option. As we kind of saw there for Lavender, Dimax was playing it pretty defensively for a little bit, but Lavender had to make something happen.
Yeah, and it comes down to that sort of strategy of when do you attack when you defend, how do you operate everything. That's why I also, again, going back to Pheromel, I think even though it's a 4/7 body, being able to just say, hey, attack if you want. You don't know if I'm playing Pharaohgeist in this list. Do you really want to chance that? Is a similar thing. So it comes down. It's another style of play that I think is yet to be explored in Elestrals. Is how much do you try to manipulate or convince your opponent to play a specific way?
Yeah, entirely. It's going to come all down to practice too. Like, how comfortable are these decks, and how comfortable are you with making those decisions to kind of force your opponent to play like that? I know for me personally, I would love to get back into some of the casual tournaments here for Elestrals too. These premier events are very exciting, but if you are looking to practice and sharpen your sword when it comes to this game, there's casual tournaments every Tuesday at 7:30 EST. The official Elestrals hosted casual formats. They're a great place to test out some new strategies if you aren't quite sure, potentially looking to have some fun, but also maybe learn the Elestrals if you're new to it. We have a couple coming up here. March 11th and 18th are your two before Dallas. So if you're looking to get some practice, then might be a good thing to look out for. We also have one towards the end of the month on March 25th. You get caster coins just for participating, and it's a lot of fun. You hang out with some great people in this community, get to see some really cool strategies you might not otherwise be able to see, or maybe get to finally run it back against that meta strategy that you been trying to get at for so long. Big fan of the casual webcam tournaments. Again, got some coming up here very, very soon.
I think the great part about the casual is just being able to meet people and make that community that, hey, I really like the strategies. Let's talk about it, because you're playing it too, and you go from there. So I mean, there's a lot of benefit to the casual. I love my casual. You see me in our group chat. Hey, who's playing? I know it's 10 p.m., but who's a gamer? Who's a real one?
Who's online? You gotta
who's online?
Got to send out the Elestrals signal, and to see who's going to answer the call. And I think the kind of slower, more relaxed atmosphere is great for people who, really are trying to get better at this game. I remember for a long time, I've got two wins and under my belt, and it's been a long time. Again, the gray hairs are showing.
Subtle brag. I
remember that for a lot of the testing for that, though, was playing these casuals. A lot of the just seeing what the community's playing, what's the buzz on everyone. So it's a really great way to like, some people think to themselves, oh, well, it's only for casual nights or only for decks that are not meta. No, it's just for good time playing, and the community is a great thing to get into. So
community and experience. I cannot wait for the experience we're going to get when Firestorm releases. Like, I am just, every single reveal has been incredible. I'm gonna be real. Hear me out. Forget the cards. Forget the new divine. You want to know what's crazy? These starter decks.
Oh gosh, we really haven't dropped in on these starter decks in a way, but these are so cool. I love what they're doing with these things. The double in one, that's wild.
You get an extra booster pack in now, same price, 2 complete decks, and these are some really potent decks. They have some staples in there that everybody wants. You get Gorgon's Gaze and Implosions, you get Divine Reprints. I know everyone's been needing their Zeuses. Guess what? Zeus reprint coming in the Firestorm double starter deck packs. What do you it's such a ridiculous deal. I saw these and my mind was blown. Another thing that I'm so thrilled about is the art style for the accessories. These I can't get them all, but I need them all.
It's wild. I'm also looking forward to the so we have more of the reveals left to go. We have the starter decks that have been announced, insane mats and plushies. I'm just so impressed, really, at the sheer magnitude of money flowing out of my wallet for these pre-orders. Sometimes I'm just like, wow, I can't believe it. One, what a great deal. But also, two, I'm like, I have to have everything. It really is that good. It's hard. It's hard to understand.
It's like, wow, where did all this money start flying out of my wallet from?
Well, I mean, I'm not shocked where it's going. I know exactly it's going to shopelestrals.com. But
exactly.
I think I'm more impressed by the fact that I'm just like, wow, it's really addictive. It's so good.
I can tell you right now, I am buying 20 of the Reverse Stellar Spirits. Reverse Stellar Vipyro, Reverse Stellar Lycanus, absolutely into my spirit deck. I need you all. I might even buy 30 just so I can put them in other decks. Like that. I have never been a fan of the art for Vipyro. This one is it's beautiful, it's aggressive, it's intimidating. This is the Vipyro I always imagined. This is my art. I love that Vipyro art. It's so good.
Yeah, no, it's pretty excellent here. You know, one thing we actually haven't really talked about yet, and this is a really funny thing to think about, is, you know, a Narpoon. We've seen a couple Frost strategies today. We have a Champion of Keone Narpoon coming out inside of Firestorm. It's a Nexuser, which is kind of into water and Frost Nexuser, one or the other. And its ascension into Waylance is also really cool. You know, the kind of shout out to Dimax from the last round. Waylance, champion of Dimax, one of the first people to really innovate with that card. Narpoon, Nexus, receive, go into Waylance. Waylance hit a title form Werepup, or hits a Werepup. All Werepups are going into the underworld. That's crazy enough for the old one.
Yeah, Waylance is the card. That's one of those cards where you look at it, it's just like, I remember the first time I realized, I think it was, again, during Elestrals Season 2, and I asked, hey, does this really work? How, like, you can just look at your opponent's deck, and the simple answer from Skyhawk was, yes.
Yeah.
No, this is not okay. You did not just say yes that simply. What in the world? Oh, yeah, you know it's already gone, but fail to find. Let me just make sure it's not double sleeved or anything. Like, Waylance is the wild card, and Narpoon being able to get into it that quickly is terrifying.
Yeah, I like to imagine too, like the new form of the Waylance being able to Nexus up to 4 and put it on itself and just swing in for a ton of damage. It's either you're going for more of a utility pressure where you're trying to dwindle down your opponent's resources, or a game ender with the champion of Keone. Yeah, I think that's the killer there. I'm really looking forward to some of the more reveals for these champions here. Everything I've seen so far gets me hyped. The Glauby is kind of insane. The Sluggle is really insane.
Yeah.
Wow. I am just consistently impressed by the increasing card quality inside of Elestrals so far.
I am thrilled to see what Bears casters are going to be doing with Hestia.
Oh, yeah.
Majorsa, champion of Hestia as well, also going to be insane. I think Hestia is going to be really interesting. All those cards, I mean, get your Earth Goats now. Or what's the one that searches whatever? Like a bear?
Ursicle.
Ursicle. Get your Ursicles now. Go back to Frostfall. Get your Ursicle Reverse Stellars, because you're going to want them when Firestorm releases, because those bears are ready. They are wide awake. We don't care if it's winter. I'm out here mauling. Just
going full bear mode with them is wild. The Ursicle searching the High Bear Nation and allowing you to go into a champion of Majorsa is kind of the combo I'm looking at. Man, I love Frost, and that deck is so cool.
Man, I love Frost. I mean, I'm still waiting on the rest of the Earth support coming out. I want to guess it'll be very soon, but I cannot wait to see what Earth is going to be getting in Firestorm. That one is great. We already Lunar. I don't even need anything for Lunar right now. We've had so many amazing. I just realized something. We have not seen any staples in this set yet.
Nothing of the generic stuff yet, which is, again, very interesting. I imagine similar to Spoiled Fruit, might be a little bit less than what we're used to, but you know, maybe with how powerful these cards we've been seeing so far is, maybe that's why we're waiting so long to see these, because maybe they are just that scary.
Maybe. I mean, who knows, that they could change up the game. Everyone was so... I remember the early days of Hurricane where everyone was like, hey, this is probably not going to be in every deck. It's good that it exists, but it's not that great. But people are going to try it, but it's not going to exist. It's going to go in and out of the meta. I haven't seen it outside of anyone's decks in the longest time. If you can play Hurricane, people are playing Hurricane. And every time Hurricane is played, it's been beneficial.
Yeah, not to call out too many casters on this commentary cast today, but, you know, MBT. Casting last tournament here, Dominant Caster made a short that was talking about Hurricane. So funny. It was like, you know, one of the loops thing be like, are people going to play Hurricane? It's like, yeah, turns out a ton.
Yeah, everyone who can will. Are you in Top Cut? You're likely playing Hurricane.
Yeah, and the idea like tracks, you know, it's that when people start to play less counter runes or play better around Hurricane, maybe Hurricane sees less play, but it's I mean, it's going to blow out everything back there. We saw with the Falcane deck that we saw earlier in the rounds. We've been seeing it pop at least one or two just to make sure some plays go off. And one of the best things you can be doing right now in the game is a Hurricane into Nabi is almost game ending.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. What you want to know? What been something that's game ending that I cannot stand though?
What's that?
So you know, Earthquake is at 3 and Elestrals Clash right now.
Oh God! Don't remind me.
Yeah.
I've been grinding Elestrals Clash. The beta rank got dropped, and I'm right there. I think I got up to like second, which is crazy. But the first place is long way away.
They are grinding this game. It's funny because it's not even going to matter in the grand scheme, but they're going to know, and we're going to know. And they are up there and untouchable right now. But Elestrals Clash, if you have access to the beta and you took a break from it, rightfully so, I understand why you may have taken a break. You need to play that beta right now. It feels so good. We just got ranked mode enabled earlier this week or later on this week, not long ago. And it's just a blast. People are grinding. I'm seeing people stream it more. There are so many cards available to play. Doppelganger is in the game right now. We just got Lavalith added. You need to be checking out Elestrals Clash beta if you have access to it. Go back to it. See how much better it feels. I remember the feeling from day one alpha to today. It's night and day. We're sitting there, my friends and I are in a call just playing it. We're talking to each other about how we're running into each other on the ranked ladder. Get into Elestrals Clash beta and get ready to hop on it when it opens up to be everyone later on. It feels so good.
Yeah, it's interesting because, and I'll cop to this too, I played a little bit of the alpha, played a little bit of the beta whenever it opened release, and then now I'm sitting here and I'm like, man, I kind of want to do it in between these rounds now. There's the really big shout outs to the team and Elestrals team for kind of pulling us all together. Really, the polish is coming through and very impressive inside of this time frame. And the Lavalith inclusion was crazy to me. When I saw Lavalith be put into the game, and again, max copies of Lavalith, I'm like, wow, we are so back. And there's where's our
back in time. Yeah, we are back.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And so once again, as this game gets a little fleshed out and as things keep on going, I think that this is already a game changer for a lot of reasons, but it's going to be even more so here as this game gets more fleshed out.
Yeah,
hop on Elestrals.
Hop on Elestrals. The ability to just hop on Elestrals with your friends directly is such a benefit to do right now. The ability to just build that and just see what's going on right now is really nice. It's even a tutorial which really does a decent job at giving you the basics of Elestrals gameplay. Like, again, if you have access to the beta, if you supported the Kickstarter, hop on it. Get to it. It's so like I'm waiting to play right now. I'm just like I'm playing to play right now.
Yeah, we gotta wrap up this tournament really quick so we can just hop on more Elestrals and Clash. How about that? I just get
DQ
my
top cut. Let's
already.
Go.
Yeah, there you go.
DQ top cut. Let me just go back in my Clash.
I think we're wrapping up here for our last round of Swiss before we get into Top Cut. Very exciting stuff here. I think that we know somewhat of what we'll be seeing inside of Top Cut. Obviously, last couple of tournaments where we've expected the lunar aggro strategy. We've expected a little bit of maybe wind and Windjin potentially could sneak through. We've been seeing a lot of Frost today, so maybe some Blizz tricks can get in there, which we haven't really seen convert all that much up until, even now. I think we've seen a couple of Frost decks on stream already, and that's more than what I can say for previous tournaments. I think people wrote off this deck really early, but I don't know. It seemed pretty good to me.
Yeah, I don't even know the standards of what's going on here. We saw a very dominant performance by Distant Coder in round one, but who knows where he is right now? We've been so zero in on what's happening on screen, we haven't even realized what is happening around us. I know, stream. But we haven't seen anything else going on here, and I'm excited to see how top 8 is going to shake out. This is going to be exciting and thrill.
Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. I don't often think about this. I think going back to my old, I'm doing the classic old man Swolax, just being like, back in my day, going back to the first tournament I think I casted, so many messages being like, hey, it was 12 hours long. You're right. I'm like, I could do this all day. It was so fun to watch people play, and I think that's one thing that we can all kind of come together, not only for this tournament, but really all this time and practice and energy people are putting into this game. And just, you do it day after day, night after night. It's something really special. It's hard to describe, but it's there.
It's really fun to grind and, just do this game while you can. So we're going to wait to see what's going on with round 7 and get that knocked out as soon as we can. But in the meantime, so we do know the guaranteed top cut right now. So in 5th place with a record of 6-1, we have JJPM. We've seen them before. In 4th place with a record of 6-1, we just saw them on stream. Dimax, guaranteed for top cut. In 3rd place, 6-1 record, Bean Soldier representing the Elestrals here. 2nd place, also with a 6-1 record, is Y Rebellion. And the person that we spotlighted in the Premier Runback podcast last week, undefeated 1st place, Adumadam or Autumn Atom. Do you know how to pronounce it?
I've said it both. I've heard it both ways. I think that Adam
Adumadam
probably is
we're gonna go with.
Okay, you can say Adumadam. I'll say Adam, and we'll just try to not get it mixed up too much.
There we go. We got it.
Undefeated is quite crazy for a 7-0 finish. Yeah,
Yes.
It's always a question of who is going to be the person. Last tournament, it was Caleb who, with Heal, that was able to go undefeated in Swiss, and that is just killer when you really think about it. And so for a top cut like this, which I think is just wild, we have a lot of really familiar names here and a little bit of people who have been sneaking or have been like in and out of top cuts. It's once again kind of speaks to the amount of skill and skill expression at the top levels of play. We're starting to see who really are the top casters in this game. Bean Soldier, repping the Elestrals, you love to see it. I'm going to make the top cut joke eventually. There's at least 2 knots in top cut, and one's on the desk. But
that does work. That works.
But for Bean Soldier here, for a long time it was a question of this dominant force in Elestrals. Are they just going to win the tournament outright? And we saw a couple tournaments in a row, Bean Soldier either bubble, make top cut, and get so close to the win again. I think outside of just general my bias, my friend Josh here, I would love to see the return of a Bean Soldier title. I think that'd be really killer to see. And then also Dimax, of course, being so close to the top in such a short amount of time would also be insane. I'm curious to know what Adam Adams playing. 7-0, that's impressive.
It better be Tornigen. I want to see Tornigen back. I want a full-on final performance, perfect run, Tornigen in the top spot. Go for it. But yeah, definitely a fantastic performance coming out there with the #1 spot. Undefeated in Swiss is absolutely an accomplishment. So hopefully you can carry that momentum going through the top cut. But seeing how the rest of it is going to shake out is going to be very interesting. We're going to have to wait for the rest of the rounds to finish up for things to be calculated. Yada, yada, et cetera, calculations, nerd stuff. But regardless, it's been a fantastic event. And, we're going to be here together. I believe it'll be you and I for grand finals as well. So we're going to sit tight for that. Cannot wait to see who is all going to be there. Cannot wait to talk about this top 8 cut. And again, if you guys want to hear a breakdown of this event later on this week, for anything you may have missed, some more details behind the scenes and opinions, make sure you guys will subscribe to the Elestrals YouTube channel. Myself and 2 other guests will be bringing back the 2nd edition of the Elestrals Premier Runback podcast. We're going to be going over all of this stuff, spotlighting the match, all that and more. So it's going to be fun for everybody. I know last time we had a lot of good conversations on it. People were really giving their opinions. My favorite part was the hot draw segment, where essentially we give a hot take. K. Cray said that Volumbra needs to be able to ascend from hand.
Of course you would say that.
Or from deck. Add on the deck one. Josh, Bean Soldier, said that something needs to be banned. I forget what he said needs to be banned. My hot take was that Zeus can no longer exist at 3. I think it needs to go back to 1, if not banned.
I think that's I don't know if I have any hot draws here for this one, but I'm curious to see if our top 8's gonna have any hot draws going into their top cut. There's no good smooth transition here, I guess is to say, but
that was good. I was with it. I was rolling with it.
I ran out of yes ands. Sorry to disappoint my theater kids out there. But all right, We're going to go to a quick break here while we wait for Top Cut to get solidified. We'll be right back here, so stick around for more electrifying action.
I'm taking a break.
And welcome back. Welcome back. We are here after 7 long rounds of Swiss. I'm joined once again by my fantastic co-commentator, Wirtz. Wirtz up. What's going on? Do we have some good news?
Hold up. I'm back for Top Cut. I'm excited. Top Cut is going to be so interesting. I'm so excited.
Yeah, the players that we've had representing us here today as we're kind of sorting out Top Cut still and getting everything calculated and good to go is pretty immense. What we've known so far and kind of what we were talking about previously before the break, we had Adam, we had Y Rebellion, Bean Soldier, Dimax, and JJ were our confirmed. And so far we've seen some excellent play from Dimax, and we know that Bean is no slouch. I'm curious to see Adam's list and what Adam is on, as well as Y Rebellion, kind of two people who I think Adam going undefeated in Swiss with Y Rebellion closely right after that is crazy. These two casters who I know can put up pretty good results. I'm expecting an absolute barn fire for this one. Barn burner? I can't, whatever the term is.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in Top Cut, as always, very strong casters, and it's just like with the shakeup, or not really shakeup, but like the amount of interesting decks we've seen today on stream, that only leads me to believe that like their decks for Top Cut are going to be just as interesting or just as crazy, because it's like if you're playing in this tournament against all these wild and wacky decks, that means you're playing against like a kind of unknown field. So it's just like it'd be interesting to see how these players can adapt it to all these weird, interesting decks floating around today and took that to Top Cut. So it means they've got to be either playing out of their mind or playing their own kind of interesting take on the format currently. And just, I'm so excited to see what Top Cut brings.
Yeah, I mean, out of their mind or they're just absolutely crazy. I think we're getting confirmation from the helicopter that we do have a Top Cut already sorted. I don't know if we have the bracket up for that one. Let's take a quick look at our Pantheon here. We've got on the left-hand side, we have Adam against Soren Plays. We saw Soren Plays pop up previously in the rounds. That was an insane Falcane drop. Maybe we can see some magic again. We have JJPM versus Dimax as well, right under that. And on the right-hand side, we got Y Rebellion against Jack Cumo. And we have Bean Soldier TV versus Julian W, which I don't think we've seen these casters so far yet. I think the only one we've seen is Dimax and Soren, so we might have a little bit of surprises, a lot of surprises in this Top Cut.
Yeah, a lot of interesting plays are going to happen. Like, again, I mean, hey, that's a Falcane Top Cut in Moonrise. Who had that on their bingo cards? I don't think anybody had that.
It's absolutely true. March 8th, mark on the calendar, is 2025 is the Top Cut for Falcane. It's absolutely crazy.
Like, what did we see today just, like, do so well out of nowhere? Falcane's going crazy. That Zephyrog deck we saw earlier today, that deck bubbled at X2, I think. So it's just like people are playing really cool tech pieces to just kind of adapt to this meta. And it's like, obviously, skill still rules out because we see a lot of people who've hit those Top Cuts before, people who've hit those finals before, all still represented here. But the field that they were playing against had to be so interesting. And it's like, I know I won't be around, but that that finals interview at the end with whoever wins, you need to ask all these questions. It's going to be, I would love to get some insight on how today went with some of these casters, because it's been a wild field. Like, all these decks.
I'm curious to see who we crown champion for today. And so we have these top 8 players raring to go, revving their engines and sharpening their swords. If we want to quickly go over the pricing from today's tournament, we do have a lot more Elestrals to play, but we're just going to kind of briefly go over what they're all playing for. So participation in top 16 are already concluded. We have these players already getting their stamped promo cards for the Lycoris and their promo packs and the Aeolia and the Island of Aeolia. But for top 8 currently, so everyone that we just saw so far is already walking away with participation awards plus the stamped Pelquarius and the Aeolia. And then after that, in our semifinals, as we move on to our top 4 into our championship, they have an opportunity to play for the stamped Aviolith, which is gorgeous, that Pelquarius and the Constellation art, as well as the Aeolia, and a booster box, a little bit of up in the pricing there. And then our champion and runner-up are going to be fighting for either 2 copies each of the previous full arts and Constellation rares, as well as that 1/1 reverse stellar Galaxair, which is just gorgeous, along with the sheet, a couple boxes. that champion prize is a beautiful gem to add to the collection, and that thing is absolutely crazy. So we're gonna hop into those matches sometime soon. But so Wirtz, who are you rooting for here, unbiasedly, of course, in our top cut we've seen so far?
Honestly, given the information that I've gotten today, I really want to see Y Rebellion do really well, because they're on some cool stuff. I mean, a lot of these decks are really cool, but like that's probably my favorite deck that I've keyed into so far for this top cut, and I hope we get to see one of their matches. Yeah,
no, absolutely. There's a couple players we have not seen at all. I think Jack Humo. We haven't seen Bean Soldier or Julian yet, at least as far as the cast goes. So again, a lot of surprises we could be seeing here. I mentioned this previously, that Dimax getting so close to their tournament run and becoming a champion, I think is so inspiring and cool to see too. So glad they get the run back on that. Adam undefeated against a deck that it has running Falacane. So cool stuff here as we jump into our first match here. It's actually going to be against Y Rebellion.
Oh,
Jack Humo.
There we go. All right, cool. So I get this. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I'm so excited. like Swiss is great. Top cut is like nerves hit. People make either crazy good plays, maybe they misplay. Like the mental state there is always something interesting. But like, I am so excited to see this game coming up.
Yeah, I gotta lock in a little bit here. These players can make no mistakes. We talked about throughout the cast the micro interactions that these players are going to be facing, as well as trying to mind game their opponent. Jack Humo, one of the trivia is who was one of the first champions of 2024. That name is staring down the face of Y Rebellion right now. And for Y Rebellion here, I think that you're probably comfortable. You're at this spot already. You played through your 7 rounds. Maybe you're not super intimidated, but I imagine for some of these players, that seeing a champion name across from you is nerve-wracking. So hopefully we can see some good solid Elestrals here as we're jumping into the game.
Yeah, no, Jack has tons and tons of wins. Like his accolades in the space are very, very high. Y Rebellion, relatively unknown, because I honestly can't say I recognize the name, but I mean, they made a top cut, and we've seen in the past couple of tournaments, you don't need to have hit a top cut to take a finals before.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Plenty of names popping up here. Justin, Jess coming in for their first tournament. Trishula also coming in for their first couple tournaments. And I think I've seen the name of Y Rebellion before. So a lot of the names you kind of get around as far as going to the casuals, you're doing some of the premier events. And back in the day, you'd see like people on the app tournament too. It was a lot of fun to look out for. So we're ready to jump into it though. The top cut of the Premier Tournament. March 8th, 2025. Let's get into the action. Jack Humo versus Y Rebellion.
It's exciting. I'm so excited. I'm giddy to see what's coming up.
We've both players here. Going to start off. We have Y Rebellion going to go first here. Well, it looks like we have a mulligan coming down from Jack Humo.
Yeah, that's a mulligan for 2 Frost Spirits. Kind of gives us a little insight into potentially what he's playing. 2 Frost. It could be Cryoling stuff, which they love to mulligan. Don't mind it. Could be Blistrix. Could be some other spicy tech for Frost. More Frost even. Generally, those first 2 spirits that a caster might mulligan are usually what they have the most plentiful of, or the easiest time to recover.
Yeah, we saw Prime earlier kind of teching like the more Frost package into like a water low to the ground strategy. So maybe Jack is on something similar, but hopefully this hand is satisfactory. We don't see it expend too much, because if it is a deck like Blizz, then maybe that gets a little bit low. Why are coming down? Snark! Oh, Snark, my goat! Whoa!
So what are they searching with Snark? Rock in a hard place?
And it looks like that's a Draking.
That's a Draking, yeah, because that is a Draking. So we are finally seeing Draking show up in the top cut. Let's go.
Way.
Shout out to my lunar casters.
That's right. Yeah, it all comes back to the Elestriat. We have a Snark in the top cut too. This is a first of all first. I love this idea too. I've been trying to cook with the Snark deck recently, and one thing that someone pointed out, they're like, Draking's a pretty good Ascension, and I'm like, you know what? But I'm scared of Galaxy. Y Rebellion is not scared.
Not at all. And it's interesting because Snark does have really good search targets, but a matter of what you do with it. It's going to see Jack play a Narpoon, properly enchanted. It's going to potentially search.
This
could be
Narpoon
more
big.
Frost. Could be for BlizzTricks. Could be both.
Yeah, kind of wait and see what they search out. It's going into the deck here. We've got careful decision to make. This could be determinative. It's an Frostix, I think.
With nothing left in the underworld right now, so that leads me to believe this is going to be like, I don't even know. Like, it could be BlizzTricks. I mean, but you don't do anything yet, so that means they already have what they want in their hand. Why wouldn't they just play that first? Unless they're kind of trying to slow this down and get more information from Y before they go for like any BlizzTricks or more Frost combos.
Yeah, I think the idea here is that you are trying to bait out some back row from Y Rebellion before committing to those big plays like a Snowlit, which like, you know, maybe like a Moralith, for example. You don't want to have that go to Tsunami and then, you know, be touched by that Draking, because a Draking taking that Moralith could be crazy.
Or even Jack has no back row right now. He could be being like, I need to play something in water to avoid Tsunami and have the best chance of outing that Snark that could turn into a Draking next turn, and all of a sudden I have no back row against a Draking.
Absolutely. And I will say, too, this is actually into Y Rebellion's favor. The no back row from Jack Humo is a little bit scary, but because it typically means you have a much larger and much stronger Elestrals pool. And there is El Diablo themselves, the Snowlit, coming down.
About to eat a Gorgons. Now, not the end of the world here, because if Jack has any way to either cast an Invoke or play another card, he could just get that Snowlit back within Frostix next turn. Whether he ascends or whether he plays like an Ambrosia here or something. Like, there's a lot of shenanigans you can pull now that we know that he has Frostix in hand.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea here of not allowing these mills because, you know, God forbid they're on a cedar soar and that sleet is just raining down like a truck, slamming on its brakes. And we have the Snowlit going to be sitting there just for a little bit, staring at Y Rebellion as it passes back, taking 1 damage into an Eddy. And Eddy's going to go uncontested. Now, like you said, that Frostix can come back and threaten this Snowlit that is going to be turned into defense. Yeah, that was a really good pickup from Jack earlier, that search off the Narpoon.
Yeah, so it leads me to believe he just has everything he wants in his hand besides. So he had the Snowlit, obviously. If he's doing the Morphrost package, he might already have a Lycan. So that Narpoon just said, hey, I'm going to find something for contingency later and let me get over this guy through a potential Tsunami.
Yep, and there's the Frostix coming down, paying those 2 Frost Spirits to get back once again from the underworld themselves. Sorry, Dimax, it's El Diablo. El Diablo coming in here, a little Snowlit, going to be able to activate its ability to mill 3. We got another Frostix, another Snowlit Hurricane?
Hurricane, yep. Hurricane, Gorgons, Snowlit. Not what you want to see out of Jack. Obviously, he's struggling on back row. He just lost his Gorgons, and BlizzTricks notoriously plays pretty light on back row already. So that's just another one out of the picture, something that Y Rebellion might be able to take advantage of later.
Oh, and there's the Moralith coming down. That Draken was looking nice and killer. If we see a Tsunami here, this could be insane. But that Narpoon is a nice offensive threat, even if a Tsunami is coming in.
For sure. It allows him to definitely just trade through the Eddy and, again, keep that Draken off the board. Looks like there's an Astral PTA Avalanche.
Yeah, talk about an avalanche. This Frost Elestral coming down for Aspral. This is what Blizz wants to do. Look at the full power of this gamble.
The Aspral effect here. Again, hitting all of his back row, a rise from another Aspral. Not what Jack wants to see, but he does have a pretty large board here that is pretty scary if you're Y Rebellion.
Yeah, I think that this is partially why Jack has made it this far into a game like this. You have a Tsunami coming down.
Now, and that is shield here for that Narpoon.
Yeah, no back row from Jack. We might see, and that's a shield. That's absolutely correct. Wow, this Draking is about to wreak havoc on this board.
Right now, if you're Y Rebellion, what do you choose to take? Probably the Aspral, right? Just to get the extra stats?
Absolutely. You go the extra stats, you enchant it for 2, you hit over the Moralith, you clear this board. We are back in it for Y Rebellion. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, this Draking is about to just swing for a ton. Basically, he's going to have 2 Drakings effectively in play stat-wise between knocking down an Aspral and taking it and plopping it right back into play on his board.
Yeah, and what's crazy too is that Jack is down to about 9 spirits here, it looks like, and Y Rebellion on 11. So the spirit differential is not crazy, but you're trading board presence here, and if you're BlizzTricks, you can get back into this, but that takes a little bit of an if. It takes a Cedar Sword, it takes a BlizzStrix itself.
We see why Rebellion really thinking here, so they might have some other interesting plays to make. Because it almost seems like, well, you just slap the Dragon down and go, but...
Oh, but there's the Laurels, resting on your Laurels coming in. Honestly, you love to see the removal here. Takes out one of the weaker cards, and you can swing in for a little bit of damage here, putting Jack on 7 spirits even. Maybe that's what the confirmation and calculation is here.
Yeah, and that will definitely make a struggle where if Jax replays that Narpoon, gets in, and Frostix tries to go for the milk combos again, he's going to run out of spirits too quick to really make a comeback then.
Oh, backed up by a back row too. Look at this absolute clinic here from the King. Draken coming down, taking out the Asprowl and activating the special ability of the Draken, allowing you to kind of yoink that Elestral out and cast it with Water or Lunar.
Yeah, so it's a Water Asprowl now on Y Rebellion side of the board. It's going to punch for another 2 damage, leaving him in with 2 Water Enchanted 7 attackers on board. So Tsunami's not going to do it. We already saw Jack lose a ton of back row to his own mills, and he hasn't played a back row yet this game, which means his hand might be a little bit too heavy on Elestrals or Invoke Roots.
Yeah, this is just something that we saw all the mills from Jack getting rid of those counter runes. You kind of hope to see maybe a Catarant to stop the bleeding. You got a couple Ambrosias in the grip. Kind of deliberating on what spirits to expend here. If you expend the wrong spirits here, it could be game. Maybe potentially saying there's the Hurricane spirits. Effectively, it's a Lycoris, a Thunder, and a Water for a little bit of damage. Maybe due to some miscalculation. I think they didn't know they only took 2 damage there. Thinking like that Water Leviathan spirit there, and drawing for turn, leaving them on 6 spirits left in deck with no board presence. This is a hairy situation. Yeah,
Jack needs to either get really lucky here or have some really good outs to this board. Maybe a Royal of his own, Ambrosias or Catarants, and another Frostix to just get lucky. There's definitely ways for Jack to get out of this, but they are few and far between with what we normally see out of a BlizzStrix deck.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Y Rebellion, by the way, too. Kind of like you said early, is that Narpoon was kind of the key there that Y Rebellion had to crack. And so if Y Rebellion was able to remove that Narpoon, knowing that they were going to be able to contest all of Y Rebellion's stuff, once that's gone, now you think to yourself, wow, now we're just so back in it after effectively playing possum. When you think about it. Just kind of biding your time for your resources. Jackson expended draw.
Expended draw. That's rough.
And I think it's a scoop.
Scoop right after. Yep.
I think you're hoping for like a Laurels there or something to maybe stop the bleeding. But
it's got to be Laurels, and then you go to 1 potentially, and then you have to pull in Ambrosia and still have the combo. Even if you expended to draw 2 turns in a row, if you pulled in Ambrosia off the top, you're still in the sticky situation of trying to get out of that. It's rough. I mean. But they both played really well there. There wasn't a ton of plays there, but again, the Narpoon it was a Tsunami set. Playing the Narpoon to search for contingency, get rid of the just making sure that you have the ability to not see a Draking right in your face right away with no back row. But siding now is going to be really interesting. Now that Jack saw Draking, he's got to be okay, I got to make sure I get shields in, maybe even PTA, because a lot of Jack stuff will have those 6 stats or higher. What do you think so far?
Yeah, I think that this is, first, amazing start off for our top 8 here. This is the kind of stuff I was hoping to see.
For sure.
Smiling ear to ear when this is happening, because this is just so cool. But you're absolutely right. Things like PTA, harder back row. Draking is very solid into decks like this that aren't really running a lot of back row. When Draking was revealed and when Draking came out, again, old man Swolax here, but the kids today don't realize everyone was super fearful because they're like, what they were saying was, hey, Draking is good, but I play so many back row. I play Gorgons, I play PTA, I play a Shield, and Jack seemingly not only milled every single one, but also BlizzStrix doesn't play a lot of those because you have to see consistency, and so a lot of players will concede to just not play a lot of back row. Potentially, too, what I could see happening is from Y Rebellion side, maybe they were playing some Cryoblast inside the main that they're now taking out. Potentially citing in stuff like Spectaris even, maybe as a solid body, if they didn't already, just having another Ascension target for somebody tracking. Rock and Hard Place could be pretty good, but again, counter rune stuff could be iffy.
Yeah, having the target for the Rock and Hard Place might be difficult if he's playing the Drakid line. Now, I'm curious also if Wire Rebellion's Draking choice is a meta call, because again, like a 7 attacker does get through a lot. He can have his own Hurricanes in the matchups that aren't like the Blistric stuff to let it connect better. What other strategies do they have to get Draking out, though, in a matchup where maybe Jack doesn't set back row consistently to avoid a Rock in the Hard Place, or maybe Jack says, oh, you don't have Rock in the Hard Place, figure out how to like quick ascend into Draking now. Maybe we see Tadpuffs, like we saw Tadpuff Zephrog earlier in the tournament, you know? So I'm curious to see what Wire Rebellion's plans are to get Draking out consistently, other than just, okay, I play Snark, hope Snark lives, which obviously did in that game, and then a hard ascend.
Yeah.
What other lines you might have to make the Draking work?
Yeah, there's a really funny thing here too. Like talking about line games with these two players is that on one side, you know, Wire Rebellion might be reading that Jack sides into more back row and thus play stuff like Rock in a Hard Place so you can search off the Snark. But Jack could easily just be like, I'm just not going to do that because now you have a dead card that's super expensive. Alternatively, too, you have things like potentially I've been seeing some players tech Tadflow, and maybe we have a Tadpuff Tadflow situation where these are just going to just hyper ascend into their Elestrals. And as we're going into game 2 here, Jack and Wire Rebellion, excellent game 1. That was exciting.
For sure, and looks like no mulligans out this game, for the least, maybe not just yet. Jack should be going first here, so looks like he's about to cast something. Yep.
Oh, El Diablo going for the Snowlet here. Gonna come over and stare at you like this for a Blizz, an Harpoon, and a Rise. Interesting.
Those are generally two cards you don't want to see milled together, being the Blizz and the Rise, because ideally you'd want to get the Rise to get the Blizztrix out. But
yeah, it's difficult, right? Because I think in this position, unless Jack has a Rise in hand, you know, that can immediately threaten whatever comes next from Wire Rebellion as an Astrabbit hits the board. The first one of top 8. Everyone say yippee. And as you know, you could go out with that big bird next turn potentially, but that's going to be a big if. Like you said, the lower chances now of Jack having one in the grip.
Yeah, there's also a chance that Jack either ascends this Snowlet to a Morlith or just ascends into an Aspral, or even just re-enchants, because it's probably sticking on board if it's just an Astrabbit in defense. Because what would Wire Rebellion potentially hit this with? Just Earthquake. So that Snowlet's going to get a second shot at the very least to hopefully ascend for Jack's case.
Ooh, and here we go for a pass back to Jack with 2-set back row. Dangerous position if you're Wire Rebellion, especially this early, considering that this deck for Jack Humo, that could be a pro set Hurricane. And because we've seen the Spirits now being expended for it on the last game, and devastatingly take out. And there it is, speak into existence, the Hurricane heavy.
See if Wire Rebellion has any chains here. Potentially he could Gorgons that Snowlet ahead of time, but he's gonna, looks like it's Tsunami and a Gorgons got eaten by the Hurricane from the looks.
Yeah, I wonder why you don't just Gorgons the Snowlet here. I mean, you maybe it's the Spirits are a little bit expensive, or I'm not quite sure, but we're going to see, oh, there's the Morlith coming down. Now, because you have the Blizztrix inside the Underworld, great heads-up play here. You're going to mill an Aspral. There's the Aspral.
Yeah.
The Blizz.
Oh, and a Blizz, so he's not only going to be able to get the Aspral, but yeah, Gorgon's chain to that Hurricane could have stopped this Aspral ascension. Now, it's very unlikely this Aspral could convert into a Blizztrix unless Jack has a very lucky time finding the third Blizztrix, but still, it's a play that helps push even more damage into Wire Rebellion, which what Blizztrix wants to do, just get these 2 drops on board really quick, punch through a little bit of defense, and just hit for damage as fast as possible.
With no back row, that's going to be really easy to do. And again, this leads back to that Gorgon's play. Why not just stop the ascension from the Aspral? Because then at that point, you are now wasting, you have 2 Blizz and an Aspral inside of the Underworld that Jack Humo probably can't convert this as easily, but wow, this is a commanding position, especially with 1 back row from Jack. We're kind of getting a reverse of last game here, unless Wire Rebellion can clean it up with like resting in an Earthquake or resting in a Rock in a Hard Place.
Yeah, efficient removal is definitely key right now, and very much so in Blizztrix in general because of how much pressure and big bodies they get on board so quickly. The general immunity to things like Cryoblast, which are the normal outs for a lot of things, just makes it a lot more difficult to break the board for some decks. Looks like Y is just going to take a expended draw here, probably looking for those outs we just talked about, or maybe more back row just to stem the flow until he can just actually drop something like Draking again, or just other maybe potential threats in the deck.
Yeah, again, the caster's curse coming in and speaking that hurricane to existence. There's an earthquake. Okay, that's one. That's a good step forward for Y Rebellion. If we can see a clear here for this Morolith, we might be able to see some action back. I like the idea of kind of maybe taking it slow with that expended draw, but one really big thing that BlueStacks can do better than most of the decks is capitalize on an open board and just put the pressure on. All right, second pro set Hurricane, Jack, you're a legend. There's no way. The 2 set cards are not long.
Yeah, there's a chance here that Jack just drops another Morolith and hits like 2 Cedars and all of a sudden represents 8 damage, and that would just put Y Rebellion on a really difficult footing.
Yeah, this is I think they're counting spirits and doing some confirmations here.
Yeah, it's just the uncertainty of what BlueStacks decks generally run.
Blizzard coming in. Like you mentioned, Blizzard maybe back in style, and it looks so good here from Jack. Gonna go ahead and take out one in the back row. They cannot respond to it. So unlike the Hurricane, they don't get a chance to get this card. But let's see what they take. Targeting that one, gonna take out, and I believe that's a hard to tell. Maybe it's was that a bluff maybe? Hurricane maybe? Yeah, it looks like maybe a bluff Hurricane.
We're gonna hard ascend into a BlueStacks.
Yep, looks like that was a...
So that means 2 got milled and the 3rd he drew. That's generally not what you want to see as a BlueStacks player, but in this case, it actually works out big for Jack having the 3rd in hand.
Yeah, this is really funny because it's like we were just talking about what are the odds and the likely chances that the BlueStacks touches down here. Jax has no problem converting into that, and this game is looking quite in favor of Jack, even though the spirit count is a little low on Jack's side. If you're Y Rebellion here, honestly, if you didn't already have Laurels and you were holding that Laurels, this is a pretty good target for it. As Jack gets lower and lower spirits and kind of takes away resources from the underworld back, Y Rebellion's got to make some magic here. If that Hurricane back there got blown up, pretty decent trade. You might just take that and a Shield of Achilles. Oh. No.
It looks like Jack just shuffled back a BlueStacks, Morolith, and the Snowlit back into the deck. So he left 1 BlueStacks and Underworld. He might have a Rise play coming down the future, or at least is prepping for hey, if I get a Rise, I can have another BlueStacks down there. But still, that BlueStacks can be able to almost for free pop a card every turn. So Y Rebellion's going to have to get a decent board presence going very quickly to deal with this BlueStacks, or he's going to just get run over very quick.
Yeah, this is one of those games I can already tell is going to go down to the absolute wire. It's going to be these 2 casters already on such even footing here, but both are going to have to... Well, BlueStacks side is going to... If this board gets cracked, then it's going to have to expend more spirits to get back into it, and Y Rebellion equally is going to have to expend a lot of spirits to get rid of this BlueStacks, and a Sluggle trying to stop the bleeding. Pretty good. You can hope for a little bit of time here.
Yeah, that Sluggle, what happens here is what Jack could potentially just shuffle around 3 Elestrals into his deck, pop the Sluggle, hit for the damage that Sluggle just basically healed back. So it's not quite what you want to see with Rebellion, but it does at least mean that it stems the bleeding a little bit, so it's not like he's getting hit on an open board. His opponent's got to do something to clear it a little bit first, but... Yeah. It's curious, Y Rebellion needs to... we've seen Draking, he needs to stick something if he's playing Ascensions, and he's not going to be able to stick anything while this BlueStacks is online.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, because I like the idea here that, now presenting Jack the option to destroy the back row or the Sluggle, and can definitely just do both, unless this is a Gorgons or something. But this is... I'm going to go for the BlueStacks effect here. This is a very difficult position for Y Rebellion regardless, and buying time for Laurels is about what you're playing your out to here. A rock and a hard place, I guess, that is too, given that Jack has a back row. Kind of hard to see with the red sleeves here, the slight competitive advantage for the colorblind.
The bluff set Ambro, which somehow saved Y Rebellion more spirits than it probably would have recovered, because the BlueStacks had to kind of say, well, in case it's a shield, I need to pop that, but now it needs to find a way to run over the Sluggle, so if Jack doesn't have another Lush to hit the Sluggle with, which it looks like he will.
Oh, it's a Tadflow, a misenchanted Tadflow?
I think that's a misenchanted Tadflow. So that allows Jack to get him for 1 damage. Again, that bluff set Ambrosia just saved Y, 3 spirits, which would have been more relevant than actually casting that Ambrosia, it would seem.
Yeah, I love this play. You know, this is so funny. And the classic lunar aggro player in me, I see a Tadful like that. I see, okay, let me get rid of that back row. Go Nabi to decrease Blizzstrix. Go in, bring back Doppelgator, and then Blizzstrix gets down again, potentially within range of that Doppelgator. And it's just so funny to me. Why Rebellion doesn't really have that kind of explosive option to take care of wide boards like we've been seeing all day, but instead has to have a pretty good combination of cards like an Atlantis and a Rise From and an Ascension that all kind of take care of this board.
Yeah, it's not that there's no options, but the options are definitely few and far between now for Y Rebellion's side, as I kind of said for Jack for last game. But, I mean, Jack's going to run out of Elestrals in his Underworld at this point, unless he can find another way to start milling. So I don't think he has another Blizzstrix activation in the tank. So if Y Rebellion sets him back row here and actually deal with his Blizzstrix this turn, maybe it's a smart time to set Shield. But that Tadflow is a little interesting as a water enchant, because that could lead to a bunch of weird things.
Ooh, you're coming out with a Mustation here, a mustachioed crab. Coming down, just put a little bit of defenses here, making sure that you have to attack with Blizzstrix, and that the Tadflow will only be getting for 1 damage again, buying your time for stuff. There's Blizzstrix, and also one accomplishment of this Tadflow is to make it now Laurel's proof, unless you can deal with the Tadflow. Jack is sitting here thinking maybe about PTA potentially to kind of get rid of this this crab. Both players thinking pretty hard here. Jack is deliberating on if this is worth it. I think if you're Jack, this is a no-brainer. You take care of the defense Celestial.
Yeah, and then you can start pushing a lot more damage in. But
looks like it'll pass back.
Going for a cast. Properly enchanted Tadflow. Interesting.
We're talking about it.
That Tadflow could turn into a Moralith, could turn into an Asprowl.
Spend to ascend.
Moralith. There's the Moralith.
Ooh.
Which could turn into a Cedar.
Cedar here would be killer. Oh!
There it is. Yeah.
Oh,
this is
wow.
where Jack can push in a lot of damage and a lot of pressure if he wants to. Now he's starting to get a little bit low on Spirits with this Cedar cast, so that could be something weighing on him a little bit.
This is not looking good for Y Rebellion. You hit over that with Bliss, or you don't even have to hit over. You just go for Blizzstrix effect, pop, and then deal at probably the remainder of Spirit damage. Y Rebellion, please tell me you're running Eruption. Tell me you have something here.
That would go crazy here. I highly doubt it. That would go crazy. I mean, Jack's at 4. I still don't think he has enough Elestrals in his Underworld. I think he's at 2 Elestrals in his Underworld, so he can't use the Blizzstrix effect still. It is somewhat relevant. It's going to go for attacks.
Okay, there we go.
Going for 5, putting Y at 7. Now we've seen some healing cards like Slug out of Y Rebellion, so it's not necessarily like he's at a proper 7. He might be able to heal back up, or it's going to 6 actually, it looks like.
All right, hear me out. Jump scare Arcolith into killing this Tadflow, into winning the game. That's the only way you can do it.
Arcolith, Zeus, circle the sky.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you gotta really go big or go home here.
Oh,
and it looks like Y Rebellion's gonna scoop.
Yep, he's scooping. So we're gonna go into a game 3. Jack taking it back up.
That's right. Game 3 already in the first game of this top 8. I keep on saying electrifying gameplay, despite the fact we're getting water and frost decks here. But my heart is pumping. I want Y Rebellion in that game to kind of come back and show us what they've got. But I'm also excited that Jack is hitting these crazy mills. That was wild.
Yeah, and it's crazy that Blizzstrix hit play through just normal ascending after milling 2 Blizzstrix. The fact that it was in his hand was super key to that. That helped Jack just kind of take control back over the board, hit all the back row. He had just enough fuel in the tank in the Underworld to just Blizzstrix twice that game relevantly. So really, really good plays there. And just Y Rebellion realizing like, hey, I could play the Ambrosia or I could set it, force the Blizzstrix to kind of have to pop the Ambro in fear of getting just tempoed out by like a shield, and actually save more spirits that way to just last a little bit longer. Actually really cool heads up play there. Yeah,
absolutely. Again, the kind of showcasing for Blizzstrix today, why that deck's not just a one trick, Aeromare, right? You're able to get the mills if you can get the mills. If you miss the mills, play it right, hard ascend, Bob's your uncle. But I'm curious to know in game 3. Game 2, we're talking about the side patterns for these players, potentially more counter runes. We saw Jack set more cards, which a few of them were bluffs. And then for Y Rebellion, maybe potentially some tad puffs to go into harder ascensions, maybe even setting out of certain things. I imagine Wire Rebellion might be taking the play here and trying to establish that Snark play and that Draking so early. I'm now not sure what to expect from Wire Rebellion in terms of their deck, because if Jack can mill and play like that again, then that might just be the match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how Wire Rebellion chooses to play out this match, and like seeing something like Tad Flow on Jack's side, that's something you don't expect to see, even in like a BlueStacks deck. That's like, that kind of can put you a little off guard, where all of a sudden it's like, well, now my opponent can potentially just get a 2-drop in a deck that plays something like 12 2-drops in it as a normal cast effectively. That's even more significant. Again, going to Morolith is fine, but going into like an Ashbrow early, if you can start on Ashbrow and then start your self-mills, get to BlueStacks faster, that's got to be kind of weighing a little bit. I'm like, well, now what do I Gorgons? If I have to Gorgon something, do I need to save it for a Tad Flow? Do I need to save it for something else? Very, very interesting play patterns you kind of have to think about now, seeing that Tad Flow come out.
Yeah, and even we talked about this previously, that missed Gorgon's Gaze to not Gorgon's Gaze the Snowlit really early did kind of enable some of these plays, but I think as we're going into this game 3 now of the first top 8, Jack versus Wire Rebellion, you can't be making plays like that. You got to know exactly what you're doing, exactly when they happen. And I'm hoping Wire Rebellion can show us some magic here after that display. But Jack, your mills are crazy so far. I don't know how to put it. You're insane.
Yeah, it went from like horrifying mills in that first game to like pretty solid second, just to close it out there. So
pretty decent. Pretty decent.
Kind of the coin flip of what BlueStacks can do. Sometimes you just can't get there.
Yep, got a mill from Wire Rebellion, a mulligan from Wire Rebellion here. Gonna go ahead and expend a Frost and a Water Spirit. You don't really need that Frost Spirit there unless you're assuming that Jack's on Cryoblast, but Wire Rebellion feeling pretty comfortable there, taking those 2 and trying to draw a better hand.
Yeah, at the same time, we do know that Y is playing Sluggle, so maybe the double water might be another option to take. But yeah, if you're playing Cryoblast into BlueStacks and you don't side Spirits, there's no reason to keep the Frost Spirit in your Spirit deck for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious to know here if we get a double expend. Water is one of those decks, like you said, with the Sluggles and potentially Chautauquas even. A lot of healing available at the disposal of Wire Rebellion, and we don't really want to see, typically as casters, a double or even triple mulligan to get down in Spirits low. But maybe that's the difference in play, is that you just do that. But it looks like we're gonna take the one, start off with the Whale here inside of game 3 for top 8. Set 1 card and potentially pass back to Jack Kumo here. Try not to get Hurricane out of their mind.
Yeah, the Hurricane could be devastating, especially now that he's going first. Wire Rebellion can set first, and then Jack can just go, okay, cool, Hurricane, and then set. It's definitely something that can help that play.
Narpoon in attack position, potentially an answer to this Whale, but I like this play here. We saw that Narpoon was able to stick around because Tsunami was a pretty big killer instead of that game 1. And I like Narpoon here for a few different reasons, grabbing the Snowlit, El Diablo, but potentially meaning that, we're talking about information based off searching the Infrostics the first game. Searching the Snowlit here either means that their hand already has some other pieces, or that they really just need another Elestral to get their start going. Set 1 from Jack Humo, passing back.
Yeah, it's going to let Wire Rebellion potentially get over this Narpoon, because even if Jack had Cryoblast here, still would end up just trading with the Galaxy after all the stat swaps are going through, so not as relevant as when he played the first Narpoon game 1 into a potential Tsunami. Still, again, and also Wire Rebellion having board presence is good for those Ascensions. We know he's playing Draking, could be playing other Ascensions. Jack doesn't want to let Wire Rebellion have board save the majority of the time. There's the Sluggle we mentioned earlier when we were talking about the Mulligans.
And there we go. Go ahead and heal back that 1 Water Spirit. You might as well. Now we're at a pretty comfortable Spirit differential. 2 is not a lot of Spirit difference in a lot of these matchups, but it starts to add up quickly with like counter runes. Gonna go ahead and go for the Whale after setting a card to crack that Narpoon, and the Sluggle potentially to hit for face for 1. And that Spirit deck's gonna take a damage here. Expended from Jack, probably a Frost Spirit if I had to guess, but that's right. Sometimes whenever you have those Hurricane Spirits, they're sitting dead in your Spirit deck, but you gotta hold on to them. And once again, Pro Set Hurricane here would be would be absolutely killer. We do see, once
Yeah,
again,
there it is.
there is the Hurricane. Bring out the storm.
There's nothing that Y might want to chain here this time. Looks like he got knocked out another Gorgons. Unsure what that second card that he had set face down was. The Jack might just go for the Snowlet play here. We know it's in his hand. See what he tries to get through. He can also potentially play a Moralith now.
Yeah, that was
We'll do this Snowlet.
that was absolutely killer. Once again, you get caught by that set. Ooh, a pretty decent. You get the Rise from the Shield and the Moralith here. Maybe a Rise from the Moralith is expensive, but might be enough to get you to crack this board. Snowlet is still not big enough to handle the whale. That was a devastating.
A Cryoblast with a Snowlet would get over the whale. So I'm curious if Jack is running the Cryoblast after seeing what Y was doing with a lot of the water stuff in general. He might not have put it in. He might have taken it out. Ooh, gonna see
There's
a
the
Rise
Rise from. Gonna bring back that Moralith, potentially going for some mills here. And man, that is killer. You're going down a lot of spirits now if you're Jack, but once again, this is where BlueStacks likes to live. At 2 spirits left and 17 Elestrals on board.
Oh, there's BlueStacks. There's BlueStacks. There's the Moralith.
Ooh.
Nothing quite there. We always see one Rise in the Underworld, so that might just be 2 offline BlueStacks the rest of this game, unless Jack has another 3rd BlueStacks in hand for next turn.
Yeah, but this is a clear board. Wow, we were just talking about how the whale might stick around, but we are back in it. Moralith was really showing to be a powerhouse force in this tournament in the few times we've seen it. Moralith being Rise from is kind of risky. There's the whale again. There it is. Back in action here. 1 Gorgons would be probably the game.
It looks like just whale, slap down, go for Snowlet. It's going to get Battle Step Gorgons.
I have to stop talking. Hurricane, Gorgons, the Caster's Curse, truly. Y Rebellion up a lot of spirits here, but once again, this is where BlueStacks likes to live. Right here, just putting a bunch of pressure on.
Yeah, but at 7, Jack's going to be pretty, struggling to figure out exactly how he's going to play these turns out, because if he goes for Aspral, he's not going to be able to mill anything. The costs are going to be really impactful right now, the cards that Frost generally plays, with how expensive Frost plays.
Expend a draw out from Jack here. Potentially maybe looking for an Frostix line. That'd be kind of interesting. I'm not quite sure if I saw any 1 drops inside of the Underworld, but going to go ahead and set 1 once again and swing in. I like Jack's set 1s here because we can kind of see the 50-50 of, is it live, is it not live? And I think that's the mind game playing around the Hurricane stuff, is that, Jack only setting 1 card per turn is putting Y Rebellion on the edge.
Yeah, we know that Jack also plays a pretty significant suite of counter runes, even for a BlueStacks player. We've seen the PTAs, we've seen the Shields milled, we've seen the Gorgons milled, so he is playing relevant back row and a decent chunk of it.
Yeah, Rabbit coming down from Y Rebellion that can stop a little bit of the bleeding. We have a hard decision here. I imagine if it's just removal, you take it and you try to out this Moralith. Jack with a ton of cards in hands, though, and Y Rebellion setting 1, passing back to Jack Huma. Go ahead and maybe another draw plays is open.
Yeah, the Astro plays, it's good for Y Rebellion just to try to get a little bit more things going, but it's just potentially going to be another run over by the Moralith. It's definitely tight, but Y Rebellion has at least a little bit of time to work with, given the spirit differential going on right now.
Yeah, we've seen it done before. This is kind of the, in theory, talking to Justin T, previous champion of the last 2 tournaments, talking about Arcolith. And I'm not quite sure if Y Rebellion's taking Arcolith after this, but the idea is that 1 random Arcolith into a BlueStacks, so they put themselves so low that you can just hit over their Snowlet or their Narpoon if they keep it on the board. And it looks like here we have a 2 drop for another Moralith, which putting some pressure in. They definitely have more Elestrals in their Underworld after the couple mills. This is, man, Moralith is a crazy card to be dropping here. So much pressure. Let's see if the Aspral hits. We have, there it is. The last one. I'll just stop. I'll just stop saying things here at this point. That is devastating for Wire Rebellion.
Damage to the board. Again, Jack going pretty low. We're going to have to wait for those eruptions to come out.
True. Random tech eruption. Maybe the hard pivot into Krakatsuka burn. But an Aspral 7 body might just be enough here. Gonna go ahead and take 4 damage. 8 spirits to 3 spirits on Jack Humo and Wire Rebellion. Down to the last game 3. This is nail biting.
Yeah, Y is going to need to pull something out. We've seen Sluggles. Maybe there's foamies that can stall out. Like a foamy wall would stall for a turn, potentially get to an Ascension, but you still need to have a Dragon in hand then. Y really needs to just find whatever pieces that can get him to a big body, and the Dragon would still just crash the Aspral, so he wouldn't be able to clear board. It's tough.
Yeah, the back row too could definitely be real for Jack Humo. The back row, you have enough for shield, you have enough for Gorgons, you have enough for PTA to pay off one of your Elestrals, and it's looking pretty close. It's an expend to draw from Wire Rebellion, trying to find the removal. 7 spirits left. Potentially passing back to Jack. Oh,
Jack represents lethal here with just a single enchant. That's going to be tight. So that back row needs to be exactly Tsunami?
Yep, absolutely. Which I think, if we're reading the right call, it is. If Jack has saved a Water Spirit, then that would be very interesting here. Pick out the Spirit deck, flipping it over. What do we got? What do you see? Narpoon with Frost.
Narpoon with Frost. Again, that's Tsunami would go so big here.
Swinging in. Wire Rebellion. Taking the damage.
Oh, it looks like it's game.
Yeah, that's going to be game.
Unfortunate.
For Jack Humo, taking the first top 8 here inside of the this Premier Tournament. Game 3. It's always nerve-wracking. It's always crazy to see, especially after we have Wire Rebellion taking that game 1. Very scary position to be in if you're Jack, already on a tournament point in there, and your run can end all right there. But took the gamble and ran away with it with BlueStacks. Sometimes you can just take it like that, and that is an excellent showcase of the power of these new Elestrals.
Yeah, it's also a pretty decent showcase from Wire Rebellion side of just how good Draking can be into some of these matchups, where it's just Draking hit board, Royal cleared everything. I have this massive threat, which is kind of the turntables there for the BlueStacks matchup, which will just drop a wide board, spend a lot of spirits. If you clear that out, that's where the BlueStacks suffers, where now I have the board pressure and you just burnt all your spirits, but you just couldn't kind of get to that point anymore in the game 2, the game 3, which is unfortunate for Y, but Jack played super well, and he definitely deserves that win with BlueStacks, which is such a temperamental deck sometimes, playing it well, and the inclusion of something like Tadflow really kind of synergizing with all those 2 drops in Frost the deck runs is a really cool sight to see.
Yeah, that was insanely killer. It's so funny sometimes when we're casting these games, it's like we can kind of see the light and see the trajectory of the game, and we're trying to make these predictions like, well, if they have this and this in their hand, they can potentially bring it back. But it's also in those moments so hard to kind of think about, that at any moment those games could have gone either way, given a couple things go differently. That's Aspral at the end, I think maybe was really killer, but having the double Morolith is really insane. The ability to go for the Rise from the Ashes, of previously a too expensive card to play, quote unquote, now goes into this Morolith, which just converts into value. That was insane. I think that was a really great showcase from both strategies, honestly, about like the consistency and the power that water can have, but then the just absolute like nuclear explosive levels from BlueStacks.
And it really kind of shows what those elements like to do. Water likes these kind of just consistent, like, let me set up and wait a little bit, find my time, okay, go for it. And Frost just likes to go, I'm going to just go say, here's my spirit deck. My spirit deck's in the underworld. Drop a bunch of juice on board and just try to swing from there. So it's very cool to see like the dynamics of what different elements can do in a matchup like this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're getting in some results in for our rest of the top cut. We're sorting out a couple games here, but from the helicopter, I'm getting confirmation that we have JJPM taking over Dymax in a 2-1 for our top 8 as well. We have Bean Soldier moving on into this semifinals as we're hopping into our top 4 matches here. Those are already some big names that we've seen before kind of take it in these tournaments. And Dymax going out to JJ is kind of a heartbreaker too. We were seeing their crazy run inside of Swiss, and sometimes used to make it to top 8, and that's how the cookie crumbles. And JJ, and now I'm really curious to know what JJ's on, because that against Dimax, we saw what Dimax was packing, and it means JJ's got to have a crazy thing going on.
Yeah, and also it's worth of noting, every single Top Cut game went to game 3, which means these are not any pushovers. These are like back and forth, like they are struggling against each other, and that's good for the competition. Like, to see every game go into game 3 is meaning that like these games are tight, players are playing well, and I would like to see. I know we're still waiting for Adam's game response, but Adam is, I believe, the only person from undefeated in Swiss. So if he can keep that going, that'd be very interesting to.
Yeah, kind of the run here, and kind of unfortunate going up against Soren plays. And I was talking up Fallocane earlier, and so either Adam loses, and we don't get an undefeated run, or Soren loses and Fallocane, doesn't move on. The half glass empty shenanigans, but
I think top 4, not on anyone's bingo card.
I mean, Fallocane champion, that'd be crazy.
That would be crazy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still waiting for the match to come in.
I've spoken too much into existence so far. I really need to stop being, the gift of prophecy, onto Apollo there. Trying to cast Apollo for the voice acting. Let me know. So we have these back to this record, these 2-1s per these games. As a competitor, we really don't want to see here. Yes, it may be frustrating to kind of lose out to some stuff. Yes, making it all this way and trying your hardest is kind of the end goal for a lot of these players. But I think that's kind of the thing that speaks to the competitive spirit, is just that like you're just hoping for some good matches. And when you're seeing 2-1s like that, typically that's a good showcase of like, yeah, these were close, or yeah, that was amazing. Like
I'm aren't one-sided matchups. Like everything's kind of consistent amongst other deck types. So it's cool to just be like, yeah, these games are going long, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy too. I think that what's the worst case scenario? All the games are spaghetti and everyone's just throwing everywhere, and it just comes down to who drew an Elestral first, or who saw Ambrosia. I don't know. There's some crazy situations I know we can get in here, but again, typically these top tables, it's really just sharpened down to the absolute perfection of perfection. Wrapping up kind of the last round and last game here before moving into our top 4. I think we already know from the other side of the bracket who our top 4 is gonna be. We have Jack Kumo against Bean Soldier, and then we're waiting on for JJ. Now, Jack Kumo versus Bean Soldier is a matchup that I think goes back a little bit of time. Both players have been playing since the early days of the game.
They are both base set champions to my recollection. Maybe even I believe even like Kickstarter base set, like really early on, like
prehistoric Elestrals.
Before time was written.
That's before Age I've spoken to existence, Lavalith, and then there was creation.
Yeah, so we're looking at some like long-term, high-level players just about to go into a matchup against each other. That sounds terrifying if I were either of them, knowing it's like, well, my matchup is not just like, someone who, got top cut first time ever. It's, oh no, this person is like super nuanced. They know what they're doing. They're going to be playing out of their mind. I had to play out my, that's got to be, even for like someone like Josh and like Jack, that's got to be weighing on them looking into their next match.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's so funny. We have like the two sides of the bracket. We have one side, it's like old guard. You got some old heads up in here trying to reclaim, show them one more time, just one last tournament. And then we have kind of a newer school field of players that we have kind of making it into these top cuts and kind of trying to win out their first tournament run here. It's kind of interesting stuff. We will eventually see, I think, between these two, someone who has never won a tournament and someone who is a returning champion. So I think that's like who can take the belt today is a really interesting narrative we're seeing unfold here in the top 8 across the board. So I'm excited. I'm really excited for our remainder of matches.
It'd be really excited when we see someone from the beginning of time lose to a card from the beginning of time, Fallocane. I mean, what? don't have a result. Don't have a result. We're hoping, not because we don't like the other competitors, but Fallocane is just really cool.
If I had a nickel for every time I've seen a 2-drop wind Elestral take it all the way, I think I've had at least one of those nickels back in the day. Speaking of prehistoric Elestrals, Christbor taking it.
And Bears Final from
and Bears Finals. Crazy time to be alive. And then we have, potentially Cinderella story with the Falcane happening now. We're Cerebro when you need them, I think
we need
this
to prophesize Wind. Clearly, Wind needs some more exploration. If all of a sudden these Wind decks are just appearing.
I'm saying, well, shout outs to the people who are trying to really hammer it in. I think Wind and Wind Toolbox is always a deck that has been it's been explored, right? It's been people play, but what is really going to take those players from doing well in Swiss and doing okay to the top 8s, to the championship with a deck like Wind? Seemingly, it's a deck that has all the tools at its disposal. It just takes a player and probably a pretty decent chef to crack it.
Yeah, I mean, and we also see other top decks, Wind is notoriously expensive. BlueStacks is notoriously expensive, so the expense isn't just the way to write it off, because we see expensive decks doing well. That's what a lot of people like to dismiss Wind with. It's clearly Wind is doing fine. It's expensive, but that expense is for consistency and really powerful effects.
Yeah, we got
just kind of popping up again.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for Aviolith to get in there too. I'm just gonna slide in all the cards. I know people don't want me to say my girl Ava is right there. Cast it out, draw cards. It's pretty crazy. It looks like we're getting some confirmation here from the helicopter on our top 4. Oh God, this is unexpected. We're speaking to existence once again. Adam has lost again 2-1. Another close game 3 against Soren Plays.
Adam went undefeated in Swiss and lost in the top 8 to Falcane. Just kind of what with Caleb was it last with that heel?
Yep.
Undefeated Swiss, lost in that round 8. It's a curse.
It's the El Clasico. You talk about you do super well, you get the craziest run of your life, and top 8 cracks it. I hope it was Falcane, but also congratulations to everyone that's moving on here today, and also congratulations to everyone that made it into top 8. I think that's no small feat, and I know some of these players might be feeling a little bit rough after their insane day, but top 8 one of these tournaments against some of the best players in the world, period, is incredible. So congratulations to everyone finishing top 8. And also, again, congratulations to everyone moving on to top 4, as we'll have our semifinal clash coming up to you soon. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right into the action. My heart is pumping, but I'll see you guys here in a little bit. We're going to swap you out for PK. All right. Stay tuned.
All right, did we say break? I meant short breath of a pause. So we are going right back into top 4 because, that was a very long, long top 8 time frame with everyone going to game 3. We're back here with PK. PK, did you take a look at the last game? That was something exciting.
I had myself a fantastic cheesesteak with no green peppers, and I really enjoyed that match. That was just an insane game. I cannot believe it ended how it did. I thought for sure that Rebellion had it. I really was guaranteed, this is going to be it. And then suddenly, you turn your head, eat a fry, come back, and then suddenly the whole board has BlueStacks and all that. It was just insane. So fantastic performance. Cannot wait to see how these guys go. Top 4 is now where we're at. We have Soren Plays, JJPM, Jackie Omu, and Being Soldier. Those are the matchups right now. And I chose Dimax and Adam for the matchup, and they both got knocked out in the top 8. So I go Being Soldier! Elestrals, give me some good gaming. Yeah.
You can root for Bean Soldier. I'm hoping Soren Plays takes it on top because I would love to see some win topping action because it's definitely an element that's been struggling competitively for a while. So, but we're gonna have to see what happens. I mean, we got another wonderful top 4 match to go. See who we are getting in for our top 4 match. I believe we are watching the Soren JJPM game. So we're gonna see hopefully some more Phallicanes hit the board. That'd be so exciting.
No, I agree with you. Like the matchups we have left here are really just insane. Like we have Bean Soldier in their deck. I don't think we've seen them yet on stream. I don't know if we're going to see them next, but we've seen them. Soren Plays has already showed off and showed out with Phallicane and Elestral with, we were talking about it earlier, some of the Cries board having a really powerful effect, but not really utilized for XYZ reason. But now that people see the potential of Hurricane, people are realizing, why do I not just play Hurricane on Race? It's a little bit more expensive, but it's recurring as well. I think it's potential. And then we have JJPM and Jack Yomu. These two casters have been on this stage in a similar fashion before, so we're going to be seeing them pop up as we go forward. This top 4 is going to be tight. It is going to be tight and intense.
Tight is the word for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, just very tense back and forth, and I cannot wait to see how it goes. But again, I'm hoping for, I just want some good Elestrals. More game 3s.
More game 3. I mean, again, top 8 all went to game 3. That means these players are just playing the best games they can possibly do and just taking it back and forth. And we're going to be seeing a lot more really good Elestrals. I mean, we're in it for another potential 6 games between top 4 and finals.
Yep.
It's going to be a lot of good games, and it's just so exciting to see these interesting decks taking it this far. As always, I gotta love it.
The exciting thing is that all of the casters remaining in the tournament have some pretty good prizes. All of them have won at least one copy of the Stellar. Hold up, not Stellar. It begins with an S.
Stinglass?
No. The Constellation. This begins with an S and O. The Constellation Pelaquarius. That was a botch. But we have that as well. We have the Full Art Aviolith and the Full Art Island of Aeolia, all with the organized play stamp that is absolutely gorgeous, and a box of Moonrise, so they can probably get themselves a Full Art Tsunami or a Shield or Ambrosia. All 3 of those cards are really well wanted in the current meta. So now we're going to see which of these 4 are going to be doubling their prizes. 2 of each card and a second Moonrise box. Along with the participation awards, don't forget that they get their stamped stained glass and all that. So these players, they have a lot to be. They can essentially double their winnings by winning in their top 4 match.
Yeah, and how fitting would it be for, with all these cool win prizes, for not biased, not biased at all, Phallicane to get to finals.
No bias though.
No bias.
No,
not at all.
No bias. No, just good Elestrals. Let's get Elestrals.
Elestrals, yeah.
Hey, by the way, base set is gone, right? Wait, is Phallicane base set? Phallicane's base set, right?
Phallicane's base set, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay that we can let base set go.
No. You know why?
So do we have to send them all the Tartarus? Yeah. We gotta send them all the Tartarus for them to be moved on. But yeah, the stained glass Lycra is just beautiful, and if you just enter the next Premier Tournament, you get those participation rewards as well. So I mean, you're essentially getting the rewards, and then you get to play Elestrals on the side,
and a chance for even more. Like, you hit top cut. Those prizes, again, as we've already mentioned, are really good. And again, $25 entry. Not a big deal. I mean, those just the entry prizes are basically worth that right there. Like, that's just everything else icing on the cake. You get to play Elestrals all day, which is super fun. You get to hang out with people playing Elestrals and just potentially take it to your own victory.
I wonder what it feels like to hold one of those Elestrals champion cards. Like, do you sit there and just like, I'm just going to keep this slabbed up forever? Are you like, I'm going to sell this immediately? Like, what do you do? How would you operate with that? If you got yourself,
take it to locals and you flex on it by, I'm going to play my Stellar insert card name here with my Champion Spirit.
I want to win a Stellar Panzer. Please?
Please? Talk to.
I want to win a Stellar Demeter.
Stellar Demeter. How would that work? We're talking to Divine, like.
I want to win a Stellar Neandersloth. If you just speak it into existence, that's how it works, right?
If I just speak, okay, I would like a Stellar Drataya. Oh, I already have 4 of them.
I prefer Clovey over Drataya. I think Clovey is just cool.
Clovey is very cool, and I think Clovey is a little underexplored, but we don't see as much Earth Nexus popping up now and then, which is like the only deck you could argue playing it. But even then, like, majority players would probably just pop in an art, but no.
I had a list in my Centaur list where they were using something else, and I'm like, I'm not using Clovey. So I put in Clovey. And I'm the only dude that'll sit there with a Clovey with like 4 or 5 spirits on it under a Veloy Forest. And then suddenly it was like, oh wait, that thing has 5 attack. Wait, no, like, yeah, come hit my Clovey.
It's like Clovey attack position, Veloy Forest, maybe a Demeter, and then you go, I will set my Bloom and wait.
Yeah, essentially, like, please come in to get these attacks.
And then you follow up with Panzer.
Yes. You
infinite
understand.
Value.
You understand. Panzer to Centaur is infinite. You Nexus to the Centaur, you heal to the Panzer, you destroy with the Centaur. It is infinite.
You know, I think we unfortunately just made a build your own hibernation out of that combo.
Listen, I've got it done a few times and people do not like it. Let's see what our players can get done on the main stage. Top 4, JJPM versus Soren Plays. They are going to be lining up very soon, and I cannot wait to see this matchup. We get to see Fowler Kane. I get to witness Fowler Kane in person. I did not get to commentate that match, so we're going to see what's going on here. But JJPM looks like they're ready to go as well. Also, just kudos for having a really good stark difference between your spirit deck and your main deck sleeves. That's how you do it. You do not need to be blending your decks accidentally due to similar colors. But yeah, this is going to be a really exciting one. Big fan of the play match these casters are choosing to use as well. That Clash one. You guys will see it soon, but it's just beautiful. I have so many mats. Like, I don't know which one to use. We have the Elestriad mats, and we have the mats you can get from shopelestrals.com. I can't decide. What's your favorite mat to use?
My favorite mat to use is a mat that I don't own. It's a Clash mat I gave to Helen. So I do like that Clash mat. The Ash Rabbit Cellar is beautiful.
It's beautiful, just dead center, but not going to be as beautiful as this matchup is going to be. We are ready to go again. Top 4, game 1, JJPM versus Soren Plays.
Now the real question is, what do you think JJPM is on? We know generally what Soren's playing, but we haven't seen JJ today, have we?
I'm going to go leak the list right now. I'm kidding. But no, we have not seen JJ at all. So a complete anomaly, an unknown to the top cut here. But we're going to be having them begin whenever they feel comfortable. And I can't help but feel like we're either going to see, I guess, place your bets. Do we see a card that searches like a Strabit or an Elichick, or do we see an Expend to Draw? I would wager Expend to Draw.
Ooh, that is interesting. I'm going to say we're going to see a consistency card. Like, I'm going to go with first card is a Smoltuga, and I'm divining that from the blue sleeves and the red-orange sleeves, we're going to see Krakatuga versus Falcane. We're back in base set, baby.
Krakatuga, that's a pretty good guess. That's a cast to
That's a foamy. It's a Krakatuga deck. I called it, I'm telling you.
I did not call this at all. We were both wrong. It is a foamy to start the game. Please show me a Spectros. It'll be funny.
Oh, no.
It will just be funny to see. And I think that's a bunny. I think this is...
That's Rabbit. Yep. Rabbit eats the arrow. Now, JJPM's... Okay, so we're seeing a foamy out of JJPM here, right? So he's likely playing something with water that ascends. Otherwise... Other than that, or he's just trying to play some kind of stall control deck, maybe. So this could be a heal deck. This could be Krakatuga. This could be in this like a water reanimate. Like, there's so many things that could be off of foamy, but we don't see a ton of foamy nowadays because, like you mentioned, Specterus is a card that can answer it.
Yeah, so it's obvious. It was honestly interesting that they're so confident in doing this. But I guess with the PTA as well, it's like, hey, cast out your specters. Not only am I going, will you not be able to destroy it? I'm going to destroy you after this PTA. But instead, the PTA is spent on the Astrabit. So not a bad situation. If you cast out another Elestral, you can get an Elestral lead right now, which is going to be the case. Attack, was that a Galaxy in hand?
Another
Second Foamy! I love this.
What are you? I'm so interested in what he's playing. And we see that he expended some Frost Spirits for the poison tip, so I'm so curious. I'm like,
it's Waylands!
I'm dying
It's
to
Waylands!
know. Waylands would go crazy. I would love to see a Waylands too. But
I love how we're in top 4 and we're still trying to guess the player's deck. This is exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we're base set gaming. We've got Foamies, we've got Falcons. But it's interesting to see 2 Foamies off the bat when, again, it's like something like Spectaris is so impactful. Was that an Earthquake, I think? It looks like yep. Earthquake or Royal? I think it's an Earthquake.
It's an Earthquake. I would say it's an Earthquake, but regardless, it is enough. I can see the value. And there is the Spectres we were talking about. PTA was already spent, so this may just be a removal of 2 Foamies, unless Tsunami is going to come out here. No back row from Soren, so if JJPM has an answer for the Spectres, it needs to come out now to save this Foamy.
There's one back row set for Soren now, but yeah, that's like that Tsunami does delay it a little bit. There's the Galaxy that
doesn't work.
That does work. He can run the Foamy.
Oh, the Foamy goes to 3!
Yeah, you just barely get to, but it looks like, ooh, shielded a Foamy.
I understand, and I respect it, because now you can threaten the Galaxy, and the Foamy cannot come back down. That is a valuable shield.
Yeah, for sure. And that's like something that Tsunami does is it doesn't get rid of the body, and when its body is Spectaris into your water deck, that is relevant that Tsunami's not actually removing it.
Yeah, he did the attack anyway, but no, that's how you do it. JJ called him one, like, you gotta declare your effect, otherwise it's over. We have another cast of an Elestral right there by Soren, and the double attack is going in, so I guess assuming the lineup is Spectaris in declare effect, they gain Galaxy, and I want to say that's a Sorlet being cast by
I think it's Sorlet as well. And something we know from Soren's deck already is Soren wants a board because he wants to play his 2-drop at some point. So him taking a little bit of advantage here is going to be relevant, potentially going into a Falcon in a later turn. Definitely wants to keep that board presence going. And seeing JJPM have a deck that's completely countered by Spectaris, gotta feel bad for JJPM right now.
I wonder what so we all know that there is a Foamy in hand. Looks like there's 2 other cards in JJ's hand, 2 or 3. Looks like a 4-card hand right now. So what do you play there? We have the Earthquake, which is going to shut down the Spectaris. I'm assuming the Spectaris, which is very good.
Yeah, it does too much against the water deck to leave on board unless he has exactly something else to deal with the other card in play.
So now Foamy can't come down safely in defense, quote unquote safely, because you never know where the second Spectaris is at. And like we just called, there's the Foamy and a 1 face down to protect it. Let's see if this is enough to get JJ moving.
Boom Bat out of Soren. We saw that way early in the tournament as well. That Boom Bat's putting in some work because that Boom Bat could take out that Foamy, not let the Foamy search, not surprise Soren with something else out of the deck. That's actually a very, very good Boom Bat. Soren's playing a lot of
lives.
For all we know, this is a base set plus a random Spectress from the future deck.
I'm about to look at this list. I don't care. Like, I need to know what in the world Soren is doing right now. This is wild.
Yeah, that Boom Bat is an interesting meta call, especially against a lot of these like really big decks like BlueStacks and stuff to just efficiently answer things. We're seeing an Elestrals coming out of JJPM, probably going to be searching a Zeus, I would assume. It's been the kind of standard all game. There it is. That is a Zeus.
That's not bad. It will help out the Sorlet.
Yep, we'll get him over the Sorlet, leave him with a 4-body on board. But one back row that may or may not be live is still going to be something to worry about.
Well, let's see what happens. We are enchanting 2 to the Zeus, getting a disenchant right now to get over the Sorlet, which is really good. And again, that back row is live. The Elestrals should be protected. So not a terrible position for JJ as we go over the halfway mark in this clash.
Yeah, it looks like a quick spirit count on both their sides, realizing, okay, about even. JJ's a little down, but he does have those spirits on board, so we're still roughly the same counts.
Love that he's using the like the very Zaptor art as well. We have the Frostfall art, we have the Moonrise art, we have the Shatter Stars full art. Great. And it looks like that's an Eddie being cast down.
Something that still is pretty vulnerable to that Zeus in play, plus basically anything JJ might be playing. I'm really curious to see what JJ has in this deck. After seeing Foamies and Galaxies, he might be playing another Water Ascension deck, which definitely needs to establish some board to actually start doing things. He's going to play Spectres here with 1 Lunar. Pretty straightforward. Get over the Eddie with no back row to protect it and take some board pressure back. Soren's going to have to find some way to just stop doing these 1-for-1 trades with the Zeus in play, because he'll never kind of stick board otherwise.
Yeah, you need a lava lift now. Take out the Zeus and take out the Spectres. But unfortunately, that card is a little too powerful. It had to be limited for caster use. But all the same, we're going to see what Soren does have as an option. And that is an Invoke Rune.
That's a Hurricane.
Is that a Hurricane?
That's so he's Hurricaning 1 card, which means he might be going for something really big here. I mean, Hurricaning 1 card this late in the game is very expensive.
Well, we got the Ambrosia that's going to heal him back free from what he just spent. So not the worst spot right now. And now there's no back row to protect him. I'm blanking so hard. Spectaris, there you go. Spectaris is really vulnerable as an Celestial is cast down. Cannot quite make it out.
Gonna be an Elechick. That looks like Tournament Pack Elechick.
Oh, good eye.
If I'm not mistaken.
And that is Statue Zeus.
I believe that's yep.
A very expensive turn here. Just to get out an Elechick with a Zeus, I don't know how much I like that, but no back row being set either.
All right, but JJPM's a little light on cards in hand, so he might not be able to play another Celestial, which could be what Soren's trying to read into.
They're taking count of spirits right now. You see them both counting out what they have. So 6v6, 1 Celestial on Soren's side, and a Zeus on JJ's. 2 cards in hand. If we see it expend the draw here, that is not ideal. And it looks like we are going to see it expend to. Well, he's probably just looking for it.
He's definitely thinking something over.
Yeah. Like, draw 1, expend the draw, when the cast is out. We do have a cast of an Celestial, and it will be Mustachian. This is going to be an expensive out to Elechick, but it is an out to Elechick.
Yeah, I mean, you could switch the stats and then also just swing over. Saves the Zeus for potential other turn, but he did seem to think on that a while. Oh, and he sets 1. That's going to signal to Soren that, like, hey, I have no other Celestials. I got to draw into them. Mm-hmm. So Soren, if he can clear out this Mustachian, that back row isn't live, he's probably in the driver's seat.
It looks like Galaxy right now, so whatever JJ does here is going to get swapped regardless.
Yeah, it's kind of that mental game of like, JJ I think just never swaps here because JJ had to swap first and then Galaxy can just go, you can swap and swap back. Yeah. It looks like it just gets run over by the Galaxy as JJ draws card return, and if it's not Celestial, he's going to be in a really tight spot here.
Would you expend the draw here? Oh, just a set.
Just a set. Expending a draw would put you into a lost position if you don't have exactly Tsunami. Looks like another Galaxy hit board here. It's 2 damage. Tsunami helps, but doesn't really do everything you need it to do.
Let's see. They're definitely mulling it over. You got to see what is utilized here. Whether you're going to be spending a Spirit or whether you're going to be expending them. The Stellar Owl Loon from the blister packs from Moonrise. 2 of them. Are they being expended? They are being expended. JJ down to their last Spirit in deck. 1 on field under the Zeus. And we get the 1 draw that JJ has. Let's see what it can bring for him.
Looks like it's potentially game. Again, it would have to be a Tsunami, and then he'd have to draw Ambrosia, but then he doesn't have another. Yeah.
Oh, it is Tsunami. Okay, so we're not done. You can play for 1 more turn.
All he can do is just Ambrosia, expend a draw. Like, there's nothing he can really do. Like, what could he?
Resting on your laurels?
Yeah, resting to knock out 1 thing and then just scoop from there. So it looks like Soren's going to take game 1 here. Valakane Dream Alive. I'm curious what JJ is playing. We saw a little bit of Thunder Spirits with the Zeus. We saw Elechick. We saw some Lunar Spirits expended. We saw a bunch of water. But I don't know if he's going to be playing Draking. I mean, we've seen Draking already get to a point of top 8. Is JJ also in that? I'm not sure. It could also just be a tempo deck with Foamy. I don't know. Those Foamies are throwing me off with kind of reading what JJPM's playing.
It's tough to say what he could be playing because we didn't see anything but the searchers. Like we saw Foamy, we saw Galaxy, and we saw what was the last one? Mustation. Like those are all standard you would see in a water deck. So could he just be playing water tempo?
Yeah, I mean, again, the odd thing out here is the Foamy's the weird part. Like, again, meta relevancy, Foamy gets answered by so many things right now. Again, like Spectaris, there's obviously removal cards to hit over Foamy. I'm curious if those Foamies are trying to set up for Ascensions or just set up for really wide tempo boards. It's a struggle, and it's something that JJPM's probably thinking about right now with his siding is like, do I keep the Foamies in? I've seen Spectaris, I've seen all these other cards. Soren might be also trying to kind of take into that account and be like, okay, well, I saw Foamy, I saw Bastation, so there's probably Galaxies coming out. Maybe I put in more Spectres if I don't have them all in my deck yet.
It's really tough to say how this one can go because how often do you see double Foamy opening up a game? Do the Spectaris matter that much? Maybe having the Foamies just requires your opponent to use their removal options to get rid of the Foamy, and that's ideal for you. So maybe there is value in keeping Foamy there. Because, I mean, Foamy only works on battle destruction. It cannot work on any other way. So it's tough to say. It's
just, again, like, it's so hard to understand what's going on with JGPM's deck. Because not necessarily because the deck is weird, it's just like those Foamies are just throwing me off so much. Yeah.
Like, it could be anything. It could be Foamy to Snark. It could be Foamy to Eddie. It could be Foamy to Galaxy and Mustachia. Like, it's just so much it could be. There's no way we can reasonably make a guess of what this deck list is about.
And that's also probably what Soren's thinking right now. It's like, what do I clock this deck? Like, how do you side against what you don't know, right? Like, you saw Elecheck Zeus, you saw Foamies. Maybe in some worlds you're thinking, what if P-Box? But then P-Box might not be relevant if they're just playing tempo because they don't care about searching as much in tempo deck. It's got to be a really difficult situation for Soren to kind of calculate what his opponent's actually doing just off what he saw, because it's nothing out of the ordinary other than those Foamies, which just throws everything and like a wrench into everything. But we'll see what happens in Game 2 now, going into JJPM Soren Top 4 Game 2.
All right, it looks like our casters are ready to go. So we're gonna have to see. Look at we're deciding who's going to be going first or not. But this matchup, I'm interested to see how Soren adjusts to essentially the unknown. All you saw was water. You saw Tsunami, you saw all the water Elestrals, but that was it. No actual tech, no different sort of strategy. How do you, like you said earlier, to your credit, how do you adjust to what you barely saw?
And sometimes you might just have to go just run it back the same way. You know, he took game 1. He might be feeling confident that, okay, my deck is fine, but JJPM is going to side to counter Soren. So it's that ebb and flow of like, what do you side? Who sides what? Do I take things out? Do I put things in? It's a tough call for sure, but we're going to see what JJPM brings into this game 2. I believe he's probably going to go first because we saw him go first in game 1.
Yeah, you make the point of, adjusting to the unknown, but in all the same, it looks like JJ is going to be moving forward here. We have the riffling through the spirit deck is going to be a cast of a Wind Elestral. Is this a mulligan?
Looks
that
like
is a mulligan.
It's not what you want to see going into a game 2. Like, again, your opponent has a little more information on your deck. We already know he's playing Foamy, which is, in a sense, a costly Elestral. Mulligans are tough.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're playing water, it's possible that you're comfortable with this if you have to toggle it and sluggle in your build. So he probably says, we can try again safely. Soren does have the advantage, though. Maybe I don't know exactly what to side, but I'm already up a game. I can afford to lose one and properly adjust going into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, a playable hand's a lot better than an unplayable hand, even at the cost of 2 spirits. So you just have to make that decision. Notable, he did end up mulliganing. Looking like a rabbit off the rip, but he did mulligan with a Lycaris, which could potentially mean like Hurricane might be a little bit harder to get online depending on his deck composition. We didn't see any wind come out of that deck, so that's something that JJPM's probably calculating is, okay, maybe I have a second win for Hurricane, or maybe he's trying to signal that to Soren, so maybe Soren gets greedy. There's something to say about those mulligans. They could be a little bit of a high-level tactic or just a frustration mulligan. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it's definitely something to think about.
Yeah, different ways you could do it. He could probably looking for combo pieces. Maybe, who knows? We saw him pull 2 more foamies. He said absolutely not. You know, after how game 1 went. So who knows? But JJ's already down 3 spirits. Soren now does set 2, and looks like there's an Eddy to expose the Astrabit to an attack from the Eddy using that Shattered Stars art. Let's see if the attack connects. I imagine it would, but it also depends on what JJ's hand looks like.
Yeah, if this is a shield, okay, it's a Gorgons. I was gonna say if it's a shield, I mean, even the Gorgons, it's costly when you're already down 2 spirits just to stop the attack. You're not doing anything productive other than just like, okay, my rabbit's still in play. So hopefully JJ's got something to follow up this turn with that helps swing some stuff into his favor.
We'll have to see how this one operates, but just that Gorgon's Gaze going into the Eddy does signal that the Astrabit is absolutely important, and already using an Ambrosia as well. Only 15 spirits down and using Ambrosia. Bring it back. Oh, looks like they were teasing a Thermite return. Definitely Lycoris for definitely sure. Lycoris for sure. And looks like the last 3. It looks like a water and
looks like Flermine and Flermine Leviathan. So
yeah.
So years back, he potentially Hurricane now. Which it looks like it from Water Wind. Yep, that is the Hurricane. So, like I was just saying, like maybe at the high level, like, hey, set more because I don't have Hurricane Spirits. Draw the Ambrosia, draw the Hurricane.
Is that an activation of Gorgon's Gaze?
That looks like he's activating Gorgon's Gaze on the Rabbit. That Rabbit won't be able to swing for damage and won't be able to use its effect anymore, which is a general heads-up play, especially, you know, some of the JJP might have wanted to just re-enchant Rabbit and swing for 2. That could have been the play that he was going for. Or, sorry, Eddie. Nobby. Okay.
That is a Nobby hitting the field. This is a clear board into a Nobby attack, ascending into the Doppelganger. This is a fantastic swing of momentum and absolutely makes sense of that Ambrosia play earlier. This is fantastic.
Yeah, and this gives us a little bit more insight. So JPM's definitely playing some lunar stuff. So this is probably some form of like tempo strategy, or could even still be like a Draking stuff. But given the Doppelganger, I don't think you ever really played both Doppelganger and Draking in the same deck. They take up a lot of space. So we're probably playing looking at like a lunar aggro or lunar water tempo shenanigans. But this is definitely a big swing that JJPM wants, because how does Soren deal with the Doppelganger efficiently? Even something like a Sorlet won't really out it well. Looks like he's going to be playing an Elechick, so that is an answer for sure.
Yeah, Elechick really does his pump down.
That only crashes the... Actually, hold on. That puts Elechick is at 2. No, yeah, that crashes, right?
It'll allow for a crash.
Yeah, it does crash because it's 4 to 2 and then Doppel to 2 off of Zeus. So it would be crash take a damage on Soren if he does this.
I'm excited to see how this is going. No, yeah, they're already going to go for the crash. So a really good out, and that is exactly why Elechick has been limited to 1, because Elechick becomes so powerful with either Zeus or Demeter behind it. Seeing that again at this point in the Elestrals meta is insane. We do have a re-enchantment of Astrabit that is going to be allowed to go through. There is 1 face down by Soren though, so maybe not as safe as JJ would like to be. Do you risk the direct attack and just getting shielded, or do you just keep it in defense and play it as that?
Yeah, JJ's really thinking about this Astrabit card. So either he saw 3 cards he really wanted, or 3 cards he really didn't want from the looks of it. Just kind of put it down, thought a bit, picked it up, put it down, thought a bit. It's a tough call. This Rabbit's probably going to stay in defense. He could try to push for some damage here, but that is a face down. He doesn't know what it is, and that would make the Rabbit very vulnerable if he doesn't have other Elestrals to follow up next turn with.
So in this scenario, already being down a game, I'm taking the defensive out. I understand being aggressive. I don't think now is the exact time. But at the same time, you want to make use of the spirits that are on Astrabit, because maybe an earthquake could come down or something like that. So I would take the defensive approach, but I understand wanting to go offensive here. But JJ, I guess it depends on what JJ absolutely values more.
Yeah, it looks like they might have a question going on or something, because you see Soren kind of trying to figure something out, JJPM twiddling his thumbs a bit. Curious what they are trying to figure out before they continue.
Yeah, it looks like we just have a quick judge call, so we're going to let them handle that, try to get things ready to go. But let's just talk about this scenario right now. There's a lot of cards being left in JJ's hand. Look like play has resumed. A lot of cards in JJ's hand right now. We have a set from there as well as Stravic going to attack, and the attack does go through. So a lead change from a lead extension to 13 to 8. Soren does set 1. How terrified are you to be in Soren's position right now?
Well, so this is signaling either that my opponent put a set 1 rabbit in attack position means they're confident that rabbit's sticking board, or they have a follow-up that they don't mind losing the rabbit here to follow up with something else and just put pressure on. Looks like Soren's going to play Galaxair here, see what JJ tries to follow up with. Gorgons, at least stops the attack, keeps them a chance to put the rabbit back into defense here, but Soren's got 2 back row with Zeus and a Galaxair. That's looking pretty safe for him so far.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be bothered by losing a Galaxair just to out in a Stravin. I think that, I'm sorry, using a Gorgon's Gaze to out in a Stravin. Like, I think that is fine here. But JJ, I mean, a lot of cards in the hand. Are they going to re-enchant and then try to get the spirit off of it?
It's also worth noting he used Gorgon's Gaze only using spirits from deck, so maybe he's got something ready for this rabbit to use those spirits for. Like maybe he's trying to keep the damage going on as opposed to reserve some of his own spirits. Soren's going to look like to cast to the Spectaris cast. Spectaris cast with water, it looks like.
Yes,
Soren,
and meets a PTA by Soren. Yeah, it does meet a PTA by Soren, so now the Spectres is sitting at 2 attack, not enough to get over the Galaxair, so Astrabit has to go back to defense, and unfortunately, JJ loses a very potent offensive threat on his lineup. 8 to 7, or 8 to, I believe, 5 after this will be the spirit count. So we're going to have to see just how Soren adjusts. Can take down the Astrabit this turn. Is JJ's face down real?
Yeah, and the thing about Galaxair is if Soren has another Elestral with at least 3 attack, swaps Astrabit to have 2 defense and just has multiple chances to get over, especially with the Zeus in play. There's so many ways to get over. Now, I can't quite tell what Soren just played here, but a dude's a dude for Soren right now. It's going to be very impactful regardless, as long as he can get through the rabbit.
Hopefully we can get Soren to move their cards to the right so we can prevent the glare. But all the same, there is a new card cast out, which looks like it is absolutely threatening the damage, and Galaxy is going to take out the Astrabit after swapping its stats, and now we have a 1-point direct attack. So a really strong momentum swing. Unfortunately for JJ, lost a lot in those 2 turns. Let's see how they adjust.
Yeah, there's definitely Soren's in the driver's seat, up a game, feeling ahead on board. Like, it's definitely got to be weighing on JJPM right now with the nerves. It's like JJ's going to have to play something really impactful here and hope that back row on Soren is not useful.
Galaxy is going to be the cast out. It has to take out the Galaxy. Like, absolutely, that is your main target. But, how real is that on the back row? If that back row is real, if it's a Gorgon's Gaze, there's going to be a shield instead. Paying off of the Zeus.
Paying off the Zeus. I mean, does he need the Zeus anymore with a board like that? Probably not. I mean, the Galaxair handles a lot of things. JJ's pretty low on spirits. I don't know if that count is completely accurate. I think he's at 5 or 6 himself. And just following up with another just punch for damage.
Want to say that is Spectaris, but yeah, that is 3 going right in, bringing JJ down significantly. But Soren is down on spirits as well, but not so far under to where they can't maintain control. Let's see what JJ has to get over this. Viserys would be helpful, but again, we haven't even seen the foamies. What is going on with JJ's deck?
Yeah, I think JJ definitely sided out of the foamy. Like, it's too much information to just leave the foamies in, I think, especially knowing your opponent's playing Spectaris and some other cards that just out the foamy. Gonna play Galaxy here. I mean, it knocks out probably Galaxair here. Oh, it looks like that's also a Strabit in the glare. So we're gonna see the Spectaris. If the Spectaris could bounce or something, that is a relevant play. But it's curious. It was Eddie. I think that is an Eddie. The question is if he properly enchants it or not.
I feel like they have to. Well, I guess they don't have to, but properly enchanting it would secure the KO on this thing. And Galaxair is going to be destroyed, or Galaxy is going to be destroyed. And 2 more points of damage, and that's going to be a concession. A Hurricane was set, Maul Station and Spectaris in hand. Really rough to see JJ's game and tournament run in like that. It was discombobulated from the beginning. It looked like he was tripping over his own cards from the very first turn.
Yeah, I mean, the Nabi play was a pretty good swing in some of the game, but it's just, going down the spirits early, being behind a chunk of the game, and then just kind of getting answered by Specteras. Like, the Specteras ripped through, or at least created so much pressure that it effectively ripped through JJ's deck both of those games. So it's unfortunate that JJ kind of just hit a wall there, but hey, Valakane moving on to finals? Bingo cards?
Oh, JJ. Oh, darn. But Valakane up?
Exactly.
That was you.
It's still an impressive run for both these casters to get to that point. They both played extremely well, but sometimes you just hit a wall with the decks and matchups where it's just you struggle a bit. You can't quite get back there. When you have that game state where it's all of a sudden I'm down a game, I'm low on spirits, it probably affects you really heavily mentally. We saw a Nabi in his hand too, but it looked like he's playing tempo, so he's probably playing a very stretched out spirit deck. He might not even have the spirits for Nabi or a doppelganger, might not even have the second doppelganger. So unfortunately, deck building restrictions like that or deck building setups like that could lead to these events just happening where it's all of a sudden this card's great, but I can't use it in this situation anymore.
Yeah, Top Cut is cruel. We already saw Adam be knocked out after a perfect run through Swiss. So it doesn't matter. Once you're in the KO portion of the tournament, it is every man for themselves. Or every caster for themselves. You gotta work hard, play hard, try things out, and see how it pans out. But man, just seeing how it ended for Adam, for seeing how it ended in our previous stream match on top 8, seeing how it was for JJ. It's just a rough case scenario.
Yeah, and it looks like the other game finished up at 2-0 as well, with Jack taking it over Bean Soldier. So it looks like we're going to have a BlueStacks Valakane matchup going into finals.
Wow.
Which it's going to be interesting on the Valakane with, again, BlueStacks doesn't run a ton of back row. So is that Valakane going to stay in after game 1? We're going to have to wait and see. I hope it does.
I doubt it will, but I'm just Bean Soldier being out 2-0 as well. I don't think anyone could have predicted how this top 8 is, because now we have two casters who we have not seen really in a while perform like this. Jack Yomu, who has been here similarly before, and Soren plays with Valakane being the mainstay right now. It's just, man, what is this top 8?
It's a fun one for sure. This is so interesting. And is this the first BlueStacks in finals? I think it is.
I think it is.
Because usually we see a bunch of tempo and lunar aggro, so we might have, no matter what, we have at least as far as the past couple of tournaments, we have a new kind of Crown Victor deck going on, which is super cool to see.
Yeah, no lunar aggro making it to. Was there lunar aggro in the top cut?
I'm not sure.
Hold on, I'm gonna check this right now. BlueStacks, Valakane, World Reanimator, Tornagen. We had one. Oh, Dimax was on lunar aggro.
So we had one.
Rainbow Tempo, which is 5s. And,
okay, so that was probably the match we just saw with JJ.
And Heal Control. So
really interesting top cut. Really cool.
Wow.
But
a complete shift from what we saw last tournament.
Yeah, and I think, well, this is going to be my last game comment today because we're going to be switching over to Swole soon for finals. But really cool top cut. Really cool tournament overall. Really, really enjoyable matches. Like the decks people cooked with this day, I hope to see a lot more of this at Dallas. If this is what people bring to prep for Dallas, air quotes, I'm so excited to see what people actually bring and cook for Dallas in a couple of weeks. But we still have finals today. It's a big, important tournament. The prizes are cool. But I do think we're about to switch over to Swole, so we might be taking a short break here. I'm not sure just yet. I'm waiting on confirmation of that. But I yapping for all in
the meantime, final words before you get out of here. What have you made of this tournament so far? If you had to sum up this tournament in 2 sentences, how would you do it?
Keep cooking.
Oh, not even 2 words. He said 2 words, not 2 sentences.
2 words. Keep cooking.
All right, I love it. That is a call to action for all the casters out there. Mr. Words, always great commentating with you. Well, actually, this is our first time doing it, but
first time commentating.
Fantastic.
Great to chat with all y'all. But I got to switch out for Swole. Enjoy finals, and I'll see you guys hopefully in another tournament soon, or at least I'll see you at Dallas at the very least. Have a great one, guys.
Stop the words. 77 casters brings us to the grand finals of the March 8th tournament. My name is PK Sparks, providing commentary along with my illustrious Season 2 compadre, Swolax. Swole, we have been through a lot. We have seen so many amazing matches, and this top 8 is like nothing we've seen thus far in these premier tournaments, but definitely in the Moonrise meta. Right now, we have Filecane versus BlueStacks. How has this top 8 been hitting you?
Yeah, battle the big birds here to end it off today. We've seen both of these players on stream put on an absolute clinic for their decks, and I think this top 8 specifically, a lot of really great competitors that we've seen put on consistent results back to back to back. Even that last game we just watched with JJ too. JJ's no slouch in this game. And Bean Soldier wasn't a big name that we've had here. Dimax we saw, which is kind of crazy. And now we're down to these final two. It's been so unpredictable. We've had returning champions and newcomers all duke it out and clash to end on this spot for that one-of-one trophy. And man, this narrative is crazy. We have someone like Jack Humo who, if you haven't been paying attention during the breaks, one of the trivia questions is who was the first champion or one of the champions inside of 2024? It's Jack Humo. And then we have Soren Plays, which kind of relative newcomer into the slot here, playing a crazy build of Wind.
Yeah, this Wind build has been popping off. I'm sad I did not get to witness Filecane last time, but I mean, clearly in the right cards were chosen for the deck to take the win over JJ on stream in top 4. But I mean, this matchup, who knows how it's going to go? I am just excited to see how this one is going to play out. Bean Soldier being a KO, that was surprising to me. Utilizing a BlueStacks more frost list, very similar to what we saw from Distant Coda earlier in round 1. So this one can go back and forth. I have no money on these horses. I just want to see a good race.
I don't know. I mean, I've been talking about Filecane a little bit from Soren here, and that's something I really do want to see come down. How effective is that going to be into BlueStacks, a deck that seemingly can play without counter runes, is going to be up for question here. I think going into this match, these two players here are going to be having to shift their play styles a little bit. We've been seeing all day Sorlet come down from Soren, being able to kind of take out some key Elestrals, but the deck for Jack plays Wind natively for that BlueStacks, so it might be worth enchanting some Elestrals and playing around that type of effect. Otherwise, though, you have cards like Morlith on Jack's side, which is huge against like some of the cards in Wind. Alternatively, too, that Hurricane special plus things like the Galaxies might be hard to get over eventually, but you have to play a little bit of control if you want to see what you can do. Given the fact, too, as well, that BlueStacks also has to mill really well. We got to see some gambling happen, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing that jackpot going. He's going to be hoping that he hits big. The moral of this will be coming out there. We have the Lycan form, possibly Lycan form as well. But this matchup, this top 8 has been so crazy. If we take a look at the bracket right now, the first round in top 8, every game went to a game 3. And then get top 4, everyone just said, no, that was a fluke. We are getting our dub. Jack Yomu over Bean Soldier, Soren Plays over JJPM brings us to this unique finals here on the March 8th Premier Tournament. I just have no horse in this race. This is going to be just a slugfest between the Elestrals, and I cannot wait. Also, notice the Elestrals on the bottom. Very nice graphic designer. I see you. Love that for you. But
yeah, two decks that have been almost absent here from these tournaments. The joke is that BlueStacks is a deck that can never win a tournament, and we might see it here today. Wind as well. Wind is a very, very good deck and a good element type, but still has been like pretty scarce on results. This is crazy,
and it just goes to show, like parting words said, keep cooking. There is clearly things that we have not really explored. We're going to explore these two casters' decks as we get into the grand finals. Game 1, Jack Yomu versus Soren Plays. I am ready to see how this goes down.
Ooh, yeah, I'm ready to see how these chefs, what they've delivered for us today. And this is going to be so exciting. And God, starting off today with these casters. Again, 77 players entered. Only one came out on top. Jack is going to start us off here with looks like it's going to be a mulligan potentially.
Yeah, that is a mulligan to start off. Now you're playing Frost. Is that really the worst thing? Is there a Cryovern? Do we have you seen Jack on stream yet?
No, I don't think we've seen Cryovern from Jack. We saw it previously from Prime from Frost deck. I think Jack here, if you're mulliganing, it's kind of okay. You know, it's 2 spirits is not the craziest detriment. Yes, Blitztrix does get really low, so you can worry about that. But getting early advantage, so having a hand that's really good early can be very important. So maybe the hand is just less than stellar, and you know, when you're competing for that stellar, you got to make sure everything counts. So,
ooh, bars. I see you, dog. Okay, but no, you're absolutely right. Like you want to try to find the perfect hand, and then the perfect hand is hidden behind 2 lost spirits, and that's just what you got to do. As we have the Narpoon making a cast here on the first turn, that is a fantastic start, depending on what they want. And it looks like Sproul, so either looking to get into their dig start, or is just getting the best search depending on their hand. If Snowlet already is, if Avalanche is already in hand, then getting a mill 6 could be what you need to get Sproul going on turn 3, which I think is very valuable.
Yeah, I got the El Diablo popping in. The classic Jack Kyomu set 1 right back there in that far corner. Soren, go ahead and set it 2. Soren, we've seen Pro Set Hurricane. What are you doing? The Sorlet coming down here to contest the Narpoon immediately early is going to effectively force out if Jack has anything back there. And it looks like that's going to connect and go through. Now we got to see if Jack can pull out the Hurricane like we've seen plenty of times before to contest the 2 back row.
So I have a technical play here. You let me know what you think about this. I noticed that on a dark purple mat, we have Soren playing purple sleeves. Mm-hmm. And on a red mat, we have Jackie Omu playing red sleeves. Do you think that's done purposely to try to obscure the fact that, if back row is set?
Oh, absolutely.
Is it a visual thing, yeah?
Yeah, as we're kind of waiting here for a little bit of time, they're kind of be messing around with maybe some lag potentially, or potentially some vision issues. 100%. There is an angle that you can be working here kind of outside the game that can potentially help say, like, if your opponent's not paying close attention, you can still see pretty clearly here that Soren and Jack with that back row set, but the red makes it just a tiny bit harder to see. Sometimes that can be a competitive edge, and while I think that these 2 casters are more than aware of what's going on going in this far, that is kind of a tech play we can see outside of it. I got a El Diablo coming down, Snowlet gonna mill 3, and is gonna whiff. I have a couple runes there, and Snowlet itself gonna try to set 1, and Hurricane hurts a little bit more now from Jack.
Yeah, definitely did not have the Avalanche in hand, which is what I was anticipating for the search of Snowlet. So now, as you said earlier, if you're playing Blitztrix, you gotta mill well. Soren doesn't need to mill well. Soren just needs to get the right card at the right time. So we have a Stellar Astravan giving them a peek at the top 3 to look for the exact card they need for the scenario. They know what they're dealing with, and having a 5 attacker in Snorlet and a 5 defender Sorlet and a 5 defender and a Straven, I think that Soren's in a right spot to just slowly but surely take control of this clash.
Yeah, we have Snowlet and Sorlet, so these names can be a little bit back and forth for us. But a shield coming down to bounce back the Sorlet back to hand from Jack. Looks like that wasn't a bluff set like some previous times ago. This Rabbit is very strong defensive wall, but we've also seen the ascending into Asprowl and to Moralith really get plays going here for Jack before. Potentially can see that again. Now what would be crazy here, keep on talking it to a distance, but this back row being any sort of Hurricane, re-enchanting the Snowlet here, going to try to go again.
All right, here we go. We got Raj. You don't want to see that Tsunami. That is rough. And a second Rise. What in the world? My heart. That was a horrible mill.
Blitztrix giveth, Blitztrix taketh away, and wasting your re-enchant, I say wasting, it's using your re-enchant there on the Snowlet can feel so detrimental, especially now that you're down 6 spirits. The 2 back row must be critical here. That Sorlet's going to come right back down. There's the piggy, and it's going to contest and defensively or offensively try to take out the Snowlet.
If you have Tsunami right now's the time. But Gorgon's Gaze instead, it's not as ideal because Tsunami would allow you to get over it, but work with what you got. Jack so here's a problem here. There's a lot of big cost runes being used by Jack right now, to where even if they can get the combos off, will they even have the spirits to maintain that board or set it up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God, the Heart Ascension into a Blistrix.
They just go ahead and skip the middle ascend there. No Aspral. They just say, go for the big 3 body, and this is going to be a Gorgon's Gaze coming down from Storm Place, probably potentially try to stop anything going on here. Jack Kyomu is looking through the underworld, trying for options here. We know there's 2 Rise in there as well. Potentially an Frostix could come down from this player. Potentially set 1 and look to go past. This is a big body now. Soren has to contest.
And cannot contest it with the Storlet. Blistrix being wind enchanted.
But that's a boom bat on the board.
Is there a gauge? If you have a gauge, you got to use it now.
Go ahead and disenchant.
Does this actually go through?
It goes through!
Man!
Whoa, devastating loss for Jack here on this one. That's the big boss Elestral for this deck. Crazy good play from Soren.
3 very bad turns for Jack there. Just whiffing on a Snowlet, whiffing on a Snowlet, then finally gets Blistrix out, meets a Gaze, and then outed by a single 1-cost boom bat. And now takes 2 for all their struggles. And Soren is still up in spirit advantage.
Yep, that's Elestrals for you. You know, it's really funny here is that we were saying earlier, potentially having that expend for that mulligan to craft the perfect hand would have to do it. But you know, Jack's not quite out of this yet. Blistrix has some really explosive turns, especially whenever potentially counting the Underworld for a Moralith. And that might be what it takes to get back in here. Going to see expend to draw. Oh, you don't want to be in that position if you're Jack already so low on spirits.
I'll be honest, I'm probably scooping. I mean, don't do it because finals. But if it wasn't finals, I'm just scooping. Like, this is unreal. Another Elestral being cast out by Soren here, just piling on the pressure. Not even going for the re-enchant on the Stellar Rabbit, just going for the Elestral. I'm not gonna make a guess. It's something.
About to say, I was like, I'm imagining this is potentially another Sorlet on the board. It kind of looks like the Stellar Sorlet from the Kickstarter. A little difficult to tell, but I think this is more of just piling on the offensive pressure here. Taking out 3 from Jack as well. Jack is slowly losing spirits. Hopefully Ambrosia's in the grip and potentially some answers to this board.
Well, let's see what they got. 7 spirits left in the spirit deck, but they need a massive play right now. Not getting Moralith, not getting Avalanche. Like, it's just, what do you do? Is this I think it's a concession.
I think this is a concession. Game 1 goes to a concession, and Soren takes game 1. That was crazy.
Just barely over 7 minutes. Barely.
Nice and quick. It looks like at the end there, just kind of clarify that it was a wind enchanted Eddy coming in. So, and again, that's if I see wind enchanted Eddy, you know, maybe if I'm Jack, I'm scooping too. That's a scary sight to see. That was insane. Going to show just how clean a wind deck can be, taking these incremental advantages and then just slowly bleeding your opponent dry of spirits. And on Jack's side, kind of the opposite of what we've been seeing so far from Jack's run, which is that the mills aren't really working and your opponent has a pretty decent out to your board. That's Elestrals, baby. That's some killer stuff.
Yeah, like to see the raw ascension from Snowlet into Blistrix just be outed so effortlessly. And you know Soren's gonna be like, yeah, I'm keeping that boom bat again. Now, mind you, in a board state where Blistrix is actually able to build wide as it normally does, boom bat's not doing that much. Like, you can take out 1, but you gotta deal with the Cedar Sword and more, whatever it may be. That was such a curated position for boom bat to shine. And it's unbelievable that it was able to just find that position based on just going once. We saw terrible, not just bad mills by Jack. There were so many amazing runes that would just sit to the underworld.
Yeah, you can potentially bring that back with something like a Rise, right? But you're absolutely correct. We saw 2 of them just get out of there, right out of the deck, none in hand. Oh,
like, it would have been expensive, but, you know, reanimating to another Blistrix, I would have taken that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and then you're exactly right. The stars have to align, the constellations in order for Boombat to see so much value there. I think that's kind of something that these players going into this the second game here are going to be very hyper aware of. Jack potentially looking to build wider, maybe moving into like a more frost package in the side, or something else to maybe, you're right, build a wider board so that those singular forms of removal aren't so devastating. And then for Sorin, I'm going to be honest, I have no clue what Sorin does here. That seemed like it was a very straightforward, very, very clean match from Sorin's side. Maybe there's some tech options here we can see from Sorin, but wow, maybe something out of like that Falcon or Hurricane. Yeah, pretty killer.
Unreal scenario that we just witnessed. I wonder, and I really wish I knew what Jack's hand was, because I remember we saw them pull out the Snowlet. They went for the Snowlet. So
yeah.
Like, what was that hand? We know that one of them was BlueStacks, but otherwise we just saw a lot of back row. So maybe it was just bad luck. Not getting great cards, getting terrible mills each time. Sorin just had, again, it's the difference of the game. BlueStacks is a lottery. You got to see what you pull and if you can get the pieces. If you do, you can probably pop off more than any other deck in this game right now, if you can. Sorlet, or rather I say Win right now, is playing a solid build. It is a lot of one cost Elestrals, one cost card. We are playing for efficiency and outs. So I think that unless Jack can build up fast enough, wide enough, we're going to see a repeat of game 1. And here we go. We are moving into game 2. Our casters are looking at the hand and ready to go. And I'm hoping that the lottery hits jackpot for Jack this time.
Yeah, going into game 3 would be very, very killer here. I think that for, Sorin's on match point right now. Snowlet coming down as our first play. El Diablo once again going for 3. Oh, similar repeat from last time. We have a Gorgons, a Shield, and another Snowlet going into the Underworld. That is not what you want to see if you're Jack, but maybe that means that potentially your next couple plays, you can start to weed out some of those rough mills and get something going early. You want to see the bad mills early. I think I will also that. And Sorin setting 2, going for an Eddy. Wow, that's some value there. Hurricane incoming. But
I mean, do you stop the Eddy this early?
No, absolutely not. I think that you just can't afford to. I mean, maybe you can. You want to, you keep the Snowlet around. Maybe that's also telling, but you're already up in cards in the Underworld, so your Morolith is live still. You can re-enchant for an option. You could Ascend as an option. A lot going on here if you're Jack. You don't feel too bad about this, but Eddy's going to be a pain in the butt later.
This does bring me back to our conversation about Distant Coders build in round 1, where we saw it wasn't even a Snowlet that was doing anything, it was the Morolith. The Morolith is what was really pushing in a lot of pressure, getting out the switch. But at the same time, Jack made it to finals and Distant Coder didn't. So what could have happened, the difference there? Like, is Snowlet actually more viable, or was it just a lot of bad draws? It just makes me think about it,
Yeah, I think for Coder's section, and I know that I think seeing and kind of talking to him between rounds that he was on Snowlet for his run, but the Snowlet was just kind of less effective, I think, in those moments. Unlike here, potentially, we can see 3 off the top. We have a Rise, a Cedar Soar, and is that an Avalanche or a Blizzard that was milled? It looks like that Cedar Soar is going to come down to. This is actually pretty good for if you're Jack. You get in for a nice 4 damage, and Cedar Soar is hard to deal with. Setting 2 in the back row. That's a pretty decent board here. Now we're back in it.
Was that other card that was sent? That was a Tad Flow. And we're going to be filling the flow on these Elestrals that Tsunami is launched from Soaring, getting a good defensive save there regarding the spirits there. So let's see what Sorin has coming through here, as we have 2 back rows set on Jack, resting on your laurels. Which would you snipe here?
Wow, I honestly gonna get rid of that Cedar Soar. I was about to say Cedar Soar is still pretty good here, because if that one of the back rows is Tsunami, it's hard to deal with. But now that Eddy's can come right back down and contest the Sorlet, causing Jack to have to answer with more counter runes. And this is exactly it. Here's that Eddy coming in here, gonna help fight off this Snowlet menace. But a PTA, if you take that, that's still good value there for Jack. You have to remove it. You're putting Sorin on a little bit more of a clock, but Eddy is doing some work here.
Yeah, field presence here is going to go very far. I think Jack sorely needs it right now, or Snowly. You know what? I'm sorry, I tried. I'm sorry, I tried.
Snowly needs it. If Jack wants to snowball here, they're going to have to Avalanche, Climb Mountain. There's something here.
Either Soar 2. Aspro, BlueStacks. So losing that BlueStacks right now is not ideal, but you can tell by the way Jack's moving, he knows he's alive. Aspro's going to be going to the the Snowlit. We have Cedar Sword casting out as well. That face down has to be extremely real for Soren right now. And the worst part, even if it is Gorgon's Gaze, he can't stop the Sprout.
Yeah, we saw the Cedar Sword already come down and get hit with that Laurel. So one-off removals is going to be a little bit harder to get for Soren. And this we're talking about building that board wide. Cedar Sword really allows you to do it. Last game I wouldn't be surprised if Cedar Sword was burning a hole in the hand of Jack. But now Cedar Sword putting in some work, not only baiting out counter runes and invoke removals, but now going to be put in for some damage along with Aspral Ascension. Will we see a BlueStacks Aspral expend here? You don't really have to if you're Jack if you don't want to, but you could.
I would. At this point, go in.
Yeah, absolutely. This is 6 damage on board here, representing with that Snowlet in defense. Wow. Again, you're down in spirits by quite a bit. 7 spirit differential, but you are so up on board presence. It's really hard if you're starting to justify, what's going on here for the rest of this game. As quickly as BlueStacks taketh, it also take it. It gives it back to the. Jack's doing good. These mills are crazy.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. I'm there with you. We give another mill. Moral that Aspral cannot see the last. I can tell it's a tap.
Avalanche.
That was an avalanche. Okay, so a complete miss there, but not the worst. Oh no, Aspral over. Yes.
Pull the lever again.
We get another roll the lottery. Let's go.
We're gonna roll into that Aspral there on, I think that is then 6 spirits left for Jack, and Soren's on 16. You are 10 spirits down, but look at this board that you are staring at.
You build wide, and this is exactly what Jack needed to do. If he can go for the BlueStacks as well and really confirm that face down will not be a factor here, they'll be really good. Do you take the lottery or not? It looks like he's going to.
Gonna hurricane here. No, not a hurricane. That is a rise.
That's BlueStacks in the underworld. This is going peak Blizz gaming.
All in. Okay, here's the key. You are 0 spirits left in your spirit deck. You bring back your BlueStacks. Now, if that is a tsunami back there, if you are Jack, you are still chilling because this is really hard to get around. But wow, playing a whole game of Elestrals with 0 spirits left now to 16. This is crazy. Look at this.
You're either chilling because you can stop this onslaught, or you're gonna be chilling because this field is tempting to just freeze your next game victory right now. So let's see. He's tempting it, looking over it. I think Elestrals are being considered to be brought back to the deck. Look at I saw 2 Snowlit as well. It might be a consideration there, but yeah, looking to activate BlueStacks' effect to bounce the face down, and will it trigger or no?
And we'll get to see here. It looks like it does, and it hits a PTA. Poison Arrow is not the counter rune you want to see here if you are Soren and you're about to get hit with a ton of damage. That is killing 10 spirits that you are taking directly to the spirit deck.
Poison Tip Arrow is a card that we discussed on the Premier Runback podcast, and we were talking about how Poison Tip Arrow just is not that good right now, especially into a deck like BlueStacks, where it just cannot get what you need done. Because if you would have activated BlueStacks, that would have just been an additional 2 damage against them. You would have taken it out. But look at this board right now. Now, as to your credit, 6 spirits is still 6 spirits to 0, at least in spirit deck. So just cast Eruption and you win.
True. Where's the hidden burn here? 1 Toxiswarm. Toxiswarm, do it. Gorgons could be off there, but looks like it's going to be a scoop and a concession from Soren plays. We're going to a game 3 in this grand finals.
Toxiswarm would be a really good tech right now versus them. So let's see if there is a Toxiswarm in Soren's deck. Do we know if, I'm just going to check. No, I'm not going to say it out loud, but I am curious about how that one is going to operate and if there is a Toxiswarm. If so, it should be put into this game 3 immediately.
I would be very curious. I wouldn't be surprised. Wind Toolbox as a deck. We've seen P-Gust come down. We've seen the Falcon come down. There's a lot of room to be played here with Wind. We're noticing a lack of Aeolus, potentially because it is expensive, but, in that type of position there against Jack on literally 0 spirits, an Aeolus searching a Toxiswarm would be game-ending, tournament-ending. We see Jack bring that one back, building wide and going big. That was crazy. Once again, that is what BlueStacks wants to do right there. The first game, maybe also what BlueStacks wants to do, but the second game also BlueStacks wants to do. This is insane so far. It looks like Soren's kind of ready and rearing to go already, and Jack is potentially sliding into something. There is, I really don't know if you're Jack, what you're gonna be doing more than you did last game. But that seems like the game plan. Just hit again. You will do it.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want, because once Nolan hit, it was over.
Yeah,
everything else is built. We get the Seed Sword, we get the Sprout into another Sprout, into the Mills. But guess what? Rise from the Ashes is in the hand as well, and it was just 10 points of damage. It was immediate. So that's what BlueStacks wants. It doesn't want to play Elestrals. It wants to play solitaire. You know? It's like, this is my game to lose. And will Jack Yomo lose? I feel like that's an easy way to sum up this game. This is BlueStacks' deck or game to lose. Will it happen?
Yeah, I think that's right here. I think if you're Jack, you are hoping that your deck can have a repeat of success. If you're Soren, you just want to as well wish not the same level of success in those mills, but as well, I think that your deck can play so efficiently and have such a concise game plan that you just need to see the pieces that you need to see too. Right? You need to see those Gorgon's Gazes when you need to see them. You need to see the Tsunami when you need to see it. And so it's going to be a little bit of luck involved here on both casters' side, maybe a little more on Jack's side to get those mills, but that's Blizz. That's BlueStacks.
Well, let's see if Soren can engage their best draws going into this Game 3 finals of the March 8th Premier Tournament, the final tournament for the Dallas Open happening in 2 weeks. So that is exciting. Cannot wait to see how this one is going to shake out for everyone involved. Soren is going to be going first here. And again, if Soren has Toxic Swarm, whether inside or main deck, I feel like that needs to be their win con. Let BlueStacks go for their big combo. And because, I mean, just think about it. You hit that entire board, you lose 10 points, and then you just Toxic Swarm.
Yep, Toxic Swarm right there.
That's my out. It's burning you for one.
Yeah, that's kind of the odd part about a board that goes really wide, is that you almost need those win conditions that can skirt around the big Elestrals and hit directly into that Spirit deck. Very, very nice to see. And we're going to head into Game 3, into the finals of this March 8th, 2025 Premier Tournament. One of these two players will be crowned champion right now inside of this game. It's still anyone up for grab for that trophy. And we've seen showcases on both Elestrals player side that I think this is going to be a tight match. Soren's go ahead and start off here with a set card and a Spectaris. It's a stained glass Spectaris coming down with the animation.
Oh! That was cool.
Clean.
Can we get another cast out so we can see that again? That was beautiful, man. That was cool. But yeah, as you just said, we are going to see the Spectaris out there. I don't know what that's going to do exactly, so... I mean, yeah, we're just going to have to see what Jack does. Only one card set. We could be in the lotto right now. Jack Yomo is milling over what the first cast is going to be, and it's going to be...
Tadflow.
Tadflow. Is that a special cast?
Yeah, it's going to be a normal cast, an expend to now ascend.
Okay, that's how it works.
Into
that is going to Astral. Fantastic start by Jack.
Saying you better have with that back row, and also an expend here to potentially hit off the Blizz. Got Gorgons, Hurricane, Snowlet, Avalanche.
Man, bad whiff there. And always, that's the third time Gaze has been hit.
That's right. Well, and again, we've been seeing a lot of counter runes be hit by Jack Yomu here. Gonna shield. Whoa. A little bit of an expensive play, but I think that you're okay if you're Jack there. Not only do you do a little bit of extra damage on that shield, now, you still have the option to potentially go for maybe another Tadflow next turn. This is now very exciting. Set 1 there from Soren, and a Sorlet coming down the board.
Yeah, this is just a solid 2-5 attackers on board, just hitting in for 2. So Soren just playing it slow, playing it steady. This is how Soren's going to win here.
Yep, and you see Jack kind of looking over that back row, potentially wondering if they want to take one of these, maybe a shield back there, or potentially a Tsunami, to make these a little bit more manageable to deal with. But we keep on talking about this. The Wind deck is really good about putting out some consistent, low to the ground Elestrals, hard to out. You're just going to be taking incremental wins here. But if you're Jack, you're trying to hit it big. Checking the Spirit deck, you're potentially Underworld, doing some Spirit math calculations.
Yeah, that's a lot. I think that's 5 spirits, 4 spirits in the underworld right now. Insane amount of spend just on the first turn. So what does Jack have in hand? That's the big question. Is what does Jack have in hand? Snowlake is in hand.
El Diablo. You have a Snowlake coming down.
Tsunami.
Hurricane and an avalanche. I think that was.
I think it's an avalanche. Yeah.
That is not what you want to see.
We have not seen avalanche be played from hand yet. They've all been milled.
You know, I think what's crazy here is that this back row for Jack, previously it had to be something. Galaxair coming down from Sorin. We're going to just put on the pressure, building wide now back in Jack's face. If this is Tsunami and that Aspral is able to come over and Aspral is able to hit wide, Cedar Swords, etc. But no, Snowlight goes down. El Diablo in the underworld taking 2 damage here. Jack straight to the face. This is now inside of Sorin's favor, but Jack is still in it. The spirit differential isn't that bad. What can he do though?
Not much, or as much as you want to do when you're playing a deck like BlueStacks. Like you want your spirit count to be high so you can put yourself down to about 4 or 5 or 6 left in your spirit deck. Being all the way down in 7th to 13 already dampens. That's the word I'm looking for. Dampens your options of what you want to utilize. It has been a long day, folks.
It's a long round. We got like a Rise from the Ashes coming in here. What does he think you're looking to get here?
I mean, having to use a Rise in this scenario with no BlueStacks in hand in Underworld absolutely sucks. But I guess you're going to go for the Aspral. No, the Aspral's not even an option. So you could bring the Snowlight and do the mills, and if you whiff there, you can ascend into the Aspral from your hand.
What an expensive little baby here. 3 with the Rise, but you got to hit a big Cedar Sword. Okay, it's going to start Morolith. Okay, you know what? You can potentially take a Cedar Sword and a Morolith if you have another Rise, but that Cedar Sword is going to be nice to contest the Galaxair.
You might as well not even put that in defense because Sorla is waiting in the ring. So, are they going to put it in defense?
Signaling a BlueStacks in hand.
If that is signaling the BlueStacks, then that is amazing. So
this Sorlet, though, can take care of it. We have 2 ways to take care of it. Galaxair can swap it. That's right. Look at this.
There's no way. It's a BlueStacks in hand. You're so smart, Swole. Professor Swole with the foresight, foretelling the plays of Jack Yomu. BlueStacks is now on the field, and that back row needs to go live right now, or we are going to see a disruption and destruction from Sorin right now. Wow.
Gorgon's Gaze coming in here and going to hit this BlueStacks. That is huge. You have the answers to this Blizz, but it's still a big body to deal with, and that back row could still be live from Jack. We're talking about what he could do to get back into this game, and Jack is doing it. This is 9 spirits, but you are sitting pretty with your big bird on the board. Can we see a big bird from Sorin, maybe?
Yeah, what does Sorin have to take care of this BlueStacks?
It's a 6 defense, Elestral, potentially swapping the attack and defense and trying to hit over. Avalanche coming in.
Oh, still going. Okay. Not the end of that turn. Milling 3 is where we got a Zeus and an Elechick milled by Sorin.
Oh, all the counter runes. And, if I'm Sorin here, I actually might be asking Jack, hey, what is in your underworld? Because I need to know if that back row is legitimate. And I've seen a lot of counter runes be milled here.
Oh, yeah.
And on 5 spirits, that's going to matter. Sorin's in. Let's see what we got.
Not hitting an Aspral. I wonder what the count of Aspral is in the deck. You assume it's 3, but who knows?
I think that Avalanche milled an Elechick and a Zeus from Sorin, which would be the way to kind of contest the swap the attack and defense of the BlueStacks, and then use a Zeus to get it down.
And Elechick was milled as well. So yeah, the Zeus definitely would have, between the Zeus, the Galaxair, and the Sword, that would have been everything they needed to try to get over this BlueStacks. Losing that means, what do you do?
And go for an Ascension play here, and it's into, I believe I think that's the Falcone.
Which means that you can swap the positions, right?
Yes, absolutely you can. You can use Galaxair, or you can expend, destroy the back row. It was a bluff, and then you can use Galaxair, swap, hit over the BlueStacks with your Falcone.
Big Bird Gaming! Big Bird Gaming! Falcone takes out BlueStacks. 3 spirits left in spirit deck for Jack.
Oh, wow. That is absolutely crazy. Bird on bird violence. You hate to see it, but you love to watch some excellent, exciting matches like this. And I think that's going to be it. I think that Jack Kyomu, is that a concession?
That is a concession. That is over. Whoa. I cannot believe that is how a grand finals concludes. We saw the best of BlueStacks and we saw the worst of BlueStacks. But in the end, we're seeing the greatness of Soren shine in finals. Congratulations to Soren Plays as your March 8th, 2025 Premier Champion. Oh.
That is crazy right there. You know, we wanted to see the birds come down, and we did. Galaxair on there being kind of the alley-oop for the dunk of the century with that Falocane. What a crazy setup. You build that board wide, you hard ascend into the Falocane, and now you're walking into over one of the biggest boss Elestrals of the format.
Breaking set over Moonrise. Man!
Wow. You know, to coin on words here a little bit, keep cooking. Falocane in the kitchen. Whoa.
Absolutely. Big Bird going hard. What does that bird do? Win you the game, depending on which one you're looking at.
That was absolutely insane. I'm almost speechless if I wasn't just so excited to see what I just saw. That we were crowning Soren Plays as the champion of this tournament, playing cards like Falocane, playing Hurricane, playing Eddie, playing, you know, really insane cards for this win tempo strategy that is just meant to blow out their opponent. What a match. And also, you know, great showcasing from Jack as well there. This finals was electrifying.
Just talk about everything that we saw there. We saw Boom Bat out of BlueStacks. We saw a Falocane out of BlueStacks. We also saw BlueStacks build wide. I mean, huge. And it was completely dunked on Soren and Falocane and everything that they had. Again, we just saw the best of these elements. This top 8 was unpredictable. There is no way anyone would have seen the first 2 tournaments of Moonrise and said, yeah, BlueStacks versus Falocane in finals. Book it. No one would have.
I was not on my bingo card. I know it wasn't on Wertz's bingo card, and I really do hope that it was on Soren's bingo card, and that, you know, I'm sure for the rest of time that'll be now. Yeah, again, if I had a nickel for every time I've seen a wind 2-drop Elestral take grand finals like this, I'd have 2 of them now, and that's, you know, that's crazy. It's happened twice. Congratulations to Soren for taking it all the way today and becoming your new Moonrise reigning champion as we're heading into Dallas sometime soon. We're going to try to set up an interview potentially, or talking to Soren here about this deck and about some of the decisions here in just a little bit. But wow, this has been an insane day of Elestrals.
Yeah, I cannot believe everything that we saw. Like, these games were just unbelievable. The casters were also showing up and showing out. So give a round of applause to everybody who performed here today. Congratulations on entering the Premier Tournament. You got everyone walked away with something today. But right now we have Soren. I can't wait for you to get the interview going with them. But just winning 2 boxes of Moonrise, of full art uncut sheet. There you go. Play sets of full art Aerialist, Island of Aeolia, and the Constellation Red Aquarius, all organized play stamped. And then, of course, the reverse Stellar Elestrals Champion stamped Galaxair. Which,
wow.
Apropos, right? Apropos!
Very fitting here. That's right.
Insane! This is so good.
You could not write a better ending for the Windcaster winning this Wind trophy. You know, and I hope to see Soren try to make a run back with this with the Galaxair from the champion. That'd be such a flex. Like, hey, I've won with it once before, and I'm gonna win another trophy with my trophy. That's absolutely crazy. This has just been so cool to see. Kind of a weird Cinderella story today. We have players that we've been seeing for almost all of time matched up against newcomers, and I think this is kind of speaks to the Elestrals experience at the moment, which is just that anything can happen, and as long as you are playing smart, playing hard, and working at it, you can take it home.
We've seen new casters join up and win their first tournaments. Cards and Coffee, Justin T, came up and won not just their first one, but their first and second Premier tournaments back to back. Sunseed just came up here, won their first tournament, and made it to finals in the second one. So if you think that it's too hard to get into Elestrals, you are wrong. dead wrong. All right, people are winning their first tournaments. This is the time. Firestorm is just around the corner. The starter decks are absolutely a great place to start up at. Find your local game store, and guess what? If your local game store doesn't carry Elestrals, reach out to the Elestrals team. Let them know. Reach out to my LGS. We want to see you guys in our store. Make it happen, and we can just rock out and go from there. But this is the time. Tell your friends. Elestrals is wide open, and in the words of Words, keep cooking.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and see if we've got the interview set up for our champion today. Get some questions I'm dying to ask right now, and so whenever we're getting ready here in just a moment. But wow, I think this has just been a crazy day overall. PK, thank you so much for being here with me. Wirtz, if you're still watching this at home, go to bed. But also thank you so much for this cast. This has been amazing. So much thank you to the cast and crew. I'm so curious on the thought process for this player. Asking in the mind of the champion has always been great. And Valakane,
baby. What an amazing Elestral. What an amazing tournament. As you said, it is going to be my time to exit soon here. So I want to thank everybody for watching. Again, Panzer reveal on my socials. So go check that out and show some love then. Show some love there. This has been a phenomenal tournament. I'm glad I got to do commentary for it. Thank you to the Elestrals team for having me. And thank you to the Elestrals team for putting on this event. I love this. I will see you guys. I will be recapping this entire event in the Elestrals Premier Run Back podcast on this YouTube channel. So make sure you stay subscribed. Show your love and like and comment on this stream so you guys can catch the next one. But with that all said and done, that is my time for you guys. I will have y'all. I'll be in the chat with you. Swole, enjoy the interview, and I will see you guys next time. Swole, take it away.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a quick break here, but stay right there. We're going to be right back within a breath. So see you soon. All right, we are back and we are sitting with our reigning Moonrise champion, Soren Plays, taking a wind tempo with some key wind stars here all the way to the top. Soren, how are you feeling today? Congratulations first and foremost on becoming this Moonrise champion.
Thank you. I feel great. It's always a terror going against a Blizz deck, and I will say I only won because of my top deck. I will say that. I picked my Valakane. I mean, it was meant to be. Valakane's the main guy in my deck, besides a side of a Draco Doodle, but that's neither here nor there. So it's very fitting that I won the tournament with my guy when it's the win pricing of all things too.
I'm going to say a better script couldn't be written. So you talk us through, you're staring down, it's game 3 of finals after a long, long day of Elestrals, and you are sitting down, Jack is kind of whiffing on these snowlets, and you see a BlueStacks come down, ascending over that Cedar Soar. What are you thinking going into this next turn?
Well, as soon as I see the Blizz come out from a Cedar Sword, it's like, oh man, he's just going to be able to start popping and everything. And so I had that face down Gorgons, and it was a risky play because I was like, well, I don't want you to get rid of my guy. So I was like, well, let me stop and see what I top deck. Because I also made that Boom Bat. So I was hoping I was able to get into my Boom Bat to get rid of the Blizz. But instead, I drew into my Falcon. So it felt really big that out.
That is absolutely crazy. You could not write a better ending there. So, again, you have a long day that you had, 7 rounds of Swiss, an insane top cut. How does it feel to be an Elestrals champion like this, playing a deck like Wind, of all things, inside of this meta?
It feels really great because I dedicate myself as Lunar, but everyone is running Lunar. And I remember everyone was talking about how crazy Hurricane is, but it's so expensive. And then I'm like, but we already have a Hurricane on legs. It's like Cryspore is Earthquake on legs. So I was like, well, it's a lot cheaper and better to round Falcon because you just expend 1 and you pop all runes. Doesn't matter if they're face down or face up. So it's a lot better than Hurricane.
And we saw that many times, going for that Falcon Ascend whenever you are clear of back row to kind of make sure you get that kind of discounted Hurricane there. Yeah. And I think that's so cool. Falcon's a card we haven't really seen pretty much ever inside of a lot of these win lists. They're really going for these like low to the ground, not very Ascension heavy plays. So for them to like practice that you're putting in for this tournament, you're talking about how people are running Lunar and running a lot of back row. How much time and effort did that take to kind of put this all together?
So this deck I've been working on about a month and a half. So I started off with a Pantera deck list, and I just didn't feel how Pantera was going up against some of these decks. So I slowly morphed the deck into a Falcon deck as you see it is now.
Yeah, that was my next question is like, what was the main like thought process behind going for something like the Falcon versus Pantera? I think we saw Pantera a little bit on the stream too. And so for going in for a Sorlets, some set 1 classics to kind of put on some pressure, and then kind of these backbreaking cards like the Falcon is really interesting to see, especially in a large tournament like this. For the new stuff that we've been seeing, you have this win now. I don't know if you're playing in Dallas, if you're getting an opportunity to play in Dallas.
Yes, I am in Dallas, so I'll be at Dallas.
Oh man, that's scary. Can I make the run back? Potentially see stuff with that. That'd be kind of crazy.
Well, maybe I have a different deck. Who knows?
That's true. I have seen. I think you had a lot of good success with the Water Reanimator list before, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And that was a really cool. Again, to Wertz's point here, keep cooking. I think we can see a chef at work here. All right, and speaking of cooking stuff up, for what's next to come for you in Elestrals, have you seen anything with the Firestorm reveals? What are some of your thoughts there? Are the gears turning for you?
Oh, deals are always turning. I always look at cards, even old cards that people don't play before. Like if you go on the Play Network, there's only 2 Falcon decks. One of them is mine. So it's interesting to see all these cards that have such great utility that no one plays because there are better or current cards that basically do the exact same thing and sometimes are even better. But you always got to go back and think of cards that can work together. The new cards for Firestorm are absolutely crazy. Some of them are a little too busted, but I'm sure there'll be ways to counter it.
We'll too busted. That sounds like. So, do you have a favorite card revealed from them so far? It's if you've been busted. What you got?
So far, I know there's going to be something involving Pigus and Falcon. It's there. They just haven't revealed it yet. So I'm holding out hope. But I think so far my favorites have been the Lycovoid and the Werepup, just because I'm a Lunacaster and I love wolves. Those are like my favorite animal. So to see them get a new version that can be pretty devastating because you can swarm the field pretty easily with them. So I'm excited to see what we can do.
That's absolutely right. Champion of Aeolus, sitting right in front of us here too. Kind of put on a showcase for some win stuff. It'd be really cool to see in the future. Do you have any words of inspiration or encouragement for your fellow casters out there? We have keep cooking, and you're talking about cards that people aren't really quite exploring with and looking at. What do you have to say to your fellow casters out there and the people you played today?
just keep cooking. You keep testing. I test with a group of people every day, or as much as possible. I'll go like 10 to 20 rounds with the same deck. Sometimes I won't even swap out into my side deck to see how well I can match up without having to go into my side as a crutch. I will say in my side deck, today was the very first time I've ever sided in my Cryoblast.
Wow, really?
I have never sided them until today.
What's that decision there? Is there so much Blizz tricks and Frost inside the meta, and so you're like, well, I might not really need them.
So there was a little bit of that. I just feel like, because the way my Spirit Math works, it's very tight to fit in the other Frost Spirits. So sometimes I have to go down on my water, which is very important for my Tsunamis or my Eddies, especially for my Hurricanes, because I play backup Hurricanes in case I can't get into my Falcon. And that's very important to set up my combos to get out Falcon as well. So there were times during the day where I was short one Spirit to be able to pull off a win because I had to side in or take out Spirits because of the Cryoblast.
That's fair. Yeah, you gotta kind of reserve those Spirit slots just for those Frosts that may never come up. Was there any other interesting like techs that you've seen throughout the day, not necessarily even from your own deck, but potentially from everyone else that you're kind of surprised about, or was today pretty expected for you? I mean, we can say winning was expected, but
It's always scripted. I am happy that some of the BlueStacks decks aren't the same deck. They're slowly making it less high rolly and making it more consistent to be able to see your guys. I thought that was really cool because I went up against this encoder, and his Blizz deck was not like the other Blizz decks. So that was cool to see. It was cool running across a solar deck. That was really cool to see. I think Solar has a lot of potential, especially with the reveals that came out today.
Super
I think Solar has potential to get up there as they should have been in the set that they were released. It felt really disappointing that Solar didn't go as far as it should have in its own set like Lunar has done in Moonrise. So I'm excited to see what happens with Solar.
All right. Well, and that's, final thing before we go. Do you have any shout outs or thank yous you want to say before we go? Again, congratulations on today, but
I just want to shout out Dan and creating Elestrals. I've been into TCGs for years, but I've just never been competitive. Then I've always wanted to stream and be a content creator, and Elestrals pushed me to that point. Like, I have a YouTube channel, I've been streaming. I love Elestrals. I'm competing. I won a premiere event today. And then in 2 weeks, I'm going to Dallas for an in-person premiere with 200 people. Like, it's crazy how... Like, I'm an introvert, and I'm doing all this. Like, I'm so happy. It's like a whole new world.
Yeah, and it's honestly really inspiring too. It's this card game that we all kind of love and sit here and play across from each other, bringing us together. And again, congratulations, Soren Plays, everyone. If you're coming across the YouTube channel, if you're seeing him in the streams or on the plays, make sure to give him a congrats to a reigning Elestrals Moonrise champion. And to everyone watching at home too, thank you so much for watching this historic run, if I can call it that, a historic run today. Again, congratulations. And this is fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone, to the production, the crew, and everyone in the back. Our judges today, and each of the casters coming in. We'll have to see next time in Dallas, which I have to face up against the champ for that, but that's going to be a good time coming.
I have not faced yet.
Fair. All right. Well, thanks so much for watching, everyone. We'll see you later. Have a great rest of your night.